Chapter 1 Conquer with all your heart and soul. So, you've slept with Her Royal Highness the Princess? Just slept with it yesterday. And you just ran away like that? Or in the middle of the night? Right. You just abandoned Her Royal Highness the Princess last night, and yet you dare to come to her birthday party today? Isn't this just because I'm bored? In the imperial palace of the Dian dynasty, the banquet square was bustling with activity. At this time, in a corner of the banquet, sitting opposite Ling Qi was a woman in white. She has an exquisite appearance and a gentle temperament, like a fairy from heaven, untainted by the dust of the world. There is always a clear smile on that pretty face, which is captivating. I've seen many people who like to brag, but this is the first time I've seen someone who can brag so much. The woman in white smiled. According to what Ling Qi had just talked to her, this is a game world. That is what the false world means. In this world, except Ling Qi, everything else is fake. Everyone is a certain NPC? Of course she didn't know what an NPC was. According to Ling Qi, it is a fixed puppet, without real self-awareness. Ling Qi plays around in this world and does whatever he wants. Indulge yourself and do whatever you want. I have done all kinds of dangerous things and experienced all kinds of storms. He has killed all kinds of vicious people and offended all kinds of powerful forces that cannot be offended. At the same time, if he meets a woman he likes, he will take her away at any time. He even slept with Her Royal Highness the Princess. So far, there are only 3 women in this world whom he wants but has not yet gotten. First, Her Majesty the Empress of the Great Yan Dynasty, Jiang Ling, who is above everyone else. Second, the female devil leader of the cult who kills people without blinking an eye, Ye Youluo. Third, the most famous female hero in the martial arts world, Fairy Chu Xinyue. A female empress, a female devil, and a fairy heroine. They are recognized as the 3 top goddesses in the eyes of the world. In terms of identity, appearance, and strength, he is one of the best. The 3 best in the world. Ling Qi then planned to capture these 3 goddesses. He really dares to daydream. Ling Qi drank and shook his head. Although what I said sounded exaggerated, it did seem like I was bragging. But actually, it's all true. It has been many years since he came to this fantasy martial arts world. Along with him came his system, a little black cat. The black cat told him that this was a game world with a degree of realism close to 100%, and he could enjoy it to his heart's content. Then the little black cat ran away. Ling Qi was very depressed at that time. Since it is a system, shouldn't it be bound to the host and then add something to the host? Why did it run away? Nor do I tell myself how to complete or play in this game world. In desperation, Ling Qi had to figure it out on his own. Thinking that it was just a game world, he did whatever he wanted. He dares to do what others dare not do. He dares to have a woman that others dare not even think about. He dares to go where others dare not. No matter whether you do something bad or terrible, you won't have any burden in your heart. After all, everyone in the world is an NPC. But until now he still doesn't know how to pass the level and leave this game world. He also thought about whether he could just quit if he died. So he broke into the Jedi demon realm that no one dared to enter. But he didn't die, he managed to get out alive. But he was seriously injured and is dying. Thinking that there are still 3 peerless beauties in this game world that he has not yet obtained. So he came to the Dian dynasty, intending to capture these 3 top-notch NPCs. By then, I will have enjoyed everything in this game world. Then if you should die, then die. If you should quit the game, then quit the game. Of course you don't believe it. No one will believe it. Ling Qi said with a smile. Who would believe that they are a specific NPC? There is no such thing in the NPC settings. So, according to what you said, you plan to take action against the 3 people you mentioned? The woman in white still smiled. Ling Qi nodded. Are you so confident? The woman in white said, these 3 are among the best in the world. Ling Qi smiled slightly. In this world, there was no woman he couldn't handle. In other words, there is no NPC that he can't deal with. So what methods do you plan to use to deal with them? The woman in white then asked curiously. Adapt to circumstances. Ling Qi smiled slightly. Of course, if you meet someone, you will find a way. Then, among these 3 you mentioned, who do you think is better? The woman in white asked curiously. I don't know. Apart from the Empress, I haven't seen the other 2 either. Ling Qi smiled slightly, and as he spoke, he turned around to look at the noble figure on the high dragon throne. That person is naturally the Empress of the Dian dynasty, Jiang Ling. A golden long dress wrapped around her curvy figure, exuding an innate queenly aura. The face was extremely beautiful, with a golden mark on the forehead. Her pair of beautiful eyes were also light gold, adding a touch of nobility and mystery. She is truly above everyone else and is truly unparalleled in beauty. As for the remaining two, Ling Qi had never seen them before. Although the Chu heroine Chu Xinyue is well known to everyone, she rarely appears in public. Only those who have heard of her say that she is a fairy from heaven, with extraordinary beauty. As for the female devil, there is no need to mention her. She always stays in the headquarters of her demon cult, and Ling Qi has never been there. And what about Ling Qi? Although he was surrounded by thousands of flowers, he was already invincible. But because of this, he became like the sweeping monk, a hermit master who was rarely known to the world. Many people have seen him but don't even know his name. Even the little princess who had just had a deep conflict last night didn't know his name. Have you really never seen it? The woman in white looked at him. See you soon, Ling Qi said with a smile. So what do you think? How do I compare to the three people in your mind? The woman in white asked. After saying this, Ling Qi raised his head and looked into her clear and beautiful eyes. Then he smiled slightly. To be honest, this is the first time I've met an NPC with your appearance and temperament. In this respect alone, you are no worse than the Empress on the dragon throne. That's why I came to your table. I spotted her at first sight in the crowd and sat over to her. Ling Qi usually wouldn't miss a stunning beauty like this. So before you take action against those three, you'd like to have some appetizers first? The woman in white laughed sweetly. Do you think I look like the kind of woman who could be easily taken down? Easy or not, there's only one result in the end. Ling Qi picked up the wine glass again. As long as he likes it, it's just a matter of how much effort he puts into it. In the end, it will all be his. Are you a flower thief? The woman in white continued. You've even taken advantage of the Empress and the others. You're really brave. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled. A flower thief? If you really want to put it this way, it's not impossible. Of course, there are differences. I never use any despicable means to deal with women. They all do it willingly. Conquering with all your heart and soul is the real conquest. Aren't NPCs difficult to deal with? Find out the other party's settings and prescribe the right medicine. Then do you know who I am? The woman in white then suddenly asked. I don't know, but since I like you, I might as well tell you another secret. Ling Qi smiled lightly. What secret? The woman in white looked at him with interest. The Empress is using the little princess birthday party to invite heroes from all walks of life to attend in order to elect Chu Xinyue as the leader of the martial arts world. Ling Qi said slowly, then use Chu Xinyue to deal with Ye Youluo, let them kill each other, and the Empress will reap the benefits. This is what Ling Qi accidentally heard when he left the little princess bed last night and passed by the Empress's bedroom. The woman sitting on the dragon throne is very ambitious. Not only does she want to destroy the demon sect, she also wants to control the martial arts world. Therefore, she wanted to use the female hero Chu Xinyue to fight against the female devil Ye Youluo. If Chu Xinyue and Ye Youluo were to go to war, there would be only one outcome. That means one defeat and one injury. At that time, the Empress will reap the benefits. Whether it is Miss Chu or the female devil, they will be eliminated by her. Oh? The woman in white narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the Empress sitting on the high throne. Is that so? Your Majesty is a wise ruler throughout history. How could she secretly make such a plan? A wise ruler is a wise ruler, and an emperor is an emperor. Ling Qi smiled faintly and said, born to be a king, she must always consolidate her eternal kingdom. And over the years, the world of martial arts has become increasingly unfathomable. In order to prevent the martial arts world from swallowing up the country, she must take action. Eliminate all threats. The woman in white said no more, but just thought about what Ling Qi said in her mind. Today is Yao Yao's birthday party. I would like to take this opportunity to invite all the heroes from the martial arts world to discuss the matter of eradicating the demonic cult. At this moment, a cold and noble voice resounded throughout the venue. Everyone turned around to look at the high dragon throne. The person who spoke was none other than Empress Jiang Ling. In today's Jianghu, heroes are everywhere. If they join forces with the empire, What will a mere demon sect be worth mentioning? The voice of Empress Jiang Ling rang out again. However, although there are many heroes in the martial arts world, there is no leader. I intend to take this opportunity to hold a martial arts conference and select a martial arts leader. After these words were spoken, all the powerful people who were invited to the scene today were a little surprised. Martial arts conference? Screening the leader of the martial arts world? No wonder everyone received invitations from the court before this. I wondered why I was so honored to be invited by the court. I didn't expect that Her Majesty the Empress wanted to choose a leader of the martial arts world. Those present today are all well-known figures in big gangs in the underworld. But when it comes to being the leader of the martial arts world, who can take on this important task? Who can convince all the heroes in the world? I just happen to have a most suitable first candidate. The Empress' voice rang out again. Of course, since this is a martial arts conference, if you heroes have any objections, you can stand up and challenge him. Ms. Chu, Fairy Chu. After she finished speaking, her pair of noble golden eyes looked towards Ling Qi's table. Of course, she was not looking at Ling Qi, but at the woman in white sitting opposite Ling Qi. Upon hearing this, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Lady Chu? Fairy Chu? So the person in front of me is Chu Xinyue? Is she the most famous Fairy Chu in the world today? Oh. No wonder I caught her eye at first sight in the crowd. There is indeed some affinity between them. This NPC is quite interesting. She didn't reveal any information about herself even after chatting for a long time. No wonder she asked how she compared to the other three, and no wonder she asked who was the better one in Ling Qi's heart. It's a bit unexpected. Chu Xinyue looked at Ling Qi with clear eyes, a playful smile on her pretty face. I am one of those you are very confident in winning. After chatting for a long time, the person Ling Qi was looking for was right in front of him. And he spoke out everything that was in his heart. Very confident and determined to win. I wonder what he feels now. Would you feel embarrassed, or even panic and scared? However, Ling Qi's expression did not change much at this time. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. It is indeed a bit unexpected, an unexpected surprise. Doesn't this save me some effort? Now, I have met two of the three people I wanted at once. Oh? You don't look panicked at all? Chu Xinyue became somewhat interested in Ling Qi. She continued, don't be a real flower thief, or I won't let you go. She is the well-known Chu heroine in the martial arts world. Punishing evil and promoting good are her hallmarks. You'd better remember what I said. Don't think that the woman who was born to be a king would really want to cooperate with you. Ling Qi said slowly and quietly, you must always remember that she is the emperor, and the emperor will not allow anyone to threaten her throne. This is a unique setting for each emperor NPC. Domineering. Kingly way. Thanks for the reminder. Chu Xinyue just smiled slightly. After glancing at Ling Qi, she held up a paper umbrella and floated towards the platform like a fairy. Ling Qi didn't turn around to look, because he knew that there was a pair of malicious eyes staring at him next to the Empress. That is the girl sitting next to the Empress who looks extremely cute and lovely. That is, Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Dian Dynasty, the Empress's sister, Jiang Yao. Ha! Who is this guy? Why is he sitting with Lady Chu? Jiang Yao's face was filled with curiosity at this moment. Could it be that Miss Chu, who always keeps to herself, has any friends? Ling Qi was sitting at the banquet table, his back facing her. If she saw his face, she would of course recognize Ling Qi as the bastard who had played with her and walked away last night. She was really pissed off last night because of all the sweet words that guy said. When he woke up, he was gone. She suddenly felt like she was being toyed with and abandoned. She never expected that she, as the princess of the Dian Dynasty, would be abandoned. Being able to get me is the blessing that guy has earned in several lifetimes, right? When we find that guy, we'll definitely give him a good beating. Accompanied by a faint floral fragrance, Chu Xinyue's delicate body landed lightly on the high platform. The white clothes are whiter than snow, not stained by dust, and the breeze blows by, making her look like an immortal. From a distance, it seemed as if there was a faint white halo around her, clear and moving. Is this Miss Chu? I didn't expect Miss Chu to come too. It's obvious that Lady Chu and His Majesty had already discussed this martial arts conference in advance. Having said that, seeing is believing. Lady Chu is truly like a fairy from heaven. Miss Chu's outstanding qualities are more than just her looks. It is rumored that she is at the peak of the supreme heaven realm and one of the most powerful people in the world. There are many people in the Reuniting realm in this world, but there are very few who can reach the peak. The female hero Chu, Fairy Chu, is one of the top ones among them. I didn't expect that Lady Chu actually had any dealings with His Majesty. If Miss Chu were to become the leader of the martial arts world, it would indeed be appropriate. Who among the heroes of the world today has not been defeated by the sword of the Chu heroine? And who has not been defeated by the beauty of the Chu heroine? When Chu Xinyue was seen, there was a heated discussion at the scene. In terms of appearance and strength, she is just like the Empress. It can make all the heroes in the world bow down. He is indeed the best choice to be the leader of the martial arts world. A female emperor rules the country, and a female knight rules the world. If you think about it carefully, this seems to be a good thing. Thank you for your Highness's appreciation. Today's martial arts world truly needs a leader to lead the heroes of the world. After Chu Xinyue took the stage, she said politely and respectfully, "The demon cult has indeed been rampant over the years and must be eradicated. Although I have little talent or virtue, I am willing to do my best. Your Majesty has elected me as the leader of the martial arts world. For the sake of world peace, I have no choice but to refuse. Of course, since this is a selection meeting, if any of the heroes present here also want to nominate themselves, then we will have a fair competition." Chu Xinyue's words were humble but also a bit arrogant. All the heroes and strong men present looked at each other in bewilderment. Once you become the leader of the martial arts world, you can command the world. Of course, everyone has had this dream. But the one standing on the stage now is Chu Xinyue, the peak of the Reuniting realm. In this world, the realms of cultivation are divided into Lingwu realm 1 to 9, Xuandi realm, Reuniting realm, and the Supreme realm. No one has ever heard of the Supreme realm. But there are quite a few in the Reuniting realm. And Chu Xinyue is one of the top existences in the Reuniting realm. The real top powerhouse in the world. Almost no one present could match Her Majesty the Empress sitting on the dragon throne. So, who can compete with her for the position of leader? I'm Wu Yuan, the Chaos Shadow Shura Blade. At this moment, a voice sounded from the crowd. Then a man came forward with a long knife on his back. I know I'm no match for Lady Chu, but today I have the honor of meeting her in person. How could I miss this opportunity? After the Shura Blade came on stage, he drew the long sword from his back and said with a smile, I have no intention of competing with Miss Chu for the position of leader. I don't have the ability to be a leader. I just want to have a fight with Miss Chu. She couldn't compete with Chu Xinyue for the position. Secondly, the Empress had already appointed her as the leader of the martial arts world. It would be unwise to compete with her. But of course it is possible to have a discussion. Across from her, Chu Xinyue remained calm, raised her jade hand and softly uttered a word, please. She certainly doesn't mind anyone challenging her on stage. Since he wants to be the leader of the martial arts world, he must of course make all the heroes in the world truly convinced. On the opposite side, Shura Dao smiled lightly. Then the breath flowed and he swung forward. Facing this so-called Shura sword, Chu Xinyue simply folded up her paper umbrella and used it as a sword to deal with the Shura sword. The peak of the Reuniting realm is the peak of the Reuniting realm. After a few moves, Shura Dao was knocked off the stage and had no power to fight back. Everyone exclaimed, she is indeed the Chu heroine, her reputation is well deserved. Shura Blade Wu Yuan barely reached the early stage of the Supreme Heaven realm, but in front of her, he was only a matter of 2 or 3 blows. Even though we're both at the Supreme Heaven realm, there's a world of difference between us. Everyone was talking in low voices. After Chu Xinyue won the first game, she extended her hand again. Anyway, she has already discussed it with the Empress and she will be the leader of the martial arts world. So today, she accepts challenges from anyone. After the first one took the lead, the other top masters looked at each other for a few seconds, and then one after another came on stage. They all went there with the slogan of wanting to compete with the #1 female hero in the world. Undoubtedly, one by one they went up and one by one they came down. No one is Chu Xinyue's opponent. Chu Xinyue, alone, faced powerful opponents from all sides, and she remained calm and handled them easily even in a round-robin battle. She never actually drew her sword. Just when Chu Xinyue attracted everyone's attention, Ling Qi took the opportunity to turn around and look at the lively scene. In the entire scene, except for the Empress and herself, of course no one could be Chu Xinyue's opponent. It is inevitable that she will become the leader of the martial arts world. But then again, the Empress is planning to get rid of both Chu Xinyue and that female devil Ye Youluo. This won't do. You are the three NPCs I am most optimistic about. How can they kill each other? I won't allow it. Ling Qi had a slight smile on his face. The main reason why he came here today was actually to disrupt the plan of the Empress Jiang Ling. He wants the three of them to live in peace. At this moment, when Ling Qi looked at Empress Jiang Ling, he suddenly realized something. At this moment, a petite maid was presenting a wine glass to Empress Jiang Ling. Then he just stood obediently beside Jiang Ling. She was a young girl with a petite and delicate appearance, and seemed to be the Empress's personal maid. The strange thing is, she has a pair of black cat ears on her head. There is also a black tail behind it. Looks very cute. What is this? Ling Qi was a little curious. Is that a little cat girl? Monster? Why is it different from the monster I saw in the Jedi monster realm? There is a forbidden area for humans in this world, called the Jedi Demon Territory. It is the territory of demons, and anyone who goes there will die. Ling Qi had been there once before, and he was the only person who walked out of that forbidden area alive. What Ling Qi is curious about now is that those people in that Jedi demon realm are all ferocious creatures. Their mouths are full of fangs and mucus, both men and women are the same. And beside the Empress, there is such a clean and cute little cat girl. She doesn't look like those ugly monsters. She gives people the feeling of being clean, fragrant and soft. And he's definitely a little white tiger. When he saw the little cat girl, Ling Qi immediately remembered his system. To be honest, my system is like a little black cat. If the little black cat turned into Catwoman, she would probably look like this, right? Or rather. Ling Qi looked at the little cat girl from afar. Or maybe it's my own system that has changed. Dog system, don't you know where your owner is? I have to find an opportunity to test it out. Under everyone's gaze, masters came on stage one after another to challenge Chu Xinyue. But without exception, almost no one could last more than 10 moves before being knocked off the stage. Everyone was convinced. With Chu Xinyue's current strength at the peak of the heavenly realm, it is not an exaggeration to call her the #1 person in the world today. His strength, appearance, character and reputation are all impeccable. Who would have any objection to such a person being the leader? As another strong man was knocked down, the remaining people looked at each other and chose not to go up and ask for trouble. If you are not an opponent, then you are not an opponent. In everyone's opinion, apart from Her Majesty the Empress, no one at the scene could compete with Chu Xinyue. Sitting on the dragon throne, the corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly. It was all just as she expected. Immediately afterwards, she wanted to announce that Chu Xinyue would be the leader of the martial arts world from now on. Swish! But at this moment, another figure came out from the crowd and landed gently on the stage. It was none other than Ling Qi. He is certainly not interested in the position of leader of the martial arts world, nor is he interested in dealing with the evil cult. His main purpose was to disrupt the Empress's plan and prevent her from harming Chu Xinyue. Nor will Chu Xinyue and Ye Youluo be allowed to kill each other. When they saw that there was someone else coming on stage, everyone looked curious. Who is this guy? So many masters have been defeated just now, does he still want to embarrass himself? Everyone's eyes were on Ling Qi, and the little cat girl beside the Empress of course also looked at Ling Qi. Immediately her pupils shrank slightly and her heart trembled suddenly. I lost. Is this guy? Why is he here? Ling Qi's random guess was not wrong. This little cat girl is what he calls the system. Of course she is not a system, she is just a little cat girl. She originally belonged to this fantasy world, but for some reason she ran to the urban world where Ling Qi originally lived. Then she found a way to travel back, and when she did, she ran into Ling Qi. So Ling Qi happened to be brought into this world. At that time, in order to let Ling Qi live peacefully in this world, she lied to Ling Qi and said that this was a game world and she was Ling Qi's system. Anyway, in Ling Qi's urban world, such novels are everywhere. After she told Ling Qi that this was a game world, she slipped away. Unexpectedly. Ling Qi is still alive? And we can meet again? I wonder how he has been doing these years. If he wasn't living a good life, he would hate himself to death. Fortunately, he didn't recognize me. After all, he didn't know that he could transform into a kitten. Is it him? At this moment, just when the little cat girl was thinking that she must not be recognized by Ling Qi no matter what, a voice suddenly rang out. The person who spoke was of course Her Royal Highness Princess Jiang Yao. You big bastard, how dare you come back? Jiang Yao then stood up directly. Then he drew the long sword from the guard beside him and rushed towards the stage. With everyone looking confused, she thrust her sword at Ling Qi without saying a word. Ling Qi raised his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, he clamped the tip of the sword. Looking at the angry little princess in front of him, he shook his head helplessly. Don't you want to listen to my explanation? What else do you have to explain? You are a liar, a big liar. Jiang Yao's face was full of anger, and she drew her sword and started slashing around. Still need to explain? This bastard was spouting all sorts of sweet words last night. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, I found out he had run away. And he ran away without anyone noticing. She was the princess of the great Yan dynasty, and under his coaxing, she gave him everything. But he just walked away after having fun? What a bastard! I will not let him go today. Jiang Yao snorted coldly, then drew his sword and continued to swing. And Ling Qi just kept dodging. On the stage, Chu Xinyue was holding a snow-white umbrella and standing by, watching the scene with interest. It seems, something really happened between this guy and Her Royal Highness the Princess? He didn't lie? Interesting. How did he manage to win over this lively and proud little princess without anyone knowing? Also, if something really happened between him and Her Royal Highness the Princess. So, are the other things he said true as well? This is impossible no matter how you think about it. How could this world be fake? How could I be the puppet he described? You are clearly a self-aware and self-perceived being, okay? At this moment, everyone at the scene was looking at the scene on the stage with confusion. Who is that guy? What is the relationship between him and Her Royal Highness the Princess? Why did Her Royal Highness the Princess attack him as soon as he appeared? Her Royal Highness the Princess looks very angry? But the sword attack on Ling Qi was inexplicably chaotic and disorganized. It seems that he doesn't want to kill the other person, but just wants to vent his anger. His Majesty? At this moment, the guard beside the Empress bowed slightly. In this situation, should I take action? Empress Jiang Ling just waved her hand slightly, and it was obvious that she didn't need to take action. No one knew where this person came from, but he obviously had no hostility. He didn't even attack his sister, he just kept dodging. And the reason why his sister was slashing at him with her sword seemed to be because of something shameful? What's with this angry little woman look? What is the relationship between this man and my sister? Then, the Empress slowly stood up and called out softly, Yao Yao. On the stage, Jiang Yao was still swinging his sword wildly, seemingly not hearing anything. Yao Yao. Jiang Ling raised his voice, his tone carrying an irresistible majesty. Jiang Yao suddenly swung his sword, and this time Ling Qi did not dodge. And her sword also stopped on Ling Qi's shoulder. She did hate Ling Qi for leaving without saying goodbye last night, but of course this hatred was very complicated. After all, although this guy left last night, he inexplicably appeared again today. Does he seem to have a reason? Of course she couldn't really kill Ling Qi like that. At least she had to listen to Ling Qi's explanation, right? If you really want to kill me, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm already a dying man. Ling Qi continued in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, all the resentment and anger on Jiang Yao's face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a hint of concern and worry. What do you mean? He is a dying man? What does this mean and why? I'll explain to you later. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll live in the imperial capital from now on. Ling Qi smiled slightly. Jiang Yao looked at him with her big eyes, looking at his smiling expression. After a moment, she sheathed her sword. Okay, then let us listen to his explanation first and figure out why he is a dying man. Then figure out why he abandoned himself. Snort! Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yao snorted lightly, turned around, and flew back to the side of Empress Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling looked down at her sister, as if trying to spy on the relationship between her and Ling Qi. But seeing Jiang Yao's evasive look, she certainly didn't ask right away. Some things are private and not suitable to be said in public. Jiang Ling then turned his gaze towards Ling Qi and said calmly, Who are you? Are you also running for the position of alliance leader? I'm her friend. Ling Qi smiled slightly and looked at Chu Xinyue while speaking. Chu Xinyue's beautiful eyes were also looking at him at this time, with a hint of interest in her eyes. We just met, what kind of friend are we? However, she did not deny Ling Qi's words, because she wanted to see where this so-called friend came from. How much ability do you have? What exactly do you want to do? Friend? Of course, the Empress had never heard of Chu Xinyue having any friends, and neither had most of the people present. Hasn't she always been a loner and done her own thing? When did I still have friends? What kind of relationship are these so-called friends? Close friends? Or just ordinary friends? As for the position of alliance leader, I really want to give it a try. Ling Qi then smiled slightly, and then his eyes met Chu Xinyue's. A gentle smile also appeared on the latter's clear and pretty face. That's exactly what she meant. I was just thinking of testing this guy's abilities. Then let's get started. Empress Jiang Ling also said this lightly. She also wanted to see how powerful this guy who had some entanglements with her sister was. Because, she felt that even she herself couldn't see through Ling Qi's depth. She is at the peak of the Zuantian realm, and even she can't see through it. I'm afraid it's not simple. Ling Qi smiled lightly and nodded, then stretched out his hand towards Chu Xinyue. Use all your strength, otherwise, you will die. When he said death, he certainly didn't mean that Chu Xinyue would die at his hands. But Chu Xinyue might die at the hands of the Empress. And he took action now, showing that he is Chu Xinyue's friend, and will show his strength next. In this case, if the Empress wants to take action against Chu Xinyue, she must do it within her ability. Chu Xinyue looked at Ling Qi, who was full of confidence, and smiled softly. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying this, she grasped the jade handle of the paper umbrella and pulled it gently. An exquisite rapier was drawn out with a cold light. When everyone saw Chu Xinyue draw her sword, they stared intently. Just now, Lady Chu did not draw her sword in the face of many challengers, but this person actually has the qualifications to make her take action? He actually made Lady Chu draw her sword? This guy must be no ordinary person. But how come no one knows who he is? Does any of you know him? Everyone present today is a martial arts master from a famous sect. But this guy is unknown to anyone? Did he also receive an invitation from the Empire? Didn't you see that it's obvious that he knows Her Royal Highness the Princess? Since he knows Her Royal Highness the Princess, of course he can receive an invitation. I guess it's some hidden master, right? Where can we find such a young hidden master? Also, this guy is so arrogant that he actually asked Lady Chu to use all her strength, otherwise Lady Chu would die? It's so funny. I've never heard of anyone in this world who could put Lady Chu in danger in a one-on-one situation. Didn't he say that? He's a friend of Lady Chu. I believe Lady Chu also knows his strength, so she drew her sword. Everyone at the scene was talking about it. Wait and see. Be careful, the one who might die is you. On the stage, Chu Xinyue said softly. Then her delicate body suddenly shot up. A snow-white figure, carrying a faint floral fragrance and dazzling sword energy, flew towards Ling Qi. Facing Chu Xinyue's attack, Ling Qi just smiled faintly and dodged. After one move, Chu Xinyue suddenly turned around and drew her sword again. The sword energy roared and resounded throughout the sky above the palace. The overwhelming pressure of the sword energy made many people present change their expressions slightly. As expected of Miss Chu, no wonder she didn't draw her sword just now. If she draws her sword, how many people here can withstand 3 moves from her? But this guy's body movement is quite good. He can accurately dodge Lady Chu's attacks every time. But, if you just keep dodging, defeat is only a matter of time. As everyone watched the battle, they all gave their own evaluations. On the high dragon throne, Jiang Ling's beautiful golden eyes were also staring at the fight between Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue. Others may not be able to see it, but she, who has the same strength as Chu Xinyue, can see it clearly. Every move of Chu Xinyue was so tricky and precise an angle that it was almost impeccable. Chu Xinyue did not hold back. But Ling Qi dodged cleverly every time. This proves that Ling Qi's strength is not inferior to Chu Xinyue. When did such a powerful person appear in the world, and I knew nothing about him? Jiang Ling began to feel a little worried. The water in this river and lake is really deep. The deeper the water in the world, the more likely it is to drown her kingdom. So, she must find a way to control the entire world. This guy is quite powerful. Even Lady Chu can't do anything to him? Jiang Yao was also watching this scene at this time, slightly surprised. I didn't expect that Ling Qi was so secretive. How could he withstand so many moves from Chu Xinyue? This is already amazing. I have to get to know him better in the future and understand what kind of person he is. It's better if he is not a big liar, otherwise I will never let him off. The little cat girl standing next to the Empress was also a little surprised at this time. Is this guy so successful in this world? Has the strength reached this point? It's definitely not easy to be able to exchange so many moves with Chu Xinyue. It seems that he is living a good life in this world. How about finding a chance to clarify things with him? Yao Yao, what is the relationship between you and this person? Just as Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue were fighting, the Empress turned her head slightly to look at Jiang Yao. He is. Jiang Yao thought about it, and of course didn't tell the truth. She changed her words, he bullied me before. As soon as these words were spoken, the Empress's golden eyes turned slightly cold. How could there be someone in this world who dares to bully his sister? But it's not really a bully. Jiang Yao then whispered something very strange. After all, she also understood her sister's temper. If my sister gets angry, she might kill this guy directly. Even though this guy is a big bastard, if he dies, then I won't be able to listen to his explanation, right? Isn't it a bully? The Empress frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Don't you realize that what you're saying doesn't make sense at all? The Empress looked at her sister and didn't ask any more questions. I'm just afraid that my sister has already started thinking about getting married. Come to think of it, after all, she is not young anymore. But he actually wants to be his sister's man. Then this guy better have the qualifications. Otherwise, I would never agree. Under everyone's gaze, the competition between Chu Xinyue and Ling Qi soon came to an end. Give it your all, and let's decide the outcome with one move. Ling Qi said in a low voice after dodging Chu Xinyue's sword energy again. There was also a hint of surprise on Chu Xinyue's pretty face at this moment. She knew Ling Qi's strength very well as she had fought with him. This guy is really a hidden talent. Chu Xinyue immediately took a step back and raised the rapier in her hand. If he wants to give it his all, then let him try. Buzz. In an instant, the snow-white sword energy gathered madly like a rain of flowers from the sky. Heaven and earth, one sword. Then, she locked her eyes on Ling Qi and thrust out with her sword. This is her famous skill. She really didn't hold back on this sword. Under the gaze of everyone, the sword energy that was like a rain of flowers in the sky instantly swallowed Ling Qi. With a loud bang, a huge shock wave burst out. The strong wind caused many people present to step back a few feet, and some could not open their eyes. The shock wave lasted for a long time, and only after a long time did it slowly subside. Everyone looked over immediately and saw that only Chu Xinyue was standing on the stage. Although Ling Qi was intact, he was already off the stage. Obviously, the winner has been decided. Haha, I knew it. How could this guy be a match for Lady Chu? What else could possibly cost Lady Chu her life? However, to be able to force Lady Chu to use the Heaven and Earth sword, his strength is not simple. He should be in the late stage of the Supreme Heaven realm, right? Otherwise, there is no reason why he could have lasted so long in the hands of Lady Chu. I think it's at least in the late stage, otherwise he wouldn't be able to become a friend of Lady Chu, right? Everyone expressed their own opinions. Ling Qi in the audience clapped his hands. You lost, you are worthy of being a fairy. On the stage, Chu Xinyue didn't say anything, nor did she look happy. Instead, there was a hint of solemnity on that pretty face. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared at Ling Qi. Others don't know, but she knows it very well. Ling Qi was actually able to block that sword attack just now. He was not knocked off the stage by his own sword, but jumped off by himself. He didn't lose, and he didn't win. At the same time, this sword also proved one thing. That is Ling Qi's strength, above hers. She has reached the peak of the Zuantian realm and is one of the strongest in the world. And what realm can be reached that is stronger than her? The Supreme Realm. That realm actually exists? This guy, who is he? At this time, the Empress Jiang Ling on the dragon throne had the same idea as Chu Xinyue. Of course she could see that Ling Qi was deliberately losing to Chu Xinyue. Ling Qi's strength is actually above Chu Xinyue's. I didn't expect that Chu Xinyue had such a friend? In this case, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with Chu Xinyue. Jiang Ling narrowed her beautiful golden eyes slightly as she looked at Ling Qi in the audience. Now there is a question, that is, since Ling Qi's strength is above Chu Xinyue, why did he deliberately lose to Chu Xinyue? Now that you are in power, why do you want to lose? Is he doing this intentionally for himself to see? Let him understand that Chu Xinyue has a master like him by her side, so it is best not to attack Chu Xinyue easily? At this moment, when Jiang Ling was thinking this, Ling Qi's gaze happened to look towards her. When Jiang Ling noticed Ling Qi's gaze, he immediately confirmed it. Indeed, that's it. This guy is warning himself. I never thought that there really is such a thing as the ultimate state in this world. Now I'm afraid that there will be some deviations in my plan. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. This person must either be used for his own purposes, or he must find a way to get rid of him. With Ling Qi stepping down, there is finally no one left to challenge Chu Xinyue. The Empress also announced publicly, since there are no more challengers, then I declare now. From now on, Miss Chu will be the leader of the martial arts world and the #1 person in the world. Of course, the Jianghu is too vast to be led by one person. So, Miss Chu still needs some helpers to assist her. Immediately afterwards, some well-known figures in the world were selected to work for Chu Xinyue. From then on, the world, which was once a loose sand, became a cohesive whole. When everything was almost done, it was dusk. Under the arrangement of the Empress, Chu Xinyue and other heroes from all walks of life temporarily lived in a place called Xiangchuan in the imperial capital. Tomorrow we will start discussing how to defeat the demon cult. Night, Xiangchuan. Everyone is staying here temporarily, and Ling Qi is also staying here. On a pavilion, Ling Qi sat on the railing, leaning against a pillar and drinking wine. Chu Xinyue was sitting on the balcony, looking at him with her clear and beautiful eyes. So, who are you? She was really curious now. Where did Ling Qi come from? How can he be so powerful? Ling Qi. This was the first time Ling Qi took the initiative to say his name. Generally speaking, he doesn't like to tell these NPCs his name. But now that the game is almost over, it doesn't matter if I just leave my name behind. Of course, Chu Xinyue had never heard of this person, but she remembered Ling Qi's name. Now I believe you are not a flower thief. Chu Xinyue continued, but at least you are also a playboy. Otherwise, how could he have gotten Her Royal Highness the Princess? In addition to Her Royal Highness the Princess, there must be many other women with whom he has unclear relationships. And none of those women are ordinary people. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled. Her evaluation is quite fair. Did you lose to me on purpose before? Chu Xinyue then asked, why? Your strength is obviously above mine. If I beat you, won't I become the leader? Ling Qi smiled and said, then I have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the entire martial arts world. I don't have that much free time. Then why did you come on stage to fight with me? Chu Xinyue couldn't understand. I told you, the Empress has ulterior motives. Ling Qi looked at Chu Xinyue and continued, let her know that you have a friend like me, and she will naturally not attack you so easily. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Empress Jiang Ling really wants to use me? I really want to eliminate both myself and Ye Youluo. And then reap the benefits? You are really nosy. Chu Xinyue then said something strange. Oh? Ling Qi looked straight into her clear eyes. So, she actually has some plans of her own? So it seems that what you said before was true? This world is a fake world, and you have really been to that Jedi demon realm? Chu Xinyue continued to ask. Ling Qi smiled and said, if you don't believe it, why do you keep asking? But I'm not a puppet. I have my own consciousness and perception. Chu Xinyue continued, how about you test me? Test me the same way you test puppets? For example, ask a difficult question. A puppet can't think, can it? Can it solve problems? Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. What's the point of taking the test? Your NPC is not a fool, so of course he can figure out the answers to common questions. Why? You can't think of any difficult questions to test me with? Chu Xinyue stood up, walked to Ling Qi and looked at him. Ling Qi jumped down from the railing and looked at Chu Xinyue. Then he said with a joking smile, if you kiss me, I will believe that you are not a puppet. As soon as these words came out, Chu Xinyue glared at him fiercely. What kind of test question is this? How can you take advantage of others like this? Look, you can't do it. Ling Qi then smiled and said, this is how your puppet is set up. You won't be so frivolous. As a human being, I shouldn't be frivolous. How does this prove that I'm a puppet? Chu Xinyue said. Who would kiss others at will? If you don't kiss me, you're not alive? What kind of logic is this? Ling Qi said no more, it couldn't be proved. NPC is NPC, just know it yourself. Change it. Chu Xinyue refused to give up. Thinking that she was just a puppet in other people's minds, she naturally felt uncomfortable. This is simply slander, and of course she wants to clarify it. Ling Qi didn't plan to talk to her more about this matter. Things in this regard cannot be explained to NPCs. Ling Qi then turned around and leaned against the railing. Originally, Jiang Ling was planning to put some pressure on all of you staying at Jiangxuan tonight, but now it seems, her plan has been cancelled. Jiang Ling planned to let everyone live in Jiangxuan. Then secretly send someone to poison or attack, so that everyone will suffer. She has no plans to launch a full-scale war to siege the enemy for the time being. Instead, they wanted to use this method to weaken the strength of Chu Xinyue and others. Moreover, she had already decided to put the blame on the demon cult leader Ye Youluo for this matter. Unfortunately, now that Jiang Ling knows he is here, all his plans are useless. Chu Xinyue also leaned against the railing and whispered, "So, you are really at the Supreme Realm?" Ling Qi smiled and nodded slightly, "Keep a low profile." Chu Xinyue glared at him again. "How can you be low-key? With such strength, how can you be low-key? The Supreme Realm is truly invincible, right? So what you said, that you are about to die, is that true?" Chu Xinyue asked. "I was seriously injured when I went to the Jedi demon realm before. I really won't live long." Ling Qi smiled bitterly. But there was no sadness on his face. "If you die, you'll probably just exit the game." Although he thinks this game world is quite interesting, he also likes some of the NPCs in this world. But false is false after all, and you can't really stay in a false world forever. "What's inside that Jedi demon realm?" Chu Xinyue then asked curiously, "Could it be that there is also a Supreme Realm there?" "That's not the case, but even the Supreme Realm won't gain any benefits there." Ling Qi shook his head, "Those powerful monsters inside are not simple. He is in the Supreme Realm and is of course invincible in one-on-one situations. But what if it's one-to-many? Even if one were at the Supreme Realm, with hundreds and thousands of people at the Zuantian Realm added together, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefit. Those monsters are hiding in that forbidden area. I'm afraid that one day they will attack humans." Chu Xinyue then spoke slowly. "That Jedi demon realm is a huge hidden danger for the human race. So, you can't have conflicts." Ling Qi smiled and said, "You two must get along well and unite to deal with those monsters." Therefore, he had to prevent Chu Xinyue and the other two from fighting each other. But some contradictions are born to exist. Chu Xinyue suddenly said earnestly. Ling Qi tilted his head slightly to look at her delicate profile. "Does this NPC have any special story?" "Interesting." Exploring the game plot and the NPC's background story is one of the most interesting things about open-ended games. Just at this moment, when Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue were chatting, suddenly a group of people came over from below. The leader was the little Princess Jiang Yao, followed by a group of maids. "Your little girlfriend is here." Chu Xinyue just smiled lightly when she saw Jiang Yao. "What about you?" "Your girlfriend?" Ling Qi also smiled. Chu Xinyue glanced at him and didn't say much. "Since you said we are friends, then let us be friends for now. As for the future, let's talk about it later." Although Chu Xinyue now knows that Ling Qi is a guy who is hard to see through. But she didn't have that kind of thoughts about Ling Qi. What's more, there are plenty of women around Ling Qi. At this time, Jiang Yao had already walked downstairs. She just looked up at Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue above. Then he fixed his gaze on Ling Qi, snorted softly and pouted, "Where's your explanation? I thought this guy would go directly to the palace to find me. As a result, I waited for a long time but still couldn't get any help, so I came here in person." If she didn't come, she was really afraid that she wouldn't see Ling Qi again when she turned around. After all, she couldn't tell how much truth this guy was telling. Ling Qi smiled lightly, then swooped down from the pavilion. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward and took Jiang Yao into his arms. You, what are you doing?" Jiang Yao's face suddenly turned red. "There are so many people watching here." At this moment, the maids behind her were all shocked. "This guy is so brave, he just hugs me when Her Royal Highness the Princess says so? What is the relationship between him and Her Royal Highness the Princess? Let's talk alone." Ling Qi hugged Jiang Yao and turned around, rushing towards his residence. "You." Jiang Yao blushed and was a little flustered, but she did not refuse. Instead, she turned around and said to her maids, "Don't tell anyone what you saw, including my sister." "Ah, yes." All the maids nodded slightly. Well, it seems that the relationship between this man and Her Royal Highness the Princess is indeed extraordinary. Since Her Royal Highness the Princess wants to keep the secret, then of course they are on Her Royal Highness's side. In the room, Ling Qi brought Jiang Yao in and closed the door. Then he let go of Jiang Yao and undressed himself. You, what else do you want to do?" Jiang Yao's face suddenly became even redder. "Bastard, you haven't explained it to me clearly yet, so I won't give it to you so easily." But at this moment, just when Jiang Yao thought Ling Qi was going to do something to her, she saw the problem with Ling Qi. Ling Qi ripped open his clothes, revealing his chest. It can be clearly seen that there is a wound in the middle of his chest, like a vertical eye. That is a sword wound. Around the sword wound, some lines appeared, emitting a faint void light. "Oh my god, what is this?" Jiang Yao's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of horror. "A sword, a broken sword," Ling Qi said. After hearing this, Jiang Yao was even more shocked. She leaned forward and looked carefully. "I didn't see it." "You mean, a sword broke inside you, then melted into countless fragments and spread throughout your body?" "If it is a broken sword, of course it can be taken out. But if the broken sword has turned into countless fragments and spread out, it will of course be invisible and impossible to take out." "That's right." Ling Qi pulled up his clothes. "It's like a sword broke inside my body, so I'm almost dead now." To be honest, he himself doesn't know how long he can live. Anyway, he has already held on for several years, and it is hard to say how much longer he can hold on. How is this possible? Jiang Yao's face was full of disbelief. A broken sword turned into countless fragments and spread over his body, yet he was still alive? This is a fatal injury. Just think about it, countless broken swords are spreading in the body, affecting every cell and every vein. Can this survive? How did you, cause this? Jiang Yao frowned, her face full of heartache and concern. Although Ling Qi abandoned her last night, she was very angry. But when she saw Ling Qi so seriously injured, she would of course feel distressed. After all, Ling Qi is her man. I left it there when I broke into the Jedi demon realm, Ling Qi said with a smile. After hearing this, Jiang Yao was shocked again. No. You are going to enter the Jedi demon realm alone? Is there something wrong with your brain? That is a forbidden place for humans where one is at risk of death. Back then, the 100,000-strong army of the Dian dynasty marched straight in, but no one survived. Is it possible to go to that kind of place? So you are really about to die? Jiang Yao's voice continued. He won't live long anyway, maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe even shorter. Ling Qi smiled bitterly, then raised his hands to cup Jiang Yao's face. That's why I left yesterday, because I knew I couldn't be with you forever. Hearing this and looking at Ling Qi's expression, Jiang Yao's eyes instantly became moist. You bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You tell me it's not like I can't understand you? You can't accompany me for a lifetime, but I can accompany you for a lifetime. Why do you take the initiative? Jiang Yao almost cried, and of course she believed Ling Qi's so-called explanation unconditionally. She then sniffed lightly, then grabbed Ling Qi's hand and said, "Come with me to see the imperial physician, right now." The imperial physician of the Dian dynasty is a contemporary medical genius. Who knows, she might be able to cure Ling Qi. When I went to the palace with you yesterday, I looked for her, but she couldn't do anything. Ling Qi shook his head. The so-called medical genius was indeed a skilled doctor. Unfortunately, there is no solution to his fatal injury. Hearing this, Jiang Yao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her eyes instantly turned red again. What should I do? What should I do? I don't want you to die, I don't want it. As she spoke, she hugged Ling Qi tightly. Now that everything has been made clear, she certainly doesn't hate Ling Qi for leaving without saying goodbye last night. On the contrary, she had to find a way to keep Ling Qi alive and live with her. Seeing Jiang Yao like this, Ling Qi reached out and hugged her gently. Although he is an NPC, his concern is also very endearing. She is really worried about herself. It doesn't matter. Life is short, and birth, old age, sickness and death are inevitable for everyone. Ling Qi hugged Jiang Yao and whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Yao almost shed tears. What is birth, old age, sickness and death? You are still so young, how can you die? There is a way, there must be a way. Jiang Yao then choked up softly and said, I'll go ask my sister for help. She'll definitely be able to find a solution. Yes, my sister is the emperor, there is nothing she can't do. She will definitely be able to find a way to save Ling Qi, or find someone who can save Ling Qi. Come to think of it, I also happen to have something to discuss with your sister. Ling Qi then said with a smile, let's go, I will accompany you to the palace. Aha! Jiang Yao nodded, and then the two of them went to the palace together. In the dark night, in the palace hall, Empress Jiang Ling sat on the dragon throne with the little cat girl standing beside her. And in the hall, there was a group of masked men standing in an orderly manner. Everyone has a knife on his waist. Each of them exuded a strong murderous aura. Of course, these were all masters arranged in advance by Jiang Ling, and they were all elites selected from the army of the Dian dynasty. The original plan was to send these people tonight to pretend to be members of the demon cult and attack Chu Xinyue and others from Xiangshuan. Although he couldn't kill Chu Xinyue and the others, he could make them suffer a little. For example, poisoning someone or killing a few bad people in the underworld. But the problem now is, there is one more person, Ling Qi, in that group of people. So she is still hesitating now, whether to take action or not? What will be the result once we take action? If Ling Qi takes everything down and exposes his affairs, wouldn't that be troublesome? How will the whole world view me as the emperor then? His Majesty? Among the men in black, the leader bowed slightly and shouted. Everyone is waiting, should we take action or not? Did you also see the person who asked Chu Xinyue to draw her sword today? Jiang Ling's voice sounded slowly. Yes. We all saw it. All the men in black nodded. They were at the scene at the time and of course knew everything. That person's strength is unfathomable, even surpassing Chu Xinyue. Jiang Ling continued, with him around Chu Xinyue and the others, I'm afraid, it's going to be difficult to take action. Whether it's poisoning or using a knife, I'm afraid neither will work. That person's strength is more than enough to face this group of masters under his command even if he is alone. Above Chu Xinyue? All the men in black were immediately surprised. Your Majesty, didn't he lose to Chu Xinyue today? They don't have the strength to the peak of the Zuantian realm, so of course they can't tell that Ling Qi deliberately lost in today's competition. He lost to Chu Xinyue on purpose. Jiang Ling said slowly, this person's strength is unfathomable, and his mind is somewhat unpredictable. I'm afraid he has already noticed my plan. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. His Majesty planned to eradicate Chu Xinyue and the demon cult, and he only told them and his close confidants about this. How did that guy notice it? Don't act rashly for now. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ling decided not to act rashly. What if that guy is prepared? Wouldn't he just have to suffer the consequences? Go and investigate first to find out who that person is. Jiang Ling continued, I want to know all about his past in every detail. Only by understanding Ling Qi's background can we better deal with him. Only after getting rid of Ling Qi can we take action against Chu Xinyue and others. Yes. All the men in black nodded. Jiang Ling then waved his hand, and everyone retreated. Only Jiang Ling and the little cat girl were left in the hall. Your Majesty, this Ling Qi is even more powerful than Lady Chu? The little cat girl spoke, and she was also a little surprised at this time. Is Ling Qi actually so successful? Is his strength even above the peak of the Zuantian realm? Could it be that he is at the supreme level? There is no supreme realm in this world so far. He is essentially invincible. Are all time travelers the children of destiny? It really is like the novel about the world Ling Qi came from? Ling Qi? Do you know his name? Do you know him? The Empress turned her head to look at Kitty Girl. The little cat girl was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook her head, not really knowing him, it's just. I saw him once many years ago, and he had no cultivation at all at that time. Oh? The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, tell me, what kind of person is he? This. Kitten Girl didn't know how to start. She also doesn't know what kind of person Ling Qi is. She only knew that Ling Qi was a time traveler. I don't know what kind of person he is, but, when he didn't have any cultivation, I tricked him once. Kitten Girl continued, if he recognizes me, I'm afraid he won't let me go. Hearing this, the Empress smiled and said, have you ever lied to him? You are quite amazing. You even deceived the existence of the Supreme Realm? It's a long story. Kitty girl laughed dryly. At that time, it was out of kindness, hoping that Ling Qi could live well in this world. But if Ling Qi knew the truth and knew that it was me who brought him into this world, I'm afraid that nothing good would happen to me. Royal sister. Just then, a voice rang out. Ling Qi and Jiang Yao slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall. When Jiang Ling saw Ling Qi actually coming to the palace, her eyebrows moved slightly. I was just planning to investigate him thoroughly, but he actually came to me on his own? And, speaking of it, what is his relationship with his sister? The little cat girl was also shocked. Why did this guy come to the palace again? What is he doing here so late at night? Could it be that he is coming for me? Royal sister, let me introduce him to you. His name is Ling Qi, and he is. Jiang Yao continued to speak, but frowned slightly, not knowing how to introduce herself. How should I explain my relationship with Ling Qi to my sister? Is he your man? Jiang Ling said it directly. Ah, this. Jiang Yao's face turned red. But he did not deny it. Yes, Ling Qi is her man. Even though he was dying, he was still his own man. Since the princess has seen it, just admit it. If you insist on saying so, then yes. Ling Qi smiled and spoke slowly. After these words were spoken, Jiang Ling, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a slightly cold expression. Jiang Yao was also startled. She quickly tugged at Ling Qi's clothes and whispered, "Watch your words. Please, the person in front of you is the emperor of the Dian dynasty, my royal sister. At least you should call him your majesty. Using you directly is punishable by death." Not only Jiang Yao, but even the little cat girl was a little surprised at this time. This guy not only seems to be doing well, but also seems to be very rampant. Are you so arrogant in front of Her Majesty the Empress? On the dragon throne, Jiang Ling then slowly stood up and looked down at Ling Qi condescendingly. She seemed to want to show her imperial majesty in front of Ling Qi. Let Ling Qi understand that no one in this world can disrespect her. Ling Qi smiled softly, then looked at Jiang Ling and said, "Let's talk alone? About the entire martial arts world and the demon cult." Hearing this, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. So he came here specifically to talk to me? Jiang Ling immediately said calmly, "Yao Yao, go down first." Oh. Although Jiang Yao wanted to talk about herself and Ling Qi first, Ling Qi and her royal sister seemed to have something important to discuss. Fine then, I'll go down first and wait for them outside. Be careful and don't offend the imperial sister. She then whispered to Ling Qi. Then he turned and walked out of the hall. Jiang Ling then waved his hand, and the little cat girl bowed slightly and planned to leave. She stays. However, at this moment, Ling Qi suddenly said something. As soon as these words came out, the little cat girl's heart trembled. Damn it, he really came for me. He won't recognize me, will he? There is no reason. In his memory, I should just be a little black cat. It's impossible for him to judge his origins based on his human form. His Majesty. Immediately, the little cat girl looked towards Jiang Ling for help. Your Majesty, you can't let me stay. If he really recognizes me, he won't let me go. However, Jiang Ling looked at her and then at Ling Qi. Then he nodded calmly, you stay. As soon as these words came out, little cat girl's heart sank. Spicy meatballs. I'm afraid something is really going to happen now. Ling Qi then raised his hand and waved it gently, and the door of the hall closed instantly. From now on, the conversation between the three of them will only be known to the three of them. Afterwards, Ling Qi walked directly up to the platform step by step. Seeing the scene, Jiang Ling frowned slightly, and then said coldly, "You'd better not be so presumptuous. How dare you walk up to the platform without her permission? If it weren't for Ling Qi's extraordinary strength, this would have been a capital crime." Ling Qi ignored Jiang Ling's warning and walked towards Jiang Ling step by step. Then he took another step and stood in front of the little cat girl. Then, he suddenly moved his face forward, his forehead almost touching that of the little cat girl. I say, do we know each other? He stared at the little cat girl with a smile on his face. What he cares about more now is the background of this little cat girl. Is it your own system? The little cat girl panicked and quickly took a step back. No. I don't know you. How could I know you? Yeah. Ling Qi raised his hand and touched her little head. Then he played with her black cat ears. You are a demon, right? It counts, it counts. Catwoman nodded obediently. His ears fluttered as he spoke. Because being teased by Ling Qi like this makes me feel itchy. When you are in cat form, you are a little black cat, right? Ling Qi asked. Hearing this, Kitty Girl panicked. Damn, he really doubted himself. If he really finds out, I'll be in trouble. No, it's not. She immediately lied, I am a tabby cat, black and white. Hearing this, Jiang Ling frowned slightly. Of course she knew very well that this little cat girl would be a black cat when she turned into a cat, but she was lying to Ling Qi now? It seems that she really knows Ling Qi and is very afraid of Ling Qi. Really? Show it to me? Ling Qi continued. This. The little cat girl's face suddenly became panicked. If this really changed, wouldn't the truth be revealed? Why should I change for you? She immediately said something with a stiff neck. If I change now, he will definitely recognize me. So, I will never change it. What are you afraid of? Ling Qi still stared at the little cat girl and continued, or are you hiding something? I didn't. Little Catwoman is now tough in everything except her words. No? Looking at her like this, Ling Qi was even more certain that she might really be his system. But this doesn't make sense. How can a system escape from its owner? Where is the system to follow others? You are my system, why do you want to be someone else's maid? If you have to do it for me. I am His Majesty's man, you'd better not do anything rash. The little cat girl then had no choice but to use Jiang Ling as a backer. Of course, she didn't know that in front of Ling Qi, it would be useless for her to find a backer. Ling Qi smiled lightly and did not pursue the matter for the time being. He then slowly turned around and walked to Jiang Ling's dragon throne. Under the gaze of Jiang Ling and the little cat girl, he just lay down on it. Then he took off the wine flask from his waist, looking casual and unrestrained. Jiang Ling, you are not only planning to get rid of Ye Youluo, but also Chu Xinyue, right? After saying this, he looked at Ling Qi's arrogant behavior. Jiang Ling did not answer his question. Instead, he said coldly, are you looking for death? He actually dared to lie on his own dragon throne? And you dare to call me by my full name? Capital offense. He has committed many capital crimes since he stepped into the hall. This guy is so arrogant. I was almost dead. Ling Qi smiled lazily and continued, but when I'm still alive, no one can take my life, and the same goes for you. You should be very clear about this. Although he is dying now and is seriously injured. But it is also the supreme realm. The Empress can't kill him, and no one in this world can kill him. Even if you are at the supreme level, what does it matter? Do you have the ability to compete with my entire empire? The Empress said coldly. Throughout the empire, there are countless powerful men and millions of soldiers. It is impossible for this kind of lineup to lose to a supreme being. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled again. Then if I call Chu Xinyue and others, and call on the demon sect, won't your empire be finished? After these words were spoken, Jiang Ling's expression became even colder. Is he threatening me? Jiang Ling immediately stepped forward and said coldly, get up. This is your own position, no one can touch it, not even think about it. And now Ling Qi was lying there like this, of course she couldn't bear to watch it. Ling Qi stood up, then moved to the side and patted the dragon throne. Sit down, it's such a wide dragon throne. It's not like two people can't sit on it. You. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ling's full chest suddenly heaved violently. Looking for death again. And you want me to sit with him? Could it be that he not only covets his throne, but also covets himself? Don't get excited, I'm not going to compete with you. Ling Qi naturally saw Jiang Ling's anger, and he continued, if I wanted to snatch it from you, you would have ceased to be an emperor long ago. With his strength, if he wanted to become the emperor of the Dian dynasty, he would have done it long ago. But he didn't have such thoughts. He also hoped that Jiang Ling could sit on the throne forever. Because only when she sits on this imperial throne can she be a real queen, a queen who is interested in herself. Hearing this, Jiang Ling clenched his fists and once again suppressed the anger in his heart. She then asked, who are you? Also, what is your relationship with Yao Yao? I am who I am. As for Yao Yao, she is my woman. Ling Qi smiled slightly and continued, of course, I have more than one woman. After hearing these words, Jiang Ling could no longer bear it. It's bad enough that you're so arrogant, but you're not even loyal to my sister? You are really looking for death. Jiang Ling immediately shouted angrily, then raised her jade hand and slapped Ling Qi in the face. I can no longer tolerate it. Of course, her palm strike failed to hit Ling Qi. Ling Qi grabbed her fair wrist and dissipated all her aura. I'm looking for death, but I can't die. But if you seek death, it will be different. Ling Qi held her hand tightly and stood up. Then he raised his other hand and gently lifted her snow-white, delicate chin. I don't like to treat a woman in a rough way, unless I have no choice. Such an offensive action made Jiang Ling even more furious. She immediately raised her other hand and slapped him hard again. Of course, she still couldn't touch Ling Qi, but this time her other hand was also grabbed by Ling Qi. Jiang Ling wanted to struggle, but couldn't even free his hands. How about you ask someone to try? Ling Qi's face was less than half an inch away from hers, and he smiled. Let's see if your people take me down first, or I take you down first? Anger burned wildly in Jiang Ling's beautiful golden eyes. But she also knew very well that she might really be unable to do anything to Ling Qi. Because now she is of course very sure that Ling Qi is at the supreme level. The strength of the supreme realm is here. Even if he calls all the masters in the palace, he will not get any benefit. He can still get away with it. Even kill yourself and get away with it. Besides, I certainly couldn't let others see me being treated so frivolously by him. Narrator, Catwoman was also shocked at this time. This guy is so bold. It's the first time I see someone being so arrogant in front of the Empress. This was also the first time someone dared to tease Her Majesty the Empress in this way. Her Majesty is the queen above all others, and no man has ever been able to touch her in the slightest. But Kitten Girl had no choice, she had no strength, she could only watch. I'm here to talk to you, not to fight you. Ling Qi then let go of Jiang Ling and leaned back on the dragon throne again. Jiang Ling resisted the urge to continue the fight. Now she knew very well that if she fought with Ling Qi, she would be the only one to fail. But the more this happened, the more uneasy she felt. With such people existing in the world, can you really defend your kingdom? What do you want to talk about? Jiang Ling continued coldly. Let's see what this guy is trying to do. I can let you sit on your throne forever, and ensure that your great Yin kingdom will last for eternity. Ling Qi smiled faintly. Isn't that exactly what you planned? People like me can either be used by you or die. Jiang Ling couldn't kill him at all, so of course what she hoped most was that he could help her secure her throne. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's beautiful golden eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, what she hoped most was that Ling Qi could be used for her own purposes. And now, Ling Qi is actually willing to work for her? So, what do you want? Jiang Ling asked slowly. It's impossible for him to help me unconditionally. How can such a person help others for free? You will give me whatever I want from now on. Ling Qi smiled and continued, now. You want Yao Yao? Jiang Ling spoke for him. She continued, Yao Yao's feelings are free, and I won't interfere. As long as you are qualified and she likes it, I won't object. As an elder sister, of course she will take care of her younger sister. As long as her sister and the man are truly in love and the man is qualified to be her sister's man, then of course she will not refuse. As for Ling Qi, his strength is naturally beyond reproach. As long as he likes Yao Yao and Yao Yao likes him, then of course it's fine. No. However, Ling Qi shook his head, she is already mine, no one can object. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling frowned. So this bastard has secretly done that to his sister? How could my sister be deceived by his sweet words? However, as long as he is willing to take responsibility, it is not unacceptable. Especially since things have already happened, there is no choice but to accept it. What else do you want? Jiang Ling then asked, money? Power? I can give you both. It can be heard that she really needs someone capable like Ling Qi to do things for her. If Ling Qi is willing to work for her, then of course she would be willing to give Ling Qi any amount of power or money. However, Ling Qi shook his head. What are you going to do with those things? What is the use of money and power in the game world? Now, I want her. Ling Qi then raised his hand and pointed at the little cat girl. He just wants this little cutie, and he wants to find out whether this little cutie is his own system. If so, why would she avoid me? Ah, this. When the little cat girl heard this, her face turned pale. No, Your Majesty, don't give me to him. Otherwise, he will discover my true identity sooner or later, and then he will definitely eat me. Cats are so cute, How can you eat them? His Majesty. Immediately, the little cat girl looked at Jiang Ling with a pleading look. Your Majesty, the little kitten's life is in your hands now, you must save me. Seeing the look in the little cat girl's eyes and expression, Jiang Ling retracted his gaze and continued, she is my personal maid. Find another one. First of all, she really likes this little kitten. Such a maid is perfect for her. Secondly, the little kitten seemed to be inexplicably afraid of Ling Qi and hoped that he could help her. Then help her. Hearing Jiang Ling's words, the little cat girl nodded with emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty. I want her, and only her. Ling Qi refused to give in. The more she refuses, the more it proves that there is something wrong with her. The more it proves that she might really be her own system. Therefore, there is absolutely no way she can be let go no matter what. What do you want her to do? Jiang Ling frowned. Just because she's a special cat girl? Do you really want to compete with me for this maid? I have my own reasons. Ling Qi smiled and said, either hand her over to me, or I will stand against you. You should be well aware that if I were to become your enemy, your empire would soon vanish into the long river of history. This is not a negotiation, it is absolute. He must have this little cat girl no matter what. Jiang Ling must agree. Kitten girl looked helpless. At this moment she didn't know what to do. If she stayed with Ling Qi, she might die. But if she doesn't agree to Ling Qi, the empire will be destroyed and she will end up in Ling Qi's hands. What should I do? Jiang Ling stared at Ling Qi with golden eyes, not knowing what to do for a moment. If someone like Ling Qi really becomes an enemy, it will be very troublesome. He does have the ability to bring down his entire empire. Help me do one thing first. Once you're done, I'll hand her over to you. If you can't, then it's not your fault. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ling gave a compromising answer. If I forcefully seize it, you won't be able to resist. Ling Qi smiled faintly, there's no room for negotiation. He was determined to get this little cat girl, and Jiang Ling couldn't refuse for any reason. Hearing this, Jiang Ling was helpless and could only look at the little cat girl. Noticing her gaze, kitten girl quickly said, I'd rather die than surrender. Yes, this is the only way to refuse. Unless Your Majesty agrees, I would rather die than surrender. And now, Your Majesty has reason to reject Ling Qi, as long as Ling Qi fails to complete what Your Majesty has arranged. Hearing this, Ling Qi could only shake his head helplessly. Okay, what do you want me to do for you? As he spoke, he stood up, then raised his hand and touched the little cat girl's eyebrows. Buzz! Suddenly, a breath of air entered her body. Before you run away, and before she hides you. Ling Qi had a smile on his face. After leaving a mark on her, she naturally couldn't run away. Kitten girl was speechless. You're really cautious. You're afraid I'll run away? Or that His Majesty will hide me? But Ling Qi was right to be cautious. Because she really planned to leave when she had the chance while Ling Qi was helping the Empress. Never appear in front of Ling Qi again. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ling Qi then sat down on the dragon throne again. It seemed that in front of Empress Jiang Ling, he was the real emperor and was never bound by any constraints. Seeing Ling Qi acting so unscrupulously, Jiang Ling got used to it for the time being. She took a deep breath and continued, Chu Xinyue has a dragon-shaped jade pendant on her body. Help me get it. Oh? Ling Qi smiled, looking curious, do you really have to be Chu Xinyue's enemy? Since you promised to help me, don't ask too many questions. Jiang Ling said calmly, after this is done, I will give you everything you want. I have to ask clearly about this. Ling Qi smiled and said, I only promised to help you consolidate your empire, but I didn't say I would do anything for you. What if you ask me to do something inhumane? Help me get the jade pendant, and you will secure my kingdom. Jiang Ling said in a deep voice, this isn't something inhumane or evil. So, will this cause any damage to her? Ling Qi then said slowly, I am her friend now. Are you going to help or not? Jiang Ling frowned, if you don't help, you'll never get Xiaochan. Little, greedy? Ling Qi looked at the little cat girl. Is that her name? Xiaochan pursed her lips. That was her name. Originally she had no name, it was Jiang Ling who took her in and gave her this name. Because when I first took her in, I found out she was just a little greedy cat. I can help you, but the prerequisite is not to harm Chu Xinyue and Ye Youluo. Ling Qi continued. After hearing this, Jiang Ling frowned even more. I can understand not hurting Chu Xinyue, after all, you and she are friends. But what does Ye Youluo have to do with you? That's a real female devil. Don't tell me that the female devil is also your friend? Jiang Ling asked in a deep voice. That's not the case. I haven't met her yet. Ling Qi smiled, but then added, but in the future, it's hard to say. We might be more than just friends. After hearing these words, Jiang Ling frowned and stared at Ling Qi. What the hell is going on in your head? What exactly are you planning? Jiang Ling then took a deep breath and didn't intend to argue with Ling Qi about Ye Youluo, but instead returned to Chu Xinyue. No matter what you do, there is always someone who loses and someone who gains. She then slowly said, if you take the jade pendant from Chu Xinyue, it is her property. Of course, she will suffer some loss. But it didn't cause her any physical harm. This isn't something inhumane or bad. The dragon-shaped jade pendant belongs to Chu Xinyue, and she has always wanted to get it to open a door that she has been unable to open until now. This indeed will not hurt Chu Xinyue. But it is inevitable that Chu Xinyue will suffer losses. Hiss. Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, then nodded. Okay, although it's not appropriate to steal someone else's love. But in order to first figure out whether this little cat girl is his own system, he had to put Chu Xinyue in a difficult position. Just make it up to her later. Besides, what if there is no compensation? They are just NPCs. If you like them, treat them well. If you don't like them, treat them casually. She carries it with her at all times. It is more important than the sword in her hand. Jiang Ling continued, it's not easy to get it. You don't need to worry about this. Ling Qi smiled. Of course, he can get what he wants. Anyway, remember what I said. I can help you sit firmly on your throne, but you can't hurt Chu Xinyue. Ling Qi continued. You, Chu Xinyue, and Ye Youluo must live in peace. Not only for me, but for the entire human race. After all, there are countless monsters in the Jedi demon realm that are eyeing the human race. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and then said slowly, I won't hurt her, but what if she wants to hurt me? As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. What is this bullshit? Given Chu Xinyue's personality, how could she possibly hurt you? Do you know Chu Xinyue's true identity? Jiang Ling asked. Does she have another identity? Ling Qi certainly didn't know. This should be related to Chu Xinyue's background story, right? She is a princess from the previous dynasty. Jiang Ling then spoke directly, her father died at the hands of my father. When these words came out, Ling Qi was slightly startled. There's such a thing, so you two are actually feuding? So you plan to strike first? Ling Qi then smiled. Therefore, whether it is Jiang Ling or Chu Xinyue, they actually have their own calculations behind the scenes. His appearance not only disrupted Jiang Ling's plan, but also Chu Xinyue's plan. Now, you promised me that you would help me stabilize the empire for eternity. Jiang Ling looked at Ling Qi with her beautiful golden eyes and asked, so if Chu Xinyue wants my throne, will you help her or me? Chu Xinyue is Ling Qi's friend, so Ling Qi should help Chu Xinyue. But he just promised to help me consolidate my power. He can't go back on his word on the spot, right? Hiss. This is a little troublesome. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. Who should help? It seems like everyone should be helped, but it also seems like no one should be helped. Why do you two have such an antagonistic relationship? Do you really think she became the leader of the martial arts world just to help me eradicate the demonic cult? Jiang Ling continued, you have no idea what she's really planning. How could such a beautiful fairy have any bad intentions? Ling Qi murmured softly. What kind of bullshit is this? Jiang Ling glared at her fiercely. So what if she's a fairy? Just because she is beautiful, do you believe everything she says unconditionally? Unconditionally treat her as a completely good person? What about me? Am I not as pretty as her? Why don't you say that I have any bad intentions? Ling Qi smiled and continued, how about this, I'll discuss it with her. You wait for me and I'll be back soon. After saying that, he walked directly towards the bottom of the platform. Are you going to take the jade pendant from her now? Jiang Ling frowned. Don't you think carefully about what to do? Just go like this? What else? Ling Qi shrugged. Jiang Ling was speechless. Well, even if he couldn't trick the jade pendant out of Chu Xinyue's hand, he should be able to get it if he just snatched it away. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Jiang Ling suddenly thought of something. Is there anything else you need to explain? Ling Qi turned around and looked at her. She stared at Ling Qi with golden eyes, and then slowly said, "What did you mean when you said before that you were dying?" After hearing this, Ling Qi just smiled. Then he waved his hand, "Ask Yao Yao, she knows." After saying that, he walked directly out of the hall. At this time, Jiang Yao was sitting on the stone steps, holding her head with her two little hands, waiting quietly. When she noticed Ling Qi coming out, she quickly stood up and asked, "Have you guys discussed this?" "Almost. I'll go to Xinyue first and be back soon." Ling Qi smiled lightly and said something, then he leaped away. Why? Before Jiang Yao could say anything, Ling Qi had disappeared from her sight. She could only stomp her feet helplessly. "Bastard, why are you so anxious? We haven't even asked the Imperial Sister to find a way to save you yet." Yao Yao. At this moment, Jiang Ling also walked out of the hall door with Xiao Chan. "Royal Sister, what did you talk about just now?" Jiang Yao was a little curious. Jiang Ling just sighed softly, "Nothing." She then asked, "Yao Yao, he said he was dying. Is that true?" "Yes, it's true." Jiang Yao pouted and continued, "Royal Sister, he went to the Jedi demon realm alone before and was seriously injured, so he is dying." Jiang Ling was shocked when he heard this. Jedi demon realm? He actually walked out of that forbidden area alive by himself? What injury? Jiang Ling asked. "A sword broke inside his body." Jiang Yao said. "Sword?" This surprised Jiang Ling even more. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she quickly asked, "What sword?" "I don't know. Anyway, the broken sword is spreading inside his body. He won't live long." Jiang Yao looked sad. "Royal Sister, please think of a way to save him. He can't die. I don't want him to die." Jiang Ling was thinking about something else at this moment. If Ling Qi had really been to the Jedi demon realm, and there was a broken sword in his body, then this Ling Qi might have some relationship with the person predicted by the old imperial teacher of the Great Yan dynasty. At this time, Xiao Chan, who was standing next to the Empress, was also shocked. That guy actually ran to the Jedi demon realm alone? And he came out alive? What was he doing in that kind of place? Could it be that he really thinks this world is a game world? It makes sense if you think about it. Since it is a game world, of course you have to explore every map to feel satisfied. Damn it, he was seriously injured and won't live long. So, isn't it the same as if I had harmed him? He definitely doesn't take his life seriously now, thinking it's just the life of a game character, and if he dies, he'll be out of the game or something. No, I have to find a chance to talk it out with him. But the problem is, if I explain it clearly to him, won't he hate me to death? What should I do? On the other side, Xinyue in the imperial capital. Ling Qi left quickly and came back quickly. Under the moonlight, Chu Xinyue stood quietly on the balcony of the pavilion. From a distance, it looks all snow white. The breeze blows by, like a fairy under the moon. Swish! At this moment, Ling Qi came over and landed beside her. "Why? Aren't you staying overnight in Her Highness the Princess's bedroom?" Chu Xinyue smiled gently. "Why did he come back alone? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep with the soft and sweet princess in your arms at night? Could it be that he was sent back because of the Empress's opposition?" "I'll go later." Ling Qi smiled softly, then leaned against the railing and looked at Chu Xinyue. "Can you do me a favor?" "What help?" Chu Xinyue looked at him curiously. How come such a supreme being actually needs help from others? Is there anything that even your supreme state cannot solve? If you can't solve it, who else can? Lend me something." Ling Qi continued. "Oh? What is it?" Chu Xinyue was very curious. "Is there anything about me that he needs? Do you have a dragon-shaped jade pendant on you?" Ling Qi then asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the expressions on Chu Xinyue's gentle and pretty face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was an unprecedented seriousness. Her clear eyes stared at Ling Qi intently, and she asked, "Who told you that?" Of course, she never told anyone about her background. How did Ling Qi know? That jade pendant was left by her father, and it was a key. Jiang Ling. Ling Qi didn't hide anything from Chu Xinyue. He continued slowly, she already knew your identity, so, no matter what you're planning, I'm afraid it won't end well. Hearing this, a serious look appeared on Chu Xinyue's pretty face. Did Empress Jiang Ling already know her true identity? But she still chose to cooperate with him and let him become the leader of the martial arts world. It seems that everything is just as Ling Qi said. She wants to use the evil cult to eliminate herself. So, she wanted my jade pendant? Chu Xinyue asked. Since Jiang Ling already knew her identity, he would of course know that the jade pendant was on him. That jade pendant is used to open a locked door. Yes, I made a deal with her. Ling Qi did not deny it. Ling Qi. Chu Xinyue had a serious face and stared at Ling Qi. Then he said, I can lend you anything else, even though I'm not familiar with you, but this jade pendant. Impossible. This was left to her by her father, and it belongs to their Chu family. She would never give it to anyone else, nor would she let anyone else open that locked door. It's hard for me to deal with you like this. Ling Qi smacked his lips. In order to find out whether the little cat girl is his system, he must get the jade pendant. How about this, you lend me the jade pendant and I'll promise you one thing? Anything. Ling Qi continued. Anything? Chu Xinyue looked at him and continued, okay, then promise me, never to take my jade pendant again. Hearing this, Ling Qi frowned slightly. Who taught you to bug like this? Ling Qi shook his head helplessly, then looked out at the night scene of the imperial capital with her. Ask yourself, what do you think of the Great Yan dynasty? You don't need to tell me this. No matter how good the Great Yan dynasty is, we still have to treat each other differently. Chu Xinyue naturally knew what Ling Qi was thinking. So what do you think? Ling Qi then asked, restore the country? What kind of suffering will this bring to the world? I didn't say I wanted to restore the country. Chu Xinyue said in a deep voice, but I won't give away what belongs to me to others. The previous dynasty was the dynasty when her father was in power. It's really not that good. Everyone said her father was a tyrant. So the whole country rose up in rebellion. Jiang Ling's father paid a heavy price to pull her father off the throne and then became the emperor. He died of illness not long after becoming emperor, and then Jiang Ling inherited the throne. If she were to be honest, Chu Xinyue knew that there was not much hatred between her and Jiang Ling. Those were all grudges from the previous generation, and their fathers had both died. Chu Xinyue had never thought about restoring her country, because she knew very well that even if she made her identity public, people in the world would not welcome her. After all, she was the daughter of the former tyrant. But there are some things she must take back. That was left by her ancestors. Let me guess. Ling Qi pondered for a moment, then continued, that jade pendant of yours is probably a key? Only this key can unlock some forbidden area from the previous dynasty, and inside it is a secret treasure left behind by the previous dynasty. Don't you want to give that secret treasure to Jiang Ling? Chu Xinyue didn't say anything and agreed. Yes, this world and this throne belonged to the capable, and she accepted it. She also admitted that Jiang Ling was more suitable to be the emperor than her. After all, Jiang Ling has been the emperor for a long time, while she has been wandering around in the martial arts world. But, the secret treasure left by his ancestors should not be given to Jiang Ling. That is yours, and only yours. What is that secret treasure? Ling Qi then asked, tell me, if it's really important, I can choose not to help her. What's the point of going back on one's word? It was just some NPCs, so it didn't matter. A secret manual of martial arts. Chu Xinyue answered truthfully, a secret manual of martial arts that can reach the supreme realm. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi laughed. He then directly extended his hand and said, give me the jade pendant. There is nothing like what you are talking about in it. Why? Have you ever been in there? Chu Xinyue frowned slightly. Of course I've never been in there, but I can tell you very clearly that the way to reach the supreme state is never through any secret manual. Ling Qi said with certainty, if you want to reach the supreme realm, any secret manuals are useless. He himself is at the supreme level, so he can be very sure about this matter. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue frowned. Ling Qi is at the highest level, so logically she should believe what Ling Qi says. But, she wouldn't give up until she saw it in person. My father told me when I was very young that the things inside could allow practitioners to reach the supreme realm. I can't give it to you unless I see it with my own eyes. Chu Xinyue continued heavily. TSK. Why don't you listen? Ling Qi also frowned slightly. I am the supreme being, and everything I say is true. If you insist on being stubborn, I might really have to resort to violence. I don't want to hurt you. Ling Qi continued, you also know that if I take action, you won't be able to resist at all. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue immediately moved her feet and distanced herself from Ling Qi. Even so, she wouldn't give it to me. She will do her utmost to protect her jade pendant. I'll make it up to you, I swear to God, okay? Looking at Chu Xinyue's resolute face, Ling Qi really couldn't bear to be violent with her. I don't need any compensation, I just want to keep my things. Chu Xinyue said with a serious face. TSK. Ling Qi sighed helplessly and then waved his hand. Alright, I'll go ask Jiang Ling and see if she can give in. I will never retreat from this step. Chu Xinyue's expression remained serious. I know. Ling Qi waved his hand, then turned around and was about to leave. Chu Xinyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Ling Qi would snatch her jade pendant away. She also knew that if Ling Qi took action, she would not be his opponent even if she risked her life. Swish! At this moment, just when Chu Xinyue relaxed, Ling Qi, who was originally planning to leave, suddenly turned around and raised his hand to tap Chu Xinyue a few times. Chu Xinyue froze in place instantly, her pretty face filled with astonishment. What are you going to do? This bastard, does he still want his jade pendant? I'm sorry, although this jade pendant is very important to you, it is equally important to me. Ling Qi looked at Chu Xinyue's helpless face and said, I promise I will give you compensation far exceeding the equivalent value. I don't need it. Chu Xinyue was anxious. Because that was her most precious thing. But now, she was unable to move and could only let Ling Qi control her. Feel sorry. Ling Qi shook his head. Although doing this is indeed unfair to Chu Xinyue, but this is related to my own system, so I have to do it. Besides, Chu Xinyue is just an NPC. Although she is likable, I can't always put her affairs above my own, right? Then, Ling Qi raised his hand and began to grope Chu Xinyue's body. Ling Qi. Chu Xinyue gritted her teeth, but could do nothing. Ling Qi simply ignored her despair and helplessness, and just kept groping under her snow-white dress. In the end, he found nothing, and then his eyes locked on Chu Xinyue's neck. I'm sorry. He said something, and then slowly opened Chu Xinyue's collar. Sure enough, the dragon-shaped jade pendant was worn around her neck. Ling Qi took it off directly. It felt warm to the touch and had a faint body fragrance. Ling Qi, don't, give it back to me. Chu Xinyue couldn't move at this time. There are only powerless cries and eyes full of despair. There was even a hint of mist in those clear and beautiful eyes. Because this jade pendant is really important to her. But now, he had to watch the jade pendant being taken away. Looking at Chu Xinyue's expression that seemed like she was about to cry, Ling Qi felt a little sorry for her. How could Miss Chu, who has always been gentle, kind and extremely powerful, have never been bullied like this? I am the only one who can bully her like this. There's no other way. I had no choice. I'll be back soon. Thank you for your hard work before I come back. Ling Qi then raised his hand and gently touched Chu Xinyue's pretty face. Then he turned around and flew away. Chu Xinyue was left alone on the balcony of the pavilion, shouting helplessly, Ling Qi, stop, come back, give it back to me. The Imperial Palace. When he returned to the main hall again, Ling Qi directly handed the jade pendant to Jiang Ling. You really got it just like that? Jiang Ling was a little surprised when she saw the jade pendant Ling Qi handed over. Is it really that fast? There's no method to reach the supreme state in it, so this jade pendant is actually of no use to you. Ling Qi said lightly. Jiang Ling disagreed, believing that he had to try it himself to know the truth. She's mine. Ling Qi threw the jade pendant down and looked at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan's heart was beating fast. It was over. It was really over this time. What do you want her to do? Jiang Ling held the jade pendant and looked at Ling Qi curiously. Can I be your woman? I just feel she should know me. My feelings are usually not wrong. Ling Qi's lips curled up slightly. The little greedy boy looked helpless and longed for His Majesty to help him. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling can no longer find an excuse to take action. And Ling Qi was right, Xiao Chan did know Ling Qi. Jiang Ling continued, if there really was any conflict between you and her, you wouldn't hurt her, right? It's highly unlikely. Ling Qi smiled, then grabbed Xiao Chan's hand and said, goodbye. After saying something to Jiang Ling, Ling Qi pulled Xiao Chan out of the hall. You, wait. Jiang Ling suddenly shouted again. Ling Qi pulled Xiao Chan and turned around to look at her. Xiao Chan's face was full of pleading at this time, Your Majesty, help me, help me. The injuries on your body, maybe Dr. Bai's master can treat them. Jiang Ling said slowly, but that old doctor disappeared many years ago. If you can find him, maybe you can survive. Of course she already knew about Ling Qi. And she knew better than anyone that Ling Qi had unknowingly prevented a huge disaster. Perhaps even Ling Qi himself doesn't know this. He is actually a great hero, the kind of hero whose achievements will be remembered for thousands of years. Yeah? Ling Qi smiled and said, thank you for letting me know. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer, turned around and left with Xiao Chan. Jiang Ling was left sitting alone on the dragon throne. After a moment, she retracted her gaze, then stood up and walked towards the forbidden area of the previous dynasty under the palace. Xiangshuan, Ling Qi really came back soon. At this time, Chu Xinyue was still standing on the pavilion, unable to move. Swish! Ling Qi pulled Xiao Chan and landed in front of Chu Xinyue. Only then did he realize that there were actually 2 lines of tear marks on Chu Xinyue's pretty face. She really cried. Seeing her like this, Ling Qi felt distressed and guilty. But there is no other way. It concerns my own system, so I have to do this. Feel sorry. Ling Qi said softly, and then untied Chu Xinyue's acupoints. Although she was able to take action, Chu Xinyue did nothing. She didn't even say anything, and didn't even look at Ling Qi. Instead, he just turned around, walked into his room, and closed the door. It was obvious that her behavior of ignoring him made it clear that she did not accept any apology from Ling Qi. She also knew that her jade pendant was now in Jiang Ling's hands. If it's gone, it's gone. This is something that no apology can undo. Looking at Chu Xinyue's closed door, Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. This NPC is really good at making players feel sorry for him. But it doesn't matter now. What matters is, my system is back. Based on what Jiang Ling said just now, Ling Qi concluded with a greater probability that this little cat girl was his own system. Xiao Chan was also confused and surprised at this time. What happened? Why is Miss Chu crying? What did Ling Qi do to her? How could you bully others like this? Let's go. Ling Qi let out a light breath, then pulled Xiao Chan to his own room. The door closed and silence fell in the room. Ling Qi walked over, sat on the chair, and poured a cup of tea. Then he said slowly, if you are a little black cat, then there is no need to pretend. I'm not. Xiao Chan is still in denial. If you are not, then you don't need to live. Ling Qi continued. Xiao Chan was confused, no. What are you going to do? You should know that I've been to the Jedi demon realm, and it was those monsters that almost took my life. Ling Qi continued, I don't like monsters, and you happen to be a cat monster. If it's a monster, I'll kill it if I see one. After saying this, he suddenly raised his hand. Buzz! The tea in the teacup surged out and turned into sword energy, instantly enveloping Xiao Chan. You can't do this. I have nothing to do with those monsters in the Jedi demon realm. Xiao Chan quickly begged for mercy, I have never done anything bad, never. I don't care if you have one or not, anyway. I just don't like monsters. Ling Qi had a sneer on his face, and as he spoke, the sword energy moved closer to Xiao Chan little by little. No, I am innocent. Xiao Chan looked helpless, as she was obviously a kind little cat girl. Why does he hate everyone in the same family? Of course, if you can answer one question for me, I can spare your life. Ling Qi's voice then rang out. What's the problem? Xiao Chan quickly grabbed the life-saving straw thrown by Ling Qi. Ling Qi pondered for a moment, then thought of Jiang Ling, so he immediately asked, 1,000 miles to Jiang Ling, back in a day. What's the first part of that? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Chan's heart trembled. Of course she knew that Ling Qi was testing her. This is a poem from the world where Ling Qi lives. If I answer it, my identity will of course be exposed. But if I can't answer it, I will die. I'll count to 3. If you can't answer, there's no need for you to exist. Ling Qi said calmly, 3. I. Xiaochan looked at a loss. What should I do? Do you want to admit it or not? 2. Ling Qi's voice sounded again. It's like the vibrations of Xiaochan's heartstrings. Xiaochan had no idea what to do at this moment and looked like he was leaving everything to fate. This guy, is he trying to scare me, or is he really going to kill me? 1. Ling Qi counted to the last one. Seeing that Xiaochan still didn't speak, he sneered and shook his head, extremely boring, goodbye. After saying that, he showed no mercy and waved his hand. All the sword energy instantly swarmed towards Xiaochan, as if they were going to turn her into a hornet's nest in the next moment. The dense sword energy continued to grow in Xiaochan's eyes, with no intention of stopping at all. Seeing that the sword energy was about to pierce through him, Xiaochan finally gave in. She quickly shouted, I'm leaving Bitey in the colorful clouds. Buzz. The moment she gave the answer, all the sword energy stopped instantly. The dense sword energy was almost sticking to her skin. If she had been any later, she might have died. After hearing Xiaochan's answer, Ling Qi immediately stood up slowly. Those dark, deep eyes stared at Xiaochan intently. Sure enough, it's you. My system. Chapter 2. So, all the people I let down were real? Sure enough, my initial guess was correct. Sure enough, this little cat girl is not a calico cat at all, but a black cat. It's your own cat, it's your own system. So, here comes the question. Why did she run away in the first place? Now that you meet me, why are you avoiding me? Xiaochan's face was full of despair and fear at this time, because she knew that Ling Qi would definitely find out everything next. And she had to tell Ling Qi the whole truth. Ling Qi then waved his hand, and all the sword energy was retracted. As the sword energy subsided, Xiaochan, who dared not move, suddenly sat down on the ground. The whole person was frightened. She could clearly feel that Ling Qi really wanted to kill her just now. Ling Qi really wanted to kill her, but if he killed the wrong person, she would just be an NPC. So he was very determined. Fortunately, this girl couldn't help but be scared. She was the system he was looking for. The system is actually afraid of death? Or, the system can die? Ling Qi then walked forward, squatted down, raised his hand and rubbed Xiaochan's little head with a smile on his face. My little system, I finally found you. Do you know how much I miss you? Although Ling Qi's smile at this moment was gentle, it was extremely creepy in Xiaochan's eyes. It was as if beneath that smile, there was an unspeakable morbid murderous intent lurking. Aren't you a little cat? Ling Qi said with a smile. Xiaochan was speechless. Now that his true identity had been exposed, it would be redundant to say anything. Come on, tell me why you ran away at that time? Why didn't you take the initiative to recognize your master when you saw him? Ling Qi asked. You are not my master. Xiaochan blinked his big eyes. She has no master at all, she is not a system at all. Oh? Hearing this, Ling Qi frowned slightly, then who is your master? Jiang Ling? Neither is she. I don't have any master. Xiaochan raised his legs, hugged his knees, and whispered, I'm not a system at all. Hearing this, Ling Qi's expression suddenly changed. What does this mean? Not a system? What else could it be if not a system? I can tell you the whole truth, but you have to promise me one thing. Xiaochan raised his head and looked at Ling Qi timidly. What's the matter? Ling Qi looked at her. You, don't kill me. Xiaochan looked pitiful. Hearing this, Ling Qi laughed again. He rubbed her head and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? You are so cute, how could I kill you? His voice sounded gentle, but to Xiaochan it still seemed inexplicably terrifying. Tell me the whole truth, and how to pass the game and leave this world. Ling Qi smiled. Hearing this, Xiaochan pursed his lips. He still thinks this is a game world. So he did whatever he wanted and explored all the maps in the game world. So he himself was seriously injured and died soon. In this world, there is no such thing as a clearance. Xiaochan then said, because this is not a game world at all, this is the real world. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's palm that was rubbing the little greedy head suddenly increased slightly. What did you say? Don't kill me, don't kill me. You promised not to kill me. Xiaochan's delicate body trembled suddenly and she almost cried. She felt that Ling Qi might crush her head in the next moment. Speak clearly. Ling Qi frowned tightly. What does this mean? That's what it means literally. Xiao Chan pouted, a look of fear on his face. You are not trapped in the game world at all, you actually travel through time. And I'm not actually a system. I'm originally from this world. I don't know why I ended up in your world. Then I found a way to come back. You happened to be next to me when I activated the time travel, so I brought you here with me. I didn't mean to do that. In order to let you live peacefully in this world, I lied to you and said I was your system. I was also afraid that you would cause me trouble, so I ran away. I didn't expect to meet you again today. I also didn't expect you still thought this was a game world. This is the truth of it all. Although she also thought about deceiving Ling Qi all the time. But now, I can't hide it anymore. Besides, Ling Qi is about to die. If he really continues to treat this world as a game world and does not take his own life seriously, he will die faster. If he dies, then it will really be me who killed him. So now, tell him everything. As for what he wants to do with me, I can only leave it to him. Anyway, after I have said everything, I have a clear conscience. After hearing Xiao Chan's words, Ling Qi didn't say a word. He just put one hand on Xiao Chan's head and stared at her. Is this the real world? Everything is not a game setting, is it all real? So, everyone here isn't an NPC, but a living person? After a long time, Ling Qi's voice finally rang out. You are real, Jiang Ling is real, Chu Xinyue and the others are real too? It's true, everything is true. Xiao Chan nodded. Everyone I've slept with, everyone I've killed, everyone I've let down, everyone I've bullied, are they real? Ling Qi frowned tightly. Everything I do in this world is true? It's all true. Xiao Chan pouted. Ling Qi took a deep breath. It's so funny, is this really true? In fact, he had of course thought that all this was true, after all, it was too vivid. However, due to the time travel and the system, he finally chose to believe what the system said. But in the end, I believed the wrong thing? All of this, everyone, everything, the whole world, is real. All the women you have had sex with are not NPCs. Everyone I have killed and everyone I have offended are not NPCs. This doesn't include Chu Xinyue, who is just crying because of him. One more thing. So if I die, I'm really dead? Ling Qi gritted his teeth. Because it is a game world, he doesn't take his life seriously. I also thought about logging out directly after I died. What's the result? Once dead, you are dead. Your own life is not the life of a game character, it is your real life. Yes, that is right. Xiao Chan nodded obediently, then quickly said, I'm sorry, I was actually doing it out of kindness. I just wanted you to have a better life. After all, I traveled to a completely strange world and there was nothing there. Moreover, this is a fantasy world. Without any cultivation, it would be difficult for him to survive. Give him a reassurance, let him live in peace, and if he dies, he can die in peace. This is indeed well-intentioned. Actually, if I hadn't said that back then, you might not have such strength now, right? Xiao Chan began to argue for himself. Ling Qi treats this world as a game world, so he dares to do anything. Isn't it because of this arrogance that he has become what he is today? He is now the only one in the world who has reached the supreme realm. It was his own lies that made him what he is today. Although he is dying now because of his lies. You're really good at defending yourself. Ling Qi continued to rub Xiao Chan's head. Feeling the strength of Ling Qi's palm, Xiao Chan's face was filled with panic. No, don't crush my head. If you must kill me, please leave me an intact body, okay? Her Majesty the Empress also said that if you find the Imperial Physician's master, that old miracle doctor, you can still be saved. Xiao Chan continued, as long as you can survive, it's a blessing in disguise, isn't it? What if we can't find it? Ling Qi looked at Xiao Chan, do you think I have much time left? How long do you have left? Xiao Chan tried to ask. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe a few months. Ling Qi smiled bitterly. This. Xiao Chan immediately apologized, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Ling Qi smiled slightly, then gently patted Xiao Chan's head. Then he stood up, walked to the table and sat down, took a deep breath, poured himself some tea and took a sip. How many years have you been in this world? How many people did he kill during this period? How many people did he offend who he shouldn't have offended? How many women have he let down? The result is actually true? I thought they were just NPCs and were unimportant. I thought it was a game world, so it didn't matter how excessive I was. What happened? I've become a complete jerk. He really became a bastard who did whatever he wanted and abandoned countless women. Of course, the most important thing is, I'm dying. You're not going to kill me anymore? Xiao Chan was still sitting on the ground, looking at Ling Qi, who had a worried look on his face. What's the point of killing you? Ling Qi turned around and looked at her. It was indeed she who caused him to become what he is now. But it was indeed because of her that he became as powerful as he is today. If he had not been so bold and reckless, daring to go anywhere and steal anything he wanted, he would not have reached the supreme realm he is today under so many opportunities. Now that the truth is out, killing her, will it bring me any benefit? Nothing. The most important thing now is, I have to survive. Hearing Ling Qi's words, Xiao Chan breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't kill, just don't kill. She then stood up and obediently walked to Ling Qi's side, pouring him some tea. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find that old miracle doctor. As long as Ling Qi is cured, everyone will be happy. Ling Qi is so powerful that even Her Majesty the Empress has to help him. Even if everyone in the world helps him find someone, is it possible that he still can't find one? Ling Qi smiled bitterly and hoped so. How long have you been with Jiang Ling? Ling Qi asked, holding up the teacup. Only a few months. Xiao Chan quickly said, when His Majesty discovered me, he took me in. How did you get to the world we are in? Ling Qi asked. I don't know. Xiao Chan shook his head. I lost my memory, but I had a feeling in my subconscious that I must return to this world, so I found a way to return to this world. Then do you have any way to go back? Ling Qi asked. However, Xiao Chan shook his head and said, no, I haven't heard of anyone knowing about the existence of another world. Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. He suddenly realized that he couldn't go back and felt homeless. But, if I could recover my memory, I would be able to figure out how I ended up in your world, and maybe I could find a way to send you back. Xiao Chan continued. Ling Qi shook his head again. Although I came from that world, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. After all, there is nothing to miss in that world, so it doesn't matter if I can't go back. As long as I can survive, that's enough. So the next step is to find a way to find that old miracle doctor. Also, I have to compensate those women I have let down in the past. They are all living people. Some women, I really treat them too much. And there is Chu Xinyue who was bullied just now. She is still angry. She ignored me, I have to coax her. Ling Qi drank another cup of tea and took a deep breath. Forget it, let us just make the best of it. Let everything remain as usual. Anyway, I have lived a very carefree life these years, so it's not a loss. Moreover, he has now reached the supreme realm and is invincible in the world. In this world, you can still walk sideways. Still cool. Just follow me from now on, and I will find a way to help you recover your memory. Ling Qi continued. Yeah. Xiao Chan nodded obediently. As long as Ling Qi doesn't kill her, she would of course be very willing to follow Ling Qi. This guy is at the supreme level and can definitely protect his own safety. You go to bed first. Ling Qi then stood up. Where are you going? Xiao Chan looked at him. Go and comfort Chu Xinyue. I just stole her things. She must be very sad now. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. Okay then. Xiao Chan nodded obediently. Then Ling Qi turned around and walked out, leaving Xiao Chan alone in the room. She also took a deep breath, and then swore secretly in her heart, don't worry, I will definitely let you survive, we will survive together. On the other side, Chu Xinyue's room. At this moment, she was sitting alone at the table with an expressionless face. Just then, the door was pushed open and Ling Qi walked in. He came in without knocking, but Chu Xinyue still said nothing. It was as if she already knew Ling Qi would come, and would come without knocking. I didn't knock on the door, of course, just to find a topic to get her talking. But now, she didn't want to speak at all. She didn't want to pay any attention to Ling Qi at all. Because what Ling Qi did was really too much. Ling Qi walked in, closed the door, and then walked in front of Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue didn't even look at him, just sat there, as if Ling Qi didn't exist at all. Seeing Chu Xinyue so angry, Ling Qi smiled. He then leaned forward, close enough to meet Chu Xinyue's gaze. Are you still angry? Chu Xinyue turned her head away, indicating that she didn't want to see him. But he moved his face to the other side, wanting to use his face to meet Chu Xinyue's gaze. Don't be angry, okay? Do you think I'm a child? Chu Xinyue moved her chair and turned around, facing Ling Qi. What kind of tone is this? Are you treating me like a child? Am I so easy to please? Looking at her like this, Ling Qi smiled. Who would have thought that the gentle and charming fairy Chu and Lady Chu could have such a lovely side? Ling Qi then sat down and picked up the teapot to pour tea. But after thinking about it, he put down the teapot and took the wine jug from his waist. Pour the wine. He picked up the wineglass and started drinking alone in front of Chu Xinyue. Thinking that all this was real, he really needed to drink to drown his sorrows. I noticed that Ling Qi didn't say anything and didn't make any other movements. Chu Xinyue turned her eyes slightly and looked at him. This guy, why does he look so worried? Now I'm the one who should be worried, okay? I'm the one who should be angry and the one who should go into a cold war, okay? You came to my room, weren't you trying to coax me? Why don't you continue? What's the point of you just sitting here and drinking alone? At this moment, Ling Qi poured another glass of wine and drank it. Chu Xinyue couldn't sit still anymore. What on earth are you going to do? Won't you go to your own room when you drink? At this moment, Ling Qi poured the third glass of wine. Chu Xinyue frowned immediately, snatched the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. Then he slammed the wineglass on the table angrily and snorted. Seeing Chu Xinyue's reaction, Ling Qi smiled and said, "You really are like a little kid now." Chu Xinyue turned her eyes away again, not wanting to pay attention. What I said before still stands. I can help you with one thing, anything. Ling Qi continued, it's just a jade pendant. There's no use for you keeping it, right? Are you really willing to do anything for me? Chu Xinyue turned her head and stared at him. Ling Qi nodded, of course he was willing. Especially after knowing that you are not an NPC but a living person. Okay, now go and help me kill the Empress. Chu Xinyue said coldly. When these words came out, Ling Qi was stunned. This shouldn't be the case, right? Do you really want to kill her? Ling Qi said slowly. You can't do it, right? Chu Xinyue snorted coldly. Okay. I'll go now. Ling Qi stood up and turned around. Seeing this scene, Chu Xinyue frowned and quickly shouted, No. No need, I don't want her life. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled. I knew she was just saying that out of anger. Since she has already decided not to take Jiang Ling's throne, how could she possibly want Jiang Ling's life? If she really wanted to kill Jiang Ling, all that would result would be a bloody storm and the suffering of all lives. Countless people lost their country and their families. Then change one, anything is fine. Ling Qi then turned around with a smile. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Chu Xinyue could only reply helplessly. Ling Qi smiled and then sat down again. Are you not angry anymore? Chu Xinyue glared at him. How could it be so easy not to be angry? A promise from the Supreme Realm is indeed more valuable than that jade pendant. But, that jade pendant means a lot to her. This cannot be replaced by any interest. I'm sorry, but I have my own reasons. Ling Qi then said softly, now I have the answer to my question. If you want the jade pendant back, I can get it back for you right now. The confinement door has been opened and the things inside have been taken away. What's the point of you taking them back? Chu Xinyue said angrily. Don't worry, she can't reach the Supreme Realm. Ling Qi smiled and said, even if she reaches the Supreme Realm, if she wants to hurt you, I will help you. Just go help her, why are you helping me? She is the Empress and the Goddess. Chu Xinyue snorted again. You stole my things for her. This proves that she is more important to you than me. What's the point of saying this shit now? Hearing Chu Xinyue's seemingly jealous words, Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. I said I had a compelling reason, but now it's gone. So now you will always stand on my side? Chu Xinyue looked at Ling Qi with her beautiful eyes. Ling Qi suddenly laughed dryly. That's not what he meant. Ha, you say it nicely. Seeing Ling Qi's expression, Chu Xinyue of course knew what he was thinking. He was planning to deal with 3 women, so how could he possibly put her first? I'll help whoever is right for me. I think you'll be satisfied with this, Ling Qi continued. He doesn't take sides with anyone, everything depends on the situation. Anything, once there's a conflict, at least one person is bound to be wrong. Ling Qi continued, I believe you will never be the one who is wrong. She was so magnanimous that she was willing to give up even the throne. What mistakes could she make? What bad intentions could she have? So what I meant by this was that it was very likely that I would be more on her side from now on. After hearing Ling Qi's words, which were barely somewhat biased towards him, Chu Xinyue snorted and didn't bother with him. She then pushed the wine glass towards Ling Qi, signaling Ling Qi to pour the wine. Since he wants to find someone to drink with, then accompany him. Ling Qi smiled and poured 2 glasses of wine. Are you worried about something? Chu Xinyue continued. I guess so. Ling Qi smiled, then put down the wine jug and tore open his clothes from his chest. Chu Xinyue looked at it carefully, and then was shocked. What is this? Is this an injury? What happened to him? Why did he have such a fatal injury? And it's obviously been a very long time. How did he survive until now? It wasn't a problem for me to break into the Jedi demon territory alone before. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head, then continued, who knew those monsters would suddenly summon a sword, and so, that's how it happened. I thought it was nothing, but I just found out, I won't live long. In that Jedi demon realm, those monsters were no match for him. Although he didn't dare to say that he could kill all the monsters, he could still kill them all among the monsters. But just when he forced the monsters into a corner, the monsters took out a sword. The sword broke inside his body. I used to think it was okay, if I died, I died. Now I know that when you die, you are truly dead. This sword possesses power comparable to the Supreme Realm? Chu Xinyue frowned. At that time, Ling Qi was in full health and at his peak condition. As a result, he was seriously injured and almost died? How powerful is this sword? How could the monster in the Jedi demon realm have such a sword? What are those monsters planning in the Jedi demon realm? That sword is indeed special. I don't know where they got it. Ling Qi then smiled bitterly. I used to think my life was nothing special, but now, Now he knew that if he died, he would really die. So of course I cherish my life. Is there any way to treat it? Chu Xinyue asked. I didn't expect that what he boasted to me before about having been to the Jedi demon realm was actually true. But didn't he not care whether he lived or died before? Now you suddenly care? Jiang Ling did say that the medical immortal in the Great Yin dynasty has a master who might be able to save me. Ling Qi pulled up his collar and asked, You've been around the martial arts world for many years, have you ever heard of that old miracle doctor? Upon hearing this, a hint of frustration suddenly appeared on Chu Xinyue's pretty face. If only that old doctor could save you, you might be dead, she continued. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi frowned. What do you mean? Because that old miracle doctor died many years ago, but no one knows about it. Chu Xinyue replied. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's heart sank. Then wouldn't I be finished? Ever since that old miraculous doctor retired, he has been traveling the world alone, continuing to delve into medicine. Chu Xinyue continued, but many years ago, he met someone from the demon cult and died at their hands. However, a book he wrote did survive, and it is now in the demon cult. In Ye Youluo's hands. Chapter 3, A Man and a Woman Alone in the Middle of the Night. If there is anything that can save Ling Qi, it must be that pharmacopoeia. And now the pharmacopoeia is in the hands of the female devil of the cult. If Ling Qi wants to survive, he has to find that female devil. This happened to suit his taste. After all, that female devil happened to be one of the women he wanted to take down. Ye Youluo? Ling Qi smiled. So? I still have a chance. His chance was in Ye Youluo's hands. So I have to go and meet the female devil who was causing so much trouble for the entire Dian dynasty as soon as possible. Anyway, she is one of your targets, so it's just right for you to go find her. Chu Xinyue continued with a smile. You look better when you smile. Ling Qi suddenly said. After saying this, Chu Xinyue stopped smiling immediately. We are talking about serious things, why are you bringing this up? You are one of my targets too. Ling Qi continued with a smile. Chu Xinyue glared at him and said, How dare you say that? We're just friends. Chu Xinyue said seriously, Since you already have Her Royal Highness the Princess, why are you still thinking about me? People should always have some goals in life. Ling Qi picked up the wine glass. But you may not survive. Chu Xinyue looked at him. The only one who has reached the supreme realm is about to die. This is indeed a loss for the entire human race and for the whole world. As long as there is a way to survive, I will definitely be able to do it. Ling Qi was very confident. Then the pharmacopoeia is his only way to survive. As long as he can deal with Ye Youluo, he can live forever. And when it comes to dealing with women, he is certainly very confident. Although I now know that they are all real people, so what if they are real people? Isn't it the same if we treat them as NPCs? There is nothing he can't handle. Then I wish you success in taking down that female devil. Chu Xinyue picked up the wine glass. I also wish you success in winning the Empress. Ling Qi clinked glasses with her. By then, you'll be the only one left. Chu Xinyue glared at him again without saying anything. She will make Ling Qi understand that she is the most difficult one to deal with. She would make Ling Qi understand that the relationship between her and Ling Qi could only be that of friends. She will also let Ling Qi understand the difference between her, the Empress, and that female devil. Ling Qi then stood up and said, "Let's go." "Goodbye. Are you going to accompany your little princess?" Chu Xinyue smiled gently. Ling Qi did not deny it and turned around to go to the palace. But just after taking a step, he turned back and said, "By the way, do you want the things left by your Chu family?" Now Jiang Ling has opened the door and taken the things inside. If Chu Xinyue wanted, he could help Chu Xinyue get the things. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue thought for a long time, then nodded gently, yes. Of course she wanted to know what kind of martial arts were left in there. I also want to know whether I can rely on that technique to reach the supreme level. Okay. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Ling Qi smiled lightly and said, "Good night." After saying this, he turned around and left, closing the door. Suddenly, Chu Xinyue was the only one left in the room. "Good night?" She kept repeating Ling Qi's strange words with a slight smile on her face. The Imperial Palace. In the dark night, in Jiang Yao's bedroom. Ling Qi soon walked in from outside. When they saw Ling Qi, Jiang Yao's maids were all confused. No. Why is this guy here? What does he want to do by coming to Her Royal Highness the Princess's bedroom in the middle of the night? Of course they didn't know that Ling Qi spent last night with Jiang Yao. My sister said that you can be saved. As long as you find the master of the imperial physician that old doctor will be able to save you. When she saw Ling Qi, Jiang Yao immediately ran up to him, quickly took his hand, and looked delighted. However, Ling Qi shook his head, that old doctor is dead. As soon as these words were spoken, all of Jiang Yao's hopes were shattered in an instant. And then those big eyes became moist again? What? How is that possible? The old miracle doctor simply retired many years ago. How could he die? If the old doctor died, what would Ling Qi do? What would he do? Jiang Yao almost burst into tears again. In this case, is there really no one who can save Ling Qi's life? Is he really just going to wait for death like this? Seeing Jiang Yao so worried and sad, Ling Qi raised his hand and gently stroked her face. It's okay, there is a way. The old doctor has devoted his life to a pharmacopoeia. As long as I find that pharmacopoeia, I can survive. Really? A hint of hope once again surfaced on Jiang Yao's desperate face. Then, where is that pharmacopoeia? I'll have someone find it for you right away. It's in the demon sect. I'll go look for it myself later. Don't worry, I can get it. Ling Qi smiled. I'm afraid no one else can get it except myself. My royal sister and the others are planning to discuss how to deal with the demon cult tomorrow. You will go with them then. Jiang Yao suddenly hugged Ling Qi tightly, her little face resting on his chest. It will be okay, you will definitely survive. Ling Qi also reached out and gently hugged her, then looked at the stunned maids. What are you looking at? Why don't you get out? This. Several maids looked confused. You, a grown man, came to the bedroom of our princess, and now you want us to leave? If we go out, who will guarantee the safety of Her Royal Highness the Princess? Go out. Jiang Yao also spoke at this time. Of course she wanted to be alone with Ling Qi. Yes. After hearing Jiang Yao speak, several maids nodded. Then they left together and closed the door. After closing the door, they started discussing outside. Who the hell is this guy? Has he and the princess come to this? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman were alone, and Her Royal Highness the Princess actually agreed? When did she get involved with this man? In the bedroom, Ling Qi let go of Jiang Yao only after all the maids had left. Then he held her little face and looked at her with a smile on his face. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yao was a little confused at this time. Why does it feel like he's changed now? It has indeed changed a little, becoming more gentle than before. I didn't realize before that you are so likable. Ling Qi smiled. I just treated her as an NPC before, so I didn't pay too much attention to her. Now that I know she is a real person, of course all my feelings have become much deeper. Jiang Yao glared at her. When has this princess ever been unpopular? Ling Qi then picked up Jiang Yao in a princess hug and walked towards the bed. You are already seriously injured, so why don't you be more restrained? Jiang Yao looked at Ling Qi's face. If I can't do this or that, then I might as well die right now. Ling Qi of course rejected her words. Then he laid her gently on the bed. On the other side, in Jiang Ling's bedroom. At this point, she had already gotten what she wanted. It was a metal box with a big Chu character carved on it. Obviously, this belongs to the Chu family. In the dark night, Jiang Ling slowly raised her jade hand and gently tapped on the mechanism. With the movement of a mechanism, the box opened little by little, revealing what was inside. That is a secret book. It's called Nine Dragon Sword Technique. There is still a word Chu on the cover of the secret book. Seeing this, Jiang Ling seemed a little disappointed. She had also heard that what the previous emperor left in that forbidden area was a method to reach the supreme realm. But she didn't expect that it would be a secret manual of martial arts. How could a secret book allow one to reach the ultimate state? All the secret manuals of martial arts are nothing more than improving personal combat power, but they cannot improve the level of cultivation. Obviously, this was not what she wanted. And in this world, I'm afraid there is nothing that can reach the supreme level that she wants. Jiang Ling slowly stretched out his hand and took out the secret book. But after thinking for a moment, he put it back. She doesn't need it. As the Empress and the Emperor of the Jiang family, she certainly has her own pride. How can you possibly practice something passed down from someone else's ancestors? Someone come! Jiang Ling then shouted. Swish! In the darkness, two dark figures came rushing over and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. These two maids are her hidden bodyguards, both of whom are at the Zuantian realm. Generally, he does not show up. Send this item to Xinyue, to Miss Chu. And by the way, apologize to her for me. Jiang Ling also took out the jade pendant, put it in the box, and then closed the box. Of course she could imagine how Ling Qi got the jade pendant from Chu Xinyue. Ling Qi must have offended Chu Xinyue because of this. In that case, then return it to Chu Xinyue. To show friendship. Now, she doesn't want to be an enemy of Chu Xinyue. She hopes that she and Chu Xinyue can live in peace. Because Chu Xinyue has Ling Qi by her side. And Ling Qi was the one who saved the entire world without realizing it. Originally, once the sword was formed, it would be the time when the Jedi demon realm would integrate all the monsters to attack the human race. Originally, the Jedi demon realm was going to bring an unprecedented catastrophe to the human race. But Ling Qi's intrusion alone forced the monsters to use the sword. The sword was broken, which meant that the demons would not dare to act rashly. It was Ling Qi who prevented the catastrophe, or rather, delayed the time for the catastrophe to come. Regarding someone like Ling Qi, Jiang Ling now has only one plan. That is, we can only be friends, not enemies. This is true in every sense of the word. Yes. The two maids nodded, then took the box and went to Xinyue. In Xinyue, Chu Xinyue had originally planned to go to sleep. But at this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the Empress's two maids. And the boxes in their hands. His Majesty asked us to give this to Lady Chu, and he also asked us to apologize to Lady Chu on his behalf. The maid handed the box over with both hands. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue frowned slightly. What does Jiang Ling mean? What is this box? Could it be something in that forbidden area? Chu Xinyue took the box immediately. The two maids did not stay long and just left. Chu Xinyue turned around with the box, put it on the table, and then opened it. Then I saw the jade pendant and secret book inside. Now she certainly understood what Jiang Ling meant. Jiang Ling just took the things inside but did not practice. Instead, he returned it to her intact because it belonged to her. Was it Ling Qi who asked Jiang Ling to do this? That guy is really capable. Even Jiang Ling listens to him? But come to think of it, if Jiang Ling doesn't listen to him and he takes action directly, what can Jiang Ling do? Just like he had forcefully attacked himself before. And Jiang Ling actually apologized to him? Ha, this emperor really knows how to find ways to convince people. Chu Xinyue then picked up the jade pendant and put it on. Then, she picked up the 9-dragon sword technique that belonged to her Chu family. Give it a try and see if this technique can really allow you to reach the supreme level. The next day, breakfast was prepared in the imperial kitchen early in the morning. Jiang Ling and Jiang Yao had dinner together, and of course Ling Qi was there too. Logically speaking, no one except Jiang Yao can eat at the same table with Jiang Ling. But Ling Qi couldn't care less, he would never treat others as inferior. Even the Empress is the same. Of course, Jiang Ling didn't care about this. Because Ling Qi is fully qualified. Where's Xiaochan? Jiang Ling asked while eating. Why isn't Xiaochan here? Could it be that this guy really knew that Xiaochan had cheated him before and then killed Xiaochan? Ziyangxuan. Ling Qi replied, then asked, you didn't practice the things left by the Chu family? You're quite a guesser. Jiang Ling didn't deny it. Do you know what's in there? She told me about a secret manual of martial arts. Ling Qi smiled and said, I know that too. With your personality, how could you possibly practice someone else's ancestral secret manual? She is the Empress, and her pride does not allow her to do such a thing. If she insists on taking it for herself, then I will snatch it from her. Because Chu Xinyue needs it. I sent someone to send it back to her last night. Jiang Ling continued, Ling Qi, I have decided not to become her enemy, but if she wants to bring up grudges from the previous dynasty, I will not be polite. Don't worry, she has no intention of taking your throne. Ling Qi smiled, then looked at Jiang Ling and said, last night she said, you are doing a great job as emperor, and you are the most suitable candidate to be emperor. Chu Xinyue became the emperor, and given her personality, she would certainly have a lot of followers. But if everyone knew that she was the descendant of the tyrant of the previous dynasty, I am afraid they would certainly look at her differently. Therefore, she was not suitable to be an emperor, and she did not intend to make her identity public. Just treat it as though all of that is completely over. Hearing this, Jiang Ling smiled lightly. Is that what she thinks? It would be best if that were true. The hatred of the previous generation will be directly resolved in their generation. She actually had no hostility to begin with. She initially cooperated with you only to get what was left behind by her Chu family. Ling Qi then looked at Jiang Ling and said, it's unlike you. You actually want to kill her? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling immediately put down his chopsticks and stared at Ling Qi with a frown. What do you mean? She is a good person, and I am an unforgivable tyrant? How can I know what she is thinking when we don't know each other? To be on the safe side, of course we have to strike first. Royal sister, want to kill Miss Chu? Jiang Yao was also surprised at this time. After all, she was simple-minded and of course she didn't know about all of Jiang Ling's plans. It's just a precaution. Since she has no ill intentions, I will naturally not do anything to her. Jiang Ling picked up the chopsticks again. If possible, I would rather be friends with her. Oh. Jiang Yao said oh and nodded slightly. The world of martial arts is indeed very complicated nowadays, but don't worry, it can't drown your kingdom. Ling Qi continued with a smile. Of course I know, because you are on my side. Jiang Ling also smiled lightly. Ling Qi promised to help her stabilize her kingdom forever. With an almighty supreme being in charge, nature will last forever. But the problem now is, Ling Qi is almost dead. No matter what, we have to find a way to keep him alive. In any way, he shouldn't have died. You look pretty when you smile, too. Ling Qi suddenly said something. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling and Jiang Yao's pretty faces froze. Jiang Ling was of course well aware that her beauty was the most beautiful in the world, but no one had ever dared to say it to her face. Because even if such words were compliments to her as the emperor, it was a form of covetousness and offense. Jiang Yao pouted and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You are mine, and you say this to my sister in front of me? Tell the truth. Ling Qi poured the wine. What are you talking about? There are some things that you can't say even if they are the truth, do you understand? Jiang Yao winked at Ling Qi. The person in front of you is Her Majesty the Empress, or my sister. Could you please be a little more careful with your words? Jiang Ling didn't want to affect the relationship between Ling Qi and her sister because of herself, so she changed the subject and asked, "Do you know what you did when you went to that Jedi demon realm?" "Of course I know." Ling Qi laughed. "Isn't this nonsense? What I mean is, do you know what kind of impact your visit to the Jedi demon realm has brought?" Jiang Ling continued. "Influence? Besides affecting myself, could it also affect others?" Ling Qi shook his head. "Yes, it not only affected others, but also affected the entire world," Jiang Ling said seriously. "Oh?" Ling Qi was a little curious. "Tell me about it. What's the impact?" Jiang Ling took a deep breath and then slowly stood up. The old imperial preceptor of the Great Yan dynasty once performed a divination for the fate of the Great Yan dynasty. He also lost his life because he revealed the secret. Before he died, he said that the Jedi demon realm would bring a 1,000-year catastrophe to the Great Yan dynasty and even the entire world. He didn't calculate the exact time, but he calculated that someone would appear and delay the arrival of this 1,000-year catastrophe by 10 years. Now you should know the impact your visit to the Jedi demon territory has had on the entire world. The monsters in the Jedi demon realm have been planning to devour the entire human race. And that sword is the trump card of their demon clan. Originally, that trump card had already been fully forged. As a result, Ling Qi's sudden appearance forced them to use the sword. So, the demon clan's plan was postponed. It would probably take the demon race 10 years to reforge the sword. This is why the great catastrophe has been delayed. Oh? Hearing this, Ling Qi immediately smiled. So I saved the world unintentionally? Prolonging the original catastrophe and giving humanity a chance to breathe? Originally, he had no interest in saving the world. After all, he used to treat the whole world as a game world. But now, I am saving the whole world. So I'm not a complete jerk after all. Ling Qi picked up the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. What big bastard! How can you be a big bastard? Jiang Yao frowned immediately. You are my man, I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head, thinking that maybe they would understand later. I've done so many stupid things. Words like big villain, playboy, flower thief, and bloodthirsty devil can all be used to describe him. You're a hero. Jiang Ling continued, you prevented a disaster that should have struck long ago, but the price you paid was your imminent death. So, in a few years, the Jedi demon realm will still launch a full-scale war against the human race? Ling Qi continued. Yes. 10 years later. Jiang Ling replied. That's not 10 years from now. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. My trip to the Jedi demon realm was 7 years ago. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling and Jiang Yao frowned. It's been 7 years? In other words, there are only 3 years left before the great catastrophe arrives? You were already at the Supreme Realm 7 years ago? Jiang Ling continued to ask. This guy doesn't look very old. When you reach the Supreme Realm, your youth and lifespan can be extended, and time is no longer a problem. Ling Qi explained. So logically speaking, he is basically immortal. If you don't seek death, you won't die. It's a pity that he treats this world as a game world and insists on seeking death. Then, what is your real age? Jiang Yao asked curiously. Forgot. Ling Qi shook his head. He has forgotten how many years he has been in this world, and of course he doesn't know his real age. Because for him, age itself is something that can be completely ignored. The problem now is, the demon tribe will take action in 3 years. Ling Qi continued, we have to find a way to stop it. If you were in your prime and were in charge of the human race, you would have some room to respond. Jiang Ling then sat down, her beautiful golden eyes fixed on Ling Qi. So the real and most important issue now is, you have to survive. Ling Qi is the strongest fighter of the human race, but this strongest fighter is now in a state of low health. We must let him live and make a full recovery. He can intimidate the demon clan. So, you have to listen to my advice and don't take action against the demon cult for the time being. Ling Qi said with a smile. Why? Jiang Ling frowned slightly. Does this have anything to do with the 1,000 years disaster? The reason for dealing with the demon cult is because the demon cult is rampant and bloodthirsty. It was to consolidate her empire and to eradicate the disaster. This has nothing to do with the Qianqiu catastrophe 3 years later, right? My life may be in the hands of Ye Youluo now. Ling Qi suddenly said. After hearing this, Jiang Ling frowned even more. What does this mean? How could Ling Qi's life be in the hands of that female devil? Dr. Bai's master is dead. Jiang Yao then gave the answer. The old doctor's life's work is all in a pharmacopoeia, and that pharmacopoeia is now in the demon cult. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's face became solemn. This is a bit troublesome. In this case, we really can't act rashly. Because who knows, the female devil might destroy everything along with her. By then, Ling Qi's only way to survive would be gone. Then, what are your plans? Jiang Ling asked. I plan to go to the demon cult's headquarters to meet Ye Youluo first. Ling Qi smiled faintly. I'll go with you. Jiang Yao stood up. Let's bring some more helpers. Why are you going with me? Are you going to hold us back? Ling Qi rubbed Jiang Yao's head. Can ordinary people go to the demon cult's headquarters? The Empress's sister is gone, can the female devil let her go? So, it's better to go alone. At most, take Xiaochan with you. I want to ask you something. Ling Qi then looked at Jiang Ling. Where did you meet Xiaochan? Outside the Jedi demon territory, at the border wall. Jiang Ling replied, a few months ago, I went to the Great Wall to investigate the demon tribe's movements and happened to meet her. Of course, over the years, she has been trying to find ways to deal with the catastrophe that may come at any time. Therefore, an extremely majestic Great Wall barrier was built across the land directly outside the Jedi demon realm. She would also often go to the Great Wall to see if the demon clan would take any action. Hearing this, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. That girl has lost her memory. She is also a demon, I'm afraid. She is not simple. Chapter 4 Ling Qi actually has a daughter. A cat demon with amnesia. A cat demon who can travel to another world. Her true identity is definitely not simple. She is a good person. Jiang Ling said softly, I can see that she is as pure and kind-hearted as she appears. But you don't know what she was like before she lost her memory. Ling Qi smiled. She really looks like an innocent little girl now. But what will the real her look like when she regains her memory? Nobody knows. Just in case, I will always keep that girl with me from now on. Ling Qi continued. If she is a huge hidden danger, then I am probably the only one who can deal with it. If she really was just an innocent and kind little cat demon, that would be perfect. Hearing Ling Qi's words, Jiang Yao frowned immediately. So, you are going to take her with you when you go to the demon sect? Then isn't she a burden? Isn't she like me, with basically no cultivation ability? Certainly. Ling Qi smiled, then stood up and looked at Jiang Ling. It's decided. I'm going to the demon cult first. Before I get the pharmacopoeia back, you don't act rashly. Jiang Ling also looked at Ling Qi, then nodded slightly. In order to allow Ling Qi to survive, the full-scale suppression of the demon cult is worth postponing. It depends on whether Ling Qi can deal with that female devil. If possible, kill her after you get the pharmacopoeia. It will be considered as eliminating a great harm to the world. Jiang Ling continued. Actually, you two shouldn't be enemies. After all, the real enemy of the entire human race is the Jedi demon realm. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. He didn't want Ye Youluo, Jiang Ling, and Chu Xinyue to become enemies. They should join hands to deal with the catastrophe that will happen 3 years from now. For the entire human race. That's not what she thinks. Jiang Ling said coldly. Ye Youluo is not Chu Xinyue, and he will not be chivalrous. She is not herself and will not consider the interests of the people in the world. Chu Xinyue is a female hero of her generation, and such a person can indeed be a friend. But Ye Youluo is a real female devil, cold-blooded, ruthless and bloodthirsty. In her eyes, she is the only one in the world. The rest are ants. What does the survival of the world and the suffering of the people have to do with her? She wouldn't care. I'll meet her first before I make a final decision. Ling Qi waved his hand. Before then, you can do whatever you want, but don't do anything. You three, please get along well with each other. Otherwise, if we take you all down in the future, you will still fight and quarrel, which will be very troublesome. Are you going now? Jiang Ling and Jiang Yao both looked at him. Don't you need any preparations? Play it by ear. Ling Qi smiled. He had no idea what kind of person Youluo was that night, so any preparations he made would be unnecessary. He would go there himself, and as long as he saw Ye Youluo, he would naturally be able to prescribe the right medicine. See you later. Ling Qi then waved his hand, said something, and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and took the wine jug from the table. Be careful. Jiang Yao stood at the door with a look of concern on her face. Ling Qi just waved casually. Jiang Ling looked at his sister's worried face and just shook his head slightly. My sister really likes this guy. But this is certainly not a bad thing. If he had to find someone in the world who was worthy of his sister, Ling Qi would definitely be the most qualified. The only regret is, Ling Qi doesn't belong to anyone. If your sister likes Ling Qi, you have to be prepared to share Ling Qi with others. Someone like Ling Qi is not a pure and innocent person. Xiaochan slept in today. On weekdays, he always goes to bed early in the palace, basically on the same night as Jiang Ling. But now, following Ling Qi's words, of course I can sleep however I want. While she was fast asleep, she certainly didn't notice Ling Qi had returned. Looking at the little cat girl curled up on her bed, Ling Qi had a smile on his face. A pink little face and long eyelashes. The pair of cat ears on the head and the tail behind the butt. Who can stand having such a little gem on the bed so early in the morning? Ling Qi immediately reached out and pinched her furry little ears. Xiaochan's ears flapped, and then he opened his eyes slightly. What caught my eye was Ling Qi's smiling face. She immediately jumped up and squatted on the bed. What are you doing? When did this guy come back? It seemed like he had been staring at me here for a long time. Thinking about being stared at while I was sleeping, I felt a little shy. Speaking of that thing where you lied to me, I don't think I've punished you yet? Ling Qi had a wicked smile on his face, and while speaking he looked at her delicate body and her eye-catching waistline. Ah! Xiaochan's face suddenly turned panicky. Do you still want to punish me? Then, what do you want to do? She asked timidly. Ling Qi sat down directly on the bed. Then he said lightly, do it yourself. Ah! This. Xiaochan of course understood Ling Qi's meaning. She pouted slightly and said, don't you already have Her Royal Highness the Princess? Why do you still need me? Ling Qi smiled and reached out to touch her little head. I've never tasted special dishes like yours. Come on, open your mouth. From now on, you will be my exclusive little pet. Xiaochan half-heartedly gave in and slowly bent down. To prevent this girl from becoming a huge threat after regaining her memory. Of course, the best way Ling Qi could think of was to take her down completely first. This way, even if she becomes a super boss, I will have the evidence against her in my hands. It smells so good, she really is a little white tiger. After a long time, Ling Qi walked out of the room with Xiaochan. Xiaochan blushed at this moment and didn't say a word. But there was a hint of inexplicable satisfaction on her little face. The whole person and Ling Qi were inexplicably closer. It was as if she had decided that Ling Qi would be her master from now on. I'll take you somewhere. Ling Qi said after walking out of the room. Oh. Xiaochan nodded and then turned into a little black cat. Ling Qi picked her up and put her on his shoulder, then flew away into the distance. Where are we going? Xiaochan was a little curious. Where was he going to take him? Ling Qi smiled slightly and slowly uttered two words, demon cult. Ah. Xiaochan was surprised. Your Majesty, aren't they planning to attack the demon cult? Why don't you join them? Let us go first. Ling Qi smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, they won't have to take action. Xiaochan didn't know what Ling Qi was thinking, so he could only follow him obediently. Ling Qi had just left with Xiaochan when Chu Xinyue came out of her room. As soon as she came out, she saw Ling Qi flying towards the distance. What's going on? Wasn't he this guy in the palace last night? Where is he going now? Chu Xinyue didn't think much about it. She knew that it was impossible for her to figure out Ling Qi's thoughts. Then, she called on all the heroes of Xiangxuan to go to the palace to discuss with the Empress the matter of suppressing the demon sect. After some superficial discussion, they finally came to a conclusion of two words. Prepare. All Empress Jiang Ling planned was to make preparations, and she had no plans to take direct action for the time being. No one knew what she was thinking, even Chu Xinyue agreed with her opinion. Because Chu Xinyue was of course very clear that it was probably Ling Qi who went to find Ye Youluo first. So the only thing they can do now is to wait for good news. After the conference, Jiang Ling kept Chu Xinyue. She wanted to talk to Chu Xinyue alone. In the back garden of the palace, under the pavilion, the two stood together. A queen of unparalleled nobility, a heroine who is as beautiful as a fairy. When the two of them stood together, even the spring scenery in the entire back garden was overshadowed. That jade pendant last night, did he directly try to snatch it from you? Jiang Ling spoke first. Now, both of them knew each other's original thoughts, and there were no more secrets between them. He said he had a compelling reason, but I don't know what it was. Chu Xinyue shook her head. He wants to take Xiaochan away from me, the little cat girl you saw. Jiang Ling said slowly. Oh? Chu Xinyue frowned slightly. Is this Ling Qi's reason? What kind of excuse is this? He's willing to make me angry just to exchange a little cat girl from the Empress? Is he simply attracted by the beauty and wants to get this little cat girl? This reason is too unconvincing, isn't it? Given your Majesty's personality, you shouldn't agree to him just like that. Chu Xinyue then looked at Jiang Ling. There's no way Jiang Ling would send his personal maid away just for a jade pendant, right? How sad would the little cat girl be? He must have Xiaochan. There seems to be some secret between him and Xiaochan, and they are unwilling to tell anyone. Jiang Ling smiled. If they didn't know each other, she certainly wouldn't send away the maid she loved so much. Secret? Chu Xinyue was a little curious. What secret could it be? Could it be that the little cat girl is also one of the women Ling Qi has slept with and let down? After all, he himself said that he had played with many women before and then turned around and left. I'm not sure either. Jiang Ling shook his head. Anyway, from now on, as long as it is his request, I will do my best to satisfy him. I am relieved to leave Xiaochan to him. Oh? Your Majesty thinks so highly of him? Chu Xinyue was a little surprised, just because he is at the Supreme Realm? Not only because he is in the Supreme Realm, but also because he is the future of the entire world. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Then he told Chu Xinyue everything about the Qianqiu catastrophe. Chu Xinyue was shocked after hearing this. That guy actually prevented a catastrophe unintentionally? It seems that he is not completely a playboy. A catastrophe that will last for thousands of years concerns all the people of the world. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and continued, So, Miss Chu, I hope to join forces with you. For the sake of this world, forget all past grudges. Are you willing to join hands with me? As she spoke, she reached out her hand directly towards Chu Xinyue. This is what she is thinking now, for the entire empire and for the entire world. People like Chu Xinyue, in terms of how they deal with people, can definitely become her friend and ally. Hearing Jiang Ling's statement, Chu Xinyue suddenly smiled. That sounds a bit awkward. Why would we two women hold hands? Holding your child's hand and growing old with him? After Chu Xinyue said this, Jiang Ling realized that his choice of words was a bit inappropriate. However, Chu Xinyue then extended her hand and shook hers. You are more suitable to be the emperor than me. I promise you that we will make the country and the world go hand in hand. Hearing this, Jiang Ling laughed. The two reached an agreement and from then on, became allies. They will join forces to protect the country and the world. After a long time, the two let go of each other's hands. Then Jiang Ling slowly asked, When did you and Ling Qi meet? How much do you know about him? What kind of person is he? I met him for the first time at the banquet yesterday. Chu Xinyue smiled and said, I didn't know him before that. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling frowned slightly. Then Ling Qi said that he and Chu Xinyue are friends? What kind of friend is this? But this guy has different thoughts in his mind. Chu Xinyue continued with a smile. He doesn't seem to regard this world as the real world, nor does he regard the people in the world as real people. Oh? Jiang Ling was a little curious. What does this mean? In his words, it's a fake world, everyone is a puppet or something, and he is the only one with self-awareness. Chu Xinyue replied. Hearing this, Jiang Ling immediately smiled and shook his head. This is bullshit. Do they have self-awareness? Can't they be clear about it? Another thing, he said he had one wish before he died. Chu Xinyue continued. What wish? Jiang Ling asked. Chu Xinyue took a deep breath and then said, He has had many women, but there are still 3 women in this world that he has not had. He wants to get them all before he dies. Which 3 women? Jiang Ling seemed to have guessed it, but still wanted to ask. You, me, Ye Youluo. Chu Xinyue said. Although he knew this was the answer, Jiang Ling still frowned. This bastard is quite ambitious. If he is only interested in one person, then that's fine. But what he wanted was 3. The three most outstanding people in the world today. Thinking that she had become a man's target, and one of his targets, Jiang Ling felt a little unhappy. Besides, Ling Qi already had her sister? Still coveting her? Anyway, I don't plan to become one of his concubines. Chu Xinyue said with a smile. Does he think that I'm the kind of woman he can manipulate at will? Jiang Ling said coldly. The two looked at each other and then smiled. Since that guy is so confident, of course we have to dampen his enthusiasm. Let him understand that all women in this world are different. At dusk, the capital of Dian was bustling with activity. The little princess Jiang Yao was walking on the street with a few maids. When she is bored, she always likes to go shopping and appreciate the prosperous scenery of the imperial capital. Today, the prosperity of Dian is all thanks to her royal sister. Think about the past. What was the empire like under the leadership of Chu Xinyue's father in the previous dynasty? There was wailing and public resentment was overwhelming. Fortunately, the Jiang family replaced the Chu family, and the empire was able to have peace. Ms. Chu is truly admirable. If it were someone else, would they let go of such hatred so easily? Jiang Yao whispered as she walked. If it were someone else, they would not care whether the emperor of Dian did a good job or not, they would definitely take back the throne that belonged to them. But Chu Xinyue was able to let it go, completely let it go for the sake of the people's livelihood in this world. Abandon one's own selfish desires and benefit the country and the people. The first female hero of our time, truly worthy of the title. Just at this moment, when Jiang Yao was strolling with the maid behind her, they suddenly noticed a group of people gathered on the bluestone street ahead. Jiang Yao is a person who likes to join in the fun, especially when she is shopping and there is a lot of fun, she likes to join in. Because the people of the imperial capital are always able to come up with some new things during certain festivals, and all kinds of new products are particularly eye-catching. Jiang Yao immediately went forward with several maids behind her. However, the excitement this time was not due to any event, nor was it because someone invented any new product. This time the excitement was caused by a little girl. The little girl looked no more than 5 years old, with a rosy face and a pair of big, clear, and delicate eyes. Although she is young, it is not difficult to see that she is a little beauty. When she grows up, I wonder how many young talents will fight for her. At this time, the little girl stood there with her hands on her hips. Behind her, there were some scrolls placed on the ground. She's selling paintings. 5 taels of silver for a painting? Little girl, where are your parents? Do you know what 5 taels of silver means? Everyone expressed surprise. Although her paintings are indeed very beautiful. But these 5 taels of silver are indeed a bit expensive. This isn't a work by any famous artist, and there's not even a nomination for the painting. Everyone thought that the adults were away and the children were temporarily watching over the stall. So the kids were shouting out prices randomly. Maybe it was not 5 cents, but she wrote it down as 5 taels of silver. How come I don't know? The little girl put her hands on her hips and said seriously, 5 taels of silver is 5,000 coins, 2 5 taels of silver is 10 taels, and 10 5 taels of silver is 50 taels. Hey, you really know that? Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that such a small kid could understand these conversions and arithmetic. This alone makes her extraordinary. Are you going to buy it or not? If not, don't gather around, the little girl continued shouting. Buy it. At this moment, a man came forward and said, Little girl, I'll give you an arithmetic problem. If you can answer it, I'll buy your painting. How about that? Really? The little girl blinked her big eyes. Real. The man smiled and continued, I have 73 taels of silver. If I buy 3 of your paintings, how many taels will be left? The little girl counted on her fingers for a while, and soon came up with the answer, 58 taels. Hey, she's really good at calculating? This girl is really smart. Whose child is she? Everyone looked surprised. The person who asked the question kept his word. He bought 3 paintings at once and gave the little girl 15 taels of silver. The little girl took the silver with joy, and then asked the man to choose 3 landscape paintings from his collection. Although it's a bit expensive, but this painting is indeed exquisite. After receiving the painting, the man said that his 15 taels of silver were not wasted. It's a pity that no name was left, so I don't know which master created it. Let me test you too. If you can answer correctly, I'll buy your painting too. At this time, someone else stood up. Just think of it as someone who is bored and finds something fun to do on the street, so everyone comes together. This of course also indirectly proves that the current Dian dynasty is a country of peace and prosperity. If it were the previous dynasty, which little girl would dare to sell things on the street alone? I'm afraid both people and money will be taken away. I only know how to count within 100, no more than that, the little girl reminded quickly. Because her mother only taught her up to 100. Okay, don't worry, but this is a bit difficult, you have to listen carefully. The person who set the question then stated his own question. The little girl answered correctly again, so she sold her painting again. Jiang Yao, who had just come over, was also attracted by this scene. This cute little girl is so smart and lovable. No wonder so many people are willing to line up to buy her paintings. Jiang Yao immediately decided to join in the fun. She walked up to me and said, "Little sister, I'll give you a question too. If you answer it correctly, how about I buy all your paintings?" Everyone looked over, and then they were shocked. "Your Highness, Princess? Is Her Royal Highness the Princess here too?" That's right, Her Royal Highness the Princess really loves to go shopping and join in the fun. In this respect, she is basically no different from ordinary people. Bought them all? When the little girl heard Jiang Yao's words, she did not seem very happy. She turned around and took out a painting from her small basket, which she had never opened. She continued, "Except this one, I can sell you all the others." "Oh? Why can't that one be sold?" Jiang Yao was a little curious. Because the picture shows my dad." The little girl suddenly became unhappy. "Your father?" Jiang Yao looked at her and asked, "Where is your father? And where is your master?" "My home." The little girl lowered her head. "I don't have a home, and there are no adults in my family." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yao's pretty face suddenly froze slightly. In today's Dian dynasty, how could such a thing as children being left without care still happen? What kind of heartless parents would abandon such a smart daughter? "Then, can you show me your father's portrait?" Jiang Yao then stretched out her hand. "Sure." The little girl quickly handed over the painting and continued, "I'm here to look for my dad. My mom was kidnapped by bad guys, and I don't know where my dad is." Hearing this, Jiang Yao knew that many misfortunes must have happened to this helpless little girl. So she took the painting and slowly opened it. "No matter what, as long as they are citizens of the Dian dynasty, I have the obligation to take care of them. Since she is looking for her father, why not use my identity to help her find him?" However, when Jiang Yao was thinking this, when she saw the portrait of the person on the scroll, her pretty face was stunned for a moment. Because the person in the painting was none other than Ling Qi. This. Jiang Yao's pupils dilated slightly. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this Ling Qi? The facial contours, the facial features, even the lively eyes are all there. It must be Ling Qi. So, the little girl in front of me is Ling Qi's daughter? Ling Qi actually has a child?" Jiang Yao immediately put the painting away and looked at the little girl. You know what, this girl's eyes are really similar to Ling Qi's. But, how could Ling Qi have a child? Why didn't he tell himself about this? What did he do before? Abandon your wife and daughter? He doesn't look like such a jerk. Jiang Yao suddenly recalled what Ling Qi had said before, he was not such a bastard. Maybe, he really was a jerk in the past. Jiang Yao immediately asked, "Is this person really your father?" "Yes. This was drawn by my mother. She told me that he is my father." The little girl nodded. "Then do you know what your father's name is?" Jiang Yao continued to ask. I don't know. Even mother doesn't know father's name." The little girl pouted. "If you knew it, it would be much easier to find it." But she didn't know, so she wandered around alone carrying some paintings. There was really no other way today, she could only sell the paintings left by her mother for money. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and continued, "Come with me. I know where your father is." Hearing this, the little girl was shocked. Really? It was strange that although there was surprise on her little face, there was no joy at all. "Really?" Jiang Yao nodded. "Hurry, sister, take me to find him." The little girl immediately turned around, put away her paintings one by one, and put them back into her small basket. As she collected them, she kept saying, "When I find him, I'll kill him." Chapter 5, Sister, have you forgotten that he is my man now? When the little girl said this, Jiang Yao almost thought she had misheard. What did she say? She said she wanted to kill her father? What the hell? Doesn't she want to find her father? Finally found him and want to kill him? Why? Jiang Ling was somewhat unbelievable. How could a 5-year-old girl say such crazy words? What on earth had happened to her? Of course, it wasn't just Jiang Yao who was surprised at this moment, but also everyone present. This little girl is not only smart, but also a little scary. How could the word murder come out of the mouth of such a little guy? Are you kidding me? Jiang Yao immediately asked in a low voice, are you going to kill your father? Yes, I will kill him. I want him to die miserably, the little girl said coldly, gritting her teeth. Why? Jiang Yao really didn't understand. Because she abandoned my mother and me. The little girl's eyes suddenly turned red. If he hadn't abandoned us, Mom wouldn't have been captured by the bad guys, and I wouldn't have been starving on the streets. I was almost killed by the bad guys before. This. Jiang Yao was speechless. If he really is such an irresponsible father, then we should indeed hold a grudge against him. The people around were also angry at this time. Such a smart and lovely daughter, which father would be so cruel as to abandon her? What a heartless guy. As a man, I'm ashamed of him. Such a smart daughter, I'd beg for her even if I can't. That's right, abandoning your wife and daughter is a beast. Everyone said that the little girl's father was not a human being. How could he abandon such a young and lovely girl? The little girl even nearly died, and now she has to wander the streets alone, selling paintings to make a living. How could there be such a beastly father in the world? Jiang Yao did not deny everyone's statement. But the problem is, Ling Qi shouldn't be such a person? We need to investigate what exactly happened. Come on, sister, take me to find my dad. The little girl quickly put all her remaining paintings into a small basket and then carried the basket on her back. Seeing her small body and small basket, Jiang Yao shook her head and then waved. A maid stepped forward from behind and said, little sister, let me help you carry it. Sisters, you are so nice. Thank you. The little girl did not object. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yao took her and returned to the palace along the same route under the gaze of everyone. Leaving everyone on the side of the road cursing. A father worse than pigs and dogs, a husband worse than pigs and dogs. Jiang Yao quickly brought the little girl into the palace gate. Wow! Sister, are you really the princess? The little girl looked surprised. Of course she heard everyone calling Jiang Yao just now. Now it seems to be true. Otherwise, how could one enter and exit the palace freely? You can't call me sister. Jiang Yao quickly corrected. If she is Ling Qi's daughter, then she should be his junior. You shouldn't call me sister, you should call me. What is it called? Jiang Yao didn't know what to call her either. You can't call her mother, right? Although I also wish to have such a lovely little daughter, I am not her mother. Besides, her mother is still alive. I see. The little girl quickly said, you should call me your highness. The princess is your highness, and the emperor is your majesty. Mother taught me that. You should just call me sister. Jiang Yao laughed dryly. Although it is not suitable, let's use it for now. It would be a bit difficult for such a small girl to be bound by all kinds of etiquette like other people. Okay, princess. The little girl nodded. What about you? What's your name? Jiang Yao asked. My name is Chu Xinyue. I was born in July and took my mother's surname, so I was called this name. The little girl replied with a smile. It's really easy to remember. Jiang Yao shook her head helplessly. She thought her mother must be thinking about finding Ling Qi in the future, so she just picked a random name for the time being. What about your mother? What's her name? Where did the bad guys who kidnapped her come from? Jiang Yao continued to ask. My mother's name is Chu Xinyue, but where did the bad guy who kidnapped her come from? I don't know. The little girl shook her head. Mother said that she had already started to flee when she was pregnant with me, and those bad guys have been chasing her. They caught up with mother a few months ago. My mother hid me at the time and told me not to make a sound. She also told me to go find my father. Then I saw them taking mother away. When she said these words, her big eyes suddenly became moist. The only one who has been with her since she was a child is her mother. When her mother was taken away, it meant that she had completely lost everything. Of course she was sad. Jiang Yao looked at Chu Xinyue, who had a sad face, then raised her hand and gently rubbed her little head. Such a young child watched her mother being taken away, leaving her alone and helpless. God knows how her young heart managed to get through it. No wonder she hated the father she had never met so much. Come to think of it, you've never actually seen your father? Jiang Yao asked. Of course, he abandoned my mother and me before I was born. Chu Xinyue pouted. Then tell me. Is there a possibility that your father has something important to do, and he happens not to know that your mother is pregnant? Jiang Yao thought of something. If that's the case, then Ling Qi might not be such a scumbag. He just didn't know. How could he not know? Since he is my father, how could he not know that mother is pregnant? Chu Xinyue did not want to give such an explanation to her father. Since childhood, everyone has a father. Wherever we go, other children are accompanied by their parents. And what about her? Only my mother is always by my side, wandering around the world. She envied those children, and the more she envied them, the more she hated her irresponsible father. Until her mother was captured, she swore in her heart that she would find her father and kill him. My mother told me herself that she was abandoned. Chu Xinyue continued angrily. Of course, she knew very well how sad and hateful her mother was every time she mentioned her father. And of course she hated that man as much as her mother did. Is that so? Jiang Yao laughed dryly and stopped trying to argue for Ling Qi. What exactly is going on will become clear when I meet Ling Qi next time. We have to ask that guy what bad things he has done in the past. You should also ask him what his plans are for the future. If Chu Xinyue is really Ling Qi's child, then what should he and Ling Qi do? At this time, Jiang Yao was not only confused, but also anxious. Ling Qi is his man. If he already has a wife and children, should he continue with him? I have clearly decided that I will be with him for the rest of my life, and I will only be with him for the rest of my life. What if we can't be together in the end? What if in the end, he doesn't want me anymore? Soon, Jiang Yao brought Chu Xinyue to the interior of the palace and went straight to find Jiang Ling. Since it is related to Ling Qi, such an important matter must of course be told to his royal sister. When Jiang Ling saw Jiang Yao actually walking towards her with a little girl in her arms, confusion suddenly appeared on her dignified and pretty face. Where did this cute little girl come from? Royal sister. After Jiang Yao came in, she bowed slightly. When Chu Xinyue saw Jiang Ling, she knew that the person in front of her was the empress everyone was talking about. She immediately imitated Jiang Yao and bowed slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. This kind of address made Jiang Yao speechless. Do you call everyone sister? This is actually a mess of generations, and the etiquette is also messed up. But it doesn't matter, my royal sister is not that petty. No matter what, she couldn't possibly argue with a child, right? Sure enough, Jiang Ling didn't care how Chu Xinyue called him. As long as it's not an uncultured or impolite name, it's fine. Your Majesty, sister is so beautiful. Chu Xinyue continued in a low voice. This was the second time someone praised Jiang Ling for her beauty in person. The first time was of course with Ling Qi. Ling Qi, a grown man, praised me with obvious covetousness and offense. But Chu Xinyue's praise as a little kid did not have any extraneous purpose, it was just his true thoughts from the heart. It was indeed the first time she saw such a beautiful sister, who was as beautiful as her own mother. Who is she? Jiang Ling just smiled slightly, then looked at Jiang Yao and asked. She? Jiang Yao took out Ling Qi's portrait from the small basket and walked forward. She might be Ling Qi's daughter. When these words came out, Jiang Ling was shocked. Ling Qi actually has a daughter? No. Since he is already a father, why is he still so playboy? It's not 100% confirmed at the moment, but I think it should be correct. Jiang Yao continued. Jiang Ling looked directly at Chu Xinyue with golden eyes. Looking at Chu Xinyue's tender little face and those clear big eyes. Don't mention it, he does bear some resemblance to Ling Qi. And 7th level of spiritual martial arts? I'm afraid it can't be wrong. Jiang Ling then smiled faintly. Of course, she could tell at a glance that this little girl actually had the cultivation level of the 7th level of Lingwu. The 7th realm of Lingwu is certainly not uncommon. There are many people above the 7th realm of Lingwu in this world. But the difference is, she looks only about 5 years old. He has such amazing skills at this age, he is simply an unprecedented little demon. I'm afraid that the only one who can have such talent is Ling Qi's child. What? The seventh realm of Lingwu? Jiang Yao was also shocked when he heard this. She had never noticed that this little girl actually had such strength. Think about it, she is already 18 years old now, and she only has the strength of the ninth level of Lingwu. Of course, she admitted that she was not talented in cultivation. But isn't Chu Xinyue's talent too incredible? No wonder she was able to live safely alone until now after her mother was captured. This little girl is not only smart, but also a genius in cultivation. With such a strong talent, is she Ling Qi's daughter a ghost? Where did you meet her? Jiang Ling asked. Just now on the street. Jiang Yao told everything, including everything about Chu Xinyue. After listening to this, Jiang Ling chuckled and took the painting from Jiang Yao's hand. Looking at Ling Qi's portrait, she said calmly, she is indeed Ling Qi's child. How did your sister confirm it? Jiang Yao was a little curious. Chu Xinyue. I know this person. Jiang Ling then slowly said, the saintess of the Tianshan Snow Clan. Outside the northern border of the Dian dynasty, there is a glacier. It is called Tianshan Mountain by the world. And in that glacier, there exists a tribe whose members are all ice attribute practitioners, the Snow Tribe. Of course, most people don't know the name Chu Xinyue. But Jiang Ling, the queen of Dian, knew that she was the saint of the Snow Clan. Who else could have allowed the saint of the Snow Clan to give birth to a child while wandering outside, except Ling Qi? Jiang Ling continued. The overall strength of the Snow Clan is not weak. The only person Jiang Ling could think of who could deal with the holy maiden of the Snow Clan was Ling Qi. Combined with what Chu Xinyue said before, Ling Qi has had entanglements with many women. Then of course it can be basically concluded that the little girl in front of him is indeed Ling Qi's child. But he probably doesn't know about this, otherwise he would have no reason to abandon his woman and child. Jiang Ling continued. Although Ling Qi is indeed not a good person, he is just a pure playboy. But he is not the kind of scum who would abandon his own children and woman. He definitely didn't know that he had a child, nor did he know that Chu Xinyue, with whom he had had sex, was pregnant. Interesting. Jiang Ling's beautiful golden eyes looked at Chu Xinyue's tender and delicate little face. Ling Qi actually has a child? And his child is now in his hands? Now, wouldn't it be easier to bind Ling Qi and use him for my own benefit? Jiang Yao looked depressed at this time. Interesting? This is so funny. Sister, have you forgotten that he is my man now? What should I do if he finds out that I have a child and runs back to find Chu Xinyue? Then I will be the one being abandoned. My father, is his name Ling Qi? At this moment, Chu Xinyue's childish and cold voice sounded. She remembered the name and decided that she would never let this guy named Ling Qi go. That's your father's name, so your name can also be Ling Qinyue. Jiang Ling walked up to the little girl and then slowly squatted down. She decided to make good use of this little girl from now on. Humph. I don't want to take his last name. I want to kill him. Chu Xinyue snorted coldly and clasped her hands. Your father is very powerful, you can't kill him. Jiang Ling smiled slightly. Chu Xinyue pouted. Of course she had thought about this question before. But so what? Even if I can't kill him now, I will definitely kill him in the future. Don't hold a grudge against your father for now. He didn't even know your mother was pregnant with you. Jiang Ling continued, and your mother, don't worry, she's safe now. There is no doubt that the person who kidnapped Chu Xinyue must be from the Snow Clan. Because Chu Xinyue is a saint, she must return to the Snow Clan. Precisely because she is a saint, she cannot let others know that she has a child. Really? Hearing that his mother was fine, Chu Xinyue could barely consider it as good news. Those people who kidnapped your mother didn't hurt her, right? Jiang Ling guessed. Well, indeed not, but they insisted that mother go with them, and mother couldn't refuse at all. Chu Xinyue said coldly. That's right, don't worry, she is fine now and you will see each other again soon. Jiang Ling continued. Really? Your Majesty, sister, can you help me find my mother? Chu Xinyue's face was suddenly full of pleading. Yes, if she was the Empress of the Dian dynasty, she would certainly be able to find her mother, right? Of course, when your father comes back, I will ask him to bring your mother back. Jiang Ling nodded and continued, your father and I are friends. He's out now and it'll be a while before he comes back. How about you stay in the palace during this time? Here, no one can hurt you, and you won't have to go hungry. There are many delicious foods in the palace, you definitely haven't tried them. Jiang Ling now really is like a gentle and caring older sister, coaxing her younger sister. Of course she had to be special to this little girl. First of all, this girl is pretty, smart, talented, and likable. Secondly, she is Ling Qi's child. Is it okay? I don't have much money. Chu Xinyue said in a low voice. You don't have to spend money here. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, but you have to agree to one request of mine. What request? Chu Xinyue opened her eyes wide. If she could have a place to settle down, and if that place was in the palace, she would certainly be happy. Jiang Ling's red lips curled up slightly, and then she slowly said, You must become my disciple and apprentice. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yao on the side curled her lips slightly. My dear sister, you are such a clever little girl. He accepted Chu Xinyue as his disciple because this girl was naturally gifted and had a bright future. Secondly, he can use this to tie Ling Qi down forever. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Really? Chu Xinyue was also a little surprised. Her Majesty, the Empress who was above everyone else, actually wanted to accept her as her disciple? This is certainly a good thing. She immediately nodded and said, I am willing. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. As she spoke, she became his disciple on the spot. Jiang Ling had a satisfied smile on his face. Then he took Chu Xinyue's hand and said, You must be very hungry now, right? I will take you to eat something delicious. Well, I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten since last night because I have no money. Chu Xinyue smiled. Then, Jiang Ling took her hand and walked towards the imperial kitchen. Jiang Yao followed behind. Looking at her sister holding a little girl, she had a strange look in her eyes. It seems that the princess really likes this little girl. She seems to treat her as her own daughter. But there isn't much difference between an apprentice and a daughter. On the other side, the vast ocean is blue and boundless. But above that vast sea, there was a small boat moving slowly forward. Ling Qi leaned on the boat with a leisurely look on his face, while Xiao Chan lay cautiously on the side of the boat. She poked her head out slightly, took a look at the dark blue sea, then quickly retracted it. It's so scary. I feel like some monster will suddenly rush out of the deep sea in the next moment. It felt like their small boat, which could only accommodate 2 people, would be swallowed by the waves in an instant. I don't feel safe at all. When people go out to sea, they use large warships that can withstand wind and waves. The 2 of us go out to sea in just a small boat? This is simply seeking death. But all of Xiao Chan's worries were unnecessary. Because every time a wave comes, the boat can always ride the wind and sail as steady as an old dog. With Ling Qi, who is at the supreme level, around, no matter how big the waves are, it certainly doesn't matter. So are we just going to go up and find that female devil like this? Xiao Chan spoke up. The demon cult's headquarters is located on the overseas demon island, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And now, the 2 of them, 1 boat, just going like that? Then how do you think we should get there? Ling Qi smiled. If it were an ordinary person, going up with this equipment lineup would undoubtedly be suicide. But he has never been an ordinary person. Anyway, I don't have much fighting ability, so you have to protect me when the time comes. Xiao Chan pouted. Ling Qi just smiled slightly and then waved at her. What? Xiao Chan moved over. Ling Qi pulled her into his arms and let her lean against him. Then he rubbed her furry ears lovingly, leaned in the boat and looked up at the sky. This world is actually quite good. He murmured softly. If you can't go back to your original world, then just don't go back. Since I can't go back, I'll just live well in this world. Hearing this, feeling Ling Qi's embrace and caress, Xiao Chan curled up slightly in his arms. Like a serious clingy kitten. It's good that you think this way, otherwise I will think that this is all my fault. Xiao Chan continued in a low voice. After all, it was she who brought Ling Qi into this world. If Ling Qi lived in pain, she would of course feel guilty. I don't blame you for bringing me into this world, but you shouldn't have lied to me. Ling Qi smiled. Thinking back on all the things he had done over the years, he felt a little guilty. How many good girls have I let down? He is simply an unprecedented scumbag. I don't know how they are doing now. You must hate yourself to death, right? When you have the chance, go find them and make it up to them one by one. I was doing this for your own good. Little Chan pouted. If she hadn't considered Ling Qi, she wouldn't have lied like that. The two of them leaned against each other, lying in a small boat, chatting and drifting with the current. Looks very beautiful and leisurely. It was not until evening that an extremely majestic island appeared in the clouds at the end of the sea. This is the headquarters of the demon cult. Their small boat had just approached the island when it was spotted by the patrolling guards. There are ships approaching, come, shoot them with arrows. When the leading captain saw the small boat, he gave an order immediately. No reason is needed, no excuse is needed. If you get close to the demon island, you will die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a rain of arrows and flames shot out from the darkness. The small ship was instantly shot into a hornet's nest and burned on the sea. In this case, of course, the ship was destroyed and everyone on board died. What they didn't know was that before the boat was set on fire, Ling Qi had already shot out from the bottom of the water with Xiao Chan. Then, in a corner where no one knew, he quietly went ashore. The entire demon island is extremely vast. The headquarters of the demon cult built on the island is also magnificent and splendid, almost comparable to the imperial palace of the Dian dynasty. It's no wonder that this evil cult has become the biggest enemy of the entire Dian dynasty. In the dark night, Ling Qi took Xiao Chan and sneaked directly into the depths of the demon cult's headquarters. I plan to see if I can get the pharmacopoeia first. If you can get it directly, it will certainly save a lot of trouble. If I can't get it, then I'll really have no choice but to ask that female devil for it. Soon, they arrived at a unique courtyard in the center of the demon cult's headquarters. Climb up the wall covered with flowers, and the scene inside the courtyard comes into view. In that quiet and fragrant courtyard, there is a small hot spring. At this moment, a beautiful snow-white figure was soaking in the hot spring. With her back to Ling Qi and Xiao Chan, all that could be seen was her long black hair and snow-white shoulders sticking out of the water. When he saw this, Ling Qi's mouth corners suddenly curled up. It's such a coincidence that I met this devil taking a shower right after arriving. Chapter 6. Why are you peeping at someone taking a bath here? Ling Qi and Xiao Chan lay on the wall, looking at the entire unique courtyard. It seems that this female devil likes flowers very much, and most of them are red flowers. Not only do I like flowers, I also like quietness. The whole courtyard was clean and fragrant, and there wasn't even a guard. I think with her strength, she certainly doesn't need any guards, not to mention that this is the headquarters of the demon cult. She probably would never have imagined that someone would be so bold as to climb over her wall to watch her take a bath. At this time, Xiao Chan was lying beside Ling Qi, with a speechless look on his face. Aren't we here to find the pharmacopoeia? Why are you peeping at people taking a bath here? You rascal! But Ye Youluo is indeed beautiful. Although we can only see the back now, it is not difficult to imagine how beautiful the front must be just by looking at the back. Her skin is as white and tender as snow, and her shoulders are a little moist, which is very charming. Xiao Chan gently nudged Ling Qi with his hand, indicating to him whether they should do something. You can't just keep watching like this, right? Ling Qi smiled slightly and gave her a look that told her not to worry. Now that you are here, just take a look first. I didn't peek, I saw it accidentally. It's all coincidence, it's all fate. At this moment, the woman in the clear spring slowly raised her snow-white arms. The water droplets slide down gently, and every subtle detail is full of temptation. She likes this kind of quietness very much and likes to bathe quietly in this small hot spring alone. Most of the time, she made all the decisions as the leader in this hot spring. At this moment, she turned slightly, allowing Ling Qi and Xiao Chan to see her profile at the same time. It is indeed exquisite, unparalleled, absolutely beautiful and cool. What is strange is that her eyes are red, like red gems, bright and transparent. At this moment, half of her plump and round chest was above the water, which made her even more charming. Her eyes are red? Just like Her Majesty the Empress, very special. Xiao Chan said in a low voice. This was the second person she had met with unique eye color. And both of them were very beautiful, the most beautiful in the world. Just as Xiao Chan was speaking, Ling Qi quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Are you stupid? Who told you to speak? That's Ye Youluo. Once you open your mouth to speak, how can you escape her perception? Sure enough, the next moment Ye Youluo, who was in the bathtub, suddenly turned his head. At this moment, of course, Ling Qi and Xiao Chan could see her face clearly. As expected, she did not disappoint. She was very beautiful and was not inferior to the Empress Jiang Ling and the fairy Chu Xinyue. Moreover, her temperament is an innate cold and noble one, which is different from Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue. Meow. The next moment, Xiaochan quickly turned into a cat and appeared among the flowers and leaves on the wall. It means that no one is peeping at Ye Youluo, it's just a cat. There was not much expression on Ye Youluo's cold and pretty face. The next moment, she suddenly raised her jade hand and snapped her fingers. Call out. Suddenly, a column of water shot towards Xiaochan with a whoosh. Meow. Xiaochan was stunned and his hair stood on end. No, big sister, you killed the kitten too? It won't have any effect on you if the kitten sees you taking a bath, right? What's more, I am a female cat. Is that really necessary? Buzz. At this moment, an invisible wall of air suddenly appeared and blocked Ye Youluo's attack. The water column shot out and was instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, Ye Youluo's blood-red eyes in the bathtub suddenly froze. Wow! The next moment, she quickly jumped out of the water. At the same time, a red long skirt was blown up by the wind and instantly draped over her body. But when her smooth jade feet slowly landed on the ground and her eyes looked towards the wall again, the little black cat was no longer there. Immediately, her cold and pretty face frowned slightly. That cat just now, was it an illusion? Of course it can't be an illusion. She never doubted herself. But when he attacked just now, he was blocked. It was obvious that someone had just brought a cat and was peeping at himself taking a bath through the wall. After being discovered by myself, I ran away. Moreover, that person was able to block her attack, which clearly showed that he was extremely powerful. Immediately, a hint of cold murderous intent appeared in the depths of Ye Youluo's beautiful blood-red eyes. In the demon cult's headquarters, no one can get close to her residence. This is her rule. And now not only is someone approaching her, but he's also peeping at her taking a bath? As the leader of a demonic cult, when had he ever been offended like this? She immediately put on her makeup and went out. In the middle of the night, he called on all the top leaders of the entire demon cult headquarters to hold a meeting. Ling Qi brought Xiaochan and rushed towards the densely packed and magnificent buildings of the demon cult. This female devil is really not to be trifled with. She even kills kittens. How can she kill kittens when they are so cute? Xiaochan turned into a black cat at this time and was held in Ling Qi's arms. When they met for the first time, she knew that this female devil was not to be trifled with. He really has a bad temper. Ling Qi had a smile on her lips. It was precisely because of this that she was the leader of the evil cult who was above everyone else. If she doesn't even have this little temper, how can she be called a female devil? Speaking of which, since you are at the supreme realm, why don't you just go and rob that female devil? Xiaochan continued muttering, she's no match for you anyway, so is there no way you can snatch her away? You are such a little cutie. Ling Qi smiled. Why are you scolding me? Xiaochan snorted. As a fellow time traveler, she was of course well aware that Ling Qi's words were not a compliment. You've seen the nature of that female devil. Do you think she's the kind of woman who can be conquered by force? Ling Qi continued, we don't know where the pharmacopoeia is at the moment, and if we offend her. Do you think she will still give it to me? She's certainly no match for me, but if she's determined to destroy the pharmacopoeia even if she dies, what should I do? With the temperament of a woman like Ye Youluo, she would definitely be angry if Ling Qi took action. At that time, she would definitely rather destroy the pharmacopoeia than give it to Ling Qi. In this case, wouldn't Ling Qi's only way to survive be gone? Hearing Ling Qi's words, Xiaochan suddenly understood, oh, it seems to be true. That pharmacopoeia is my only chance of survival, and nothing can go wrong. Ling Qi continued. This time, the demon cult's mission is to get the pharmacopoeia no matter what. So next, they will temporarily hide in the headquarters of the demon cult. Wait until we find the pharmacopoeia. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out from the entire demon cult headquarters. The originally quiet night suddenly became lively. Everyone hurriedly prepared themselves and gathered towards the demon cult's main hall in the middle. Because this is the call from the leader, all senior leaders must be present. What's going on? Have we been discovered? When Xiaochan saw that the entire demon cult headquarters was suddenly in an uproar, he suddenly panicked. Is that female devil so powerful? You discovered it right away? Of course we've been discovered, but she doesn't know who we are. Ling Qi smiled. Having just rescued Xiaochan, Ye Youluo naturally knew that someone was watching her taking a bath. But of course she didn't know that the person who was peeping at her taking a bath was from outside. Now he is calling on the entire cult, probably because he, as the cult leader, was peeped at while taking a bath, so he wants to find the peeper and get rid of him. Then what should we do next? Xiao Chan was completely at a loss. Anyway, she just wanted to follow Ling Qi now. Her personal safety now depends entirely on Ling Qi. Go and have a look. Ling Qi had a smile on his face as he flew directly towards the hall where everyone was gathering. You are so brave. Xiao Chan was speechless. They were looking for you, and you actually dared to go and take a look? Fortunately, you are at the supreme level, otherwise, with your behavior, you would have died countless times. In the main hall of the demon cult. At this time, more and more people gathered towards the hall. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. The leader suddenly called us together late at night. Is there something urgent? Is it because the Dian dynasty is about to attack the demon cult? I guess the leader has some new clues, so he urgently summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures again. Of course, the demon cult knew that the Dian dynasty was about to attack the demon cult. Some response plans have been discussed during the day today. There was a sudden call in the evening, probably because the plan had changed. Could it be that the Empress and Chu Xinyue have come to kill us? Someone spoke up. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes changed slightly. Are you kidding? To reach the demon island, you need to cross hundreds of miles of vast ocean. The Great Yin dynasty isn't composed of only experts, how could they be so fast? That's right. They must at least prepare a large number of warships to carry a full army. Everyone was talking about it. Just as everyone was discussing, Ling Qi and Xiao Chan arrived silently at the top of the hall. Then, he lay on the roof and eavesdropped. The leader is here. As a voice sounded, a noble figure in red slowly appeared on the bedchair behind the bead curtain in the front. Ye Youluo, with her bare feet, slowly leaned against the bead curtain. It gives people a sense of mystery and temptation. When they sensed the leader's arrival, everyone in the hall quickly formed their formation and bowed slightly towards the pearl curtain on the platform. Greetings, leader. Master, all 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends of the demonic cult have arrived. The most core leaders of the entire demon cult are the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly demons. Now, these more than 100 people are all in the hall. The scene was comparable to the imperial court's early morning session. Behind the beaded curtain, Ye Youluo waved gently. Everyone stood up quickly. Do any of you have a black kitten? Ye Youluo's cold and noble voice then sounded. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The leader gathered everyone in the middle of the night just for this matter? Is there anything strange about this? When Ling Qi and Xiao Chan on the roof heard this, they were sure that she had indeed gathered everyone together in the middle of the night just to find them. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Apparently, no one has a black kitten. They are all high-ranking members of the demonic cult, and each of them is busy with tasks. How could they have the leisure time to keep pets? Master, none of us has a cat. After confirming it, a senior executive stepped forward and bowed. Is there anyone raising them on this demon island? Ye Youluo's voice then sounded. The demon sect has thousands of disciples, I don't know. Everyone replied. Check. Ye Youluo gave the order directly, find the person who raised the black cat for me tonight. When these words were spoken, everyone was confused. Isn't this something important? You want to find out by tonight? Ling Qi on the roof also smiled. This female devil was biting so hard. He didn't even let his men sleep late at night? Go now. Ye Youluo's voice then sounded. Yes. Although no one knew what was going on, they had to obey Ye Youluo's orders. So, everyone began to investigate from top to bottom to see if anyone on the demon island had a little black cat. As for Ye Youluo, she was just lying on the bed behind the bead curtain. It seemed that she would not sleep tonight unless she got to the bottom of this matter. Indeed, she would get to the bottom of any little thing. And they investigated it thoroughly on the spot. After more than an hour of thorough investigation, the results came out. Master, although some people on the island keep cats, they are not black cats. This is the result. With so many people on the island, some people will definitely keep one or two small pets. But no one has a little black cat. Hearing this, Ye Youluo frowned behind the bead curtain. So, the person who peeped at me taking a bath was not from the demonic cult? Has anyone landed on the island recently? Ye Youluo's voice continued, or, is someone approaching the demon island? Master, no outsiders have landed on the island. A high-ranking official stepped forward and said, however, a few hours ago, a small boat did approach and was killed by the guards' rockets. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo behind the bead curtain immediately held up the rope. Her beautiful face was colder than ever before. What kind of boat? It's the most inconspicuous little boat. The subordinate replied. Madness. Ye Youluo suddenly shouted angrily. After these words were spoken, everyone lowered their heads, not knowing why the leader was angry. How can someone who can sail a small boat across hundreds of miles of sea to reach the demon island be just an ordinary person? Ye Youluo continued coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. I will send someone to investigate immediately. I will see the body if he's dead. The senior executive who spoke earlier quickly knelt down. Ye Youluo waved his hand, and the senior executive quickly stood up and left. Then he quickly called on all his men to go to the sea to recruit people in the dark. However, after searching for almost another hour, they only found the boat burned to pieces, but no bodies. In other words, the ship was destroyed and burned at that time. But the people on the boat had already reached the island without realizing it. Master, this subordinate, I have failed to discipline my children properly. I hope you will punish me. The leader in charge of the guards reported all the situations and then knelt on the ground. He knew that he was in trouble this time. For many years, no outsider has ever reached the island alive. But tonight, due to negligence, someone has unknowingly sneaked into the demon cult's headquarters. His men should have thought long ago that the person who could sail a small boat close to the demon island must be no ordinary person. How could he be shot to death by arrows? Unfortunately, I still neglected it. Behind the beaded curtain, Ye Youluo's pretty face was cold. So the person who peeked at him taking a bath was not his subordinate. He does have some abilities. Not only was he able to get to the island, but he was also able to find his way directly to her residence without anyone noticing? I'm afraid, whoever comes to the island this time will be in huge trouble. Ye Youluo immediately gave an order, pass on my order. From now on, anyone who encounters a stranger on the demon island will be killed without mercy. Find the person out tonight. No matter what the other party is here for. Since he came here secretly, he must have no good intentions. And the other party dared to peek at her taking a bath, which is a capital crime. So, once discovered, kill them directly, no more words needed. Yes. Everyone nodded heavily. Then he quickly turned around and left, calling on all his men to conduct a comprehensive search throughout the entire demon island. If you find any strangers you don't know, kill them immediately. Everyone on the demon island is a member of the demon cult. Although it is impossible for them to know each other, there must be a few people who know each other. If someone appears who no one knows, he must be an outsider. Just take action. Immediately, the entire demon sect became even more lively in the dark night. All organizations have been fully mobilized to search for the person across the island. Such searches, such carpet raids. Of course, it won't take long to find the person who sneaked into the demon island. At this time, on the roof of the hall, Ling Qi sat there, gently stroking the little black cat that was already sleeping in his arms. This female devil is really hard to deal with. He also works decisively and efficiently. In this case, what good would it do even if I could temporarily avoid everyone's pursuit? There should always be a time to appear in front of others. I had originally thought of disguising myself as a member of the demon sect and exploring the demon sect, but now it seems this method won't work. Since it doesn't work, there is of course no other choice. I can only face this female devil, face to face. Ling Qi immediately swooped down from the roof with the sleeping Xiaochan in his arms. Then, he walked in step by step from the entrance of the hall with a swagger. At this time, only Ye Youluo and a few maids were left in the entire hall. When she noticed someone coming in, Ye Youluo looked over and her pretty face turned cold. Master! Master! The maids also shouted hurriedly. Stranger, has a black kitten? Isn't this the one in front of you? This guy actually came to me on his own initiative? Behind the bead curtain, a murderous aura suddenly burst out from the depths of Ye Youluo's beautiful blood-red eyes. Then, without any nonsense, she suddenly waved her jade hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the bead curtain instantly turned into a rain of beads all over the sky, shooting towards Ling Qi in star-like dots, as if to turn Ling Qi and the little black cat into a hornet's nest. Buzz. But the next moment, a vast aura burst out from Ling Qi's body, causing all the beads to hover in the air. Then, one by one they fell down and rolled all over the ground. I'm sorry, I just happened to run into your place and saw you taking a shower. Actually, I didn't see anything. Ling Qi smiled and walked forward step by step. It was just a back view and a side view, and you were in the water at the time, so you didn't see the whole thing. Court death. Ye Youluo's bloodshot eyes suddenly condensed, and he raised his hand again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, silver needles shot out and went straight to Ling Qi's vital points. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died countless times after these two moves. Unfortunately, her opponent is Ling Qi. Therefore, none of her attacks had any substantial effect. The densely packed silver needles, like the beads, stopped in mid-air. Then it fell to the ground. Ye Youluo's pretty face suddenly became slightly solemn. Who is this person and why is his cultivation so high? Swish. The next moment, Ling Qi suddenly stepped over the bead curtain and came directly in front of Ye Youluo. Normally, no one is allowed to approach the platform. What's more, he just stepped over the bead curtain. Master. The maids around were all stunned. This person is not only unfathomable in strength, but also very courageous. How dare you offend the leader like this? And he also said that he saw the leader taking a bath? Oh my god, who is this guy? If it were an ordinary person, dying countless times would be enough. I'm here to negotiate a deal with you, not to cause trouble. Ling Qi smiled and spoke slowly. You must be very interested, because this concerns the life and death of your entire demon sect. After these words were spoken, Ye Youluo temporarily gave up the idea of taking action. First of all, this person's strength is unfathomable. Secondly, she also wanted to see what the deal was. Ling Qi then glanced at the maids around him. Ye Youluo took a deep breath and then waved. The maids all nodded obediently and then left. After leaving the hall, they immediately summoned all the members of the demon cult to gather in the hall. The person I'm looking for has been found and is now in front of the leader. Immediately, all the armies that were originally searching for people on the island rushed back. Invisibly, the entire hall was surrounded by water. Inside the hall, Ling Qi smiled faintly and walked towards Ye Youluo. You don't need to call so many people, and you don't need to fight me. Your demon sect is no match for the supreme realm. As he spoke, he sat directly on Ye Youluo's bed. Under normal circumstances, Ye Youluo would certainly not be able to tolerate such an offense. But this time she held back. Because she heard the supreme realm. She stood up and let Ling Qi sit on her bed alone, then said in a deep voice, You are in the supreme realm? She didn't know how powerful the supreme realm was. She also didn't know whether a supreme being could directly kill through her entire demon sect headquarters. Didn't you try it just now? Ling Qi smiled and gently placed the still sleeping Xiaochan on the bed. If I weren't at the supreme realm, your attacks wouldn't be so bad that they couldn't even touch me, right? Since he chose to talk, Ling Qi should of course reveal his cards as soon as he arrived. This can save a lot of trouble. If there were no suppression of the 4 words supreme realm, with Ye Youluo's personality, wouldn't he call everyone to fight with him? Sure enough, after hearing Ling Qi's words, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. Because what Ling Qi said just now was right. Indeed, with her cultivation level, even if she faced the peak of the Xuantian realm, her attacks would not be unable to hit the opponent. Moreover, if he was not at the supreme level, how could he have the courage to come to the demon cult headquarters alone? Where did he get the courage to be so arrogant in front of her? So this guy is really at the supreme level? Is there really a supreme realm in this world? Then what is this deal you're talking about? Ye Youluo continued. Sit down and talk. Ling Qi patted the bed and said, Don't worry, if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it long ago. Of course Ye Youluo didn't sit down. She just felt that this man was extremely bold and had no regard for her dignity at all. However, if he is truly at the supreme level, he should indeed have the confidence to be so arrogant. You should also know that Empress Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue are teaming up to deal with the demon cult. Ling Qi stroked the sleeping black cat and said, You should also be very clear that with the strength of your demon sect, you can't be their opponent. Ha, even if I am not their opponent, I can still make them lose their skin. Ye Youluo sneered. She had to admit that she was certainly no match for the entire martial arts world and the Jiangshan combined. But she won't belittle herself. Even if she died, she would make Chu Xinyue and Jiang Ling pay the price. But what's the point? Ling Qi smiled and said, You're dead, Your demonic sect is gone, so what if they're seriously injured? Ye Youluo remained silent, just looking at Ling Qi, waiting for him to continue. But if I stand by you and help you, it will be different. Ling Qi continued with a smile, if I help you, even Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue combined will be unable to do anything to you. Ye Youluo stared at Ling Qi with her beautiful blood-red eyes. If there is a supreme being, of course he will not be afraid of anyone or any force. But the problem is, what are your conditions? Ye Youluo asked. I don't know him at all, so it's impossible for him to help me unconditionally. What's the deal he's talking about? I want something in your hand. If you give it to me, I will keep your demon sect safe. Ling Qi said slowly. What is it? Ye Youluo asked. Back then, your demonic sect killed an old doctor who was once the imperial physician of the great Yin dynasty. You obtained a pharmacopoeia from him. Ling Qi then said directly, I want that pharmacopoeia. Hearing this, Ye Youluo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it that simple? What if I don't give it to you? Ye Youluo then suddenly smiled coldly. Then you have to think it through. You are no match for them. If I don't help you and instead help them, then you really won't be able to fight back. Ling Qi smiled faintly and said, when the time comes, don't even think about making them lose a layer of skin. You won't be able to hurt them at all. Oh? If I die, won't you never get what you want? Ye Youluo sneered. Since I can kill you, wouldn't it be easy to snatch things from you? Ling Qi smiled. Then why don't you take action now? Can't you grab it now? Ye Youluo sneered. What are you afraid of? You are afraid that I will never give you the pharmacopoeia even if I die. You're afraid that I'll be destroyed along with you, and that you'll never get the pharmacopoeia. And the pharmacopoeia is extremely important to you? Right? Hearing this, Ling Qi frowned slightly. Tisk. This female devil is indeed not easy to deal with. Conventional means don't seem to work. Of course, you have also thought about using various means to deal with me, and even thought about not treating me as a human being and conquering me with my innocence. Ye Youluo continued. Ling Qi smiled. This woman was really interesting. She was right about his thoughts. But I can tell you very clearly that the only way you can obtain the pharmacopoeia is to make me happy. Ye Youluo continued, let me give it to you willingly. Oh? Ling Qi looked at her, then slowly stood up. Let me ask you, if I threaten you with your life, will your men teach you the pharmacopoeia? As he spoke, he stared at Ye Youluo, as if he was planning to do it the next moment. He. However, Ye Youluo sneered, what's the point of you threatening my subordinates? As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand and pointed at her head, what you want, is in my head. There is only one of its kind in the whole world. It's useless to threaten others, and you can't threaten me. Now, you say, what else can you do? As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. So the pharmacopoeia no longer exists? That pharmacopoeia is in her mind? Is she the modern miracle doctor? This is a bit troublesome. This means that my life is in her hands. Well, now not only can you not do anything to me, on the contrary, you have to protect me. Ye Youluo sneered, otherwise, you will never get what you want. Hearing this, he looked at the pride on Ye Youluo's beautiful face. Ling Qi immediately took a step forward, grabbed her waist and held her in his arms. Then he looked down at her beautiful blood-red eyes and said coldly, I have countless ways to dig out what I want from your brain. Now, I can let you taste the first one. Chapter 7. You don't want to pee now, do you? Since conventional methods can't deal with this woman, of course we have to do something unconventional. Of course Ling Qi had also done interrogations. He could try it carefully to see if the bones of this female devil were really that hard. Being forcibly hugged by Ling Qi, a cold murderous intent suddenly emerged from the depths of Ye Youluo's beautiful blood-red eyes. No man had ever dared to touch her. And now this man not only touched her, but also held her in his arms. Even what was to be done to her next was self-evident. Of course she was angry. She immediately waved her arms. The blood-red sleeves waved past, and suddenly there was a buzzing sound, and red mist spread out from behind the entire bead curtain. These are all poisonous gases. Of course, these poisonous gases could not hurt Ling Qi, but Xiao Chan had no cultivation level. Ling Qi immediately let go of Ye Youluo and came to Xiao Chan's side. His aura surged and condensed into a barrier that enveloped Xiao Chan. Ha, it seems you like this cat very much? Ye Youluo sneered upon seeing this, and the next moment a bloody aura surged as he attacked Ling Qi. Of course, she is no match for Ling Qi, but her target is Xiao Chan. Because so far, the only weakness she saw in Ling Qi was the little black cat. Of course Ling Qi did not let her hurt Xiao Chan, but quickly moved closer to Ye Youluo. Then he raised his hand and tapped her delicate body under the red dress a few times. Suddenly, Ye Youluo was unable to move and was frozen in place. You are really an irrational person. No wonder others call you a female devil. Ling Qi smiled faintly. This woman acts entirely on impulse, without considering the consequences. I have already made it clear that I am at the supreme realm, but she still wants to take action? If it were Empress Jiang Ling, she wouldn't be so impulsive. The Empress and the female devil, indeed, each have their own characteristics. As long as you promise me and meet my requirements, I will not do anything to you, and I will even help you resist the encirclement and suppression of the great Yin dynasty. Ling Qi stood in front of Ye Youluo, raised one hand and gently supported her snow-white, delicate chin. Otherwise, I am a grown man, but I have plenty of ways to deal with a woman like you, who is as delicate as water. Delicate? Ye Youluo sneered. This was the first time someone used such words to describe her. Immediately, the energy in her body burst out wildly, forcefully attacking the acupoints. It's useless. Since you know that I am at the supreme level, how can you force open the acupuncture points? Ling Qi smiled slightly. However, Ye Youluo completely ignored it and attacked madly. At this moment, she looked motionless, but the energy in her body was surging wildly, like a raging wave under the calm sea. If you continue like this, there will be only one outcome for you: explosion and death. Ling Qi continued. Forced impact is like frantically pouring water into a blocked water pipe. Of course, there is only explosion in the end. However, Ye Youluo ignored it at all. She was still madly striking the acupuncture points all over her body. Seeing this scene, Ling Qi frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? I told her she would explode and die, but she still didn't know to stop? Ye Youluo's attack became more and more crazy, and in the blink of an eye, one could even see the blood vessels on her skin. Ling Qi's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Is this woman really not afraid of death? Would she rather die than be controlled by herself or be at her mercy? He does have some backbone. Seeing that Ye Youluo was about to explode and die in the next moment, Ling Qi hurriedly took action to untie her acupoints. If this woman dies, I will die too. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy in Ye Youluo's body burst out. Fortunately, Ling Qi unblocked the acupuncture points in time, otherwise these auras would have exploded directly in her body. Don't you take your life seriously at all? Ling Qi frowned and said in a deep voice. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. However, Ye Youluo laughed, a smug sneer. She then waved her long skirt and slowly sat down on the bed. His blood-red eyes stared at Ling Qi, and then he slowly spoke. It seems that the importance of the pharmacopoeia to you is a little beyond my expectations? As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand and gently stroked the little Chan who was still soundly sleeping. Now, there was no other expression on her pretty face except pride. Because she already knew that the pharmacopoeia was very important to Ling Qi. It was so important that Ling Qi had to save her life at all costs. It's like she now has a card in her hand. This card can control everything about Ling Qi. You have no other choice, and you have no bargaining chips to negotiate with me. Ye Youluo then slowly said, because you must stand on my side. Because Ling Qi couldn't let her die, he had to stand by her side unconditionally and help her deal with Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue. Negotiate terms? That doesn't exist. Ling Qi's intervention to stop her from self-destructing just now has already proved everything. Looking at Ye Youluo like this, Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. There's nothing I can do. She's even dared to test me with her life. I can't really let her die, right? This female devil is really not afraid of death at all. Can you bet that she wouldn't dare explode and die? With her temper, what if she really exploded and died? My life is tied to hers. You now have two weaknesses in my hands. Ye Youluo gently stroked the little black cat, a smile always on the corner of her red lips. But I don't have any weaknesses in your hands. A person who doesn't take other people's lives seriously, nor his own life seriously, naturally has no weaknesses. Ling Qi smiled and said, Ye Youluo, you are quite likable. Thanks for the compliment. Ye Youluo smiled. So now, what else can you do? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. She felt that she had already grasped Ling Qi's weak spot, and now no matter what method Ling Qi used, she could handle it. Although she is far from being Ling Qi's opponent in terms of martial arts, she is still able to control everything. There is actually an almighty being that comes to the island and allows himself to be controlled? At this moment, Ye Youluo had an unprecedented sense of conquest and intoxication. When Ling Qi saw her expression, he knew what she was thinking. So he followed her wishes and shook his head with a smile. My queen, can I be considered the loser? Ha, I still like the confident look you had just now. Ye Youluo had a smug smile on her pretty face. Although she said this, she actually preferred the way Ling Qi admitted defeat. What is so great about the Supreme Realm? As long as you are a human being, you will have weaknesses. And his weakness is now in his own hands. Ling Qi shook his head and walked over, sitting on the bed with Ye Youluo. There was only a cat between the two of them. This time, Ye Youluo did not take the initiative to stand up and distance herself from Ling Qi, because she was not afraid of Ling Qi now. State your conditions. Give me the pharmacopoeia and I'll give you whatever you want. Ling Qi continued. No matter what, she always has desires and needs. It should be possible to negotiate terms. 1 for 1? That's a nice thought. Ye Youluo smiled cunningly. She has decided to take advantage of this and let Ling Qi do as much as possible for her. What she wants is long-term use, not a one-time transaction. Then what do you want? Ling Qi looked at her. It's very simple. From now on, you just have to do whatever I tell you to do. Ye Youluo caressed Xiaochan and said, as long as you are obedient, I will give you the pharmacopoeia, bit by bit. You have a more beautiful idea. Ling Qi looked at her. Be good and obedient? It's absurd to use such words to describe him. No one could ever control him. Although it is true that his life is now tied to Ye Youluo. But that doesn't mean Ye Youluo can drive him around at will. I am not forcing you. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. Ye Youluo was not at all panicked. I do need that pharmacopoeia, but I don't necessarily need it. Ling Qi continued slowly, if I ever stop wanting you, you'll have to think carefully about the consequences. At that time, I won't care whether you live or die. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, now, you really need it. Ye Youluo seemed a little unmoved at this time. Looking at her like this, Ling Qi shook his head again. Then he suddenly moved his face closer to Ye Youluo. The two of them looked at each other less than half a foot apart. I know you're not afraid of death, but at the very least, you wouldn't be someone who would commit suicide for no reason. Ling Qi continued. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. What does he mean by this? Tell me, if I cling to you from now on and never leave, how long can you last? Ling Qi's lips curled up into a smile. Whether you're eating, sleeping, or even taking a shower, I'm always by your side. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Ye Youluo stood up immediately. Aren't you bored? What normal person would think of using such a shameless method? Whispering sound. Ye Youluo immediately sneered, it seems I've overestimated you. Is this the only despicable trick you can come up with? It doesn't matter what means you use, I just want the result. Ling Qi put his head in his hands and lay down on Ye Youluo's bed. Either you give me the pharmacopoeia, or I won't leave until I'm done with you. At this moment, Ling Qi looked like a scoundrel. He also wanted to use some elegant or powerful means. But what can I do when this female devil refuses to listen to me? Just be a scoundrel. Childish. Ye Youluo blared at him fiercely, then turned around and planned to leave. But after taking a step, she turned back and looked at the little greedy cat sleeping soundly on the bed. This cat, I want it. No. Ling Qi refused. You have no choice now. You'd better do whatever I tell you to do. Ye Youluo said coldly. Of course, she was testing whether Ling Qi would be obedient. However, Ling Qi's attitude did not change. No. You. Ye Youluo had a cold face. It seems that this guy really can't do anything to me, so he plans to act like a rogue? I know you're not afraid of death, but you're not going to die just because someone isn't willing to give you a cat, are you? Ling Qi smiled and said, if you think this way of dying is valuable and meaningful, then go ahead and die. If I want to force her and control her, she certainly has reason to fight hard. But if these were just minor issues, she shouldn't have cried, made a fuss, or even threatened to commit suicide, right? Ye Youluo gritted her teeth slightly. Of course, she couldn't just say that she wanted to commit suicide just because of Ling Qi's refusal. Such threats were meaningless, as there was no way she could have the heart to commit suicide over such a small matter. So boring. Ye Youluo blared at Ling Qi fiercely, then walked out of the hall. Ling Qi and Xiao Chan were thrown on the bed. She had no way to deal with Ling Qi now, so of course she could only avoid him temporarily. After walking out of the hall, many high-level figures of the entire demon cult gathered outside. The dense army surrounded the entire hall layer by layer. Master? When they saw Ye Youluo coming out, everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Be ready to take action at any time. However, Ye Youluo waved her jade hand lightly and said, disperse. This. Everyone was confused. Could it be that the person the leader was looking for had been killed by her? Master, that person. Although it is very likely that the person is dead, everyone must of course ask clearly. Leave him alone. Ye Youluo glanced back at the interior of the hall, then said in a cold voice, from now on, don't pay any attention to him. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Ling Qi couldn't take her life and couldn't possibly lay hands on her. But at the same time, of course she couldn't do anything to Ling Qi. Even if she were to join forces with everyone in the demon sect, they might not be Ling Qi's match. So now, of course, all she could do was ignore Ling Qi. Let us see if this guy really has the patience to play dirty with me. This is. Everyone was confused. So the guy isn't dead? The leader 1T kill him? This is strange. An outsider broke into the demon island without permission, but the leader didn't want to kill him? This is not normal. Although everyone was confused, they didn't dare to ask more questions. Immediately afterwards, Ye Youluo leaped away, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, everyone had to disperse one after another. Anyway, whatever the leader says, everyone just does it. Ye Youluo returned to his residence. In the quiet courtyard, the whole garden is filled with the fragrance of flowers, and it is a beautiful scene. She walked slowly into the room, her jade feet gently stepping on the petals all over the ground. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a person lying on my soft bed. It's Ling Qi. You. Ye Youluo frowned immediately. This guy is really fast. But since he is at the supreme level, his speed is of course much faster than mine. As expected of the queen's bed, it's quite comfortable. Ling Qi smiled and said, I'll sleep here tonight. Why don't you just die? Ye Youluo blared at him fiercely, but there was nothing he could do to him. Looking at the bed where Ling Qi had slept, she decided in her heart that she would never sleep on this bed again. I told you, wherever you are I'll be there, whether it's sleeping or eating, it won't change. Ling Qi smiled, from now on, we will be inseparable. Ye Youluo was filled with anger, and then he slammed the door shut, locking Ling Qi alone in the room. And the little black cat. Afterwards, she sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone slab beside the bathing pool outside and entered a state of cultivation. In the room, Ling Qi smiled, then stood up and walked out. Then he walked up to Ye Youluo, who was resting with her eyes closed, sat down and stared at her. Realizing that someone was staring at him, Ye Youluo immediately became upset. Who can concentrate on cultivation when being stared at like this? Ye Youluo frowned tightly and opened her eyes. Looking at Ling Qi's little face, she snorted coldly. Then he got up, went into the house, slammed the door shut and locked it. In the room, looking at the bed that had been touched by a man, she did not choose to lie down on it. Instead, chose to sit at the table. Outside, Ling Qi chased closely, walked to the door and raised his hand. Bang! As his breath flowed, the entire door shattered into pieces with a bang. He leaned against the door frame with his hands folded. Want to avoid me? No way. Ye Youluo turned around and glared at him and the door frame. Yes, there really is no door. Don't you think you're boring like this? Ye Youluo said coldly. How can it be boring? I find it quite interesting that it can make you so irritated. Ling Qi smiled slightly. You see, you still have weaknesses. You have a bad temper and get easily irritated. Besides, you like quietness. She is easily irritated, so just make her irritable. She likes quietness, so I won't let her have quietness. Let's see how long she can hold on. What would you do if you suddenly wanted to pee and I had to keep staring at you? Ling Qi continued with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful blood-red eyes stared at Ling Qi fiercely. You son of a bitch. How shameless. You don't want to pee now, do you? Ling Qi's smile grew wider. You. Ye Youluo took a deep breath and really wanted to pounce on this bastard and bite him to death right now. But I am no match for him. He didn't attack himself because he knew that if he did, he would definitely fight back desperately. He wasted his time in this childish and boring way. We can't really keep wasting time like this, can we? Swish. Swish. At this moment, two black shadows suddenly rushed in from outside and landed in the yard with a swish. These are two masked women dressed in black. As soon as they arrived, they both knelt down. Master, the Snow Clan. The two were about to speak when they looked up and saw Ling Qi leaning against the door. What is going on? Didn't he, the leader, never allow any man to enter her courtyard? Why is there a man here now? Could it be that? Could it be that the leader couldn't stand the loneliness after all, and still needed some comfort, so he found someone to keep him company? Shit. I think I saw something I shouldn't have seen? What do the Snow Clan say? Ye Youluo walked out of the room and glared at Ling Qi fiercely when passing by him. The Snow Clan has agreed to cooperate with the leader to deal with the Dian dynasty, but they have a condition. The two women lowered their heads and spoke in a low voice. The Tianshan Snow Tribe? Hearing this, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. You still remembered that about 6 years ago, he tricked a so-called saint out of the Snow Clan. What is Snow called? Oh, yes, Chu Xinyue. The saint was an extremely ignorant and naive girl. After I coaxed her out, of course I completely took her over. After I got it completely, I left. Now that I think about it, I was a bit of a scumbag. After tricking an ignorant little girl out and taking advantage of her, he just walked away like that? I wonder how sad Chu Xinyue would be. An ignorant little girl fell in love with a man for the first time and gave everything to the man she loved. Then the man she loved didn't want her anymore. Ling Qi shook his head, thinking that he had indeed been a bit of a jerk in the past. If I have the chance, I will go and see Chu Xinyue if she hasn't forgotten me or let me go. Of course I have to bring her back to my side, protect her, and compensate her. What conditions? Ye Youluo's voice continued. The Snow Tribe's current generation Saint Maiden sacrifice ceremony is imminent, but the sacrificial formation is damaged. The Snow Tribe hopes the leader can take action to complete the sacrificial formation. The two masked women lowered their heads and said. It was only after they went to the Snow Tribe that they found out that many years ago someone broke into the Snow Tribe and kidnapped the saint. It also destroyed the sacrificial formation that had been passed down by the Snow Clan to this day. Their demon cult leader Ye Youluo happened to be proficient in various formations, so the Snow Clan wanted to take this opportunity to ask Ye Youluo for help. As a condition, the Snow Clan is willing to cooperate with the demon cult to jointly resist the Dian dynasty. When the demon cult knew that the Dian dynasty was planning, they had of course already initiated corresponding countermeasures. One of them is to unite the forces surrounding the Dian dynasty to contain the Dian dynasty. Hearing this, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Chu Xinyue return to the Snow Clan? This won't work. The so-called sacrifice of the saint of the Snow Clan means fusing the saint's bones and blood into the formation, and then praying sincerely for the blessing of the Snow Clan gods. Ling Qi destroyed the formation because he couldn't stand the feudal sacrificial rituals of the Snow Clan. Now that they have captured Chu Xinyue, what awaits Chu Xinyue is definitely death. No, I have to go to the Snow Tribe and rescue the girl I once let down. Good. Ye Youluo nodded gently and continued, give the order. I will go to the Snow Clan tomorrow to help them repair the formation. Yes. The two women in black nodded. Then he glanced at Ling Qi quietly, turned around and walked away. Do you know what the Snow Tribe's goddess sacrifices were? Ling Qi continued, they are simply sacrificing a so-called chosen one to fulfill their self-deceiving prayers. They are killing innocent people indiscriminately, and it's completely ineffective. What does this have to do with me? Ye Youluo said lightly. She doesn't care about other people's business. She only knew that if she wanted to deal with the Dian dynasty, she had to join forces with the forces surrounding the Dian dynasty. I'll go with you. Ling Qi continued. Do you really have to pester me? Ye Youluo stared at Ling Qi coldly. I haven't even gotten what I want yet, so I certainly can't let you disappear from my sight. Ling Qi smiled and continued, by the way. I'm going to meet an old friend. We haven't seen each other for many years. Old friend? Ye Youluo narrowed his eyes slightly. Does this guy know anyone in the Snow Tribe? That's not impossible for him to go. He can also use the Snow Clan to find out where this supreme realm came from. Okay, then you will go with me tomorrow. Ye Youluo then waved his hand and said, Now, can you get out of here? Now, she really needed to pee. She didn't want to pee originally, but because Ling Qi suddenly mentioned it, she wanted to pee. It's like an uncontrollable physiological reaction. For example, when you don't think about how you breathe, you will breathe automatically. But when you think, you have to control every breath you take. Automatic to manual. Sometimes it's the same with the urge to pee. It's okay when you don't want to, but as soon as you think about it, you suddenly really want to pee. Chapter 8:0, I am her husband. With Ling Qi's psychological hint, Ye Youluo naturally felt a little urge to urinate. The more you wish it didn't exist, the more it would appear. Roll? Ling Qi smiled and said, I won't leave. Ye Youluo took a deep breath. This bastard wasn't even willing to give himself a little free time? I can go without food and sleep for a long time. But you can't hold your pee forever, right? If you give me the pharmacopoeia, I will help you directly. Why would we need to unite with the Tianshan Snow Clan? Ling Qi continued. As long as she is here, Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue can't hurt her, nor can they hurt her demon sect. It is true that her behavior was a bit unnecessary. Compared to a stranger, I trust myself more. Ye Youluo said coldly. Although Ling Qi doesn't want her to die, will Ling Qi really help her deal with the Dian dynasty? Will you help her protect the safety of the entire demon sect? No one knows. Even if you unite with the Tianshan Snow Clan or something, you still won't be a match for these two. Ling Qi then laughed and said, If I stand on their side then, won't you be helpless too? If you really dare to do this, I can guarantee you that you will never get any information from the pharmacopoeia. Ye Youluo smiled coldly. I won't kill you. I'll spare your life, but I can't guarantee whether your cult will be destroyed or all your men will be killed. Ling Qi smiled and said, Although you don't care about other people's lives, I think you don't want your demon sect to be trampled upon by others, right? Besides, they are all women. Of course, women are also very competitive. Of course, Ye Youluo absolutely does not want to lose to another woman. Hearing this, Ye Youluo just snorted coldly and said nothing. She found that the more she interacted with Ling Qi and the more she taught, the more weaknesses she would expose to Ling Qi. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. So she decided to ignore Ling Qi from now on. Master. At this moment, a worried voice suddenly came from outside the yard. Master, the demon dragon is attacking. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, there was a sudden loud bang that spread throughout the world. The entire vast demon island shook slightly, like an earthquake. That beast. When she heard the word demon dragon, Ye Youluo's pretty face suddenly turned cold. The next moment, she raised her hand and sucked, and an exquisite sword burst out from the hot spring and was held in her hand. Holding the sword, she rushed out directly. Everyone prepare for battle, slay the demon dragon. Yes. In an instant, the entire demon island was in an uproar. Masters and armies from all sides are preparing for battle. Demon dragon? In the yard, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. What the hell is this? How could it cause such a big commotion? It's not easy to shake the entire island. What is that? Is there an earthquake? At this moment, Xiaochan, who was sleeping soundly, finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, she looked around with her big eyes and looked confused. Where is this place? Wait, isn't this Ye Youluo's residence? Hadn't Ling Qi and I been eavesdropping on Ye Youluo and the others' conversation in the main hall? Why did we end up here? What's going on? When did we get here? Xiaochan then rushed over and jumped onto Ling Qi's shoulder. You are not only greedy, but also sleepy. Ling Qi smiled. Well, I don't know why I can sleep for so long every time. Xiaochan laughed dryly. Ling Qi didn't say much, and rushed outside with Xiaochan, following Ye Youluo. Go and see what that so-called demon dragon is. The entire demon island was bustling under the dark night. Especially at the coastal ports, armies from all sides gathered. At every port, large bows and arrows were pushed out in neat rows. Each arrow was several meters long and thicker than an arm. It was obvious that the evil dragon they were talking about was not the first time it had attacked the demon island. Ling Qi brought Xiao Chan to the front of the group and stood side by side with Ye Youluo. Everyone's eyes were now looking at the dark sea in the distance. The entire sea was surging. Occasionally, you can see a huge back passing over the water. It can be seen that the huge object is nearly 1,000 feet in size and is extremely huge. No wonder it has the power to shake the entire island. Is that the demon dragon you mentioned? Ling Qi asked calmly. Ye Youluo did not answer, but just kept a cold face. Then he took up his sword, leaped out barefoot, and stood on the rocks by the sea. Deep in the beautiful blood-red eyes, murderous intent boiled. Seeing that she didn't speak, Ling Qi immediately looked at the two women in black who had come to report to Ye Youluo before. You two, come here. He waved. The two girls looked at Ling Qi. Thinking that this guy seemed to be the leader's man, he walked up obediently. What is this demon dragon you are talking about? Ling Qi asked. It is an extremely large, mutated dragon. It lives under the sea all year round and occasionally attacks the demon island. The two girls whispered back then, the leader's master died at the hands of this mutated dragon, so the leader hates this dragon with great hatred. However, this dragon is so huge and powerful that we, the demon cult, have never been able to eradicate it. We've fought several times. Every time the dragon attacks, it causes great damage to the demon island. Then it flees into the sea, and we're powerless to stop it. That dragon has lived in this sea for who knows how many years. It has existed since the very beginning when the demon cult was established. Occasionally it would crash into the demon island like crazy. The previous leader of the demon cult, Ye Youluo's master, died in an attack by a demon dragon. Master? Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. So the demon cult was originally founded by your leader's master? Your leader is just the successor? Indeed. The two women nodded gently. However, the leader's strength and talent are even higher than the previous leader, and the demon cult is now more powerful than before. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled. So Ye Youluo actually cares about the demon cult, but she is afraid that she will see it, so she pretends not to care. This is her master's legacy, how could she not protect it? By the way, may I ask, what is your relationship with our leader? The two girls looked at Ling Qi with some curiosity. Who is he who can appear in the leader's residence? Oh, I'm her husband. Ling Qi replied casually. Ah? The two girls were shocked. Meow? Xiao Chan was also stunned. You really can talk nonsense. This is the first time you two have met, are you her fucking husband? Is that really the case? The two women in black then nodded. As expected, although the leader seems to have no interest in love between men and women on weekdays, in fact, she is also a woman after all. I just don't know, apart from his handsome appearance, what else made this guy win the favor of the leader? In the eyes of everyone in their entire demonic cult, the leader is above everyone else, the #1 queen and goddess in the world. Even the empress of the Dian dynasty was not as good as the leader in their eyes. There shouldn't be any man in this world who is worthy of their leader. Didn't he expect that the leader would have a husband? The two girls did not ask any more questions. Anyway, the person chosen by the leader must be extraordinary. Everyone's eyes continued to look towards the dark sea ahead. The huge monster suddenly dived into the seabed after a while of shaking the sea. And then, boom! Another loud noise was heard throughout the entire island, causing it to shake slightly. Why did it attack your demon island? Is there something on this island that it wants? Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know. Until now, we have never noticed anything strange on the island, said the two women in black. Of course, the demon cult also believed that it wanted something on the island, and that was why it always attacked the demon island. Unfortunately, up to now, we still don't know what it wants. Evil beast. At this moment, Ye Youluo shouted angrily in front. Then he raised the sword in his hand, and a crazy aura burst out. Boom! In an instant, a blood-red beam of light suddenly rushed into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Then, a blood-red lightsaber that was over 100 feet long suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant sword suddenly pierced into the seawater, and then exploded on the entire seabed, causing a huge wave. Even the seawater was reflected in blood red at that moment. Immediately following this sword strike, the sea dragon roared loudly through the sky. In the dark night, clouds suddenly rolled in the sky, and lightning and thunder flashed. Then, the huge head of the behemoth rose from the bottom of the sea. It was like a divine dragon, with half of its body exposed above the sea, looking down at Ye Youluo and others on the demon island. In its eyes, everyone is as small as an ant. No matter how much you pretend to be a real dragon, you are still just a monster. Ye Youluo snorted coldly, holding the long sword horizontally in his hand, and a blood-colored wave of energy condensed wildly. He was about to take action to avenge his master. But at this moment, just as she was about to take action, the evil dragon suddenly spoke. "It's you?" There were only 2 words, and the extremely rough voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing thunderclouds to roll. As it spoke, its gaze was fixed on Ling Qi. When they heard this sound, everyone was shocked. This monster can actually speak? But it makes sense. Monsters of a slightly higher level can speak, and this dragon is obviously of a high level. As soon as the demon dragon said this, Ye Youluo turned around and looked at Ling Qi with bloodshot eyes. "Does it recognize you?" "Of course it doesn't recognize me, unless it lives in the Jedi demon realm." Ling Qi smiled, then touched the little greedy cat on his shoulder. It recognized, it should be this cat. Xiao Chan quickly jumped off Ling Qi's shoulder and then turned into a little cat girl. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This little kitten could actually turn into a human? Is she a demon too? Pretty cute. Ye Youluo also frowned slightly at this time. He used to like this little black cat very much, but he didn't expect that she would become like this. It would be nice to have a little black cat like this as my maid. It's a pity that Ling Qi didn't give it to her, and no wonder Ling Qi didn't give it to her. You recognize me?" After Xiao Chan transformed into a little cat girl, she took a step forward and looked at the huge demon dragon from afar. "Have you finally met someone who knows you? Does it know its own past? Does it know the memories that have disappeared? Ah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here. You're still alive?" The demon dragon's thunderous voice rang out again. "You, traitor." Traitor? Of course, no one present knew what this meant, not even Xiao Chan himself. She just looked at the demon dragon and said, "Tell me, who am I?" "Ha, you lost your memory?" The demon dragon sneered. "Not only have you lost your memory, you've even lost your cultivation." "Very good. Who am I?" Xiao Chan frowned. "Since you don't remember it, then it's better not to remember it forever." The demon dragon sneered. "Now, as long as I kill you, your position. I will naturally take your place." After saying that, it roared towards the sky, and with the thunderclouds and waves rolling wildly, its huge body suddenly pounced towards the entire demon island. Seeing the demon dragon taking action, Ye Youluo quickly gave the order, "Shoot! Kill this beast!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, the dense swarm of huge arrows on the coast suddenly shot out like a torrential downpour. Each crossbow was controlled by a strong man at the Xuandi realm or above. Every arrow carries a powerful attack. Faced with the overwhelming arrows, the demon dragon did not slack off and dived into the sea. Roar! The next moment, the waves suddenly rolled up like mountains, slowing down the attack of the huge arrows in the sky. Then the evil dragon rushed out of the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards the crowd. How could an ordinary person resist such a huge head that looked like a mountain? On the reef, Ye Youluo snorted coldly, and flew up with the long sword in his hand. The smooth jade feet tapped lightly on the water in mid-air, and the body continued to rise into the air. Then he chopped at the huge head of the demon dragon with a sword. Wow! A huge blood-red sword light hundreds of feet long illuminated the night and suddenly fell on the head of the demon dragon. The demon dragon's head just shrank back a little bit, and then it continued to pounce and bite. Get started! Below, all the powerful people in the realm of Reuniting and the entire demon sect rushed out at the same time and confronted the evil dragon head-on with Ye Youluo. The rest of the people used various long-range weapons to contain the enemy from a distance. The huge arrows were then coated with poison or set on fire. In this way, the damage to the evil dragon will be greater. Form a formation. Ye Youluo was at the front, her red skirt fluttering and her sword energy raging. Under her leadership, all the powerful people in the Reuniting realm instantly formed a formation. Not only did she study medicine, she also knew how to arrange various battle formations. With the help of the formation and the restraint of the arrows and poison arrows, the demon dragon was stopped above the sea and was difficult to attack. A group of humans as tiny as ants can join hands to deal with a monster as big as a mountain. The scene was extremely spectacular. This demon dragon's cultivation is only at the peak of the supreme heaven realm, but with its physical advantage, even the entire demon cult combined would find it difficult to defeat it. Ling Qi stood on the shore, whispering softly. It just called me a traitor. Xiao Chan turned around and looked at Ling Qi with a bewildered expression. Who was I before? What did I do? Maybe you betrayed the demon race or something? Ling Qi smiled, then raised his hand to pull her back. You could have been whatever you were before, but that's all in the past. What's important is what your identity will be in the future, and what you should do. Xiao Chan didn't say anything, just pouted and looked thoughtful. What on earth was I before? Listening to the words of this demon dragon, it seems that I am not simple? Please ask it for me. Little Greedy continued, it knows everything. Ling Qi nodded slightly, then smiled and said, let's take a look first. Aha! Xiao Chan nodded obediently. As long as Ling Qi took action, the demon dragon would naturally be no match for him. As long as we capture this evil dragon, why should we be afraid that he won't speak? At this time, in the chaos on the sea ahead, Ye Youluo turned his head slightly and looked at Ling Qi, who was standing on the shore. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. This demon dragon is extremely powerful, and their entire demon sect has been unable to do anything to it. Tonight might be the only chance to get rid of this evil dragon. Use Ling Qi to get rid of it. But that guy doesn't seem to be planning to do anything? Just stand there and watch the fire from the other side? Everyone, step back. Ye Youluo immediately gave an order, I am enough. Master? Everyone was bewildered. All of us could only barely stop the evil dragon with our combined efforts. What's more, Master, you are alone. Back off. Ye Youluo didn't explain anything, but said coldly, tonight. I will definitely take the life of this evil beast. Although no one knew what Ye Youluo was going to do, they had no choice but to obey the order, yes. After saying that, everyone immediately fled back. Only Ye Youluo was left standing on the sea with her bare feet. The blood-red sword energy raged wildly, and Ye Youluo looked extremely small in front of the demon dragon. Only the sword light all over the sky looked a little imposing. Although their cultivation was at the peak of the venerable heaven realm, the demon dragon was born with a strong physique, which Ye Youluo could never compare to. How can one compare the ant-like Zuantian realm with a giant dragon as strong as a mountain? Master! Everyone retreated to the shore and looked at Ye Youluo, who was becoming more and more exhausted. Is this what the leader said about taking the life of this evil beast? It's obvious that I'm no match for him at all. What is the leader thinking? Boom! At this moment, above the head of the demon dragon opposite, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly emitted a burst of thunder, and dense lightning suddenly struck Ye Youluo. In an instant, the entire sea seemed to have turned into a pool of thunder, with lightning illuminating the entire night. Ye Youluo could only dodge continuously. As soon as his toes touched the surface of the sea, he quickly dodged away, jumping and flashing continuously. Just as she was delayed by the thunder and lightning, the dragon suddenly plunged into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea surface seemed to have returned to tranquility, with only the lightning flashing continuously. Wow! However, the next moment, just when Ye Youluo's toes touched the sea surface again, a bloody mouth, like a bottomless abyss, suddenly opened from below and bit up. Ye Youluo had just landed when a huge amount of seawater was sucked away. She suddenly felt empty under her feet and was about to fall into the mouth of the demon dragon that emerged from the sea. Master! Everyone on the shore suddenly changed their expressions. If anything went wrong with the leader, who would lead the demon island in the future? Swish! At this moment, when everyone was helpless and thought that Ye Youluo was doomed to die, suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure shot out at a speed that no one could detect, and hugged Ye Youluo in his arms in mid-air. Then, he dodged the fatal bite of the evil dragon. The evil dragon bit into nothing, and sea water flowed down from the corner of its mouth like a waterfall. Then, the huge dragon eyes looked towards the sea below. Ling Qi was seen holding Ye Youluo's waist and slowly carrying her to land on a reef not far away. The demon dragon's eyes changed slightly. This guy, how could he be so fast just now? And since the black cat is next to this guy must be very important. On the shore, when everyone saw Ling Qi rescue Ye Youluo, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad that the leader is okay, I'm glad that he is okay. What a fast speed, this guy. I couldn't even keep up with him just now. What is his strength? And who is he? The leader had previously ordered his arrest, but now he's actually trying to save the leader? Everyone looked shocked and confused. At this time, the two black-clothed women in the Supreme Heaven realm spoke. He said, "He is the leader's husband." Ah! Along the entire coast, everyone's mouths opened wide in an instant, stunned. No. The leader actually has a husband? When did this happen? No wonder the leader originally wanted to kill him but suddenly decided not to. This is flirting in disguise. Damn it, the leader is obviously the common goddess in everyone's eyes, supreme. How can there be a man now? This guy, apart from his decent looks, how is he worthy of being the leader? Ling Qi slowly descended from the reef on the sea, holding Ye Youluo in his arms, then smiled and shook his head. "Aren't you afraid that I really won't save you?" He. Ye Youluo's red lips curled up into a smile. "For the sake of the pharmacopoeia, you have to save him." She once again confirmed how important the pharmacopoeia was to Ling Qi. As long as the pharmacopoeia is still in his mind, Ling Qi will never let anything happen to himself. Hearing this, Ling Qi shook his head again. He continued, "Couldn't I have saved you for other reasons? Like, liking you, admiring you." As he spoke, he put one arm around Ye Youluo and reached towards Ye Youluo's delicate chin with the other hand. Seeing this scene, many people in the demon cult gnashed their teeth. Damn it, is there really a man in the world who can be so close to the leader? I'm so fucking envious. At this moment, just when Ling Qi's hand was about to touch Ye Youluo grabbed it and said, "You are trying to trick me by trying another trick? You." Before she finished speaking, her brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Because the moment she grabbed Ling Qi's wrist, she could clearly feel Ling Qi's pulse beating. Unintentionally, he took Ling Qi's pulse. Noticing the change in Ye Youluo's eyes, Ling Qi quickly pulled his hand back. "Unfortunately, it's too late." "Ah, I see. You want that pharmacopoeia to save your own life?" Sure enough, the next moment, a smile appeared on Ye Youluo's lips. Now she finally understood how important the pharmacopoeia was to Ling Qi. This is equivalent to Ling Qi's life. It's okay to tell you. Now you know that our lives are linked together. Ling Qi let out a sigh. "Ha, if I die, you will indeed not be able to survive, but if you die, I will not be affected at all." Ye Youluo sneered. In this whole world, the only one who can save Ling Qi now is himself. If I die, he must die. But if he died, what loss would it be to me? If I die, you will definitely not be a match for Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue when they join forces. In the end, you will die too. Ling Qi smiled and said, "By then, the foundation of the demon sect left by your master will be destroyed." After these words were spoken, Ye Youluo frowned. How did he know? Who told him about his master? Back off first. Ling Qi then let go of Ye Youluo and waved. "I just happen to have some questions to ask this big guy. Be careful, it's extremely strong and difficult to deal with." Ye Youluo nodded slightly. Then he raised the exquisite long sword in his hand and handed it to Ling Qi. "If you kill this demon dragon to avenge my master, I don't mind giving you the first half of the pharmacopoeia first." We have finally reached a consensus this time. Ling Qi smiled slightly and took the sword. Ye Youluo said no more and leaped back. When they reached the shore, everyone looked at Ling Qi across from them, their faces filled with confusion. "Master, now, are we going to let him deal with the demon dragon alone? Are you kidding me?" Even the leader was no match for the evil dragon. The leader and everyone else he brought could only barely hold out against the evil dragon. Now you let that guy come alone? That's enough. Ye Youluo just smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. Everyone continued to look at Ling Qi. Well, let's see how capable the man who could become the husband of the Lord Leader is. Under the gaze of everyone, Ling Qi held Ye Youluo's sword in his hand and stood with the sword behind his back. He slowly turned around and faced the enormous demon dragon. Then he slowly said, "I'm going to ask you 2 questions now. If you answer them honestly, I'll spare your life." Ha 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 ha, a mere ant dares to speak so arrogantly? The demon dragon laughed loudly towards the sky, not taking Ling Qi, who was as small as an ant, seriously at all. "First, Xiaochan, the cat you know, who is she? What was her previous identity?" Ling Qi had a blank expression on his face and asked directly. "Second, why did you crash into the demon island? What do you want to get from this island?" "Ha, you are not qualified to ask these questions." The demon dragon sneered. "Wrong answer." Ling Qi's eyes turned slightly cold. Swish. The next moment, he suddenly appeared above the huge head of the demon dragon. Then, he put the sword behind his back with one hand, and suddenly clenched his other hand into a fist, and threw a punch from the sky. What a fast speed! The demon dragon's pupils trembled slightly. This guy's speed is almost comparable to Flash. The next moment, before he could react, Ling Qi's punch landed heavily between his two huge dragon eyes and on his forehead. Bang! Only a huge muffled sound was heard, drowning out the sound of thunder in the sky. The demon dragon only felt that its head was hit hard by something it had never seen before, shaking its brain. The next moment, the force contained in that punch instantly blasted it into the sea. Bang! There was another loud bang, and half of the dragon's body seemed to have lost its spine, and it slammed into the sea. Suddenly, a huge abyss was blasted out above the entire sea surface. The rolling waves, accompanied by the violent wind, exploded in all directions. The thunderclouds above the sky were shattered. Looking down from above, the huge whirlpool created by the demon dragon falling into the sea was even as big as half of the demon island. On the shore, Ye Youluo and the others immediately burst into breath and forcibly resisted the strong wind and the oncoming waves. Except for Ye Youluo, almost everyone was shocked and stepped back a little. At the same time, everyone's face was filled with horror. Are you kidding me? How could a single punch possess such terrifying power? What kind of strength is this? This is no longer within the realm of venerable heaven, right? Could it be above the venerable heaven realm? With one punch, he knocked down the demon dragon that no one could do anything to it except the people combined. With one punch, he unleashed such devastating power. This guy, how strong is he? The waves first swept in and then retreated. After retreating back and merging into the center of the huge vortex, it reversed with a loud bang. This went on for several times before it slowly stopped. The seawater that was shaken into the sky suddenly turned into raindrops falling from the sky. Everyone looked towards the sea without blinking. Above the sea, in the rain, Ling Qi was standing motionless, holding his sword in one hand. He just threw a punch and didn't even draw his sword. He is so terrifying even before using his full strength. How strong is he really? Wait, why is he just stuck in mid-air? Just then, someone discovered the problem. At this moment, Ling Qi just stood in mid-air, motionless. This is not right. Even someone as strong as Ye Youluo, who is at the peak of the venerable heaven realm, needs the help of the sea to stop. You can also achieve landing and shifting by performing light skills in mid-air with the help of fallen leaves or water droplets. But now, he was just standing there in mid-air. Just like a god, standing in the air without any external help? How he did it. He is at the supreme realm. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Ye Youluo's red lips, and she uttered lightly. The true supreme realm, an unprecedented existence. With him here today, the evil dragon will definitely die. When Ye Youluo said this, everyone was shocked. What? The supreme realm? That legendary supreme realm actually exists? Is this person the legendary existence? Why have I never heard of him before? In this world, a person who is above the world has appeared. As expected of the master's husband, such a being is naturally a perfect match for the master. We are convinced. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Now they certainly understood why the leader, who was above everyone else, could be interested in this man. Because this is not an ordinary man at all, he is already a being comparable to a god. There is nothing like it in the world. Invincible in the whole world. No wonder the leader said that he alone is enough. Hearing everyone's discussion, Ye Youluo frowned slightly and quickly turned around to look at everyone. What husband? Who told you that he is my husband? What nonsense are these subordinates of mine talking about? Ling Qi and I just met, how come it has been spread like this among them? Who taught them to make up such random thoughts? Chapter 9. If you don't mind the crowd, just sleep next to me. This. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at the two women in black under Ye Youluo's command. Isn't that what you two said? How, isn't that the case? Shay. Master, it was that guy himself who said it. The two of them immediately lowered their heads. They had seen Ling Qi at the leader's residence before, and Ling Qi had said it himself, so of course they had never thought of questioning this matter. I didn't expect. Ling Qi was telling a lie? What is that guy doing? Hearing the two's answers, Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi, who was standing in the air with a sword on his back, with blood-red eyes. This guy said that himself? She didn't argue with her subordinates, but just reminded them, don't spread rumors. I and he just met tonight. Yes. Everyone laughed dryly and nodded quickly. Having said that, in reality, if this guy were the leader, everyone has no objection. This is definitely a good thing. If the demon sect could have an almighty being in charge, wouldn't it be unparalleled in the world? Also, the leader is not angry at the moment? If it were in the past, if anyone dared to spread rumors about her relationship with a man, she would definitely be angry and would not forgive them. This time, she just said it casually. So the leader is actually quite interesting. Since that guy said he was the leader's husband, it means he is interested in the leader. The leader is not angry, which means that he also has feelings for him. In this way, wouldn't it be beautiful if the two of them ran towards each other? Although everyone stopped talking at this moment, they prayed in their hearts, praying that the leader and Ling Qi can be a couple. If we had to find a suitable match for them in this world, wouldn't it be each other? A perfect match made in heaven. Under the gaze of everyone, after a surge of waves in the sea, the evil dragon surfaced again. At this time, only its huge head was exposed, and its entire body was hidden in the water. The scales on his forehead were torn and his huge eyes were bloodshot. Are you, the Supreme Realm? Its rough voice sounded again, but without any of the arrogance from before. Because it knows very well that if it is the Supreme Realm, it cannot be the opponent. If you were from the Jedi Demon Realm, you should recognize me, but unfortunately you are not. Ling Qi finally slowly raised the sword in his hand, and your answer this time is also wrong. Hearing this, the demon dragon's bloodshot eyes trembled as it saw Ling Qi raising his sword. The next moment, it quickly turned around and dived towards the bottom of the sea. Facing the Supreme Realm, it is no match, and its only choice is to escape. Ling Qi, don't let it run away. Xiao Chan on the shore shouted quickly. Ling Qi, without saying a word, rushed towards the bottom of the sea with his sword in hand. Ling Qi? Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi diving down into the sea. Is that his name? Under the gaze of everyone, Ling Qi and the demon dragon disappeared on the sea. The originally turbulent sea water gradually returned to calm in the blink of an eye. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Ling Qi chased him directly into the sea? If it were in the water, would the demon dragon have the upper hand because of the terrain? Master, we. Everyone then looked at Xiao Yi Youluo. Do we not have to do anything? Just wait. Yi Youluo said softly. Since Ling Qi dared to pursue, he must be completely confident. I believe he can kill the evil dragon. Yes. Everyone nodded, and stood on the shore with Yi Youluo and Xiao Chan, waiting quietly. Under the pitch-black seawater, the huge body of the demon dragon kept diving towards the deepest part of the sea. Behind him, Ling Qi was chasing after him with a sword in hand at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, how could there be a being of the Supreme Realm among the human race? The demon dragon was in a panic at this moment. In this whole world, whether it is the human race or the demon race, no one has ever reached the Supreme Realm. Where did this guy come from? I have stayed in this sea area for too long. Has the outside world become so powerful? If the human race has such strength, how can the demon race be their opponent? At this moment, the demon dragon only wanted to escape from Ling Qi as quickly as possible, and then rush to the Jedi Demon Realm to tell his accomplices about this matter. Tell the demons not to act rashly. Swish. Behind him, Ling Qi's speed was getting faster and faster, and the distance between him and the demon dragon was getting closer and closer. Asshole. The demon dragon gritted its teeth and said that if it continued like this, Ling Qi would catch up with it sooner or later. Immediately it stopped abruptly, then turned its head, opened its huge mouth like the abyss, and roared towards Ling Qi. Boom! Suddenly, a thick beam of lightning shot out, illuminating the entire deep sea and pointing directly at Ling Qi. Facing the full-strength attack of the demon dragon, Ling Qi remained expressionless. He raised the long sword in his hand and swung it out. Wow! The dazzling sword light burst out with an unstoppable force, and actually split the pillar of lightning in two. The demon dragon's pupils trembled and it quickly dodged away. Wow! Unfortunately, the sword energy was too powerful and its speed was astonishingly fast. Although it managed to dodge, one of the horns on its head was cut off by the sword, along with half of its front claw. Suddenly, the boiling blood gushed out, dyeing the sea red. The demon dragon let out a painful roar, and then all the scales on its body trembled wildly. A terrifying cold air continuously burst out from its huge body, solidifying the seawater. Outside, in the darkness, Ye Youluo and the others were watching quietly. As everyone waited and observed, a burst of lightning suddenly erupted from the deep sea. Then suddenly there was a strange noise. Everyone narrowed their eyes slightly, and saw that the entire vast sea was turning into ice sculptures bit by bit. What is this? Why has it all turned to ice? What a terrifying cold air, how could it freeze such a vast ocean? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Under the sea, as the sea water was completely frozen, Ling Qi was also trapped in the ice. The demon dragon seized the opportunity and turned around without saying a word, speeding up its escape. Dual attributes? Interesting. Ling Qi smiled faintly, and then a strong aura suddenly flowed from his palm towards the sword blade. Boom! The next moment, the long sword shot out with a bang, ignoring the ice that was unknown how thick it was, and caught up with the demon dragon. The demon dragon's pupils trembled and he just turned around. Call out! The long sword carried that terrifying sword energy and pierced through its body and spine. Suddenly it let out another scream of pain, and in an instant, the lower half of its long body became uncontrollable and weak. There was only one claw left on its upper body, which was scratching and digging in the seawater, looking extremely miserable. Boom! The next moment, Ling Qi shot out from the ice and came directly in front of the demon dragon. He raised his hand to catch the sword and pointed it at the dragon opposite. The demon dragon stopped completely, and its huge eyes looked at the tiny figure standing in front of it with fear. It is such a tiny existence, but it is enough to make it unable to fight back. This is the supreme realm, this is the absolute crushing above the realm. You don't have many opportunities to speak, so I suggest you cherish every word you say. Ling Qi's cold voice continued. Blood was still flowing from the demon dragon's head and body, and its lower body was unable to move. At this point, it had no idea where to begin. Go up, let's talk slowly. Ling Qi smiled faintly, then put away his sword and raised his foot. Boom! He kicked the demon dragon hard on the chin. The demon dragon only felt its upper and lower teeth suddenly collide, making its head dizzy. Then, the brutal force sent it towards the surface of the sea. Outside, as the sea water on the entire shore froze, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped a lot. Everyone just stood there and watched quietly. As everyone was waiting, the next moment, bang! With a loud bang, a huge monster broke out from the ice on the seabed. Then, it slammed heavily onto the frozen sea. It was the evil dragon. After it slammed hard into the ice, its entire huge body fell down, as if it had no strength left. Ling Qi followed closely behind and rushed out, landing in front of it. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. As expected of the leader's husband. No, worthy of the leader's friend. This demonic dragon has attacked the demon island several times, and we are helpless. Each time, we can only try our best to drive it away. I never thought that he alone could make this demon dragon so embarrassed. This time, this evil beast won't be able to escape. Of course, it was the first time for everyone to see the demon dragon in such a miserable state. His claws were chopped off, his horns were chopped off, and his body was covered in blood. The lower body was paralyzed. Now he's just lying there like a snake without any strength. Ye Youluo quickly leaped away, her smooth jade feet landed on the ice, and she stood beside Ling Qi. At the back, Xiao Chan and everyone else also gathered around. At this time, the evil dragon was still alive, but it was motionless like a corpse. Even if all the people standing in front of it were added together, they would still not be able to match the size of its body. But now, no one is afraid of this evil dragon anymore. Because it has lost its fighting power, what awaits it is only judgment. You have one last chance to tell the truth. Ling Qi's voice then slowly sounded. As he spoke, Xiao Chan walked up to his side and stared at the huge eyes of the demon dragon with him. The demon dragon looked at Ling Qi and others in front of it with its huge eyes. It knew that it had no choice now. I say. Its weak and rough voice continued, she was originally one of the 7 kings of the demon race. 1/7 of the demon race's power is under her control. Back then, the demon race was planning to launch a general attack on the human race, but because of her betrayal, the plan was aborted. Later, the other 6 kings joined forces to encircle and suppress her. She should have been reduced to ashes. But I didn't expect that she was still alive and had lost her memory. Because of her betrayal, the demon tribe postponed their plan. That's all I know about her. Back then, when it had not yet reached the realm of Zuantian, it stayed in the Jedi demon realm. At that time, it was considered to be in the upper middle class among the demon clan. So know all. So, because of her betrayal, your demon race lost some of its power? Ling Qi continued, later, your demon race created a sword powerful enough to fight against the supreme realm, right? Hearing this, the demon dragon was suddenly shocked. How did Ling Qi know? No one should know about this matter. It is true. Because of the rebellion of a king, the demon tribe suffered heavy losses. Although the king died later, the overall strength of the demon clan did decline sharply. Therefore, the demon clan began to forge an ancient sword to use as their trump card. The day the sword is completed will be the day when the human race will be destroyed. Logically speaking, no one knew about this matter. Although it was forced to speak now, it did not intend to tell Ling Qi about it. But Ling Qi actually knew? Ling Qi smiled. Therefore, Xiao Quan took the lead in preventing a war between two equally powerful opponents. Then he stopped a war in which the demon race should have crushed the human race. All this is really a coincidence. Without the little greedy person I was before, I wouldn't be who I am today. Of course, there would be no human race today. So at that time, I disappeared in the war? Xiao Chan's voice continued. Everyone saw you reduced to ashes, but no one expected you to still be alive. The demon dragon said in a deep voice. It was there at the time and saw it with its own eyes. Who would have thought that she was still alive and well? And he even ran to the human camp. He also wanted to kill her. With his current strength, if he returned to the Jedi demon realm, he would have the opportunity to replace her and become one of the 7 kings. Who knew that there was a person of the supreme realm beside her? What else do you know? Xiao Quan asked. That's all I know. The demon dragon replied truthfully, the original plan was delayed, so I left the Jedi demon realm and came out to practice alone. So it didn't know that Ling Qi had gone to the Jedi demon realm later. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to recognize Ling Qi. So, what's on this island? Ling Qi then asked, what do you want? The demon dragon hesitated for a moment, it really didn't want to say it. But now, it must be said. The 3 origins Qi, an extremely powerful innate force. The demon dragon continued, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 elements of energy. If I can obtain the last element, I will have a chance to reach the supreme realm. What is the 3 yuan Qi? Ling Qi asked. Ice, fire, and thunder. The demon dragon said, you saw it just now. I have the dual attributes of ice and thunder. Now I just lack fire. It is in the center of this demon island. The entire demon island is in the shape of a triangular cone, like a mountain, with only a small part exposed above the sea. The fire energy is at the center of this mountain. However, this mountain is so huge that it is difficult to break through even after being hit many times over the years. In addition, there are always people from the demon cult trying to stop it, so it has not been obtained yet. Ling Qi nodded. No wonder it has 2 attributes, it was actually intended to have 3 attributes. I've told you everything I know. Now, you should finally let me go. The demon dragon's voice then rang out. It was really in trouble today. As long as it could survive, it swore that it would never come to this devil island again. Next time I see Ling Qi, I will definitely take a detour. Of course, I keep my word and won't make things difficult for you. Ling Qi smiled. The demon dragon felt relieved. As long as he could survive, that was good. It then struggled to wriggle its weak body, trying to crawl into the sea. But at this moment, just as it was making the first difficult move, Ling Qi turned around and handed the sword in his hand to Ye Youluo. Ye Youluo understood and took the sword. Then, with a cold face and sword in hand, she walked forward step by step until she came to the front of the demon dragon's head. The blood-red aura all over his body rose up with a hint of murderous intent. This scene made the demon dragon's eyes change. What do you mean? I said I'll let you go as long as you answer honestly, but I can't control whether others will let you go or not. Ling Qi smiled. You. The demon dragon's pupils trembled violently, and then it quickly used all its strength to move its front body, trying to escape. The only claw that could move kept scratching at the ice, but it only moved a short distance. Evil beast. Ye Youluo's bloodshot eyes suddenly condensed. Then, he raised the long sword in his hand and suddenly swung it down. Wow, bang! The blood-red sword energy fell from the sky and struck the demon dragon's head fiercely. That was the place where Ling Qi had punched him and tore his skin apart. The demon dragon suddenly let out a scream, and its wound continued to expand. After one sword strike, Ye Youluo swung the sword again. Wow, wow, wow. The blood-red sword energy continued to fall, one sword after another. Every time, it lands in the same place. The evil dragon kept screaming. The shouts echoed throughout the waters of the demon island. It struggled desperately, trying to escape. Unfortunately, there is no chance at all. It had been beaten by Ling Qi with several moves and had no power to fight back, and now it could only be slaughtered. Let Ye Youluo slaughter you. Under the continuous bombardment of the blood-colored sword energy, its head was split open bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, blood began to flow from all 7 orifices. Wow! As Ye Youluo's last sword fell, its entire forehead suddenly split apart and blood gushed out. Finally, under that ferocious face, he completely lost his breath and remained motionless. This evil dragon that always caused unrest on the demon island has finally been completely eradicated today. Everyone in the demon cult secretly cheered, and the demon island could finally have peace from now on. After completely hacking the demon dragon to death, Ye Youluo put away his sword and let out a sigh of relief. The revenge for my master has finally been achieved. Then she slowly turned around and walked towards Ling Qi. Then he said lightly, "Thank you." If it weren't for Ling Qi, she knew very well that she would never be able to kill the evil dragon in her lifetime. Although the demon dragon had the same level of cultivation as her, she was powerless because of its huge size and ability to dive. Fortunately, Ling Qi suddenly arrived tonight and fulfilled her wish. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled and said, "So you can be polite too? Just don't forget what you promised." "I will certainly keep my word," Ye Youluo said lightly. "Since I promised to give Ling Qi the first half of the pharmacopoeia, then of course I have to give it to him. I will write down the first half of the volume for you right now." Ye Youluo then slowly said, "Now, you should finally stop clinging to me?" "Okay, go ahead." Ling Qi smiled. Ye Youluo nodded, then waved his hand, signaling his men to clean up the scene. Then she rushed towards her residence. After holding it in for so long, I can finally pee. With Ye Youluo's departure, the people of Demon Island began to clean up the bodies. The best way to clean it up, of course, is to break the ice and let the body sink to the bottom of the sea, or it can serve as food for fish and shrimp. Ling Qi and Xiao Chan stood there, with Xiao Chan looking thoughtful. "I am actually a demon king?" It was because he traveled through time during the battle that he lost his cultivation and his memory. Otherwise, I should be very powerful. Since he is the demon king, he should at least be able to catch up with this mutated dragon. Now that you know your background, what are your plans? Ling Qi rubbed Xiao Chan's little head. "What else can we do? Everything will remain the same." Xiao Chan let out a light breath. Although he is a demon, he has been on the side of humans from the beginning. Of course, it will not change in the future. One more question. Didn't I tell you before? I always feel like I have to come back no matter what. Xiao Chan continued, "This issue has not been clarified yet." "Yes, although my identity is now clear. But why is it that even though I have lost my memory and traveled through time, I can't let go of the subconscious thought that I must come back? What obsession is so important? I'll take you to the Jedi demon realm later, and everything will become clear." Ling Qi smiled faintly. Xiao Chan immediately let out a sigh. "Forget it, if you go a second time, who knows if you can come back alive? I almost lost my life the first time I went there. Won't I die if I go there again? Although my own affairs are very important, I can't sacrifice Ling Qi's life for myself, right? Even if we don't go, they will come out." Ling Qi smiled. "There are only 3 years left. After 3 years, the demon clan will surely launch a catastrophe." Xiao Chan let out a sigh and said, "Let's talk about it when the time comes." Bang! At this moment, several masters from the demon cult stood up, surrounded the huge corpse of the demon dragon, and launched an attack on the ice surface. He planned to let the dragon's body sink. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Ling Qi waved his hand. Everyone stopped and looked at him curiously. He is at the supreme level and has a relationship with the leader, so of course everyone has to listen to what he says. Didn't the demon dragon just say it had treasures on it? Wouldn't it be a pity to let it sink like this? Ling Qi smiled faintly, then snatched a knife from someone's hand and walked to the bloody head of the demon dragon. Then, he raised his long sword and slashed it down suddenly. The knife fell right into the cut that Ye Youluo had just made. Suddenly, the huge head of the demon dragon was completely split into two. Then, everyone saw two beads floating in the middle of the brain's flesh and blood tissue. Two fist-sized beads, one with lightning and the other with cold air rising from it. The three elements of ice, fire and thunder, ice element and thunder element, that's it. Ling Qi then sucked the two beads over with his palm. The rest is up to you. Then he said lightly, turned around and left with Xiaochan. This. All the remaining people looked at each other in confusion, as if they had suddenly missed some incredible opportunity. Why didn't I think that the so-called 3 yuan qi was still in the body of this demon dragon? Even the leader didn't expect it. Since it is qi, I thought it was absorbed. But who would have thought that the energy was condensed into real beads? Forget it, it's not our destiny. Ling Qi brought Xiaochan back to the island, and since they had nowhere else to go, they went to Ye Youluo's residence again. At this time, in the quiet courtyard, Ye Youluo was sitting by the window of the room. He picked up the pen gracefully and wrote the first half of the pharmacopoeia. Are you really that serious? Ling Qi walked in with Xiaochan smiling. I promised to give it to you tomorrow. What are you doing here? Ye Youluo held the pen in his hand and glared at Ling Qi with his head tilted to the side. I have no place to sleep, so I'll stay here for one night. Ling Qi smiled and walked straight towards Ye Youluo's bed. Then lean back with your hands resting on your head. Ye Youluo frowned, but didn't say anything more. Forget it, he has already touched the bed, so let him sleep on it if he wants. Besides, there's nothing I can do to him. She ignored Ling Qi and continued writing. She was indeed very serious and had already memorized the pharmacopoeia. Since Ling Qi helped her this time, she would of course keep her word and hand over the first half of the volume to Ling Qi intact. You also know medicine? Ling Qi asked at this time. My master is from the same school as the former imperial physician of the Great Yan dynasty. Ye Youluo replied, in terms of medical skills, I am no less skilled than anyone else in the world today. No wonder your hidden weapon is a silver needle. Ling Qi nodded and then asked, why did you kill that old doctor? I don't think you're the kind of person who would kill innocent people. None of this is your business. Ye Youluo did not answer Ling Qi's question. Her master and the old miracle doctor were from the same school, but they took completely different paths. Her master is a poison doctor. In the eyes of the old doctor, it was a crooked way. Later, her master became seriously ill due to developing poison and went to find the old doctor for treatment. Not only did the old doctor refuse to save her, he also humiliated her master several times. So in a fit of rage, she killed the old doctor and took away his pharmacopoeia. Unfortunately, he still failed to save his master. It was because of his master's serious illness that he died in the subsequent dragon attack. Forget it, go to sleep. Ling Qi didn't ask any more questions and lay down completely, really planning to sleep here with her. There is something, I must remind you. At this moment, Ye Youluo suddenly spoke again, your physical condition is not optimistic. I suggest that you don't act rashly in the future. Every time you circulate your energy, it will accelerate your death. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi frowned slightly. What the hell? So every time I attack, my lifespan shortens? I am by Yuekue? You are invincible but can't attack at will? After a moment, Ling Qi could only shake his head helplessly. Anyway, I don't like to act rashly. Also, if we want to be good friends in the future, you have to save me. Hearing this, Ye Youluo just smiled faintly and said nothing more. Indeed, to a certain extent, Ling Qi's life is now in her hands alone. No one can save Ling Qi except her. Whether to save Ling Qi depends entirely on her. Go to bed. Good night. Ling Qi then waved his hand. Oh, if you don't mind being crowded later, you can sleep next to me. Ye Youluo turned around and glared at him. Sleep next to you? Screw you, who wants to sleep with you? It's bad enough that you've taken over my bed, but you're also thinking of taking over me too? Ling Qi said no more and slowly closed his eyes. Xiaochan also turned into a black cat and jumped onto the bed, curled up beside his pillow and slowly fell asleep. In the quiet room, a man and a cat slowly fell asleep on the bed. Under the night sky, Ye Youluo lit a lamp and picked up a pen. It was a long time later that she wrote down the first half of the pharmacopoeia, making it a thick little pharmacopoeia. When she had finished writing the first half of the volume, she stood up and stretched herself. Her curves are fully revealed under the red skirt. Then she slowly turned around and walked to the bed with her bare feet. At this time, Ling Qi and Xiao Chan had both fallen asleep. This guy really dares to sleep peacefully? Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi, who was sleeping soundly. Isn't he afraid of what he might do to him while he's asleep? So confident? So confident in yourself? Or is it that in his eyes, I am actually not a threat at all? After looking for a while, a slight smile appeared on Ye Youluo's pretty face. She didn't wake Ling Qi up, nor did she do anything to him. Just slowly turned around and walked out of the room. Chapter 10. Daddy, I finally found you, go to hell. The next day, Ling Qi and Xiao Chan slept until noon before slowly waking up. As soon as he woke up, Ling Qi saw the first half of the pharmacopoeia on the table. He quickly picked it up, opened it and took a look. It's true that the handwriting reflects the author. It's quite beautiful. I didn't expect that Ye Youluo actually wrote the first half of the volume in one night. It must be hard for her to stay up all night writing. Immediately afterwards, Ling Qi took the pharmacopoeia and Xiao Chan out of the room. At this time, Ye Youluo was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bathtub, closing his eyes to rest. I'm sorry you didn't sleep on the bed. Ling Qi smiled. This is clearly her territory, but I occupied her bed. And what about her? He didn't care and instead sat outside alone. She is quite polite. If it were someone else, she would have killed him long ago, right? Who dares to sleep in the devil's room? Ye Youluo slowly opened her beautiful blood-red eyes, just glared at Ling Qi, and didn't say much. She gave in to Ling Qi because he helped her get revenge. Otherwise, how could Ling Qi have the chance to sleep peacefully in her room? Even if I can't kill him, I can still make him suffer from restlessness. Let's go when you are ready, to the Tianshan Snow Tribe. Ye Youluo then stood up and said, You are seriously injured and will not live long. It is not appropriate to take action. From now on, you will not be able to help me. Therefore, relying on Ling Qi itself is not feasible. I have to rely on myself to deal with Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue. Wouldn't it be better if you just cured me earlier? Ling Qi smiled and said, I should still be saved, right? Your body is strange, as if something alive is spreading inside you, suppressing your tendons and aura. Ye Youluo said, If you refuse to tell me everything about yourself, how can I cure you? Didn't I tell you yesterday that the Jedi demon realm made a sword to deal with the human race? Ling Qi then ripped open his shirt, revealing his wound. I broke into the Jedi demon realm before, and this wound was caused by that sword. Ye Youluo looked at it with her beautiful eyes and was shocked. Is that so? No wonder his pulse and breath were so strange and his life was hanging by a thread. Ye Youluo then walked up slowly and stood in front of Ling Qi. Then she raised her jade hand and gently touched it, gently stroking the empty lines that spread from the sword wound. You are still alive, this is a miracle. Whether you can survive in the future depends on you. Ning smiled slightly and continued, How about giving me the second half of the pharmacopoeia as well? Hearing this, Ye Youluo withdrew his hand. Then he smiled faintly, If I give it to you, then in the future, wouldn't this seat be worthless to you? You think so? Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. What else can we do? Ye Youluo asked. Do you think I'm approaching you simply for the pharmacopoeia? Can't I be doing it for something else? Ling Qi continued, For example, coveting your beauty or something. Ye Youluo glared at him and asked, Who knows yours? Besides, even if you're attracted to my beauty, so what? I'll still be wary of you. Just like you are wary of me. You can still be saved, but whether or not to save you depends on my mood. Ye Youluo continued with a smile, So from now on, you'd better not go against me. Moreover, even if such an injury needs to be treated, it cannot be completed in a short period of time. You can do it from the back, it doesn't have to be facing. Ling Qi said with a smile. Ye Youluo immediately glared at him fiercely. Rogue. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ling Qi then waved his hand and put the pharmacopoeia away. However, I still have to go back to the Dian Palace first to make sure there are no problems with your pharmacopoeia. What if this pharmacopoeia is fake and contains something harmful to her so that she can use it to control herself? So of course you have to confirm it. The imperial physicians of the Dian dynasty were of course the best appraisers. You doubt me? Ye Youluo frowned slightly. I wrote it to him late at night with good intentions, but he didn't even believe it? It's better to be careful in everything. Ling Qi just smiled lightly. This concerns my life, so of course I can't be careless. Ye Youluo said no more. Since he wanted to verify it, let him verify it. Ling Qi smiled and continued, since you haven't slept all night, I'll give you something. What is it? Ye Youluo was a little curious. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Ling Qi leaped away, leaving Ye Youluo and Xiaochan standing there waiting. Ye Youluo's gaze fell on Xiaochan, and then he asked calmly, You are his maid now? No. It doesn't count. Xiaochan shook his head. A maid? To be precise, I should be one of his women now. She is also the only one who stays by his side at all times and never leaves him. His personal and beloved little pet. What good will it do you to stay with him? Ye Youluo then asked, I can double the benefits he gave you. How about, you just stay by my side from now on? Who wouldn't want to take a little girl like this under his wing and make her his personal maid? Like Ye Youluo and Jiang Ling, they both like this girl from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you for your kindness, master. He and I, we are forever on the same path together and cannot be separated. Xiaochan didn't know what to say and could only give this answer. She and Ling Qi are both time travelers, so they are each other's best support and best partners. We will never be separated in the future. After hearing Xiaochan's words, Ye Youluo didn't try to persuade him any further. Since this girl's mind is on Ling Qi, of course anything she says is redundant. Immediately afterwards, Ye Youluo walked out of the courtyard with Xiaochan. Then he asked his men to prepare several large ships and prepare to set off for the Tianshan snow tribe. Because one side of the sea was completely frozen last night and has not yet thawed. So we set off from the other port. When Ye Youluo and the others were all on board, Ling Qi had already emerged from the bottom of the sea. At this time, he had something extra in his hand. A bead. Fist-sized, red beads. There was a blood-red flame burning on it, like a burnt fiberglass ball. This, of course, is the fire energy that the demon dragon has always wanted but never got. The demon dragon could not crash into the entire island, but Ling Qi could directly drill a hole into the core and get what he wanted. Ling Qi swooped out from under the sea and came to Ye Youluo's side, then held up the fire element pearl in his hand and said, TSK. So beautiful, just like your eyes. Hearing this, Ye Youluo seemed to have gotten used to it. Even if other people praised her, it was an offense to her, and of course Ling Qi praising her was also an offense. But she can now fully accept this level of offense. Not only could she accept it, but the entire demon sect could accept it. This guy, let alone praising the leader so openly, even if he occasionally teases the leader, everyone thinks it is reasonable. Feelings grow little by little from flirting. I hope they can become a couple soon. This contains extremely rich fire energy. I'm giving it to you. Ling Qi then handed the fire element pearl to Ye Youluo, refine and absorb it, and your strength will increase greatly. This bead suits her very well, so give it to her. There's no use keeping it for myself anyway. Although the three energies combined are powerful, he himself is already at the supreme level, so it doesn't matter whether he has this thing or not. Seeing the gift Ling Qi handed over, Ye Youluo was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that he would actually give it to me. You reminded me that the demon dragon I killed last night should have 2 beads on it. Ye Youluo reached out and took the fire yuan pearl, then said calmly, Is it with you too? I've already given you one, can't you give me the remaining 2? Ling Qi smiled. He plans to give the remaining 2 to others. The Thunder Yuan Pearl is most suitable to be given to Jiang Ling, and as for the Ice Yuan Pearl, it is of course most suitable to be given to Chu Xinyue. Of course Ye Youluo did not ask Ling Qi for it. Originally, the demon dragon was killed because of him, so it was reasonable that he didn't give him any of the 3 beads. It's already quite considerate of you to be able to give yourself one. Let's go. After giving the fire element pearl to Ye Youluo, Ling Qi waved his hand. Ye Youluo nodded, and then gave the order to set sail. Several large ships set out from the sea in an orderly manner at the same time. As soon as he moved, Ye Youluo suddenly took out a small medicine bottle. Then he handed it to Ling Qi. This is for you. Reciprocity is the norm. Since Ling Qi gave her a gift, she should of course give Ling Qi a gift in return. What is this? Ling Qi took the small jade bottle. This is the qi recovering elixir I often use. Ye Youluo replied, every time you practice qigong, your lifespan will be shortened. This pill, 1 pill at a time, can offset the loss caused by your qigong practice. So if Ling Qi wants to take action in the future, he just needs to take a pill. In this way, lifespan will naturally not be shortened. Ling Qi smiled, then asked again, isn't it the kind of poison that can control my mind? Believe it or not, come back if you don't want it. Ye Youluo suddenly became a little angry. He had indeed intended to use these pills to control Ling Qi. For example, every time he helped me with something, I would give him a pill. Now I give him everything because I'm in a good mood, but he still doubts himself? Believe it, of course I believe your reaction. Ling Qi put away the pills. It seems that I have to find a way to stay by your side as much as possible in the future, so that I won't be afraid of death. Staying by her side, she can save herself when something unexpected happens. Hearing this, Ye Youluo just looked at him without saying anything. If he wants to stay by my side forever, that would be a good thing. Firstly, I need him, and secondly, his injury requires a long period of recuperation before he has a chance to recover. Of course, what she wants is not someone who stays by her side all the time. That's not good at all, that's boring. Above the vast ocean, the ship sails forward, the sea and the sky are connected, and the scenery is magnificent. Ling Qi and Ye Youluo stood at the bow, leaning on the railing. In the eyes of everyone in the demon cult, they were so well matched, just like a young couple in love. In fact, the conversations between the two of them are mostly all kinds of banter, and they are more like a pair of enemies. Of course, enemies themselves are also a kind of flirting. In the future, perhaps they will really become a couple that everyone would be happy to see. After a long time, the big ship finally crossed the sea and arrived at the land. You guys go ahead and see me in the Tianshan Snow Tribe. Who knows? I might even arrive before you. After getting off the boat, the next step was of course to split into two groups. Ling Qi took Xiao Chan and planned to go to the palace first. You have a special relationship with Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue, right? At this time Ye Youluo suddenly asked a question. After all, Ling Qi planned to go to the palace, which is not a place that ordinary people can go. This certainly shows that Ling Qi has a special status in the Dian dynasty. We're friends for now. Ling Qi smiled and didn't hide anything. At present? These words made Ye Youluo frown slightly. What does at present mean? Does this mean that the relationship will change in the future? If the relationship between a man and a woman is already that of friends, then if they want to take it to the next level, it goes without saying what the relationship will become. What about you and me? Ye Youluo then asked, what is the enemy of a friend? Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled and said, I told you I was your husband and you didn't acknowledge me, so of course we can only be friends. Hearing this, Ye Youluo frowned even more. Who would easily accept such a thing? Besides, you haven't made any clear statement, so how can I take the initiative to make the decision? If you insist on being my husband, then show me what attitude you should have. If the enemy of a friend can become a friend, then the original hostility can certainly become friendship. Ling Qi hurriedly smiled faintly and said, you and them don't necessarily have to face each other to the death. Hearing this, Ye Youluo stared at Ling Qi and said, so, you're just a peacemaker? Forehead. These words almost left Ling Qi speechless. That is indeed the case, but strictly speaking it is not the case. I just hope there won't be too many wars in this world, and not too many lives lost. Do you think you understand what I mean? Ling Qi replied. That sounds quite righteous. Ye Youluo retracted his gaze and continued, but don't forget, it was they who wanted to destroy my demonic sect, not me who initiated the war. Ling Qi shook his head again, but your demon sect has been rampant and tyrannical and has done a lot of bad things. Isn't this the fault of your demonic sect? But if I ask myself honestly, I'm afraid the tyranny and evil deeds of the demon cult are not as bad as mine. I won't take the initiative to fight with them, but if they take the initiative to attack, I will not be polite. Ye Youluo continued coldly. So what if Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue join forces? She can still do whatever it takes. It's enough for you to think this way. They won't act rashly for no reason. Ling Qi just smiled. Although there are conflicts between you at the moment. But in the future, the real conflict will be the billions of demon soldiers in the Jedi demon realm. I believe that one day, you will be able to share the same hatred for the enemy. Ye Youluo said no more. Do you have the final say on whether they will take action or not? Just in case, I must of course make all necessary preparations. By now. Immediately afterwards, Ling Qi said no more and turned around and left with Xiao Chan. Ye Youluo also waved his hand and led the demon cult members to the Tianshan Snow Clan. On the other side, the palace. Ever since Empress Jiang Ling decided to take action against the demon cult, the many armies of the Dian dynasty have begun to prepare secretly. Various large warships have already been built. Chu Xinyue also brought masters from all sides to stay in the imperial capital temporarily to recuperate and wait for the day to take action. At dusk, the back garden of the imperial palace. A petite and cute little girl was waving a dagger in her hand. Every time the dagger was swung, a visible aura dissipated. Chu Xinyue is only at the 7th level of Lingwu now, but he already has the potential to break through to the 8th level. I'll have the imperial kitchen help you plan your meals, and I'll have the imperial physician give you some medicine to aid your cultivation. Jiang Ling was sitting nearby, watching the lively little fellow, and said with a faint smile, I want you to reach the Supreme Heaven realm before you turn 10. 10 years old in the realm of Supreme Heaven. This has never happened before in the world. Even a monstrous genius like Jiang Ling could only reach the realm of Zuantian when he was 16 or 17 years old. Ling Qi is a little girl with extraordinary talent. If she can reach the realm of Zuantian at the age of 10, then in the future, she will definitely be able to become an existence of the supreme realm like Ling Qi. Jiang Ling felt a sense of accomplishment when he thought that he had actually taught a disciple who had reached the supreme level. It's even more fulfilling than expanding territory. After all, an existence at the supreme level is enough to change, it can be said, that the entire world. But it is not comparable to the achievements of expanding territory. Thank you, Master. Chu Xinyue waved the dagger in her little hand, and then said coldly, when I find my father, I will stab him to death with this dagger. Hearing this, Jiang Ling smiled. She slowly raised her jade hand and gently supported her chin, then asked calmly, do you really hate your father this much? Of course, if he hadn't abandoned me, I wouldn't have suffered so much and wouldn't have been captured. Chu Xinyue said with a cold face, Master has no idea how hard my mother and I have been through these years. One time, I was so hungry that my mother went to steal sweet potatoes from other people's fields. In the end, they were caught, and my mother was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, those people were kind enough to give my mother some sweet potatoes in the end. My mother was covered in wounds, but she smiled and told me it was okay. It's all that irresponsible guy's fault. If he were here, how could mother have suffered so much? There is no such husband in the world, and there is no such father. Every time she thought back on what she had experienced over the years, she wished she could find that irresponsible father as soon as possible. Although she is still young, she has actually experienced hardships that many people cannot bear. This is also the reason why she is much smarter than ordinary children. Jiang Ling smiled bitterly. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could imagine how difficult it was for the mother and daughter at that time after hearing what the little girl said. Being alive is already a blessing from God. Do you know the divisions of cultivation realms? Jiang Ling then asked. Of course I know. Chu Xinyue nodded quickly. The cultivation realm of ordinary people is divided into the 1st to the 9th realm of Lingwu. Above that are the strong realm, the mysterious earth realm, the respected heaven realm, and then there is the supreme realm. Then do you know what realm your father is in? Jiang Ling asked. No matter what realm he is in, I will kill him anyway. I will definitely be stronger than him in the future. The little guy snorted coldly, and was very determined in his heart. Jiang Ling smiled and shook her head, then told her the truth directly. Your father is at the supreme realm, the only one of his kind in the entire world. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Xinyue's face froze. Is that the highest realm? So the gap between him and me now is huge. No, it should be said that there is a huge gap between him and everyone in the world. He is not on the same level as everyone else. Damn it, if he is so strong, how can I kill him in the future? Master, if I can't kill my father, will you help me? The little guy looked at Jiang Ling with a longing face. I am no match for him. The only person in the world who can be his opponent is probably the emperor, right? After all, the emperor is the ruler of the world. If one person is not his opponent, then he can summon so many troops under his command, so he should be able to be his opponent, right? Hearing this, Jiang Ling simply smiled and shook his head, then continued encouragingly, since it's your grudge, then you should avenge it. Also, don't lose heart. Although you're not as good as your father now, you will definitely surpass him in the future. Aha! Chu Xinyue nodded heavily, then continued to wave the dagger in his hand and continued to practice. She vowed that she would become the strongest being and surpass her father. Jiang Ling continued to look quietly at his lovable little disciple. Just then, a butterfly suddenly flew by. Although the little guy was practicing seriously, he slowed down his attack when he saw the butterfly, fearing that he would hurt the little butterfly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. Although this little girl talks tough, I'm afraid she won't be able to do it when she really sees her father. After all, he's just a kind-hearted kid. At this moment, two maids suddenly walked up slowly. Then he bowed slightly beside Jiang Ling and whispered, "Your Majesty, Ling Qi is back." "Oh?" Jiang Ling smiled suddenly. "So fast?" But come to think of it, with his supreme cultivation level, a mere few thousand miles is nothing. Jiang Ling immediately stood up slowly. "Xinyue, let's go." "Where are you going?" The little guy stopped. "Go see your father, he is back," Jiang Ling said slowly. When these words were spoken, Chu Xinyue's face froze for a moment, and then she became a little panicked. "My father, is he finally back? Can I finally see him?" Although she always talked about killing her father, when the moment really came, she was actually more panicked. After all, that was her biological father, she actually didn't know what to do. When her mother asked her to come find her father, she didn't tell her to kill him. This was entirely her own emotion. When they really met, she actually didn't know whether she should do as she had imagined. Of course, she has never killed anyone so far. She couldn't even bear to kill small animals. Whether you want to kill him or not, you'll know when you meet him. Jiang Ling naturally saw what the little fellow was thinking, and then smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous, I'm with you." Chu Xinyue nodded heavily, then tightly grasped the dagger and left the back garden with Jiang Ling. On the other side, the Imperial Pharmacy. Ling Qi had indeed returned with Xiao Chan. The first thing he did was to find the Imperial physician to confirm whether there was any problem with the pharmacopoeia. At this time, inside the Imperial Pharmacy, a woman in plain clothes was sitting at the table, flipping through the half of the pharmacopoeia given by Ling Qi. Of course, she is the Imperial physician of the current Dian dynasty. At this moment, she looked at the contents of the pharmacopoeia, her brows slightly furrowed, and her face was full of thought. "Is there a problem?" Ling Qi asked. "That's not a problem. The medicinal techniques recorded in this pharmacopoeia are consistent with Master's and are also in accordance with pharmacology. Imperial physician Bai said as he examined it, it's not perfect, and the handwriting isn't Master's. It seems like it was written just yesterday? The content is reasonable, but where did this pharmacopoeia come from? This is unreasonable. My master died a long time ago, so it couldn't be that he wrote it yesterday, right? Indeed, it was written yesterday." Ling Qi smiled and said, "Ye Youluo wrote it herself. All the contents of the pharmacopoeia are in her mind alone." Hearing this, Imperial physician Bai frowned even more. Isn't that female devil more interested in poison techniques than her master? Why has she turned to studying medicine? Ling Qi smiled. "You seem to know her very well?" "I don't really know much about her. Her master and my master are from the same sect." Imperial physician Bai replied, "It's simply because her master is skilled in poison techniques that he's considered an anomaly." "I see." Ling Qi smiled. Now he roughly understood why Ye Youluo wanted to kill Bai Yui's master. I think it was a feud between fellow disciples of the previous generation, and she put an end to it. "Then this pharmacopoeia, can it save my life?" Ling Qi asked. "This pharmacopoeia is incomplete. That female devil is very treacherous. All the contents, without the second half, it's basically useless." Imperial physician Bai then let out a light breath. The content is correct, but unfortunately incomplete. Hearing this, Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. But it was a good thing that Youluo didn't make any random changes that night. Imperial physician Bai's medical skills shouldn't be inferior to Ye Youluo's, right? Ling Qi suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Imperial physician Bai stood up immediately and said, "I come from an orthodox medical family. My medical skills are naturally not inferior to that female devil who only knows how to use poison." "Then do you think it's possible to complete the second half based on the first half of this pharmacopoeia?" Ling Qi continued with a smile. "If it can be completed, it will certainly save a lot of effort. Of course, there is no need to deal with Ye Youluo." This Imperial physician Bai did not give a definite answer. Of course, she would not admit that her medical skills were inferior to others. Ling Qi's provocation did have some effect on her. But of course she can't make such boasts just because of this. "I might give it a try." She thought about it and then said, "Maybe it can be done. I believe in Dr. Bai." Ling Qi smiled and said, "My life is in the hands of Imperial physician Bai. Hearing this and looking at the smile on Ling Qi's face, Imperial Physician Bai didn't respond on the surface, but he felt a great deal of pressure in his heart. His Majesty said that this man must live, and he has put his life directly in my hands. How can I afford it? Although I am indeed an excellent doctor, but I can't guarantee this kind of thing. I'll try my best. She was silent for a moment before continuing. Even if I can't save your life, I will definitely find a way to prolong your life. Such an answer does not belittle oneself, nor is it an exaggeration. Thank you very much. Ling Qi smiled and continued, when I have the chance, I will definitely take the second half of this pharmacopoeia from Ye Youluo. By then, Imperial Physician Bai will have completely inherited his master's legacy. Thank you. Imperial Physician Bai clasped his fist slightly. Just then, she suddenly saw someone coming to the door. Your Highness? She bowed slightly and called out. Ling Qi and Xiao Qian also turned around, and when they turned around, they saw Jiang Yao standing at the door with her hands folded and an angry look on her face. Ling Qi smiled at first, then asked, Who made our little princess angry? Snort. Jiang Yao snorted coldly, folded her hands and turned her head away. How dare you say that? Who can make me angry except you? What's wrong? Ling Qi walked up, raised his hand and touched her little head. Don't touch me. Jiang Yao directly slapped his hand away. Ling Qi frowned slightly. What's going on? Why are you mad at me for no reason? Don't be unreasonable. Ling Qi continued. Although you are a princess, you are also a human, not an NPC. But this doesn't mean that I have to do everything I can to coax you, pamper you, and lick you. Being unreasonable? Hearing this, Jiang Yao instantly became even angrier. She turned around and stared at Ling Qi, gritting her teeth and saying, Don't you know what good things you've done? And I'm being unreasonable? You bastard, big bastard. Hiss. Ling Qi was even more depressed. Everything was fine when we separated before, how come it became like this when I looked back? Did I do anything? I just went to the Magic Island. And even if I did something, it's none of your business, right? Let me ask you, do you know Chu Xinyue, the saint of the Tianshan Snow Clan? Jiang Yao asked with a pout. This one? Ling Qi smiled and said, We did have some connection in the past, but we haven't been in touch for many years. But then again, only Chu Xinyue and I know about this. How did Jiang Yao know this? Hearing Ling Qi's answer, Jiang Yao was immediately completely certain, so it really is you. This time, of course, there was nothing wrong. Chu Xinyue's father was indeed Ling Qi. Ling Qi does have a child. He had indeed done something as shameless as abandoning his wife and daughter. He is indeed a heartless, unfeeling, and irresponsible bastard. No wonder he calls himself a bastard. Is that what you're angry about? Ling Qi smiled and continued, I did know her at the beginning, and indeed, I left her later, and I felt a little sorry for her. Just a little? You really have the nerve to say that, you big bastard. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth. Ling Qi's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Are you a little bit drunk? He kept calling me a bastard. Am I giving you too much face? What? You want to hit me? Go ahead. Jiang Yao, however, was not afraid at all and directly put her head forward. There is no possibility for us to be together in the future anyway, so you can fight, and it will just cut us in half. Ling Qi suddenly felt depressed. What happened to her? Although I was indeed a bit unscrupulous in the past, it's still a bit hard to accept what happened in the past now, right? Are you going to cut off your future with me because of what happened in the past? This is indeed unreasonable, isn't it? His Majesty. Just then, the guard at the door bowed slightly and shouted. Then, Jiang Ling walked in holding Chu Xinyue's hand. Ling Qi looked over, then moved his gaze down to Chu Xinyue. Where did this little girl come from? Why does she feel strangely familiar? Also, what does that cold look in her eyes and the dagger in her hand mean? How can he be so murderous at such a young age? At this moment, Chu Xinyue's big eyes were staring straight at Ling Qi. It's him. The man in his mother's painting was him. He is his father, the bastard who abandoned his mother. I finally met him. You can do whatever you want. Jiang Yao chuckled, then walked to the side with her hands clasped together and sat down. Ling Qi doesn't know the truth yet, what should he do? Any questions? At this moment, when Ling Qi was confused, Chu Xinyue spoke. Her big, cold eyes just stared straight at Ling Qi. Then the childish voice slowly rang out, "Daddy, I finally found you. Go! Die!" After she finished speaking, she jumped up with her calves. Then he held the dagger in both hands and stabbed Ling Qi in the chest. Ling Qi didn't hide, this time he really didn't hide. It's not that you could have hidden but didn't, but that you simply forgot to hide. Because the word daddy immediately made his head buzz and become confused. What? This little girl, she calls herself Daddy? She is his own daughter? You have a daughter? When did it happen? Who gave birth to her? Ling Qi's mind was a little confused, and there was a surprise that he couldn't accept for the moment. No one spoke or took any action at this time. He just watched helplessly as Chu Xinyue jumped up and stabbed Ling Qi with the dagger. Just when the dagger was about to touch Ling Qi's chest, Ling Qi didn't dodge at all. The little guy gritted his teeth again, tilted the dagger, then passed by Ling Qi and landed behind him. She couldn't do it. Moreover, the man didn't even try to hide, and she had no idea whether she should really stab him to death in this situation. As soon as she landed, her big eyes instantly turned red and moist. She hated Ling Qi, but at this moment she also hated herself for not being able to be cruel. All sorts of complicated emotions were mixed in her young heart, and in the end, they only turned into tears. "You bastard, why don't you hide? Why don't you hide?" She turned around and burst into tears the instant she turned around, yelling loudly. If Ling Qi had tried to dodge or even fight back, she would have chased him to the end. Unfortunately, Ling Qi just stood there, so she couldn't bear to do it. At this time, everyone around was silent and just watched the scene quietly. After Ling Qi was distracted for a short while, he slowly turned around. Then he squatted down and looked at the little girl in front of him. "Did you just call me Daddy?" A smile of surprise and joy appeared on his face. "What's your name? Who is your mother?" "Oh." Jiang Yao, who was sitting on the side, suddenly snorted. "Still asking who it is? So he had sex with more than one woman in the past? So many that he can't even remember them all? Bah! You're such a cunning person. What's it to you? What do you care about my name or who my mother is?" Chu Xinyue burst into tears, and while crying, she clenched the dagger in her hand and stabbed Ling Qi again. Ling Qi grabbed her little hand. "Tell me. It's none of your business. You have no right to ask these questions, you bastard, bastard." Chu Xinyue was already out of control at this point, crying loudly while stabbing Ling Qi with the dagger. Although Ling Qi blocked her first few attacks, seeing how sad she was, he had no choice but to let down his defense. Perhaps only in this way will the little guy give up. As Ling Qi let down all his defenses, Chu Xinyue's dagger suddenly pierced his chest. At that moment, the little guy's tear-red eyes suddenly shrank. She then quickly let go of the dagger and took a half-step back. No. No, 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 no. Wasn't he on the defensive the whole time? Why did he suddenly stop? I didn't intend to kill him. I just wanted to vent my anger. I didn't intend to kill him. Can you tell me now? Who is my mother?" Ling Qi didn't seem to care at all about being stabbed, and just pulled out the dagger. Then he raised his hand and gently stroked Chu Xinyue's little face. "Tell Daddy, okay?" Chu Xinyue's little mouth kept trembling and tears kept flowing out. Looking at the man in front of me who was obviously injured but still smiled and talked to me, I felt the warmth from my father that I had never felt before. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. The next moment, she threw herself into Ling Qi's arms without hesitation, hugged Ling Qi's neck with her little hands, and burst into tears. The childish crying sound filled the entire imperial pharmacy. Everyone was silent, watching the father and daughter reunite for the first time. Of course, everyone here knew about it, except Xiaoshan, who didn't know that Ling Qi had a child. At this time, everyone was happy for Chu Xinyue. No matter what, this lonely little guy finally found his father. And she simply couldn't bear to kill her own father. What she actually wanted deep down in her heart was to be reunited with her father. Chu Xinyue hugged Ling Qi and cried for a long time. After a long time, she cried and said, "Mom was taken away by bad people, taken away by bad people, whoa." Ling Qi held her in his arms and slowly stood up, with a gentleness on his face that no one had ever seen before. "It's all because of you not being around that mother was captured by the bad guys." Chu Xinyue kept crying bitterly. "Mom asked me to come find you, Dad, let's go save Mom, okay? Let's go now. Okay, let's go now." Ling Qi nodded and continued, "Can you tell Daddy your name now?" "Chu Xinyue, this is the name my mother gave me." The little guy replied crying. After hearing this answer, Ling Qi of course knew who her mother was. The surname Su was of course Chu Xinyue, the saint of the Tianshan Snow Clan. Ling Qi then turned his head slightly to look at Jiang Yao. He now understood why Jiang Yao was so angry because of what happened between him and Chu Xinyue. Who would have thought? I actually have a daughter? After all, I used to treat everyone as NPCs and never thought that NPCs could get pregnant. And, since Chu Xinyue is pregnant, maybe other women who have had relationships with him will also be pregnant. Maybe I already have more than one child now. Snort! Noticing Ling Qi's gaze, Jiang Yao immediately snorted and turned her head away. Now it depends on what you do. You even have a child, what relationship can we have in the future? I can't just steal someone else's husband, right? Ling Qi also retracted his gaze, then raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from the little guy's face. Don't cry, mother is safe now, I will take you to find her. Chu Xinyue has been captured and brought back to the Tianshan Snow Clan, and is about to be sacrificed. I let her down in the past. She got pregnant alone, gave birth to the child alone and raised it alone. Now she has been on the run. It is hard to imagine how much injustice and suffering she has endured. It is hard to imagine how much she cried and how worried she was when she was forced to be separated from her child. After all, the child had been with them since they were young, and they were suddenly separated, leaving the young child alone. Which parent wouldn't be anxious? Which parent wouldn't worry about whether their child will be scared or whether they can survive? But I don't know where my mother is. Chu Xinyue continued crying. It's okay, Daddy knows. Ling Qi smiled softly and said, let's go find her and bring her back. From now on, Daddy will never leave you again. Hearing this, the fragile side of Chu Xinyue's already young heart was revealed without reservation. She hugged Ling Qi's neck tightly and burst into tears again. Over the years, she has been without a father, and the mother and daughter have been lonely and suffered a lot because they have no one to rely on. And later, it finally happened. As long as my mother is found safe and sound, everyone will be happy. Yao accidentally found her on the street before. At this time, Jiang Ling spoke up. She was selling paintings to make a living. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled bitterly, his heart filled with guilt towards the mother and daughter. A little kid about 5 years old came to the imperial capital all alone. God knows what she has been through. God knows how she has survived until now. And all of this was caused by myself. In this matter, Ling Qi had to admit that he was indeed a bastard and had no sense of responsibility. Xinyue said, Chu Xinyue was captured a few months ago. Jiang Ling continued, that means she's been alone and helpless for several months. Hearing this, Ling Qi hugged his daughter tightly in his arms, feeling heartbroken. Such a young girl spent several months helpless. It is hard to imagine what her young heart has endured. So, what exactly happened between you and Chu Xinyue? Jiang Ling asked. He can't really be the kind of scumbag who abandons his wife and daughter, right? It's a long story. At the time, I didn't know she was pregnant. Ling Qi held Chu Xinyue in his arms and said softly, anyway, it's really all my fault. The main reason is that I didn't treat people as human beings before. I never thought that NPCs could give birth to children. The little greedy boy standing by lowered his head slightly at this time. Of course, she understood better than anyone how Ling Qi viewed the world in the past. He just treated Chu Xinyue as an NPC, so of course he left after playing with her and didn't take it seriously at all. I'm sorry, Xiao Chan said in a low voice. It has nothing to do with you. Ling Qi smiled bitterly. Now that things have come to this, it is not important to dwell on what was right or wrong in the past. It's about making up for the future and making up for what he owes to the mother and daughter. What are you going to do now? Jiang Yao also spoke at this time. Now that I know I have a daughter, what next? Go find the daughter's mother. And then what? What about me? Let's just say goodbye. Just say goodbye like this? I'm going to the Tianshan Snow Tribe first. Ling Qi carried Chu Xinyue and walked straight out the door. Little Chan, let's go. Without further ado, the most important thing now is to make his daughter happy and at ease. Xiao Chan nodded and followed Ling Qi's pace. Do you need help? Jiang Ling asked at this time. No need, Ye Youluo is there too. Ling Qi said calmly, I don't recommend you meet so soon. Both of them are queens, one good and one evil. If they really meet, I'm afraid they will most likely fight. After saying that, a strong aura rolled out from Ling Qi's body, lifting up Xiao Chan and Chu Xinyue together. Then, with a swish, it shot directly towards the distant sky. This time, since he was in a hurry, he didn't have to travel slowly. Although this would be very costly, nothing could be more important than reuniting his daughter with her mother. Seeing Ling Qi leave like this, Jiang Yao immediately stood up. Don't you know how to speak clearly before you go? What should we do in the future? You and I, what exactly are your plans? Just tell me and give me a clear answer. Watching Ling Qi disappear from her sight, Jiang Yao could only stomp her feet on the spot. Now you're fine, go make up for the bad things you did before. But now you've done a new asshole thing. If you abandon me, does that mean you are not a bastard? If it really doesn't work, just give up. At this time, Jiang Ling reminded her lightly, she has children, but you don't. Chu Xinyue got pregnant alone, gave birth to the child alone and has been raising the child ever since. She suffered a lot for Ling Qi's child. In this respect, Jiang Yao, who had only known Ling Qi for a few days, could not compare. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth, but in the end she could only snort helplessly. I can't let Ling Qi really choose me between Chu Xinyue and me, right? What if I get pregnant too? She suddenly thought of something and said this. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling frowned slightly. If my sister is also pregnant, then this matter will indeed be a bit troublesome. If it were another man, I would definitely help my sister snatch him away. But the problem is that this man is Ling Qi, a supreme being that no one can control. Above the sky, Ling Qi was holding Chu Xinyue, with Xiao Chan following beside him, moving forward at full speed. Daddy, you can actually fly? The little guy wiped the tears from his face, a little surprised. Of course, Daddy is very powerful. Ling Qi smiled and then said softly, Xinyue, when Daddy left Mom, he actually had his reasons. Of course, there was no hardship at the time, but in order to maintain his image as a father, he had to tell a white lie. In the future, I will naturally take on the responsibilities of a father. The little one pouted, her eyes red. Then why don't you explain it to Mommy? Mommy says you're a heartless and unfeeling man. Every time I mention you, Mommy cries alone. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled bitterly again. Chu Xinyue was a simple and innocent girl at that time. Abandoning her when she was pregnant was indeed an irreparable harm to her. Not anymore. Daddy will always be with you and Mommy and will never leave you. Ling Qi then said softly, please don't blame Daddy, okay? Chu Xinyue snorted and did not agree. But he quickly lowered his head and looked at Ling Qi's chest. Daddy, does it hurt? Just now. I didn't mean it. Feeling the concern of his little cotton-padded jacket, Ling Qi smiled and said, it's okay, Daddy is so powerful, this little injury can be ignored. Dad, are you really at the supreme level? Chu Xinyue asked. How do you know? Who told you? Ling Qi asked. Master told me. Chu Xinyue replied. Master? Ling Qi certainly didn't know who her master was. It's Her Majesty the Empress. Chu Xinyue said. Hearing this, Ling Qi immediately smiled. Jiang Ling is quite clever. He actually accepted his daughter as a disciple without his permission? In this way, she can have an extra layer of relationship with herself. No matter what happens, I have to stand on my daughter's side, and thus stand on her side. You were born in July, right? So your mother gave you this name? Ling Qi asked. Yeah. The little guy nodded obediently. Mom doesn't even know Dad's name, so I took Mom's last name. Tell Daddy what you have been through over the years? Ling Qi continued softly. The little guy nodded, and then began to talk to Ling Qi about the long years of suffering. Whenever she talked about her pain, she couldn't help crying. A wife without a husband, a daughter without a father, are truly pitiful. Ling Qi felt even more pained when he heard his daughter's complaints. I owe them so much. In the future, I will definitely do my best to make up for the gaps I have missed in these years. The other side. The glaciers stretch as far as the eye can see, and the sky is covered with ice and snow, which is boundless. This is the so-called Tianshan Mountains, a real world of ice and snow. And in this world of ice and snow, there exists a race that is comparable to a small country. That is the Tianshan Snow Clan. At this time, inside the Snow Clan, in the Sky Prison. It was a pitch-black prison, with only a little white light pouring down from the window, illuminating a lonely and thin figure. She was wearing a white dress, clean and tidy, and her whole body was extremely gorgeous, like a blooming flower, beautiful and bright. Unfortunately, she was imprisoned and treated like a prisoner. At best, he is a glamorous prisoner. Moreover, her limbs were all connected with chains, leaving her no chance of escaping from this prison. On top of her neatly combed long hair, she wore an exquisite ice and snow hair crown. Beneath the crown of hair is an extremely delicate face. But his face looked so pale, and his expression looked as if he had lost all hope in life. She, of course, is Chu Xinyue, the saint of the Tianshan Snow Clan. In the past, she was a lively girl who was interested in everything in the world and always had an intoxicating smile on her face. Later, she left the Snow Clan under Ling Qi's coaxing and lived with Ling Qi for a short time. Then, Ling Qi suddenly left without saying goodbye and disappeared. She was innocent and simple, but was hurt by love and was extremely sad. At that time, she even thought about committing suicide. But suddenly I found out. I was pregnant. So she could only give birth to the child alone in silence. She changed from an innocent and lively girl to a down-and-out woman hurt by love, and then to a strong mother. Until now, he has become a dying man who has lost all desire to live and is speechless. She experienced suffering and despair that most women have never experienced. But now she doesn't care what she has been through or how much suffering she has endured. He doesn't even care about being abandoned. The only thing she still cares about now is her daughter. July. She doesn't know where her daughter is or if she is still alive. My daughter is still so young, so tiny. How can she survive alone and without anyone to rely on? It's been several months now. Where is she now? Are you afraid in the dark? Where do you sleep? Will he be hungry or bullied? What if I meet a bad person? Will I be hurt? At this moment, all Chu Xinyue was thinking about was her daughter. Worry, longing, and powerlessness. She did not tell her tribe that she had a daughter. Because she knew very well that if the Snow Clan knew that she had a daughter, they would definitely capture her daughter and make her the next saint. Now, she had no idea what to do. I can only pray in my heart that my daughter will be safe. It would be best if I could find the man who abandoned me. Although she didn't know why the man left her, at least if the man knew that she had a daughter, he should be able to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. That way, my daughter can grow up healthy. Hurry, hurry, get ready, the leader of the demon cult is here. At this moment, the jailer's voice came. I heard that the female devil is very powerful and has a bad temper. She must be treated well and not be unhappy at all. After hearing the jailer's conversation, Chu Xinyue's pale and delicate face was filled with complete despair. Because she knew that her death was coming. Chapter 11, Your race must be completely wiped out. Many years ago, Ling Qi came here by chance. Then I learned about the so-called saint of the Snow Clan and the so-called sacrifice. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the Snow Clan's altar formation. Then he kidnapped the saint Chu Xinyue. Although the Snow Clan has captured Chu Xinyue now, the altar of the formation is difficult to repair. It requires someone like Ye Youluo who is proficient in formations and has extremely high cultivation to repair it. Chu Xinyue is very clear about this. And now that Ye Youluo has really come, then, her death is of course here. After the altar formation is repaired, she will be sent to the altar. Then, under that great formation, he would refine every bit of his own flesh and blood until he was reduced to ashes. At this moment, Chu Xinyue was certainly not afraid of death. She was still worried about her daughter. If I die, it means I will never see my daughter again. That forced separation turned out to be the last time. Xinyue, you must live well. Don't worry about your mother. Don't be afraid. Move forward bravely. Your life is still very long. Chu Xinyue raised her head and looked at the glimmer of light outside the window. After your mother's death, don't dwell on your grief. Time will slowly cover your pain, and you will definitely be able to overcome all the difficulties. At this moment, she could do nothing. I can only pray for my daughter in my heart. And there was the man who left without saying goodbye and abandoned her. If anything really happened to my daughter, I would never let him go and would never forgive him even if I became a ghost. Let's go, let's go. You two take care of the saint, and the rest of you come with me to welcome the leader. An elderly jailer waved his hand, and then led a group of people out of the prison. Only 2 guards were left. Even though there were only 2 guards, Chu Xinyue certainly couldn't escape. She is a saint, but her cultivation is not high. She is just a delicate woman who is always protected. With her strength, it was of course impossible for her to break free from the chains and escape from the Snow Clan. Now, she can do nothing but pray for her daughter and leave everything to fate. On the other side, in front of the magnificent gate of the Snow Clan, under the leadership of the Snow Clan leader, the entire Snow Clan's mighty army lined up in neat rows. Use a very grand ceremony to show respect and welcome Ye Youluo's arrival. As everyone waited, a huge team slowly approached from the ice and snow ahead. There was a sedan chair in the middle, and Ye Youluo was in it. "Welcome, Master." When they saw the people from the demon cult coming, the entire Snow Clan, led by the clan leader, shouted in unison. The Snow Clan is just like a remote small country, and the total number of its people is only a little over 100,000. There are not many top-notch experts. There are only 2 or 3 people in the Zuantian realm, and they are not even at the peak of the Zuantian realm. Although it is a considerable force as a whole, it is certainly far behind the demon cult, the Dian dynasty, and the like. Therefore, the Snow Clan is of course respectful to the demon cult. The most important thing is that their Snow Clan needs Ye Youluo to repair the sacrificial formation for them. Inside the sedan, Ye Youluo waved gently. Upon seeing this, the Snow Clan leader immediately extended his hand. "The Snow Clan has prepared a banquet for the leader, please come in." As he spoke, the army behind him suddenly dispersed to both sides. "Make way for a long passage." Afterwards, the members of the demon cult walked into the Snow Clan. The group came to the central hall of the Snow Clan. Then, the Snow Clan respectfully invited Ye Youluo to take a seat. Many people have never seen Ye Youluo, but today they have the chance to see him and find that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. Although she is a female devil, her appearance and temperament are indeed beautiful and noble. The people of the Snow Clan had seen the Empress Jiang Ling of the Dian dynasty once, and now they have the opportunity to see Ye Youluo. There is almost no difference between the two in temperament. They are all goddesses among queens and queens among goddesses. Unfortunately, both queens seem to have no interest in men. Or it could be said that there is no man in this world who can catch their eyes. Otherwise, no matter who these two queens get, their lives will not be in vain. How on earth can they resist their physical needs? Or is there actually a man behind her? Just unknown? I don't know who has such good luck to be the man of these two people. It's an honor even if it's just a male slave. At this moment, many men of the Snow Tribe were imagining all sorts of things. They even hoped that Ye Youluo could look at them a few more times, so they stood up and talked about all kinds of things, hoping to show their best side to Ye Youluo. Unfortunately, Ye Youluo never even glanced at anyone. In her eyes, except for Ling Qi, all the men in the world are just ordinary people who are not worthy of her attention. After the Snow Clan's lavish banquet, Ye Youluo wasted no time. "Where is your Snow Clan sacrificial formation? I'll help you repair it right away. When the time comes, don't forget your Snow Clan's promise." Thank you, Master." The Snow Tribe leader clasped his fists and then extended his hand, saying, "As long as the leader can help us repair the altar and allow us to complete the sacrifice, our Snow Tribe is willing to serve you." The Great Yan dynasty is vast and rich in resources, and once even considered swallowing up our Snow Clan. This time, the Great Yan dynasty wants to attack the Lord, and we can just join the Lord in counterattacking Great Yan. If the Great Yan dynasty is destroyed, all living things will be reborn, and the world will be divided among us. The Dian dynasty is the current overlord of the world. There are many forces coveting the Dian dynasty. I'm afraid that everyone else on the borders of the Dian dynasty has the same idea as the Snow Clan. If there is a chance to divide up the Dian dynasty, everyone would certainly be willing to do so. Ye Youluo, however, had a cold smile on his face and didn't say anything more. Even if the Dian dynasty is destroyed, it will belong to him alone. Divide? Of course it will never be possible. Afterwards, Ye Youluo stood up and followed the people of the Snow Clan to the altar of the Snow Clan. The altar is right in the middle of the Snow Clan's headquarters, in a vast square beneath the ice and snow. A pyramid-shaped altar rises from the ground in the middle of the square. On top of the tower, there is an ancient formation. Unfortunately, a corner of the tower top was missing and the formation was broken. Your Snow Clan is quite powerful. Who was able to enter your clan and destroy the formation? Ye Youluo stood in front of the pyramid, feeling a little curious. This is undoubtedly equivalent to the army coming and going freely. He must be a capable person. Master, you don't know that this man is extremely powerful and has great magical powers. Even the many powerful men of our Snow Clan combined are no match for him. The Snow Clan leader bowed and said, that person not only destroyed the formation, but also snatched away our Snow Clan saint. Fortunately, after many years, we finally found the saint. Ha, so, you still haven't found the person who destroyed the formation? Ye Youluo said lightly. That's true. We don't know his name, and he wasn't with the saint when we found her. The clan leader said slowly, in fact, if he were with the saint, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to bring her back. Ye Youluo smiled faintly. There is such a strong person in the world. Who could it be? Could it be Ling Qi? Ling Qi said that he had an old friend in the Snow Clan. Could she be the saint of the Snow Clan? If it was Ling Qi, it would be no wonder that the people of the Snow Clan were unable to do anything to him. Ye Youluo didn't say much, and then walked up to the pyramid altar step by step. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly came to the top of the pyramid. Then, there was no wasting time. The blood-red aura burst out wildly, illuminating the entire altar. Everyone watched in silence. Then, as everyone waited, not long after, suddenly, although the missing corner of the altar was not restored, the intricate patterns of the formation were connected bit by bit in the air. It's done, it's done. The people of the Snow Clan were overjoyed upon seeing this. They thought that he was indeed worthy of being the leader. He is indeed proficient in the layout of the formation and can directly connect the gaps in the formation with his aura. In this way, the Snow Clan's sacrifice can continue. After Ye Youluo restored the formation, the aura continued to flow. It did not stop until the formation was completely stabilized. As her breath subsided, the blood-red formation at the top of the entire pyramid suddenly emitted a faint blood light. Ye Youluo stood in the middle of the formation, glanced at the formation under his feet, and then sneered. This is clearly a killing formation that can refine and annihilate people. I don't know why it became a noble sacrificial formation in the eyes of the Snow Clan. But, it's none of my business. You have no right to interfere with other people's clan traditions. Although I have repaired the formation, it will not last long. Ye Youluo then turned around and said slowly, if you want to perform any sacrifice, it's best to start now. It would be more accurate to say that she used her own aura to temporarily stabilize the broken corner rather than repairing the formation. This will of course be time limited. When the time comes, the formation will naturally go out again. Understood, thank you, Master. The Snow Tribe leader was now filled with excitement, and he quickly said, quick, bring the saint out and prepare for the sacrificial ceremony immediately. Yes. All the people of the Snow Clan were equally excited at this time, as if as long as they could complete the sacrificial ceremony, they, the Snow Clan, would really be able to receive some blessing from heaven. Little do they know, this is just deceiving themselves. Master, please take a seat and watch the Snow Clan's grand sacrificial ceremony. The patriarch then bowed to Ye Youluo. Ye Youluo nodded slightly, and then walked down from the pyramid step by step. Since you're here now, just take a look. Besides, Ling Qi hasn't arrived yet, so it won't be too late to wait for Ling Qi to arrive before leaving. So, Ye Youluo brought all the people from the demon cult and, under the arrangement of the Snow Clan, temporarily sat in the seating area of the square, intending to watch the ceremony. After a busy period of work by the people of the Snow Clan, not long after, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains, the so-called saint was surrounded and brought up by several people. Ye Youluo looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Is this the so-called saint? She looked desperate, as if she knew she would die today. Rather than being a saint, she is more like a sacrifice. Moreover, it is a sacrifice that will not bring any benefit to the Snow Clan even if it dies. Ha, what a futile and superstitious group. What kind of sacrifice is this? Isn't it just a legitimate and open murder? Behind Ye Youluo, the demon cult members all sneered at the Snow Clan. Do you think that by killing one person, your clan will receive the god's blessing? It's extremely pedantic and ridiculous. Poor so-called saint, unwillingly being forced to the guillotine by her own clan. Of course, one thing is one thing, although everyone in the demon sect knows that the Snow Clan is a kind of feudalism. But they have no control over it and cannot interfere. After all, this is their tradition. High Priest, let's begin. When the saint was brought out, the patriarch gave an order. Afterwards, torches were lit throughout the sacrificial square, and the people of the Snow Tribe who were in charge of the sacrifice were all wearing strange clothes and masks on their faces. Then, accompanied by the sound of drums, everyone in the square danced around the pyramid in all kinds of crazy ways. It really looks like that. Please. Saint. With a loud shout from the high priest, Chu Xinyue was brought to the pyramid altar. Then, kneel in the middle of the altar. The so-called altar is actually just a place of execution. And she is the one being executed today. Then, a high priest began to chant in a completely incomprehensible way. Finally, he led the entire Snow Clan to kneel down in front of the altar. God bless the Snow Clan. God bless the Snow Clan. Everyone shouted in unison and knelt down to pray. Seeing that look, many people in the demon sect sneered in their hearts. The more backward a race is, the more they like to entrust their fate to the so-called gods, and the more they like to make such useless prayers. Buzz. When all the people of the Snow Clan knelt on the ground and prayed and shouted, the formation on top of the pyramid was completely activated. Chu Xinyue was kneeling in the center of the formation at this time, her face full of despair. The next moment, she clearly felt that her life and breath were being continuously absorbed by the formation beneath her. In the blink of an eye, visible blood and energy continued to flow out of her body and into the formation. The continuous refinement of her qi and blood made her already pale face even weaker. She looked at the people of the Snow Clan kneeling below and sneered in her heart. The pedantic race will one day be completely extinct from this world. Of course, she had long been filled with disgust and hatred towards the Snow Clan. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. She could only endure the continuous refining of the formation. Soon she would become a dried corpse, and then the corpse would be completely refined, leaving only her clothes on the altar. July. At this moment, there was only pain and despair on her pale face. But at this time, she always thought of her daughter. I'm sorry. Mother, I'm sorry. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Next, I will completely leave this world and completely leave my daughter. She was so young, and had no one to take care of her, no parents. How pitiful would it be to be alone and helpless? Chu Xinyue's face was filled with grief and she felt helpless. As the formation was refined, she didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone break free from the chains. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the sky with tears on her face. At this time, snowflakes were falling all over the sky. Flakes of it fell on her cheeks and quickly melted away. The people of the Snow Tribe were still offering sacrifices and kowtowing continuously. No one cared about how the saint felt at this moment. They even prayed that the saint would complete the sacrifice as soon as possible, which was glorious. In their view, the saint was not dead, but was taken in by the gods. Under the ice and snow, this so-called traditional sacrifice looked so sad. Ye Youluo and others knew very well that this was an incurable sorrow. But of course their demonic cult wouldn't mind other people's business. Just watching quietly like that. Ye Youluo also planned that after this cooperation with the Snow Clan, he would never deal with such a race again. On the altar, as the refining continued, Chu Xinyue's face became increasingly pale, her lips turning as pale as paper. Gradually, she felt her consciousness being swallowed up bit by bit. My vision became increasingly blurry, and everything seemed to become increasingly dim. July. What she was thinking about was still her daughter. The daughter I have brought with me since she was a child. When she was born, she was so tiny and fragile. As time went by, she started to speak, babbling, and her pronunciation was unclear. Then, I slowly learned to walk, and I fell many times while learning to walk. Until later, when she grew up a little, she could call her mother. Not only can he walk steadily, he can even run. Then, she learned to dress herself and do housework. Those scenes, every step of the little guy's growth, were all passing by in Chu Xinyue's vague consciousness. I really want to hear her call me mom again. The little guy's sweet voice is always so sweet and endearing. July, my precious daughter, even if you lose your mother, you must live well in this world. Mother! At this moment, a childish voice echoed in Chu Xinyue's ears. Just as she was about to faint, a smile appeared on Chu Xinyue's pale face. Are you hallucinating? It doesn't matter if it's auditory hallucination, you heard it anyway. Mother! But at this moment, that childish voice sounded again, this time it was louder. Wrong. Chu Xinyue tried hard to maintain her consciousness and not faint. This doesn't seem like an auditory hallucination? Bang! The next moment, there was a sudden loud bang, and the altar began to shake wildly. Then, cracks began to spread from the top of the altar, and the entire altar was instantly covered with cracks. The sacrificial formation also stopped instantly. Chu Xinyue, who was being constantly refined, could also clearly feel that her energy and blood were no longer being lost. What happened? Su Xinyue raised her head with difficulty, and then she saw three figures in the blur. A man, a kitten, and a little girl. As her blurry vision gradually became clearer, her pupils suddenly shrank. The heart, which was almost about to stop, began to tremble wildly at this moment. July? Is it my daughter? My daughter came to see me. And not just his own daughter. And that man. The man whom I have hated and missed all my life. Of course, the ones who came were Ling Qi, Xiao Chan, and Chu Xinyue. This sudden scene also stunned everyone in the Snow Clan. The Great Formation had just been repaired, and it was destroyed again? Who are you that dares to interrupt the Snow Clan as sacrifice? Everyone looked over, but when their eyes landed on Ling Qi, their expressions suddenly changed. Isn't this the guy who destroyed the formation and took away the saint? He actually dares to come again? And this time, it will completely destroy the formation? At the edge of the square, Ye Youluo looked at the suddenly appearing Ling Qi and shook his head. Is that really the case? So Ling Qi's so-called old friend is indeed Chu Xinyue? Now, of course he couldn't bear to see his so-called old friend being wiped out. But then again, why is there a little girl next to him? That little girl still calls Chu Xinyue her mother? The saint of the Snow Clan actually has a child? Mom, are you okay? On the altar, Chu Xinyue had just landed when she rushed over to hug her mother, her eyes instantly red with tears. Mom, I brought Daddy to save you. July, you. Chu Xinyue's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. His daughter was fine, and she also brought her father with her. Chu Xinyue then looked up at Ling Qi in front of her, her eyes filled with unspeakable grievance, pain, and hatred. Don't talk. Ling Qi squatted down, raised his hand and gently placed it on Chu Xinyue's shoulder. Then the breath surged out wildly, quickly restoring Chu Xinyue's strength. You. As her qi and blood gradually recovered, Chu Xinyue's consciousness became completely clear, and her vision became completely clear. It's really him. It was that bastard who suddenly left without saying goodbye, that unfaithful and heartless man. I'm sorry for all these years. I'm sorry for you. Ling Qi spoke softly as he helped Chu Xinyue recover. Sorry? Sorry? Chu Xinyue's eyes were red from crying, and she sneered miserably. Then she suddenly roared, do you think an apology is enough? While roaring, she raised her hand, which had no strength to begin with, and slapped Ling Qi's face hard. But, when her palm got close to Ling Qi's face, she didn't hit him. Instead, he held Ling Qi's cheek and looked at Ling Qi's face. Then, trembling and sobbing, she threw herself into Ling Qi's arms, hugged Ling Qi's neck tightly and burst into tears. You scumbag, bastard. She really wanted to beat Ling Qi up and vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Although she hated Ling Qi, she couldn't let him go after all. Besides cursing him harshly, what she wanted more was of course to hold him tightly and never let go. Then, listen to his explanation. Maybe he has his reasons, doesn't he? You can hit me or scold me if you want. Feeling Chu Xinyue crying in his arms, Ling Qi smiled gently, as long as you are happy. Chu Xinyue cried and choked, raised her weak hands and hit his chest. I really want to beat him to death. But if he was really beaten to death, what would July do? Scumbag, where have you been all these years? What have you been doing? She cried loudly. All the emotions that had been suppressed in my heart were poured out without reservation at this moment. I had my reasons. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave without saying goodbye. I didn't know, you were pregnant at the time. Ling Qi gently comforted Chu Xinyue in his arms. Chu Xinyue, who was standing beside her, also burst into tears. After so many years, their family of three was finally truly and completely reunited. The cries of the mother and daughter echoed throughout the sacrificial square. Ye Youluo, who was sitting at the edge of the square, had no expression on her pretty face. After seeing this scene and hearing their conversation, she certainly understood. Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue, are they more than just old friends? They clearly have a past that is unknown to the public. And that little girl is Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue's child. He even has a child? Ha ha. For some reason, seeing this scene, Ye Youluo suddenly felt a little lost. After all, this was the first time in her life that she had any interest in a man. But when she turned around, she told him that this man already had another woman and a child. Humph! How dare you come to my Snow Clan? At this moment, the angry voice of the Snow Tribe leader suddenly rang out. Come here, capture them for me. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, figures from all around surrounded the altar. On the altar, Ling Qi raised his hands and picked up Chu Xinyue. I will take you away. From now on, I will always be with you and Xinyue, forever and ever. After saying that, he looked at the dense crowds of Snow Clan members who were constantly approaching him. Then, he suddenly stepped forward. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and all the chains on Chu Xinyue turned into fragments. Then debris burst out from the sky, and all the people who rushed forward were instantly pierced through and turned into corpses rolling down on the spot. Not one of them made it to the top of the altar alive. Seeing this scene, a hint of fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the Snow Clan leader. This guy is still as strong as before. The clan leader immediately turned around, clasped his fists and bowed to Ye Youluo, saying, Master, please help our Snow Clan. This person's strength is unfathomable, and I'm afraid only Ye Youluo can be his opponent. In the seating area at the edge of the square, Ye Youluo slowly stood up. She did not take any action, but just stared at the broken top of the altar with her beautiful blood-red eyes. At this time, Ling Qi's gaze also turned towards her. She smiled softly at first, then slowly asked, So, who is she to you? Ling Qi looked down at the pale Chu Xinyue in his arms, then replied calmly, She is my wife. After these words were spoken, Chu Xinyue's eyes in his arms turned even redder. In fact, although she had a relationship with Ling Qi, they certainly did not get married. Now that Ling Qi directly said that she was his wife, she was of course happy. She has never had anyone to rely on. But from now on, there is. Her only support is her husband. When everyone heard Ling Qi's words, they were all shocked. When did the saint become this guy's wife? The members of the demon cult were also equally confused. No. Didn't you say before that you were our leader's husband? Aren't you interested in our leader? How come you are a married man now? Damn, how can you be a pair with our leader like this? Ha? Wife? Ye Youluo sneered, then looked at Chu Xinyue. So, she is your daughter? Ling Qi nodded. This. The Snow Clan members were shocked again. Not only has the saint become this guy's wife, she has even given birth to a child for him? What is going on? The saint is supposed to be pure and clean, but it turns out that she is no longer a virgin? Isn't this sacrifice a blasphemy against the gods? No one from the demon sect said a word at this time. So this Ling Qi is already a married man? What a pity, he and the leader were originally a perfect match. And the leader is also interested in a man for the first time in history. Now it's over, there is no hope. Very good. Ye Youluo's cold laugh rang out again. Now I know what kind of person you are. If he didn't have a woman, then everything he showed in front of her would be reasonable. I can also think that he is really interested in me. But not only did he have another woman, he even had a child with her. Then what he did to himself was nothing more than pure teasing. Very good. Does the leader recognize this person? The voice of the Snow Clan leader rang out again. Master, you must help our Snow Clan. Otherwise, our Snow Clan will find it difficult to cooperate with you. Since the sacrifice cannot be completed, the Snow Clan will certainly not cooperate with the demon cult. Now, in their opinion, the only one who can keep Ling Qi is Ye Youluo. But Ye Youluo knew better than anyone that no one could keep Ling Qi and his family of 3. All the people here combined are no match for Ling Qi. Since the saint is no longer a virgin, her daughter should stay and become the next saint. The clan leader then bowed to Ye Youluo and said, Please, master, please help and keep her. After hearing this, Ye Youluo shook his head. Old man, you actually want Ling Qi's daughter to be the sacrifice of your race. You are really looking for death. As expected, as soon as the patriarch finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold murderous intent enveloping him. He looked towards the source of the murderous intent, which fell on Ling Qi. Swish! The next moment, Ling Qi, who was still on the altar, suddenly appeared in front of him. You! His pupils trembled suddenly and he was about to speak. Bang! But the next moment, Ling Qi raised his foot and kicked him on the head. Suddenly his entire head was kicked off, leaving only a headless corpse, blood spurting out, and finally he fell down heavily. The blood stained the snow red. Clan leader? Seeing the chief's head fall to the ground, the pupils of all the Snow Clan members trembled. Is the leader of our Snow Clan just dead like this? I was just bored back then, so I decided to teach you, the Snow Tribe, a lesson. Ling Qi then slowly put Chu Xinyue down from his arms. Then he walked over step by step, stepped on the head of the tribe leader, and said coldly, "Now it seems, your race must be completely slaughtered." Chapter 12. What should I do? What does this have to do with him? He just happened to pass by here and discovered the Snow Clan. Discovered the Snow Tribe's pedantic sacrificial ceremony. So, the Saint Chu Xinyue was taken away and the Snow Clan sacrificial formation was destroyed. In the past, he just thought that it was just a small map of the game world, so he could just play with it. But now, knowing that the Snow Clan is a real ethnic group, he feels that such an ethnic group really has no need to continue to exist. If it continues to exist, it will only become more pedantic. He actually wants to use his own daughter as a saint? Over the years, he has already owed Chu Xinyue and her daughter. How could he let Chu Xinyue and her daughter suffer any more injustice now? Based on everything the Snow Clan had done to Chu Xinyue, he had no intention of letting the Snow Clan go. Now the Snow Clan still dares to target his daughter? Ling Qi glanced around and looked at the many people of the Snow Clan. Then without any nonsense, he kicked hard. Swish, bang. The patriarch's bloody head shot out like a football, instantly piercing through the chests of several people. Immediately afterwards, Ling Qi suddenly stepped forward. Bang! The earth exploded instantly, and rubble flew into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the rubble in the sky turned into deadly bullets and shot out wildly in the surroundings. Suddenly, the entire sacrificial square was filled with people from the Snow Tribe being hit in the chest or head by broken stones one after another, and they fell to the ground one after another like corpses. The blood instantly dyed the chaotic snow red. All the members of the Snow Clan instantly fell apart, shouting and screaming as they fled in all directions. Ling Qi didn't intend to give anyone a chance to escape, so he rushed forward and stopped everyone. Everyone is in his hands, and it only takes one move to defeat him. The existence of the Supreme Realm cannot be stopped by the entire Snow Clan. In the melee, several strong men from the Snow Clan barely mustered up the courage to stand up and try to stop Ling Qi. But without exception, they were all killed instantly by Ling Qi. Even the few people in the Xuantian realm stood up, but they were wiped out in Ling Qi's hands without even a single move. The entire square was instantly in chaos and ruin, with more and more corpses on the ground. The screams of the Snow Tribe are getting louder and louder. Help! Help! Save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It was the chief who told us to do this, hero, great warrior, this is none of our business. We were wrong, we know we were wrong. Please go, take the saint with you. Please don't kill me, someone please save me, please save me. At this moment, everyone regrets their decision. Screams and cries for help echoed throughout the snow and ice. Now they just want to shirk all blame. Unfortunately, it can't be pushed away at all. It was all the fault of the old patriarch. Ling Qi was planning to leave, but he insisted on trying to stop himself by saying that he wanted to keep Ling Qi's daughter. He was already angry because the Snow Clan treated his woman like that, and now they even wanted to take advantage of his daughter. This time, of course he couldn't let all the people of the Snow Clan go. Everyone screamed in agony as bodies were blasted in all directions. The buildings surrounding the square were also shattered one after another. Ling Qi was killing everyone in the Snow Clan alone, and no one could stop him. At the edge of the square, Ye Youluo and the members of the demon cult watched Ling Qi massacre the Snow Clan, and no one said a word. This guy is really scary when he starts to attack. If he really wanted to, he could indeed slaughter all 100,000 people of the Snow Clan by himself. Master, master, save us, save us. At this moment, someone looked at Ye Youluo for help. At the moment, their Snow Clan is no match for Ling Qi. If they want to stop Ling Qi, I'm afraid Ye Youluo is the only one. Master, from now on, the entire Snow Clan will obey your orders. We only ask for your help and to protect our clan. Several high-ranking members of the Snow Clan cried and placed all their hopes on Ye Youluo. Now, they don't need to negotiate any conditions with Ye Youluo. They don't need Ye Youluo to do anything for them, they are willing to be loyal to the cult. As long as I can save my life. Now, they just want to survive. However, Ye Youluo remained unmoved. Who can protect the people Ling Qi wants to kill and the race he wants to destroy? Even if I take action, it will be of no avail. This is the true supreme realm. This time, the Snow Clan is completely doomed. Of course, his plan to join forces with the Snow Clan to fight against the Dian dynasty was ruined. Who could have imagined that there was such a relationship between the saint of the Snow Clan and Ling Qi? Even Ling Qi had not thought of this before, otherwise there would be no reason for him to wait until now to rescue Chu Xinyue. Master! Are you just going to watch my snow clan completely annihilated at the hands of this man? Seeing Ye Youluo indifferent, the people of the Snow Clan suddenly burst into tears. If Ye Youluo doesn't care, no one will be able to save them today. Ye Youluo shook his head helplessly. Then he slowly said, every generation of your Snow Clan has sacrificed a saint, so why is it that now, you don't see the gods protecting you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Snow Clan felt a tremor in their hearts. It was like a needle piercing my heart, reaching the deepest part. Amidst the severe pain, I suddenly realized. God's blessing? Ha, now it all seems so ridiculous. If there really are gods, why didn't the gods intervene when the Snow Clan suffered such a disaster? Could it be that the gods are also afraid of Ling Qi? At this moment, everyone in the Snow Clan understood. The traditions of their race are so pedantic and useless. Every generation sacrifices a saint, but what do we get in return? Not only did he fail to gain the protection of the gods, but he was slaughtered by Ling Qi, the god of death. The Snow Clan is dead. At this moment, everyone was completely desperate. Some people didn't even have the strength to resist or escape. Seeing the number of Snow Clan members dwindling and the Snow Clan headquarters becoming increasingly chaotic, everyone was in tears and looked ashen. Now they deeply realized that the Snow Clan had only been bringing trouble upon themselves. But you reap what you sow. You will suffer the consequences. It's all retribution. In the chaos, Ling Qi grabbed the sword from one of the men's hands. Then, he raised his sword and slashed it down without caring about the consequences. Wow! Suddenly, the dazzling sword light shot up into the sky, dispersing the falling snow in the sky. Then, it suddenly landed at the Snow Clan headquarters. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and the sword almost penetrated the entire Snow Clan headquarters, including the surrounding icebergs. A huge chasm split the entire Snow Clan headquarters into two, and countless people died tragically under the sword energy. He can really wipe out the entire Snow Clan by his own strength. After one sword strike, Ling Qi held the sword and was ready to attack again. But at this moment, when he was really planning to raise the entire Snow Clan to the ground, Chu Xinyue stood up and grabbed his hand. That's enough. The Snow Tribe, there are many innocent people as well. Chu Xinyue's weak voice then sounded. Of course, she also hated the Snow Clan, just like Ling Qi. But, the Snow Clan has 100,000 people after all, and there are many innocent people among them. There are also many innocent children. Ling Qi had already killed the clan leader and so many people, so of course she couldn't really let Ling Qi continue killing. She herself would not do such a thing as killing innocent people, and she did not want Ling Qi to do it either. Hearing Chu Xinyue's words and looking at Chu Xinyue's pale and delicate face, Ling Qi smiled lightly and nodded. He then threw away the sword in his hand, and the murderous aura that covered the entire world disappeared in an instant. Since she thinks it's okay, let's stop here. From now on, the Snow Tribe will not hold any more sacrifices. Chu Xinyue then looked at those who had barely survived, otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Everyone knelt on the ground and nodded quickly. Saint, don't worry, we of the Snow Clan will never do this again. Thank you, Saint, thank you very much. I'm not a saint either. Chu Xinyue continued, from now on, I will have no relationship with the Snow Clan. She will always be by Ling Qi's side and she belongs to Ling Qi. The Snow Clan has nothing to do with her. Yes. Everyone nodded again. No matter what, at least I can escape. Chu Xinyue said no more, but turned around and waved at Chu Xinyue. Xiao Chan brought Chu Xinyue down from the broken altar and came in front of Ling Qi and the others. Ling Qi bent down, picked up his daughter, and a smile appeared on his face again. You couldn't tell at all that he was a butcher who had just killed countless people. Although he now knows that this world is the real world, in his eyes, insignificant people are still the same as NPCs, and he can kill as many as he wants. Kill however you want. Let's go, and then, I want to hear your explanation. Chu Xinyue took Ling Qi's hand and spoke softly. Ling Qi nodded, then looked at Ye Youluo who hadn't made a move in the distance. Sorry for disrupting your plans. Feel sorry? Ye Youluo smiled and shook his head. Is an apology enough? Don't you plan to make some compensation? What kind of compensation do you want? Ling Qi looked at her. Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi's family of three and took a deep breath. What kind of compensation does she want? She wanted a lot, including Ling Qi, who was at the supreme level. But now she knew that such a thing was basically impossible. Because Ling Qi already has a wife and children. I haven't thought about it yet. When I do, I'll come to you, she then said softly. Now, Ling Qi's family of 3 seem to have just reunited. Forget it, let us talk about it later if there is anything. Okay, if you need anything, you can send someone to find me at the Dian Dynasty Palace. Ling Qi continued with a smile, of course, you can come by yourself. I can guarantee, no one will threaten your personal safety. Hearing this, Ye Youluo just smiled faintly and said no more. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Ling Qi continued. Ye Youluo nodded slightly. Then, Ling Qi said no more, holding Chu Xinyue, and Xiaochan, and flew towards the sky. Ye Youluo and the others from the demon cult were all looking at Ling Qi as he left, and only withdrew their gazes when they disappeared from their sight. Master, this. Only then did the demon cult dare to speak. How come he already has a wife and daughter? He seemed to have no idea that he had a daughter before. Ye Youluo took a deep breath. Then, what should we do, the leader? Everyone looked at a loss. What should I do? What does this have to do with him? Ye Youluo frowned. For now, Ling Qi and I are just acquaintances. Now that I know he has a wife and daughter, we can just be friends from now on. Hearing this, looking at Ye Youluo's expression at this moment. In fact, everyone can see that she is quite lost now. But the leader refused to admit it, so of course no one would say much. Then, Ye Youluo waved his hand, let's go, the Snow Clan, it's useless. Then, she took all the members of the demon sect and returned the same way. This time, just consider it a wasted trip. With the departure of Ye Youluo and others, only the devastated Snow Clan and the huge ravine left by Ling Qi's sword were left. The Snow Clan did not completely perish, but almost everyone with a little bit of strength died. From now on, they will really become an extremely ordinary race. There is no threat to anyone. How did this all turn out like this? This shouldn't be the case. Some people knelt down and cried bitterly. I had hoped to complete the sacrifice of the saint and everything would be fine. Suddenly, Ling Qi appeared. The entire Snow Clan's foundation of many years was destroyed in an instant. It's all because of this damn altar. Someone looked towards the shattered pyramid altar and said, it was completely useless and caused our Snow tribe to suffer such a disaster today. If the Snow Clan had not placed their hopes on so-called sacrifices and so-called gods from the very beginning. Instead, we should rely on our own abilities to develop down to earth. Then perhaps the Snow Clan would be stronger now, and things like what happened today would not have happened. At this moment, everyone who had woken up undoubtedly gathered all their resentment on the altar. A pedantic and futile idea can easily lead to the destruction of an entire race. Under the ice and snow, the Snow Clan was wailing and regretting. After a long time, the highest-ranking person among those still alive stood up. He waved his hand weakly, tear down this altar. From now on, we, the Snow Tribe, will create everything with our own hands. From now on, they will no longer have any pedantic ideas, nor will they pin the safety and strength of their tribe on gods that do not exist at all. From now on, everything will depend on your own hands. The surviving members of the Snow Tribe all nodded, then walked forward and smashed the already shattered altar piece by piece, dismantling it bit by bit. But just then, as they were dismantling the altar and preparing to start over, someone suddenly discovered the problem. What is this? The man looked at the dismantled altar with surprise. There seemed to be something in the rubble under the altar. The rest of the people quickly gathered around and quickly moved away all the rubble around, revealing the thing inside. That is a black coffin. The pitch-black coffin, made of a unique black jade, looks extremely ancient. What's going on? Why is there a coffin under this altar? Everyone was confused. The entire Snow Clan had never known about this. The altar was built by the ancestors of the Snow Clan. However, this coffin has never been mentioned in any of the ancient books of the Snow Clan. What is inside this coffin? Want to open it and take a look? At this time, someone suddenly suggested. The highest-ranking middle-aged man still alive in the Snow Clan stepped forward. After thinking for a moment, he nodded heavily, open it. Let us take a look at what the ancestors of the Snow Clan left behind. Everyone nodded. Then several strong men surrounded them and together they opened the heavy pipe little by little. As the coffin lid opened, the contents came into view. There was a person lying there. He was a man with white hair and handsome features. This. Everyone was shocked. There is actually a person inside the pipe? And this person is actually intact? How many years has this altar been built? How many generations? It turns out that the person in the coffin was not rotten at all? What is going on? Everyone in the Snow tribe was shocked and confused. And at this moment, when everyone was confused, the white-haired man lying in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Ghost. This sudden scene scared everyone so much that their scalps went numb, and they all retreated a distance. Still alive? The person in this coffin is still alive? How is this possible? He has been lying in this coffin for countless years, and not only has he not decayed, he is still alive? Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with this sudden change. And at this moment, when everyone was at a loss, the white-haired man in the pipe had black air flowing wildly around him, and then he actually floated up little by little. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. All this, what is going on? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the white-haired man, surrounded by black air, floated out and slowly landed on the coffin. He took a deep breath and then twisted his neck hard. It's like a person who has been sleeping for countless years and has just woken up. Almost, just a little bit. He slowly raised his palm that was surrounded by black air, and as he clenched his fist, the black air dissipated. There was a bit of resentment and unwillingness on that handsome face. Almost, it's the supreme realm. His voice then rang out. Everyone was silent at this moment, just staring at the white-haired man. What's the meaning? So he is sleeping in this coffin, trying to reach the supreme realm? But it didn't work? A bunch of useless idiots, at the last minute you actually sent me a bitch who's already lost her virginity? The white-haired man's voice then sounded, and he looked at the people of the Snow clan around him as he spoke. Yes, he has indeed been sleeping in this coffin. Then use this sacrificial formation to reach the supreme realm. If the saint of this generation could also successfully complete the sacrifice, he would be able to reach the supreme realm. Unfortunately, this generation's Saint Chu Xinyue is not really a saint at all. Because she is no longer a virgin. It was also because of Chu Xinyue that he had to end his retreat and interrupt his cultivation. This. May I ask, sir, who is this person? Just then, someone from the Snow clan spoke. Who is this person who has existed since the beginning of the altar? I. The white-haired man smiled coldly and continued, I am your ancestor. When these words were spoken, everyone in the Snow clan was immediately confused. What does it mean? Ancestors? Could he be the ancestor of their Snow clan? If you think about it, it does make sense. Apart from the ancestor of the Snow clan, there is no reason for anyone else to lie in the coffin under the Snow clan's altar. Now, who has the final say in the Snow clan? The voice of the white-haired man continued. It's me. The middle-aged man from before stood up and said, the tribe leader is dead, the high priest is also dead, the Snow tribe is now in my hands. Bang! Before he could finish his words, a black aura burst out and instantly turned his head into a pool of blood. Then, the headless corpse slowly fell down. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Snow clan was horrified. This Snow clan ancestor, what is he doing? Since he is the ancestor of our Snow clan, shouldn't he protect the Snow clan? Why would they kill their own descendants? Now what? Who has the final say? The white-haired man's voice then rang out. This. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, everyone took a step back and dared not move forward. This means that whoever steps forward will die. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly had an idea and quickly knelt down. Yes, ancestor. Ancestor, you have the final say. Everything in our Snow clan is decided by you. Yes, the ancestor has the final say. All the others also knelt down quickly. Very good. The white-haired man smiled faintly, then walked down from the pipe step by step. He glanced at the devastation of the Snow clan, and the huge gully left by Ling Qi's sword strike. I never thought someone could reach the supreme realm before me. Although he had been in a deep sleep, he was of course able to sense everything that happened around the altar. When Ling Qi made his move just now, he could have made his move as well. But he really didn't dare. Because he is still one step away from reaching the supreme realm, while Ling Qi is the true supreme realm. Once he shows up, Ling Qi will definitely not let him go. After all, he is the real mastermind behind the Snow Tribe's sacrificial tradition. What's the name of the man who just attacked you? The white-haired man asked coldly. Report to the ancestor, we don't know who that person is. He came to the Snow Clan once several years ago, and it was he who took the Saint Girl away. The people of the Snow Tribe all replied, we didn't expect that the Saint Girl had already given birth to a child for him. Hearing this, the white-haired man's expression became even colder. So the reason why I didn't succeed in taking this last step was because of him. He failed because he defiled the saint. Then, who was that woman in red just now? The white-haired man asked. The woman in red? Everyone thought about it and knew that he was talking about Ye Youluo. Report to the ancestor, she is the leader of the demon cult, Ye Youluo. She came to my Snow Clan this time to connect with the Snow Clan and fight against the Dian dynasty. The peak of the Zuantian realm, a perfect body, really good. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly. Now, because of Chu Xinyue, he failed. The only way to make up for it is to find a woman who is as close to the supreme realm as possible to practice dual cultivation with. And the woman must be a virgin. Isn't Ye Youluo the perfect partner for dual cultivation? He immediately smiled faintly, then slowly said, give me a detailed introduction, this female leader of the demonic cult. Chapter 13, who else in the world has this ability except Ling Qi? The imperial capital of the Dian dynasty, Xiangshuan. After Ling Qi came back with Chu Xinyue and others, they came here temporarily. As soon as he landed, Ling Qi put Chu Xinyue down and said, Xinyue, wait outside. After saying that, he pulled Chu Xinyue into the room and slammed the door shut. You. Chu Xinyue pouted immediately. Do you have any secrets that even I can't hear? Let them talk alone. Xiao Chan raised his hand and rubbed Chu Xinyue's little head. Your father, actually has many difficulties that you can't understand. Of course Ling Qi had no hardship, it was simply because he had never treated people as human beings before. And now Ling Qi knows the truth and wants to make amends. Then, as the culprit, she must of course stand on Ling Qi's side, speak for Ling Qi as much as possible, and whitewash Ling Qi. Ling Qi is not a bastard by nature. He acted so recklessly because I deceived him in the past. In the final analysis, he is responsible for all the people he has let down and all the crimes he has committed. All right. Chu Xinyue nodded obediently, then looked at Xiao Chan with curious eyes. Sister, are your ears and tail real? Of course, I'm little cat girl. Xiao Chan smiled. As she spoke, she squatted down and asked, want to touch it? Think. Chu Xinyue was immediately delighted, then stretched out her little hand and gently touched Xiao Chan's furry cat ears. The little greedy boy's ears suddenly flapped slightly, making the little guy laugh. So fun. Sister, what is your relationship with my father? Chu Xinyue asked curiously. Me? I'm your father's little follower. Xiao Chan directly picked up Chu Xinyue and took the initiative to leave the room, leaving Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue alone. Then you must know everything about my father. Can you tell me about it? Chu Xinyue said with a smile. Certainly. Xiao Chan nodded slightly, and then introduced Ling Qi to Chu Xinyue. Of course, basically everything she said was praise for Ling Qi. This also solidified the image of Ling Qi as a father in the little guy's mind. In the room, after Ling Qi closed the door, he hugged Chu Xinyue in his arms and didn't let her move. Chu Xinyue struggled slightly. Let me go, you. Stop talking. Ling Qi interrupted her directly. I know you want to scold me, beat me, and bite me, but let me finish first. After a long separation, we can finally be alone together again. Of course, he knew very well that all the emotions that Chu Xinyue had been suppressing in her heart would burst out completely. But, he can explain. Or in other words, quibbling. What else do you have to say? You bastard. Chu Xinyue's eyes instantly turned red. There are only two of them now, and even Chu Xinyue is not here, so of course she can vent any emotions she has. The resentment towards Ling Qi, the longing for Ling Qi, and the grievances of these years. I was indeed an asshole. I didn't know you were pregnant at the time. Ling Qi hugged Chu Xinyue tightly, and then said softly, I have a compelling reason. That year, I had just come out of the Jedi demon realm, and the monsters there hadn't been pacified yet. So I have to leave and go to resist the demon tribe. I can't let the demon army break out of the Jedi demon territory. Otherwise, the world will be in turmoil and all lives will be in ruins. This matter, the Empress of the Great Yan dynasty is very clear about it. You can ask her. Of course he made this up. But if Su Xinyue asked Jiang Ling would naturally stand on Ling Qi's side and lie with him. Then why so many years? Haven't you ever thought of coming to see me in all these years? Su Xinyue's eyes were red with tears. 6 years, do you know how Qinyue and I have come this far? Do you know? She was pregnant and alone. She had already planned to die, but she persevered for the sake of the baby in her belly. Then, she carried the baby with a big belly for 10 months until Su was born in July. After that, she was still helpless and raised the child alone. She didn't dare reveal her identity, for fear that people from the Snow tribe would come and threaten the safety of her child. So, she is always alone. Even after she had just given birth, during the confinement period, she still got up in the middle of the night to change the baby's clothes and clean up for the baby. As a result, she never got a good night's sleep. Only those who have experienced it know what kind of torment it is. But every time she saw the little one in the cradle, she always felt that everything was worth it. For the sake of the children, it is possible to give everything. Later, the child grew up little by little, and she wandered around the world with the child, while also looking for Ling Qi. How much distance have you traveled and how much hardship have you endured during this period? Only she who has experienced it knows clearly. Even the young and ignorant Su Xinyue could see her hard work. I know. Ling Qi hugged Su Xinyue tightly, then lowered his head slightly, touching his forehead with hers. I'm sorry, you've worked so hard over the years. Hearing the words, thank you for your hard work, Su Xinyue's tears welled up even more wildly. As a mother, she has always had to be strong in the face of everything. A mother is strong. Doesn't she want to have someone to rely on? Doesn't she wish to give her child a father? Unfortunately, she can't do it. Until now, Ling Qi was finally found again. The weakness that had been buried deep in her heart for many years finally broke out completely. She was just an ignorant little girl at the beginning. From an innocent little girl, she turned directly into an inexperienced mother. How many little girls would be overwhelmed by this forced change without any transition? And she persevered. Su Xinyue raised her hands and punched Ling Qi on the shoulders again and again. But the fist was so weak and powerless. Ling Qi just held her in his arms and let her vent the emotions that had been pent up for many years. I will never forgive you. After a long time, Su Xinyue choked up and said, the emptiness you've left behind over the years can never be filled, unless July is willing to forgive you. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled softly, continued to hug her and said softly, come to think of it, was it you who asked Qinyue to kill me? Su Xinyue was stunned when she heard this. Of course not, how could I possibly teach her to do such a thing? Even though she had always hated Ling Qi, she would never teach her daughter to kill her own father. That's her decision. Ling Qi smiled and said, this girl's intelligence is far beyond her peers. Su Xinyue looked at Ling Qi, then moved her gaze downwards and saw a little blood on Ling Qi's chest. She immediately reached out and tore open Ling Qi's clothes. Then, she saw 2 wounds. One of them was an old wound, with some strange void patterns surrounding the wound. Another one was a fresh wound, very shallow, but it also pierced the flesh and caused a lot of blood to flow. What's going on? Where did you get this injury? Su Xinyue immediately held back her tears. This was caused in the Jedi demon realm before. Ling Qi pointed to the old injury and continued, it's okay, I'm used to it. As for this new injury, it's July's doing. Ling Qi continued with a smile, when this girl first saw me, she really wanted to kill me. If his attitude had changed a little and been tougher, that girl might really not have let him go. After all, she has been holding a grudge against me for so many years. Su Xinyue was speechless for a moment. She hadn't expected her daughter to do such a thing. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said slowly, you can't blame Qinyue. Over the years, she should really hate you. Of course I won't blame her. Ling Qi smiled. No matter how much that little guy hates me, no matter how many times he stabs me, I will absolutely bear it unconditionally. Are you okay? Su Xinyue gently stroked Ling Qi's chest. The injury left by Su Xinyue didn't seem to be a serious problem. It was just an ordinary flesh wound and would recover after a period of treatment. But the wound left in the Jedi demon realm looks very strange. It was as if this wound would never heal, and the strange void patterns around it seemed to be spreading all over his body. Fine. Ling Qi smiled lightly and pulled up his clothes, not letting Su Xinyue worry too much. You and Qinyue will live in Dian capital from now on. Ling Qi continued with a smile, the Empress of the Great Yin dynasty is Qiyu's master. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue was slightly surprised. This little girl has only been separated for a few months, and she actually found such a powerful master? She is quite lucky, thanks to God's blessing. What about you? Chu Xinyue sniffed lightly. If you dare to abandon me and Qinyue again in the future, I will never forgive you. And don't forget, I haven't said I forgive you yet. Humph. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled, then raised his hand and gently held Chu Xinyue's face. Don't worry, of course I live here too. And July's name, I just picked it randomly. Now that you're back, you can help her choose a new one. Chu Xinyue continued. This is good. Ling Qi, Chu Xinyue, they are all the same. Ling Qi smiled. Of course there is no need to change this. You are weak now. I will take you to the imperial physician and ask him to prescribe some medicine for you. Ling Qi then said softly, I'm sorry for not protecting you and Qinyue. It's all my fault that my woman has become like this. Of course, we must never let such a thing happen again, and we must make it up to them as much as possible in the future. Chu Xinyue nodded, then walked out of the room with Ling Qi. Although she said that she had not forgiven Ling Qi, in fact, Ling Qi's return and taking on the responsibility of being a father was the best thing for her. Forgiveness or not is not important at all. Outside the cabin, Xiaochan was chatting with Chu Xinyue. Xiaochan tried his best to describe Ling Qi as a great hero. He also told the little guy roughly how Ling Qi prevented a catastrophe. After hearing this, Chu Xinyue was a little surprised. How could my father be such a great man? So the reason daddy isn't with mom and me is because he's busy saving the world? Of course, she no longer has any resentment towards Ling Qi. On the contrary, I admire him very much. My father is simply the greatest hero in the world. Yes, that's right. Xiaochan laughed dryly and nodded. Since the little girl thinks so, let her think so. The image of a father in the eyes of his children must always be great. It's quite surprising. He actually has a child? Just then, a voice rang out. Xiaochan and Chu Xinyue both looked up and saw Chu Xinyue standing not far away. She had just heard that Ling Qi had a daughter, and that Empress Jiang Ling had accepted Ling Qi's daughter as her disciple. She came over to see Ling Qi and the others just now when she saw them coming back. 7th level of spiritual martial arts? That's really good. Chu Xinyue looked at Chu Xinyue with her beautiful eyes. Of course, she saw the strength of this little guy at a glance. To have such an accomplishment at such a young age, he is truly a genius. As expected of Ling Qi's daughter, it's no wonder Jiang Ling would take the initiative to accept her as his disciple. This sister is so beautiful as master. Chu Xinyue looked at Chu Xinyue with big eyes and gave her inner evaluation. Just as beautiful? Chu Xinyue came up with a smile. Is it really just the same? The little guy thought about it in his mind, then nodded. It's just as beautiful. Chu Xinyue and Jiang Ling have different temperaments, but their looks are at the same level. Children will not lie about this. Chu Xinyue didn't care. She walked up to Chu Xinyue and squatted down slightly. Your name is Ling Qinyue? Yes. The little guy nodded. Now that I have found my father, it is of course my responsibility to take his surname. Chu Xinyue, Ling Qinyue, both are her names. Do you want to have another master? Chu Xinyue had a gentle smile on her pretty face. Who doesn't tea like a little guy like this? And she is Ling Qi's daughter. Since Jiang Ling has accepted her as his disciple, then of course I must accept her as my disciple as well. Firstly, it would create an extra layer of relationship between him and Ling Qi, and secondly, such a disciple would surely become famous in the future. It would be an honor to be her master. Chu Xinyue's words immediately made Qinyue feel a little embarrassed. Do I need to worship a master? Is that okay? I already have a master. If I want to worship another master, would it be considered as eating from two different masters? Would it be considered as betraying my teacher and ancestors? Should I ask the Empress Master first? She did not give an accurate answer for the time being. No need to ask, your master and I are good friends. Chu Xinyue smiled and rubbed her little head. Chu Xinyue didn't know whether to agree or not. You're quite clever too. Just then, a voice rang out. Ling Qi walked out with Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue stood up and said, although I'm not as strong as you, I won't humiliate your precious daughter, right? That's true. Ling Qi smiled, then walked over and picked up his daughter, Xinyue. Do you think this sister is pretty? Of course she is beautiful, just like the Empress master and mother. The little guy replied with a smile. Then let her be your master. It's not a bad thing to have one more master. Ling Qi said with a smile. As one of the most powerful people of our time, Chu Xinyue is willing to accept a disciple, so it is certainly not a bad thing for her daughter to have another master. Oh well. Xinyue nodded, then called out, Master. So good. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xinyue's pretty face. Then she handed the umbrella to Xinyue. Since you have accepted me as your master, I must give you a gift. This sword is for you. Is this a sword? The little guy took the paper umbrella and then pulled it out gently. Sure enough, an exquisite rapier was pulled out from the umbrella handle. It's so beautiful, thank you, master. Su Qinyue was immediately delighted. Now I have two weapons, the dagger given by the Empress Master and the long sword given by the Fairy Master. You are really willing to do that? Ling Qi smiled. This sword is Chu Xinyue's personal weapon and commonly used weapon. I didn't expect that she was willing to give such an expensive gift to July. It seems that she really loves her daughter. I can't really stand still forever, can I? Chu Xinyue smiled and said, Can't I be like you, from having a sword to not having a sword? Ling Qi never uses any weapons, or rather, everything in the world can become a weapon in his hands. This is a state of mind in itself. Of course, Chu Xinyue is now also moving towards this realm. The 9-dragon sword technique that she had recently been practicing did not require the use of a sword, but rather sword intent. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xinyue looked at Su Xinyue. Then he smiled slightly and asked Ling Qi, So, you still think that everyone in this world is a puppet? Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled bitterly. Then he just shook his head and said, I was just teasing you that day. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue immediately glared at him. Your tone at that time didn't sound like you were teasing me, but rather serious. But, now you know you were wrong. Did you get what you wanted when you went to the Demon Island this time? Chu Xinyue asked. I got half of it. Ling Qi smiled slightly. Don't worry, she will give me the remaining half sooner or later. That's good. Chu Xinyue nodded slightly. As long as Ling Qi can survive, it will be a great thing for the entire human race. Then, what is that female devil's plan? Chu Xinyue then asked. She should have known for a long time that we were planning to eradicate the demon cult. Of course she knows. Ling Qi smiled and said, but she's not someone you can easily deal with, so I suggest you, don't act rashly. It's okay to make preparations, but never wait until the day when a real war breaks out. Because that doesn't benefit anyone. All preparations should be made for dealing with the Jedi demon realm in the future. Also, once the war breaks out, Ling Qi himself won't know which side to support. Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue are both my daughter's teachers and my friends, so I should help them. But Ye Youluo's life is linked to mine, so I should help her. So, if a war really breaks out, I might just have to be a peacemaker. If it weren't for you, we would have already started taking action. Chu Xinyue smiled. In order to save Ling Qi's life for the time being, they certainly cannot act rashly. So you have to seize the time and get what you want as soon as possible. Chu Xinyue continued. Ling Qi nodded and said he would get it. You will get it sooner or later. What do you want? Su Xinyue looked at Ling Qi with some curiosity. Nothing. Ling Qi gave Chu Xinyue a look, indicating that she didn't need to say more. Now that the family of 3 has just been reunited, he doesn't want his woman and children to worry about his problems. The most important thing now is that they are all happy. Chu Xinyue understood and said no more. Since you gave July such a valuable gift, I'll give you one too. Ling Qi then changed the subject and took out an ice blue bead from his arms while speaking. Ice Yuan Pearl. This bead contains extremely powerful cold energy from heaven and earth. If you refine and absorb it, it will greatly enhance your strength. Ling Qi handed over the bead. Oh. Chu Xinyue reached out to take it, then smiled gently and accepted it happily. Thank you. Let's go to the palace first. See you later. Ling Qi then waved. He also needs to have a good talk with Jiang Ling about the demon cult. Ye Youluo is uniting forces around the empire. He cannot let Ye Youluo suffer, and of course he cannot let Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue suffer either. Chu Xinyue nodded. Ling Qi didn't stay any longer and took Su Xinyue and others to the palace. Chu Xinyue was left standing there alone, watching their backs as they left. After a moment, she shook her head helplessly. I'm afraid you have more than one child. According to what Ling Qi said before, he had had relationships with countless women. And he used to just treat everyone as puppets. Now that he has a child, he should finally know that no one is a puppet. So, out of all the women he had relationships with, how was it possible that only Chu Xinyue was pregnant? I'm afraid this guy has a lot of bad karma. From now on, I'm afraid he will be very busy. On the other side, at a coastal port, Ye Youluo returned with the members of the demon cult. Then everyone boarded the boat and planned to return to the demon island. Ye Youluo seemed a little depressed at this time. When she thought that Ling Qi actually had a wife and children, she suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. It seems that something that could have been perfect is no longer perfect. Deep in her subconscious, she did have some thoughts about Ling Qi, so her attitude towards Ling Qi was different from that of ordinary people. But who would have thought that he already had a child? In this way, there would naturally be no possibility for him and me. From now on, maybe our relationship can only be limited to so-called friendship. After getting on the boat, Ye Youluo took a deep breath, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to set sail. Forget it, since our fate can only go so far, let us just stop here. But at this moment, when the demon cult members were about to return to the demon island, a shout suddenly came from behind. Master, wait a minute, Master, wait a minute. Ye Youluo stood on the bow of the boat and turned around. Then I saw a group of people following behind. What's going on? Aren't those people from the Snow Tribe? What else do they want to do? Everyone in the demon cult looked confused. The Snow Clan has been messed up by Ling Qi and is of no use to the demon cult. What does it mean that these people are catching up now? As Ye Youluo waited, the others quickly caught up. Then, standing on the shore, they clasped their fists and bowed to Ye Youluo, saying, Master, our Snow Clan's ancestors invite us to discuss the matter of annexing the Great Yan dynasty. When these words were spoken, everyone in the demon sect was slightly surprised. Do you Snow Clan have an ancestor? How come I have never heard of any other ancestor of your Snow Clan? Ye Youluo said lightly. Master, you may not know this, but our ancestor has been asleep for countless years and has only just awakened today. He has specially ordered us to come and ask you to return so that we can discuss our plans together. The Snow Clan member then bowed and said, the ancestor said that if the leader is truly interested, he is absolutely sure that he can completely take down the Great Yan dynasty. Oh? Absolutely sure? Ye Youluo smiled. In this world, apart from Ling Qi, who else has the ability to say such words? Could it be that the ancestor of the Snow Clan is also at the supreme level? Chapter 14. Who is your precious princess? Humph. Besides Ling Qi, is there a second person in this world who has reached the supreme realm? Ye Youluo looked at the people from the Snow Clan and then smiled faintly. A little analysis will show that this is impossible. Since your Snow Clan's ancestor is so capable, why didn't he take action when Ling Qi destroyed your Snow Clan just now? She then asked lightly. That is right, if the ancestor of the Snow Clan was at the supreme level, there was no reason for him to hide just now. Although Ling Qi is at the supreme level, he is a seriously injured supreme being. If the Snow Clan's ancestor was also at the supreme level, I'm afraid Ling Qi would not be his opponent. But I didn't dare to come out just now, so, that is all. This. Ye Youluo's words immediately made the people from the Snow Clan lower their heads. In fact, they were also very angry about this matter. Since he was the ancestor of the Snow Clan, why didn't he show up when so many people of the Snow Clan died? Is he afraid of Ling Qi? But he is the ancestor, and we can't go against his wishes. Several people immediately continued, although our ancestor has not yet reached the supreme realm, he is the one who is closest to it. That is right, the ancestor has been in seclusion for countless years, and he is just one step away from taking this final step. Although he has not yet successfully reached the supreme realm, he is definitely the number one person below the supreme realm. His strength must be above Ye Youluo, Jiang Ling, and others. If the leader forms an alliance with our ancestor, the world can be conquered, several people continued. However, Ye Youluo shook his head. Can the world be obtained? Joke. Ling Qi is a friend of Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue. In this world, Ling Qi will be lenient with anyone except herself who attacks the Dian dynasty. If anyone else dares to attack them, Ling Qi will not be polite. I have no interest in you, the Snow Clan. Please go back. Ye Youluo then waved. Ling Qi doesn't like the Snow Clan, but he still wants to join forces with them. This doesn't make sense. Besides, since I have already made this trip in vain, why should I go back? What kind of ancestor of the Snow Clan is so generous as to let me go again? Everyone in the demon cult nodded, and then set sail. The people from the Snow Clan could only watch as the demon cult ship slowly started to move. Ye Youluo turned around. Then he sailed towards the sea with the big ship. In the end, they could only shake their heads helplessly, then return the way they came and tell their Snow Clan ancestors about Ye Youluo's decision. Dian Dynasty, the imperial capital palace. In the back garden, Ling Qi arrived with Chu Xinyue and others. Greetings, Your Majesty. When she saw Jiang Ling, Chu Xinyue bowed slightly. She knew Her Majesty the Empress of the Dian Dynasty. I have seen you. Jiang Ling's golden eyes fell on Chu Xinyue at this time. I went to the Snow Clan once many years ago. That was a long, long time ago, long before Ling Qi met Chu Xinyue. Her purpose of going to the Snow Clan at that time was, of course, to bring the Snow Clan under the wing of the Dian Dynasty. However, the Snow Clan refused. At that time, she thought that it would be better for them not to live in such a remote and cold place, so she did not make things difficult for them. I still remember that Chu Xinyue was still an innocent and naive girl at that time. As a result, she has now become a weathered mother. It really feels like things and people have changed. Yes. Chu Xinyue nodded gently and continued, Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of Qinyue these days. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Since she is my disciple, I will naturally take good care of her. You look very weak now. Qinyue, take your mother to the Imperial Pharmacy to find Dr. Bai. I have asked Imperial Physician Bai to prepare medicine for you. She had already asked Imperial Physician Bai to prepare medicines for regulating qi and blood as well as strengthening cultivation. Oh, thank you, Master. July nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xinyue also bowed slightly. You guys go get the medicine, I'll talk to them first. Ling Qi rubbed July's little head. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Ling and Jiang Yao, who was sitting at a stone table not far away with her mouth pouting. Aha! Qinyue nodded, then took Chu Xinyue's hand and said, Mom, I'll take you there. I know where the Imperial Pharmacy is. Chu Xinyue nodded softly, then glanced at Ling Qi and Jiang Yao, turned around and left with the child. With the departure of the mother and daughter, only Ling Qi, Xiao Chan, and the Jiang Ling sisters were left here. Congratulations on your family of 3 being reunited. Jiang Ling smiled gently and walked over to sit next to Jiang Yao. The meaning is very simple. Now your family of 3 is reunited, but what about Yao Yao? She would be alone. Humph. Jiang Yao snorted lightly, looking unhappy. Of course, she was not unhappy about the reunion of Ling Qi's family of 3. She certainly also hoped that their family of 3 would be reunited. She is unhappy now because she doesn't know what to do next between herself and Ling Qi. Ling Qi smiled, then slowly walked over and sat next to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao quickly stood up and sat across from him, folding her hands. Humph. Ling Qi didn't say much, just poured a cup of tea. Looking at the two of them like this, Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. She then poured a cup of tea and said slowly, I heard from Lady Chu that, in your eyes, this world is not the real world? In your eyes, everyone is not a human, but a fixed puppet. What's called? NPC? Is that so? As she spoke, she picked up the teacup with her delicate hands and took a sip. According to what you're saying, even Chu Xinyue, even your daughter, is she a puppet? Hearing this, Ling Qi also picked up the teacup. It seems that you have a very harmonious relationship. She even told you these things. I've said everything I can say. Jiang Ling looked at Ling Qi with her beautiful golden eyes, and her meaning was very simple. This also included what Ling Qi said about wanting to take down the 3 of them. Ling Qi smiled and then shook his head. I was just joking with her at the time. How could everyone be a puppet? Hearing this, Xiao Chan next to him shook his head. Before you met me, you really treated everyone as a puppet. I'm afraid you thought so before you saw your daughter. Jiang Ling's eyes were always fixed on Ling Qi. So what Chu Xinyue said was true. The previous Ling Qi was definitely a playboy and a bastard who did all kinds of bad things. He was afraid that he had never thought that a puppet could get pregnant before. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Jiang Ling looked at Ling Qi with interest. You must have had quite a few bad karmas in your past. Before this, Yao Yao was probably just what you call an NPC in your eyes, right? Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled and looked at Jiang Yao. When Jiang Yao noticed his eyes looking at her, she immediately glanced at him, then turned her head away and snorted. Just assume you guessed it all right. After a moment, Ling Qi could only shake his head, then asked with a smile, so, what should I do? How can I make my precious princess not angry? How can I make up for the bad karma I've had? Who is your precious princess? Humph. Jiang Yao snorted coldly, folding her hands. This is your problem. Why are you pushing it to me? Jiang Ling also shook his head. Faced with Ling Qi's situation, to be honest, she didn't know what to do. Now that things have come to this, Ling Qi can't abandon his wife and daughter again, right? You can't just choose one between them, right? So, what should we do? Want them all? But can they agree to it and accept it? Jiang Ling's own sister was among them, and to be honest, Jiang Ling herself was not very willing. But, my sister has given everything to Ling Qi. If I really draw a line between me and Ling Qi, what will I do in the future? Can she really forget Ling Qi and give up Ling Qi? No woman can ever forget the man she gave her first love to, never, ever. I have a good idea. Can you help me see if it works? Ling Qi suddenly laughed. Oh? Tell me about it? Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Why don't you let me take your place as emperor? Ling Qi then said, I'm the emperor, so as an emperor, it's only natural for me to have 3,000 beauties in my harem. After hearing these words, Jiang Ling frowned slightly. You are really creative. What kind of idea is this? Otherwise I have no other choice. Ling Qi then shook his head and said, I won't abandon anyone. I will find those I abandoned before. If they really can't accept that I have another woman and a child, then there is really only one choice, to break up with them. Anyway, I will fulfill all my responsibilities, and I will leave the choice to them. Of course, these words were also said to Jiang Yao. Sure enough, when Jiang Yao heard this, she pursed her lips, wanting to say something but not knowing how to say it. Ling Qi's attitude is already very clear. He will not abandon anyone. He is sincere to every woman he has, including her. As for whether she can accept Ling Qi having other women, it depends on herself. Jiang Ling shook his head and drank the tea in the cup gently. Regarding this matter, she could only say, it's none of her business. Let your sister make her own choice. Although she is the emperor's sister and a princess of the Dian dynasty, she should not become one of someone else's concubines. But who made him Ling Qi? Now that things have come to this, what else can we do? Either he really drew a clear line with Ling Qi, or he had to accept that Ling Qi had other women. Although Jiang Ling is the emperor, she can only say that she is powerless when it comes to Ling Qi's affairs. She couldn't force Ling Qi to do anything, nor could she force her sister to do anything. Let them make their own decision about what's going on between them. Then, does Chu Xinyue know about you and me? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yao finally spoke. I don't know at the moment. Ling Qi shook his head. Hearing this, Jiang Yao frowned slightly, then, can she accept it? You accept it? Ling Qi smiled. I didn't. Humph. Jiang Yao snorted and turned her head away again. As long as you accept it first, she will naturally accept it. Ling Qi continued with a smile. Then why shouldn't she accept it first and then me? Jiang Yao turned around and glared at Ling Qi. Hearing the two people talking like this, Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. My sister is so simple. After a few words, she took the initiative to stand on the steps given by Ling Qi, and then walk down by herself. But, whatever. In fact, as long as they can get along with each other in harmony, it is not a bad thing. In ancient times, most kings, princes, generals and ministers had 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's more, Ling Qi is the invincible #1 person in the world today. Okay, I'll ask her. Ling Qi smiled and said, if she doesn't accept, I can't do anything about it. I asked you first. Jiang Yao's face suddenly turned panicky. Suddenly I felt like I had missed the opportunity to be the first choice. Give the choice to Chu Xinyue. What if Chu Xinyue doesn't accept me? Then tell her that I'm pregnant too. Jiang Yao suddenly became anxious and said quickly. She went from not accepting it at the beginning to actively seeking acceptance now. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled and looked at Jiang Yao. Maybe it is really possible. He and Jiang Yao had only had sex a few days ago, so of course it was impossible to know whether she was pregnant or not. But it is indeed possible to get pregnant. After all, in this fantasy world, there are no contraceptive measures unless you take pills. But of course, everyone who had sex with Ling Qi had never taken any medicine. Then just tell her this. If she doesn't accept me, then forget it. Jiang Yao continued with a pout. Who can blame them for being the first to come? Who can blame them for having such a big child? If there is really no other way, I can only quit. Ling Qi smiled, then stood up and suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Jiang Ling's shoulder. You have to help me with this matter. Ling Qi's sudden action made Jiang Ling frown. She looked down at Ling Qi's hand on her shoulder. This was the first time someone dared to touch him directly. But she didn't argue with Ling Qi, instead she said slowly, how can I help you? Please help me persuade them. Ling Qi smiled and then took out a bead. As a condition, this is for you. What is this? Jiang Ling looked at the faint lightning light emitted by the bead. It seemed that there was an extremely terrifying thunder power contained inside. Thunder Yuanju, if you refine and absorb it, it will greatly increase your strength. Ling Qi said with a smile. Jiang Ling reached out and took the Thunder Yuan pearl, then exhaled softly. For matters like this, I can only do my best. As an emperor, isn't it enough for you to do your best? Ling Qi smiled. With you, the emperor, helping me stabilize my harem behind the scenes, my harem will certainly be stable. Jiang Ling smiled and then asked, just now I saw Miss Chu's sword in Qiyue's hand. What does that mean? Just as you thought. Ling Qi smiled, patted Jiang Ling's shoulders gently, and then walked away. Xiaochan followed. Jiang Ling smiled and shook her head. Chu Xinyue was really similar to herself in many ways. But this is not a bad thing. July will be even more powerful in the future as he has two masters like them. Jiang Ling then slowly stood up and looked at his sister. You are both lucky and unlucky to have met him. Fortunately, she met Ling Qi, who was unique in the world. Unfortunately, Ling Qi had let down many women before. Jiang Yao pouted at this time, not knowing what to say. Now that things have come to this, let's think positively. This is actually nothing big. Jiang Ling then smiled softly. If they can accept each other and live in harmony, it won't be a bad thing. In this world, polygamy is a common thing. I've tried my best to think positively. Jiang Yao then sighed helplessly. Since Ling Qi has her in his heart, Ling Qi also said that he will be responsible for her. What else could she do? Of course she accepted it all. After all, it was impossible for her to let go of Ling Qi. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, that's good. For a man like Ling Qi, even if her sister became one of his concubines, it would not be considered a loss of reputation for the royal family. Report. At this moment, a soldier suddenly ran in hurriedly from outside. As soon as he arrived, he knelt on the ground and presented the letter in his hands with both hands. Your Majesty, an urgent letter from the border wall. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's beautiful face suddenly froze slightly. The Great Wall on the border? Could it be that the Jedi demon realm has already started taking action? She immediately took the letter and opened it. Then, his eyes became more serious. After Chu Xinyue took the child to get the medicine prepared by Imperial physician Bai from the Imperial kitchen, Ling Qi took them back to Xiangshuan. There are too many rules and restrictions in the palace, and I'm afraid Chu Xinyue won't be able to adapt. So, it's better to live in Xiangshuan. Anyway, as long as they are within the imperial capital, they will always be safe. Xiaochan, take Qiyue to boil the medicine. As soon as he came back, Ling Qi gave orders directly. He planned to have a good talk with Chu Xinyue about his own affairs, as well as those of Jiang Yao and the others. Of course, he would never abandon Chu Xinyue no matter what. You have to coax her no matter what. Are you going to whisper to each other again? July frowned suddenly. You two have so much whispering to each other, can't you let me hear it too? Children can't listen to this. Xiaochan pulled July away directly. Ling Qi left behind so many messes in the past, let him clean them up slowly by himself. After Xiaochan and Qiyue left, Ling Qi took Chu Xinyue into the house and closed the door. What is your relationship with the princess? As soon as they entered the room, before Ling Qi could speak, Chu Xinyue spoke first. Because just now in the palace, she certainly noticed the jealous expression on Jiang Yao's face when she looked at them. It is obvious that Jiang Yao and Ling Qi have a special relationship. Could it be that Ling Qi has already become the prince consort or something? Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled and said, if I tell you everything, will you be angry? Su Xinyue turned her head away and stood by the window. Don't you think I shouldn't be angry? Over the years, the mother and daughter have suffered a lot. And what about Ling Qi? He was so cool and unrestrained, and he even became a royal consort? What a glorious life! Ling Qi walked forward and gently embraced Su Xinyue from behind. Then he said softly, "It's not what you think. She and I have only known each other for a few days." "You haven't married her yet?" Su Xinyue asked. "Of course not, I have never married anyone." Ling Qi smiled. "What about the others? How far have you come?" Su Xinyue asked. "Forehead." Ling Qi laughed dryly and continued, "Whatever step you can think of is up to you." After saying that, he hugged Su Xinyue tightly. Sure enough, the next moment Su Xinyue struggled to break free from his arms. But of course he couldn't break free in the end. "Just take whatever step you can think of." "What I can think of is of course the step of rolling across the sheets." "Listen to me first." Ling Qi hugged her tightly and said softly, "Xinyue, I used to be, actually a real jerk." "You are also a very bad guy now." Su Xinyue snorted coldly. "You're right, I'm an asshole." Ling Qi nodded and continued, "But there's a reason for this." "Does the bastard need a reason?" Su Xinyue said coldly. "Of course, I wouldn't be a jerk if it weren't for some reason." Ling Qi smiled and then explained, "Before, I was misled into thinking this was a fake world. So in my eyes, everything in this world was fake, and everyone was fake too. So, I did a lot of things that didn't matter." He then talked a lot with Su Xinyue, explaining everything clearly. Of course, he changed his way of saying it, just to make Su Xinyue understand what he meant as much as possible. After listening to this, Su Xinyue of course understood what Ling Qi meant. She then turned around and faced Ling Qi. "So actually back then, you thought I was also a false existence?" "At that time, I did think so." Ling Qi laughed dryly. "You bastard." Su Xinyue's eyes turned red instantly. "At that time, people believed in you unconditionally, ran with you, and gave you everything. As a result, you actually treat others as false existences? Is it really true love in exchange for false feelings? Then what you said before was also a lie? You were talking about the Jedi demon realm." Su Xinyue continued. "I didn't lie to you. I did go to save the world, and I did save the world once." Ling Qi smiled. "Although the facts are slightly different from what I said, they are basically the same." "So, you have killed many people before? Both those who should be killed and those who shouldn't be killed?" Su Xinyue raised her head and stared at Ling Qi with her big eyes. Ling Qi nodded slightly. "Have you let down many people?" "No, to be more precise, you have let down every woman who has a relationship with you?" Su Xinyue continued to ask. Ling Qi nodded again, "That's right. You are such an unfaithful man." Su Xinyue raised her hand and hit Ling Qi hard. "He has seriously let the whole world down. But at the same time, he also saved the world. Is he a scumbag?" "Absolutely. But at the same time he is a hero." These two contradictory words can be applied to him alone. "Now tell me all this, what do you want to do?" Su Xinyue continued to ask. He had had so many women before, including Her Royal Highness the Princess. "Now what? What's his plan?" "Now that I've told you everything, I naturally want to listen to your opinion." Ling Qi smiled faintly and said, "I'll do whatever you say. Anyway, you are number one in my heart. Are the tricks you use to coax women still suitable for me? Do you think I'm still the ignorant little girl I was back then?" Su Xinyue glared at him. Ling Qi smiled gently, then leaned down slightly and gently touched her smooth forehead. "Yes, she is no longer the ignorant little girl she used to be. She has become a weathered mother. Anyway, I'll listen to you now." Ling Qi continued with a smile, "I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if it means abandoning them all." Hearing this, Su Xinyue hesitated. She knew only too well how painful it was to be abandoned and alone. Of course, she also didn't want the women who had been let down by Ling Qi to live as painfully as she had over the years. Besides, who knows, it's possible that I'm not the only one pregnant with Ling Qi's child. After pondering for a moment, Su Xinyue took a deep breath and said, "You can't really be a scumbag for the rest of your life. You have to make up for your own mistakes." Chapter 15, Long Lost Passion. After all, she is still soft-hearted. She is an extremely kind girl, so of course she can't let her man do those conscienceless and wrong things. Ling Qi was of course very clear about this, so Ling Qi gave the decision-making power directly to her. Ling Qi knew she would make such a decision. You decide for yourself. Su Xinyue continued, anyway, don't forget that you are July's father. Certainly. Ling Qi had a gentle smile on his face. Now, he will take all the responsibilities he should take. And don't forget, you said. I am your wife. Su Xinyue raised her head and stared at Ling Qi with her beautiful eyes. I understand, my lady. Ling Qi smiled again. You have so many wives. Su Xinyue glared at Ling Qi. After all, he is her man and July's father? Now that things have come to this, all she can do is, of course, let Ling Qi make up for the mistakes he had made. How many good girls have you let down in the past, you playboy? Su Xinyue asked. Forehead. Ling Qi laughed dryly and continued, I can't count them all, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, in the past, wherever he went, he would basically not miss any of the top goddesses. What about the saint of a sect, the daughter of a wealthy family, the Valkyrie, the cold and beautiful female killer, or even the fairy flower in a rural village? A lot. Then you should recall them carefully and remember them one by one. Su Xinyue then pouted and said, You are my man. If you make a mistake, it is equivalent to me making a mistake. We have to make it up to him. If the girls whom Ling Qi had let down were willing to continue to follow Ling Qi, then fine, let them continue to follow Ling Qi. If they are unwilling, Ling Qi will of course have to give them some compensation. After all, what Ling Qi stole was someone's youth and true love. For a girl, that is the most priceless thing. Ling Qi nodded again. Of course, he would do everything he could to make up for all the people he had let down before. You big bad guy. Su Xinyue raised her hands and pinched Ling Qi's face, don't do this kind of thing again. Who would treat everyone in the world as a puppet? Yes, yes, yes. Ling Qi nodded and let go of Su Xinyue while speaking. But Su Xinyue quickly held down his hand, letting him continue to hug her. We've said what we need to say, and now what? Is that it? Then what else do you want? Ling Qi smiled. What do you think? Su Xinyue glared at him again, and then a blush appeared on her pale face. Haven't you ever thought about me? Haven't I made you linger in the past? Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled, then raised his hands to hold her face. You are still very weak. You are the weak one. Why should I, a woman, be weak? So what if I am weak? Su Xinyue, however, had no intention of letting Ling Qi go. No matter how weak you are no match for me. Do I remember some people begging me for mercy before? Ling Qi pinched her face. No way? It was just the first time. Su Xinyue's pretty face turned even redder. Now try again? But I have been feeling empty for many years. Ling Qi must fill the emptiness he has felt over the years. Are you sure you want it now? Ling Qi looked at her. I'm sure. Su Xinyue's expression remained unchanged. Looking at her like this, Ling Qi let out a sigh of relief. Then he kissed her red lips fiercely. Su Xinyue complied with Ling Qi's request while closing the window. Then began the long-lost passion. After passing the level of Su Xinyue, Ling Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she really refuses to forgive me, I will be in some trouble. After all, she had already given birth to a child for him and suffered so much. In every way, I feel sorry for her, so of course I have to obey her in every way. Fortunately, she can understand herself. Ling Qi now only hopes that the women he had let down in the past would not become pregnant and give birth to children like Su Xinyue. Otherwise, you will have a lot of troubles. But not all women can be as considerate as Su Xinyue. After a long time, Ling Qi and Su Xinyue walked out of the room. Su Xinyue's originally weak and pale face inexplicably regained some vitality. It seems that men can really nourish women in this way. Xiao Chan and Qiyue also boiled all the medicines prepared by imperial physician Bai. Under Ling Qi's careful care, Su Xinyue began to recuperate. Ling Qi planned to spend some time with the mother and daughter before solving Ye Youluo's problem. Anyway, I still have to get the second half of the pharmacopoeia as much as possible. In other words, let Ye Youluo willingly rescue him directly. However, at this moment, an urgent summons suddenly came from the palace. Empress Jiang Ling asked Chu Xinyue and everyone else, as well as Ling Qi, to go to the palace to discuss important matters. On the other side, the Tianshan Snow clan. After the people of the Snow Clan came back, they told the ancestor of the Snow Clan all of Ye Youluo's responses. In the Snow Clan's main hall, the Snow Clan's ancestor was sitting on the throne, supporting his head with one hand. When he heard the report from his subordinates, his brows furrowed little by little. Listening to Ye Youluo's words, does she look down on me? Does he think that he is no match for Ling Qi? Yes, he has not yet fully reached the Supreme Realm, but he is also the one who is closest to the Supreme Realm in this world. As long as he completes the last step, and as long as Ye Youluo is willing to practice dual cultivation with him, he will definitely break through. By then, why should I be afraid of Ling Qi? By then, taking over the Dian dynasty was a must. Who is that guy named Ling Qi? The voice of the Snow Clan's ancestor continued to sound. Report to the ancestor, we do not know him, nor have we heard of him. The Snow Clan members replied, this person has come to our Snow Clan twice. The first time, he took away the Saint Girl, and this time, he even destroyed our Snow Clan. Ling Qi is a true supreme being, but the name Ling Qi is not known to everyone. Because he basically never leaves his name anywhere. So there is actually no reputation. Although he is at the highest level, I think he is just this good. The Snow Clan patriarch continued coldly. If I could also reach the Supreme Realm, my strength would certainly not be weaker than Ling Qi. Anyway, he could see that although Ling Qi had reached the Supreme Realm, he was a little superficial. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Qi had been seriously injured and had little health since he went to the Jedi Demon Realm. Even with low health, he is still invincible. Then, the Snow Clan patriarch slowly stood up and said, let's get ready to leave for the Demon Island. Since Ye Youluo refuses to come again, I will go find her myself. Anyway, he must get Ye Youluo no matter what. Ye Youluo is the best way for him to break through the Supreme Realm. Moreover, this woman was so beautiful that he was certainly very interested in completely conquering such a stunning beauty. This ancestor, that Demon Island is the headquarters of the demon cult. All the disciples of the demon cult have gathered there. I'm afraid our Snow Clan is no match for them. Someone in the hall suddenly replied. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the Snow Clan waved his hands, and a flash of black air instantly blasted his entire head into blood foam. When the others saw this, their expressions suddenly changed. They quickly took a step back and didn't dare to say a word. Under your leadership, the Snow Tribe has, of course, been ineffective and timid. The voice of the Snow Clan's ancestor then rang out, now that I have awakened, this world will all belong to my Snow Clan. Yes. All the remaining people shouted in unison, no longer daring to disobey the ancestor's wishes. Even if it's a suggestion, it's best not to mention it. Afterwards, after the many powerful members of the Snow Clan were ready, they set off with the Snow Clan ancestor to the Demon Island in the sea. At dusk, the palace square of the Dian dynasty. At this time, Empress Jiang Ling brought many high-ranking officials of the Dian dynasty, and Chu Xinyue brought heroes from all walks of life, all gathered together. But what we are discussing now is not about how to deal with the demon cult. But it is something more serious than the demon cult, the matter in the Jedi demon realm. On the high platform in the front, Jiang Ling threw the letter in his hand towards Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue reached out to take it, and when she saw the contents of the letter, a serious look appeared on her pretty face. Then she handed the letter to Ling Qi. To be honest, Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue didn't know how to make a decision on this matter. For matters like this, the person who is most suitable and qualified to make the decision is Ling Qi. Ling Qi took the letter, looked at the contents, and then smiled faintly. The content above actually says that the Jedi Demon Realm wants to negotiate peace with the human race? The Jedi Demon Realm intends to live in complete peace with the human race and will completely open the Jedi Demon Realm. As a condition, the human territory must also be open to the demon race. From now on, the human race and the demon race, who have always been incompatible, will share two worlds. That's quite interesting. Ling Qi's voice then rang out, is this considered a delaying tactic? In 3 years, their Jedi Demon Realm will reforge the sword that can kill the Supreme Realm. If we can completely stabilize the human race in these 3 years, then victory will be a foregone conclusion. Everyone's eyes were on Ling Qi at this moment. After all, no one knew what the situation was. What delaying tactic? Is it the delaying tactic of the demon cult? Everyone, the Jedi demon territory wishes to coexist peacefully with the human race. At this time, Empress Jiang Ling, who was at the head of the group, slowly stood up. They hope that I can dismantle the border wall, so that the human race and the demon race will merge like fire and water. I wonder what everyone here thinks. This kind of thing is not up to her alone. It's not even her great Yin dynasty that has the final say. After all, there are countless forces and countries on the human side. This is a problem for the entire human race, not just a problem for her empire. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. So the discussion we are gathering here now is not about how to deal with the demon cult? But it is about the Jedi demon realm? That demon race now actually wants to live in peace with the human race? This matter is indeed more important than the demon cult. Because this concerns the life and death of the entire human race. If we can truly coexist peacefully, it will naturally be an absolute good thing. There are countless natural treasures inside the Jedi demon realm. Some people have obtained many opportunities and secret treasures on the edge of the Jedi demon realm. Some things that grow inside the Jedi demon realm, some natural treasures, are useless to monsters, but they are of great benefit to us humans. If it is opened, it will be like having another precious land for the human race. But the prerequisite is, they are really willing to live in peace. Your Majesty once sent an army of 100,000 to expand the territory of Dian into the Jedi demon territory. Unfortunately, after the 100,000 soldiers entered the Jedi demon territory, not a single one of them survived. In this case, how can we possibly trust the demon race? Everyone then spoke loudly. It is obvious that in the Dian dynasty, whether it is the imperial court or the martial arts world, no one believes in the demon clan. Still living in peace? Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, this matter concerns the entire world and is beyond the power of the Great Yin dynasty to decide. Jiang Ling's voice continued, even if the Great Yin dynasty doesn't accept peace talks, I'm afraid the other forces and empires may not agree. After all, other imperial forces have never sent 100,000 troops deep into the Jedi demon realm like she did. I don't know how vicious and dangerous the demons are. So this isn't just a delaying tactic, it's also a divisive tactic. Ling Qi's voice sounded again. While delaying time, it also causes disagreements within the human race. This will be more beneficial to the demon clan. The great border wall built by the Great Yin dynasty divides the world into two. Ling Qi continued, half is the human territory, and half is the demon realm. And the one closest to the Jedi demon realm is the Great Yin dynasty. The Great Yin dynasty and the Jedi demon realm do have various conflicts and hatreds, but other imperial forces and the Jedi demon realm do not have any hatred. It can even be said that they have nothing to do with it. They are unaware of the dangers of the Jedi demon realm. Even the vast majority of them have never come into contact with any monsters. In this case, of course, some of them will be happy to coexist peacefully with the demon race. Then, the most powerful Yin dynasty in the world is likely to become the target of public criticism. If the entire world were to attack us, and if we were to be attacked from both sides by the Jedi demon realm, the Great Yin dynasty would indeed be in imminent danger. This should be the plan of the demon clan. If the Great Yin dynasty, the overlord of mankind, is wiped out, the strength of the human side will be greatly reduced. Even if we cannot wipe out the Dian dynasty and cause chaos within the human race, it is still a sure profit. Then what do you say we should do? Jiang Ling looked at Ling Qi with golden eyes. Ling Qi smiled and said, You are the emperor, and you ask me what to do? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Ling Qi in surprise. After all, most people still don't know that Ling Qi is at the Supreme Realm, nor do they know that Ling Qi has been to the Jedi Demon Realm. So of course it would seem that Ling Qi's tone when speaking to the Empress was somewhat arrogant. Could he at least call you His Majesty? Even the martial arts leader Chu Xinyue has to call him Your Majesty, so why does he just use the title You? Jiang Ling glared at Ling Qi with golden eyes. If I knew what to do, would I need to ask you? You know the demon race best, and the demon race fears you the most. Jiang Ling continued, You have the final say on this matter. After saying that, she suddenly waved her hands. An extremely exquisite golden sword shot towards Ling Qi. With this sword of the Son of Heaven in your hand, wherever you go, it will be as if I am here in person. Jiang Ling continued, Everyone in and outside the Great Yin dynasty is at your disposal. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned and shocked. No. Just hand over such great power to Ling Qi like this? Why should he do that? At least it was handed over to the martial arts leader Chu Xinyue, and everyone could accept it a little. Didn't Ling Qi lose to Chu Xinyue when he competed for the position of alliance leader? Why does the Empress value him even more now? Ling Qi raised his hand to catch the Emperor's sword, then shook his head helplessly. You are quite good at being a hands-off boss. Throw all the problems on me and let me take care of everything? Why? Anyway, from now on, you have the final say on all matters concerning the demon race. Jiang Ling looked straight at Ling Qi. When it comes to dealing with the demon race, Ling Qi is undoubtedly the best in the world. Therefore, as long as it was Ling Qi's request, she would cooperate unconditionally. The entire Dian dynasty will also cooperate unconditionally. Okay. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. It is true that if you don't take responsibility for this matter, no one else can. Then I'll go to the border wall first and see if the demon tribe has any other movements. Ling Qi continued. Are you planning to enter the depths of the Jedi demon realm again? Jiang Ling frowned slightly. You are injured now, and facing the countless demon army again is no joke. If you die, the demons will wreak havoc in the future, and humans won't be able to stop them. Not really. I just went there to take a look and meet an old friend. Ling Qi smiled, then turned his gaze to Chu Xinyue. You go with me. Chu Xinyue nodded slightly. Since this was a matter of life and death for the world, she would of course cooperate with Ling Qi. That's it, let's get ready and leave tomorrow. Ling Qi then waved. So the meeting dispersed. The next day, in front of the palace gate, Jiang Ling prepared a carriage and an elite entourage for Ling Qi. These followers are all at the Xuandi realm and can assist Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue. However, Ling Qi simply waved his hand and said, the carriage is enough. No need for others to run after it. He doesn't need any help, and even if he does, Chu Xinyue is enough. The rest, in the final analysis, are just a burden. Hearing Ling Qi's words, Jiang Ling nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and everyone withdrew, leaving only one carriage. Xiao Chan, you don't have to follow me this time. Stay in the imperial capital and help me take good care of July. Ling Qi then turned his gaze to Xiao Chan. She was one of the 7 kings of the demon clan, so it would be better not to let the demon clan know that she is still alive and on the side of humans. Yeah. Xiao Chan nodded obediently. Daddy, can't Mom and I go with you? July pouted at this time. Having just been reunited with her father, she really didn't want to be separated. Because it's very dangerous, it will be troublesome to bring July with you. Ling Qi squatted down and pinched the little guy's face. Xinyue doesn't want to be a problem for Daddy, right? July nodded obediently. If she was going to be a burden, she knew she shouldn't go with him. Then I'll stay in the imperial capital with Mother and wait for Father to come back. Ling Qi continued with a smile. Yeah. July nodded. Then I want to go. Anyway, my father want to run away like he did before. Immediately afterwards, Ling Qi stood up and looked at Chu Xinyue, who looked reluctant. To be honest, Chu Xinyue was very afraid that Ling Qi would leave and abandon her again. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Ling Qi naturally saw what Chu Xinyue was thinking, so he said softly, unless I die, otherwise. Chu Xinyue quickly covered his mouth. Don't say such things. What do you mean dead? If you die, what will happen to July and me? And what about all the women you've let down? Ling Qi smiled and nodded, then took out a scroll. Here are their names that I remember. Let me show them to you first. Chu Xinyue took the scroll and nodded slightly. Then, Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue didn't stay any longer. Everyone, see you later. Daddy, Master, see you later. July waved her little hand. Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue both rubbed her little head. Then they got into the carriage together. Be careful. Chu Xinyue and Jiang Yao warned almost at the same time. Ling Qi nodded slightly, then drove the carriage away with Chu Xinyue. Not until the carriage disappeared from sight did everyone look away. Chu Xinyue took a deep breath, and then slowly opened the scroll left by Ling Qi. Then his brows furrowed slightly. So many? It's full? His crimes are too numerous to list, and the number of women he has let down is too numerous to list. This guy was really a jerk before. Among them, many women are well known and have special identities, while some have never been heard of. In short, there are all kinds of them. And, wait. At this moment, when Chu Xinyue saw the last 3 names, her pretty face suddenly changed again. Because those 3 names were Chu Xinyue, Jiang Ling, and Ye Youluo. Logically, these 3 names should not be on the list, but Ling Qi thought about it and added them anyway. Just think of it as a preventive measure for Chu Xinyue. When seeing these 3 names, Chu Xinyue's brows suddenly frowned even tighter, and her face was full of shock. Are you kidding me? The Chu heroine Chu Xinyue, the queen of Dian Jiang Ling, and the leader of the demon cult Ye Youluo. I was actually let down by him? This guy is really capable. No wonder the conversation between Ye Youluo and Ling Qi was a little abnormal when they were in the Snow Clan before. No wonder Jiang Ling and Chu Xinyue both accepted July as their apprentice, and they were both extremely tolerant towards Ling Qi. Seriously. Su Xinyue then put away the scroll, turned around and looked at Jiang Ling. Noticing Su Xinyue's gaze, Jiang Ling was a little curious. What was that look in her eyes? Your Majesty, I think, we need to talk. Su Xinyue continued. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Then he took Su Xinyue and others into the palace and came to the back garden of the palace. July, go outside and play with Sister Xiaochan first. Su Xinyue waved her hand as soon as she arrived. You're whispering again. July pouted and asked, why do you adults always like to whisper? After saying that, she turned around and left obediently with Xiaochan. You should go out first. Jiang Ling looked at Jiang Yao. She knew that Su Xinyue seemed to have some secret to tell her. In that case, it would be best for them to be alone together. Jiang Yao nodded, then turned and left. Then only Jiang Ling and Su Xinyue were left in the back garden. Sit down and talk. Jiang Ling walked forward, sat in front of the stone table, and poured tea. His Majesty. Su Xinyue spoke up, regardless of what Ling Qi did to your Majesty in the past, I will first apologize to your Majesty on his behalf. After hearing this, Jiang Ling was immediately confused. What does this mean? What had Ling Qi done to him? He has his own reasons. He has let down so many women in the past. Su Xinyue continued, but I didn't expect that His Majesty was among them. Jiang Ling was stunned when he heard this. What the hell is this? When had he ever let himself down? What a mess. Chapter 16 Ling Qi has had relationships with so many women? Your Majesty, you may not know that before this, he believed this world was a false world. Su Xinyue continued, so he doesn't take anyone seriously. So? I made a lot of mistakes before. He has let down so many women. This is the list he gave me, but there are others besides this, whose names he doesn't even remember. As he spoke, Su Xinyue took out the scroll and handed it to Jiang Ling. I know a thing or two about him. Jiang Ling looked at Su Xinyue and said, but I have never had any connection with him. As she spoke, she took the scroll from Su Xinyue and slowly spread it out. When she saw the densely packed names on it, her brows furrowed even more. This guy used to be a real jerk. He had relationships with so many women? This is far more than just a romantic affair. Jiang Ling knew many of them. For example, there was also the daughter of the general of the Great Yan dynasty's border wall. Ling Qi would definitely be able to meet her again when he went to the border wall this time. My name was just something he added on purpose. There has never been anything between him and me. When Jiang Ling saw the last three names, she immediately understood that Ling Qi had done this on purpose. Miss Chu and Ye Youluo have never had anything to do with him before. Then why did he add his name? Su Xinyue didn't quite understand. I guess he was teasing you on purpose, or rather, he was teasing me on purpose. Jiang Ling snorted softly, you don't know this guy, is very arrogant. He doesn't intend to let me, Lady Chu, and Ye Youluo go. This made Su Xinyue a little confused. What did this mean? He was already dying, so before he died. Jiang Ling then told Su Xinyue everything about Ling Qi. She told Su Xinyue and Ling Qi how they almost died when they went to the Jedi demon realm, and also told Su Xinyue and Ling Qi's plan to capture the three of them before he died. After hearing this, Su Xinyue frowned tightly. He is dying? She didn't care about Ling Qi's intentions towards Jiang Ling and the other two. What she cared about more was Ling Qi's life. How can this be? July and I had just reunited with him, but he turned out to be dying? If he died, what would happen to July and me in the future? He didn't tell you because he probably didn't want you and July to worry. Jiang Ling exhaled softly and continued, but you really don't have to worry. After all, there is still a way to keep him alive. The way to keep him alive is in Ye Youluo's hands. Or rather, Ye Youluo himself can keep him alive. This is also the reason why, although I have joined forces with Lady Chu, we have not yet taken action against the demon cult. After hearing what Jiang Ling said, Su Xinyue understood. So now, Ling Qi's life is in Ye Youluo's hands. Then he must have as much contact with Ye Youluo as possible. If he can really take down Ye Youluo, it would be a good thing. I'm sorry, I really didn't know he had such evil thoughts. I hope your majesty won't mind. Su Xinyue continued softly. Jiang sneered and shook his head. Even if I mind, so what? Is there anyone in this world who can do anything to him? All she could say about Ling Qi was, let him be. Who cares? This guy is really ambitious. Su Xinyue continued to murmur. But if you think about it, it's not a bad thing. Although Su Xinyue certainly wanted to monopolize Ling Qi, he already had so many women, so what would be the harm in having a few more? Besides, thinking about how capable my man is, if he can even win over the Empress, it would be something to be proud of. Fortunately, he has no ambitions for the world, only for women. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. Otherwise, this empire of mine, I'm afraid it would have been his long ago. It's a good thing that you and your daughter showed up. He realized that this world isn't fake. Otherwise, if he is not interested, who has the ability to fight against the Jedi demon realm and become the savior? If it weren't for Su Xinyue and Chu Xinyue, Ling Qi would probably still think that this world is fake and everyone is a puppet. If he still doesn't take this world seriously, he won't have the energy to deal with the catastrophe that will last for thousands of years. Since he gave you this list, what are your plans? Jiang Ling asked. Su Xinyue exhaled lightly and said helplessly, of course. I will make up for it as much as possible. Of all the women he has let down, I'm afraid many of them have had a harder time than I have. Even besides me, I'm afraid there are other women who are pregnant and have given birth to his child. I can't let him abandon everyone else and only recognize me. Since he is my man, his responsibilities are also my responsibilities. Since I acknowledge him, I should bear all the consequences with him. So now, like Ling Qi, she will try to find a way to make amends to these people. Or, she could go find these people now and reassure them. This was a way to give everyone a heads up in advance, so that they could be mentally prepared to accept Ling Qi's absurd reality. I can help you with this. Jiang Ling smiled faintly and then took out a golden token. Many of these women are in the Great Yan Dynasty. With this token, you can travel freely in the Great Yan Dynasty. Wherever you go, officials and soldiers from all over the country will cooperate with you. Su Xinyue is kind-hearted. If she had a worse temper, how could she accept Ling Qi like this? How could anyone accept that Ling Qi had so many women? Since she has the kindness to help Ling Qi make up for the women he had let down, then of course I can help her, which is also helping Ling Qi. Only after solving Ling Qi's small problems can he focus more on dealing with the demon race's eternal catastrophe. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Xinyue did not refuse and reached out to take the token. If you need it, I can also send an elite team to be at your disposal. Jiang Ling continued. Yeah. Su Xinyue nodded again. If I want to go out by myself, it is certainly inconvenient and unsafe to go alone. Jiang Ling then took a deep breath and said, since you are willing to be his good wife, it's a blessing for him. Su Xinyue also smiled bitterly. Things have come to this point, and she can't think of any other way except to guide them in a good direction. Then, His Majesty's name on it. Su Xinyue continued. Cross it out. I'm already being tolerant by not interfering in the affairs between him and Yao Yao. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. If it were someone else, I would not let him off. Hearing this, Su Xinyue smiled. Yes, if it were someone else, dying countless times would be enough. Apart from him, Ling Qi, who would dare to offend the Empress of the most powerful country in the world like this? On the boulevard, the carriage sped forward under the urging of an invisible force. Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue were sitting in the car. At this time, the two of them sat opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes. Ling Qi never took his eyes off Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue just stared at Ling Qi, folding her hands, her expression unchanged. It seemed as if he was telling Ling Qi that others would avoid and be shy when facing his gaze, but he would not. I've been looking all the way. What are you looking at? After a long time, Chu Xinyue finally spoke. We can't just stare at each other like this forever, can we? It looks good. Ling Qi smiled. Does it look good? How does it compare to your wife? Chu Xinyue smiled faintly. This was of course to remind Ling Qi that he already had a wife and children. But don't think about it yourself. Chu Xinyue's question immediately left Ling Qi speechless. It is absolutely unwise to praise another woman in front of her. But it is wrong to deny your own woman. You have to know one thing, you can't compare two fruits. After a moment, Ling Qi smiled and replied, peaches and apples are both sweet, but each has its own way of being sweet. You're quite good at talking. Chu Xinyue glanced at him, then finally looked away. This guy, if you don't give in, he will stare at you to the death. You know what? Although the three of you are all top beauties, you are more likable. Ling Qi then suddenly said something. Chu Xinyue certainly understood that Ling Qi was talking about the difference between her, Jiang Ling and Ye Youluo. Because I'm not as high and mighty as they are? She then glared at Ling Qi again. I don't have the queenly aura that they have, keeping everyone at a distance? To put it simply, you just think I'm easier to deal with? No. That's not what I meant. Ling Qi smiled and said, whether a woman is easy to deal with or not has nothing to do with her courage. I mean, you're more approachable and a little cuter than them. That's true. Jiang Ling and Ye Youluo are both arrogant, born to be kings, and look down on the world. Chu Xinyue, on the other hand, is more down to earth and sometimes a little naughty. Ye Youluo and Jiang Ling are admired and desired by others. Chu Xinyue is indeed more likable, whether it is children or adults, everyone likes her. Is it cute? Chu Xinyue tilted her head slightly. How cute is it? Ling Qi smiled again. You see, she can also make people laugh. It's almost the same as Xiaochan. Ling Qi then came over and sat next to her, then changed the subject. Have you ever been to the Jedi demon realm? I've been around the edge before, but never deep into it, Chu Xinyue replied. The Jedi demon realm is a forbidden zone for humans, who dares to go deep into it. Just like the sea, most people can play on the beach. But not everyone has the ability to really go under the deep sea. When His Majesty sent an army of 100,000 to go in, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. Except for you, who else dares to go deep into the deepest part of that place where the demonic energy is monstrous? Chu Xinyue continued. What does an army of 100,000 mean? This isn't like what happens in novels. If 100,000 soldiers stomped their feet at the same time, the earth would tremble. If they were arranged into a square formation, it would be a densely packed black mass. Even with Chu Xinyue's strength, if she really went deep into those 100,000 armors, swords and guns, it would be difficult for her to get out. Even if she tried her best and exhausted all her strength to launch a full-strength attack, she could only break through a few thousand pieces of armor. It's hard to imagine what it's like in the deepest part of the Jedi demon realm, which can completely swallow up an army of 100,000 without making any noise. Do you want to go in and take a look? Ling Qi smiled and said, if I only take you with me, there will be no problem in getting out safely. Of course it is impossible to kill all the monsters, but it is not a problem to kill among the countless monster soldiers. After all, Chu Xinyue has reached the peak of the Zuantian realm and can never be a burden. I don't dare go in alone. I can't guarantee that I can fight my way out of those countless monsters. Chu Xinyue turned her head to look at Ling Qi, but if you are sure you can take me in and take me out, I can go with you again. Okay, then I'll take you in to see what the deepest part of the Jedi demon realm looks like. Ling Qi smiled and said, don't worry, I've seen all the powerful monsters in there and fought against them all. The strongest one is only about as powerful as you. Chu Xinyue took a deep breath and then nodded slightly. Since I have Ling Qi as my backer, it wouldn't hurt to go in and take a look. Of course, she had wanted to go into that place and try her luck for a while, but she just didn't have the strength to do so. By the way, let's go and see how the sword of the demon clan is forged. If it can be blocked, that would be great. Ling Qi continued with a smile. If that sword is the demon clan's only and biggest trump card, then as long as the unforged sword is completely destroyed, the demon clan will naturally no longer be a threat. Then your injury. Chu Xinyue looked at Ling Qi. His injury wouldn't suddenly relapse in the Jedi demon realm or something, right? Didn't that place leave him with psychological trauma? He's not afraid at all? It's okay. Ye Youluo gave me some medicine that can help me reduce the damage to my body when practicing martial arts. Ling Qi said with a smile. Oh? She's so kind? Chu Xinyue was a little curious. Come to think of it, I've never had a direct encounter with that so-called female devil. Tell me, what kind of person is she? She? Ling Qi smiled and continued, he has a domineering personality and a hot temper, but of course, he's not as evil as people say. The demon cult is indeed brutal and overbearing, even more brutal than the imperial court. And they always start killing people if they disagree with something. That is why people in the world are so afraid and want to avoid it as much as possible. But in fact, the demon cult is not that evil. Of course, Ye Youluo is not as bloodthirsty and fond of killing innocent people as everyone says. In the final analysis, it means, I won't offend others unless they offend me. It seems that you really like her. Chu Xinyue smiled. It's almost like liking you. Ling Qi smiled jokingly. Chu Xinyue glared at him and said, I like you, you big-headed ghost. You already have a wife and a daughter, so why don't you control your romantic heart? The carriage continued to speed along, and Ling Qi chatted with Chu Xinyue about everything related to Ye Youluo. Ye Youluo had just returned to the Demon Island, and the next day, people from the Snow Clan came to his door. Amidst the vast ocean, a magnificent island stands tall. There are various large checkpoints set up in the ports around the entire island. The huge crossbow that was previously used to deal with the evil dragon has now become one of the defensive tools of the Demon Island. Because of Ling Qi's previous visit to the island, the guards have become much more rigorous. There are guards patrolling every moment of the 12 hours of the day. There are people guarding every lookout tower at all times. What is that? At this moment, someone on a lookout tower suddenly noticed a small black dot appear at the end of the sea in the distance. As the small black dot continued to move forward, it could be seen that it was a large ship. An unknown large ship is approaching, be alert, be alert. The guards immediately shouted, and the entire port became busy. The huge crossbow was fully strung, with huge arrows knocked on it. Who is it? Is this the big ship of the Dian dynasty? Are they planning to attack the Demon Island now? It doesn't look like it. If it's a ship from the Great Yan dynasty, there's no reason why there would be only one. No matter where he comes from, anyone who approaches the Demon Island will die. The leader of the guards shouted, if a large ship comes within range, shoot it with arrows. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, as everyone waited, the big ship continued to approach. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the guards. Shoot! The leader of the guards roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the thick and huge arrows were shot out continuously, densely packed, just like when fighting against the evil dragon. At this moment, a white-haired man was standing on the bow of the big ship. It was none other than the ancestor of the Snow Clan. This ship, of course, belongs to the Snow Clan. I didn't expect to find such a vast island deep in the ocean. It's truly a treasure trove that's easy to defend but difficult to attack. The ancestor of the Snow Clan looked at the huge demon island from afar and smiled faintly. Surrounded by the sea, there is only one way for anyone to attack the demon island, and that is to attack by water. Of course, the investment required to build large ship weapons is ridiculously high. I am afraid that the cost of attacking will be far greater than the value after attacking. This place is indeed a treasure land. It would be a natural advantage to establish an imperial capital here. And the demon clan is equivalent to an empire. This evil cult is really good at finding a place. Old ancestor, you don't know that it is precisely because this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack that even the Great Yan dynasty, which wants to encircle and suppress the demon sect, has to do so within its capabilities. Boom! A subordinate of the Snow Clan had just opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish his words, an arrow as thick as an arm shot towards him. With a powerful sound of breaking wind, it pierced through his chest and nailed him directly to the rear hull. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, a dense swarm of arrows continued to burst forth from the sky, and in a blink of an eye, the entire large ship was riddled with holes. The Snow Clan ancestor's eyes suddenly fixed upon seeing this. Then spread out your hands. Buzz. Black air burst out from the sky, forming a barrier that blocked the ship. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, countless arrows shot out, and when they hit the black barrier, they were shattered. With his cultivation level of half a step to the supreme realm, it was naturally no problem for him to block these powerful arrows. Raise the flag. After blocking the arrow attack, the ancestor of the Snow Clan gave an order. The people of the Snow Clan immediately raised the Snow Clan flag high. On the island, the harbor guards' expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. They were able to withstand a powerful crossbow attack? Are there any experts on board? Look, that's the flag of the Snow Tribe. The Snow Tribe? The leader just returned from the Snow Tribe, and the Snow Tribe's people are already chasing us? Could it be the Snow Clan's ancestor? Quickly inform the leader. Someone immediately ran to the island to report the matter to Ye Youluo. When Ye Youluo learned that the people from the Snow Clan had actually chased them directly to the Demon Island, he also flew out of the island directly. With her red skirt fluttering, her noble and delicate body landed lightly on the highest observation tower in the harbor. In the rear, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends of the demon cult also emerged one after another. Each of them held a weapon in his hand. How dare you come directly to the Demon Island? At present, except Ling Qi, no one has ever been able to enter the island without permission. Under the watchful eyes of Ye Youluo and others, the Snow Clan's large ship quickly approached the port. Then they slowly stopped, and the distance between the two sides was less than 200 meters. Haha, is this your island's way of entertaining guests? On the big ship, as the black air converged, the ancestor of the Snow Clan standing on the bow was revealed. His eyes first fell on Ye Youluo. Looking at Ye Youluo's tall and plump figure, wearing a red dress, bare feet, and beautiful face, she was so stunningly beautiful. She is truly a natural-born goddess. Such a beauty must belong to me. Guest? Ye Youluo stood tall and graceful, with a cold demeanor. There is no such thing as guest on this demon island. Anyone who approaches this demon island will be killed without mercy. After she finished speaking, she raised the sword in her hand and was about to give the order to continue the attack. Master, wait a minute. On the bow, the Snow Clan ancestor hurriedly shouted, I came here today specifically to discuss with the leader the matter of jointly annexing the Great Yin dynasty. I sent my servants to ask the leader before, but he refused to show his respect. I came here in person, which is considered to be giving the leader enough face. If the leader were to act without explanation, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Even if it's for the sake of profit, we should at least have a good chat, right? Although his strength is slightly better than Ye Youluo. But it can be seen that he is indeed very pleasing to Ye Youluo's eyes. So he planned to conquer this woman wholeheartedly. So, he still respects Ye Youluo now. After hearing what the Snow Clan's ancestor said, Ye Youluo did not take any action for the time being. He simply continued, I heard from your subordinates before, that you slept for countless years in order to reach the Supreme Realm, but unfortunately you didn't succeed in the end. Then I am very curious. Why do you, who haven't even reached the Supreme Realm, speak so arrogantly about annexing the Great Yin dynasty? Even the entirety of her demonic cult combined is far inferior to the Dian dynasty. What else more, it's just the Snow Clan. The ancestor of the Snow Clan is nothing more than a peak of the venerable Heaven Realm, although this is enough to make the overall strength and status of the Snow Clan reach a higher level. But, what's so great about that? He is just a peak of the Zuantian realm, what's the point of mentioning it? Besides him, what else is there in the entire Snow Clan? A bunch of trash? Ha, master, you don't know that if Ling Qi hadn't sabotaged the ceremony, and if this last saint girl had completed the sacrifice, I would have successfully reached the Supreme Realm. The Snow Clan patriarch then said calmly, unfortunately, his appearance forced me to wake up early, interrupting my retreat. And now, although I haven't reached the Supreme Realm, if I can find a woman at the peak of the Supreme Heaven Realm to practice dual cultivation with, I will surely achieve a breakthrough. By then, wouldn't it be easy to take down the Great Yin dynasty? Ha, if the leader is interested, then he would be the best candidate to practice dual cultivation with me. I can promise you, master, that if you grant me the favor, I will make you the new empress when I conquer the Great Yin dynasty. I will be your assistant. Of course this is false. He can make any promise now. Once you reach the Supreme Realm, you will have the final say in everything. Upon hearing this, everyone in the demon cult's expressions suddenly changed. So this white-haired bastard is here to practice dual cultivation with their leader? Absurd! What the hell do you want our leader for? With what happened to Ling Qi before, now in the eyes of the demon cult members, the only one worthy of being their leader is Ling Qi. Although the Snow Clan's ancestor was powerful, in their opinion, he was not qualified enough to become the leader of the sect. Ye Youluo also had a sneer on his face at this time. How could she not know how false the promise made by the Snow Clan ancestor was? Furthermore, how could she possibly practice dual cultivation with the Snow Clan's ancestor? She used to be an ice queen who was indifferent to men. The appearance of Ling Qi made the strings in her heart move a little. But only for a moment. So far, except for Ling Qi, other men are nothing more than disgusting to her. You may not know that the Empress of the Great Yin dynasty is Ling Qi's friend. Ye Youluo's voice then rang out, how dare you set your sights on the Great Yin dynasty? Don't forget that when he slaughtered the Snow Clan before, you didn't even dare to show your face. As soon as these words were spoken, the veins on the Snow Clan patriarch's forehead suddenly jumped slightly. Now, he is interested in Ye Youluo and wants to get Ye Youluo and practice dual cultivation with Ye Youluo. But Ye Youluo praised other men and belittled him in front of him. This was of course an unbearable humiliation for him. What's so great about Ling Qi? He immediately sneered, if I could also reach the supreme realm, dealing with him would be easy. Hearing this, everyone in the demon cult sneered in their hearts. Are you worthy of being compared with Ling Qi? Ling Qi has been in the supreme realm for who knows how many years. Even if you break through the supreme realm, how can you be his opponent? Ye Youluo also sneered at this time. She knew better than anyone that Ling Qi was injured. But even though Ling Qi was in a low health state, he was still invincible. If it was Ling Qi in his prime, it would be unimaginable how powerful he would be. This Snow Clan ancestor is indeed not qualified to compare himself with Ling Qi. Indeed, even if he really broke through the supreme realm, he would still be far behind Ling Qi. Go away. Ye Youluo then said calmly, I have no intention of associating with your Snow Clan, nor do I have any intention of becoming his enemy. Of course, it was impossible for her to practice dual cultivation with the Snow Clan ancestor. It is also impossible for her to turn against Ling Qi. Even though Ling Qi already has a wife and children, she has already felt some ripples of affection for him in her heart, so how could she calm down so easily? Hearing Ye Youluo's words and seeing Ye Youluo's attitude, the Snow Clan's ancestor immediately smiled coldly. He then slowly raised his palm and clenched his fist. Master, I hope you can understand that my friendly consultation with you is out of good intentions. It's pure respect and admiration for you. But this doesn't mean I have to respect and adore you. He really liked Ye Youluo, so he was so polite to Ye Youluo. Otherwise, he could indeed conquer by force. Oh. Hearing this, Ye Youluo immediately smiled coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Do you still want to take action? Then I'd like to give it a try and see how much strength you, an old monster who has been lying around for countless years, can really possess. Chapter 17 Isn't this the man my daughter has been waiting for 7 years? As soon as Ye Youluo said this, everyone in the demon sect burst out with energy. Want to fight? The demon cult is never afraid. Even if the army of the Dian dynasty really came, the demon cult would not dare to confront them head-on. What's more, it's just the Snow Clan. What's more, he is just an ancestor of the Snow Clan. On the bow of the ship, the Snow Clan's ancestor sneered, the leader is incredibly beautiful, peerless in beauty. I simply cannot bear to use violence against her. It's a pity that now it seems, men really should be tougher in order to completely conquer women. Boom! After he finished speaking, the monstrous black energy around him suddenly burst out. The entire ship was shrouded in black air, like a fog. Get started! Swish! The next moment, the ancestor of the Snow Clan was the first to burst out from the black air, and with the monstrous black air, he slammed towards the port of Demon Island. Ye Youluo sneered and rushed forward with the long sword in his hand. In mid-air, he collided violently with the ancestor of the Snow Clan. Clang! With a loud bang, the Snow Clan ancestor's claws, which were wrapped in black air, attacked Ye Youluo's sword fiercely. The shockwave spread out in an instant, causing the seawater to become turbulent. Looking at the Snow Clan patriarch's palm and skin shrouded in black energy, Ye Youluo said coldly, evil and crooked. What this Snow Clan ancestor practices is obviously an unorthodox method. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been lying there for countless years and would have needed to sacrifice a so-called saint to break through. Ha 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 ha. You are the leader of the demon cult, the female devil. The Snow Clan's ancestor laughed heartily. Don't you think it's absurd that a word like evil and crooked comes out of your mouth? Ye Youluo, I am indeed a pervert, and you are just like me. After he finished speaking, the black energy on his arm suddenly condensed into a layer of black scales, and then he attacked Ye Youluo frantically. Not only are you not qualified to be compared with him, you are not even qualified to be compared with me. Ye Youluo snorted coldly, and the bloody aura on the sword blade surged up wildly. The surging sword energy and the black air in the sky instantly tore together in the air above the port. At the same time, on the Snow Clan's big ship, all the people brought by the Snow Clan's ancestor rushed up at the same time. They didn't want to take action, but they were all under the rule of the Snow Clan's ancestor. We have to take action. Court death. On the side of the demon cult army, masters from all sides sneered and attacked at the same time. The Snow Clan is weak to begin with, how can they possibly go head-to-head with the demon cult? The fact that the Snow Clan only has one ancestor who is at the Supreme Heaven Realm now means that they are far behind the demon cult. Boom, bang bang bang. In an instant, the port of Demon Island turned into a battlefield. It had just been repaired due to the damage done by the evil dragon Zhao Chang, but in the blink of an eye it was in ruins again. In the melee, ordinary people could not get close at all under the crazy bombardment of black air and blood-colored sword energy. Ye Youluo, I admire you and your charm. The Snow Clan patriarch's white hair flew, black energy flowed, and he sneered as he attacked frantically. I originally intended to live with you forever, but now it seems, to deal with a strong woman, I still have to use strong methods. It's a pity, you don't have that kind of strong strength. Ye Youluo's eyes were filled with disdain. She then said lightly, oh, by the way, not only are you far inferior to Ling Qi in strength, but in terms of appearance, compared to him, you are also an ugly freak. Boom! These words immediately made the Snow Clan ancestor furious. Very good. Ye Youluo, I will enjoy the whole process of conquering you. He roared angrily, and then the monstrous black energy condensed madly throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, his skin turned pitch black. It looks like a black coal ball, with only white hair floating in the wind. If you hadn't used a special method to fall into a deep sleep, you would be a wrinkled old man now, right? Ye Youluo still sneered, wrinkles and fat all over your body, that's what you really look like. I hope you can still be so stubborn when you're under me later. The Snow Clan's ancestor's eyes fixed, and then he attacked Ye Youluo head-on. At this moment, his entire body had turned into a weapon, indestructible. Ye Youluo was naturally furious when he heard the words of the Snow Clan's ancestor. He swung the blood-colored sword wildly and slashed continuously. Ding ding ding. However, when the sword energy landed on the dark body of the Snow Clan ancestor, it only made a sound. After all the black energy condensed on his body, it was like an indestructible body of diamond, difficult to break through. Clang! After a series of attacks, the Snow Clan's ancestor suddenly punched out. Ye Youluo blocked in front of her with her long sword, but was also knocked backwards. Her smooth jade feet wiped a distance on the beach before stopping. Her blood-red eyes were slightly solemn and her brows were furrowed. This Snow Clan ancestor is indeed not simple. Although he has not yet reached the Supreme Realm, his actual combat power is probably not worse than the demon dragon that was just killed before. If Ling Qi, who is in the Supreme Realm, is the best in the world, then this Snow Clan ancestor is also qualified to be the number one person below the Supreme Realm. This Snow Clan ancestor is quite capable. The 36 heavenly beings will collectively support the leader, and the rest of the Snow Clan will be left to the rest of us. Can you please be more polite with your words? It's like the rest of us are just trash. Get started. On the side of the demon cult army, many powerful men in the heavenly realm rushed over at the same time, standing behind Ye Youluo. Then, he directly deployed the formation, just like he did before to deal with the demon dragon. Formation? Ye Youluo, even if you can combine the formation, what will happen? The Snow Clan patriarch sneered, you still can't break my defense. After saying that, he bared his teeth again and rushed towards Ye Youluo. Ye Youluo snorted coldly, and with the support of many powerful people behind him, he faced the enemy head-on. The sword energy burst out again, surrounding the Snow Clan's ancestor once again. However, even with the joint efforts of many masters, it was indeed difficult to break through the phosphorus armor that protected the Snow Clan ancestor. The attack and defense power of this Snow Clan ancestor is indeed no less than that of the demon dragon. What do you think? Now you finally understand that I do have the ability to take down the great Yin dynasty, right? The Snow Clan's ancestor attacked frantically while sneering, you still have a choice now. As long as you agree to practice dual cultivation with me, you can still become the empress of the new empire. Together, we can rule the world. Faced with the attitude of the Snow Clan's ancestor, Ye Youluo remained calm and firm. She swung her sword again, then sneered, when did I ever tell you that I need to be the emperor? In her eyes, her position as the leader is no less than that of the so-called empress. Others yearn to be the emperor, but she never does. In her opinion, she and Empress Jiang Ling are on equal footing. Is that so? Then I'm sorry, from now on you can only be the queen? Oh no, if you don't behave well, you can only be a concubine, the kind I can banish to the cold palace at any time. The Snow Clan's ancestor laughed fiercely, world-destroying Buddha poem. Boom! After saying that, a huge palm print filled with monstrous black energy blasted towards Ye Youluo and others. Ye Youluo raised his sword, and with the help of the formation behind him, his blood and energy surged wildly. Then he suddenly thrust out with a sword. The sword energy in the sky condensed into a huge blood-red lightsaber, which suddenly collided with the black palm print. Bang! The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire sea surface was shaken and turbulent. The shockwave instantly swept across the sky and earth and spread out in all directions. As the shockwave spread out, Ye Youluo retreated again and landed on the ground, swiping a distance on the ground before stopping. Looking at the ancestor of the Snow Clan opposite, his figure landed lightly on the sea surface and on the waves. Hee, although you are at the peak of the Supreme Heaven Realm, there is still a gap between you and me. I am now half a step into the Supreme Realm. How can you be my opponent? The Snow Clan ancestor sneered. Ye Youluo is indeed powerful, and together with the many powerful people in the entire demon sect, he is indeed difficult to deal with. But he was still confident that he could win, but it would require some price. A half-baked person is still a half-baked person after all. He is far worse than him. Ye Youluo steadied his body, then held the long sword horizontally in his hand, and his fingertips brushed across the sword body. Buzz! Suddenly, the sword energy on the blade burned wildly, becoming more agitated and violent. Boom! The next moment, overwhelming sword energy burst out from her body, like a scorching flame, rising continuously. The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly climbed, and the seawater on the surface of the sea continuously turned into water vapor visible to the naked eye and evaporated. This is. Seeing this scene, everyone in the demon cult narrowed their eyes slightly. Is this the power of the fire Yuan pearl that Ling Qi gave to the leader before? Really powerful. On the opposite side, the ancestor of the Snow Clan felt the scorching heat and his eyes changed slightly. This Ye Youluo actually has this kind of power hidden in him? Boom! The next moment, Ye Youluo's figure shot out. Carrying the monstrous blood-red flaming sword energy, a red dress swept across the sky, like an elegant phoenix soaring in the sky. Then, the sword landed heavily on the ancestor of the Snow Clan. Boom! There was another loud bang, and under Ye Youluo's sword, a huge wave was raised in the sea. The huge waves then continued to evaporate under the fiery and hot sword energy. The figure of the Snow Clan's ancestor was also blasted back hundreds of meters by this sword, leaving a long mark on the sea surface before he stopped. He managed to steady himself, then raised his hand and stroked his chest. At this time, there was a hideous scar on his chest that was slanting downwards, and blood was constantly flowing out. Feeling the severe pain in his body and looking at the blood on his hands, the ancestor of the Snow Clan looked solemn. He slowly raised his head and looked at Ye Youluo, who was also lying on the sea surface opposite him. Looking at the blood-red flames rising around Ye Youluo, the sea surface was constantly evaporating. She stood on the sea, holding a sword in one hand, like a god under the blood-red flames and the constantly evaporating water vapor. Noble, beautiful, and inviolable. That's quite unexpected. The Snow Clan's ancestor still sneered, but this time he was slightly gritting his teeth. He didn't expect that Ye Youluo, who was at the peak of the Zuentian realm, could actually break through his black armor. This woman is really. She makes people like her more and more, and want her more and more. Immediately afterwards, the ancestor of the Snow Clan waved his hand. The few remaining members of the Snow Tribe quickly fled back to the boat. Very good, Ye Youluo, you really make me more and more interested. The ancestor of the Snow Clan then flew to the bow of the ship. Since Ye Youluo was able to break through his black armor with the help of the formation and the fire element pearl, he knew very well that no one would gain anything if they continued fighting. This evil cult does have some strength. Why are you talking nonsense? Whether you are interested or not is of no consequence to me. Ye Youluo also swung his sword, retracted his aura, and then said coldly, I don't care what any cat or dog thinks. The black aura surrounding the Snow Clan patriarch receded, revealing his face again. Ye Youluo, believe me, sooner or later, you will pay the price for what you said today. One day or another, you will regret your decision today. He really couldn't do anything to Ye Youluo now, but Ye Youluo couldn't kill him either. He still has many ways to deal with Ye Youluo. Anyway, now, the more he can't get it, the more he wants it. He longed to completely conquer Queen Ye Youluo. Make her kneel down under him, beg for mercy and admit defeat. If you still want to fight, if you want to come again, I will accompany you to the end. Ye Youluo snorted coldly, if you don't want to, then get out of here. I don't want to see your ugly face. These words made the Snow Clan's ancestor's brows twitch slightly again. He is indeed much older than he appears to be, but he has indeed used special methods to maintain his eternal youth. He thought that his appearance was also that of a stunningly handsome man. But Ye Youluo repeatedly brought up his appearance, so of course he was angry. Because Ye Youluo's words were not only humiliating, but also unfair. I'm obviously very handsome, why do you insist that I'm ugly? Who will admit it? We'll meet again. I hope next time we meet, you can still be this tough. The ancestor of the Snow Clan did not seek trouble. He waved his hand and left with the people of the Snow Clan in a panic. As the large ship slowly disappeared above the sea, the members of the demon cult finally put away their vigilance. Ha, this Snow Clan ancestor is quite courageous. The entire Snow Clan doesn't even have a single venerable Heaven Realm person anymore, and he actually dares to come directly to my demon island? Ha, next time you come, I'll kill them again and see how many of his Snow Tribe members are left. The ancestor of the Snow Clan did have some strength and was able to retreat. But his Snow Clan does not have so many powerful people. Every time he comes to the demon island, he suffers heavy losses. Ye Youluo's delicate body glided back from the sea surface, and then she said lightly, Xinyue, Wanner. Exist. Two women in black came rushing over. Hurry to the Dian Dynasty Palace and tell Ling Qi about the Snow Clan's ancestor. Ye Youluo then instructed, this Snow Clan patriarch won't give up. I'm afraid he has other plans. It will be quite a trouble. After the fight, she already knew the strength of the Snow Clan's ancestor. It is no less powerful than that demon dragon. She couldn't kill the ancestor of the Snow Clan, and the ancestor refused to give up. In the future, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. So if you want to solve the problem, the best way is of course to solve it from the root. This ancestor of the Snow Clan is the mastermind behind the murder of the Snow Clan in Chu Xinyue. As long as Ling Qi is told, he will naturally not let him go. So, the leader wants to ask Ling Qi for help, the two women in black asked hurriedly. This is great, wouldn't this give the leader and Ling Qi another chance to interact? Aren't there conflicts between the two of them again? What help do you want? Do I need to ask anyone for help? I just want to tell him about this. Ye Youluo frowned and said. Yes. Xinyue and Wanner both nodded obediently. The leader clearly wanted to be as close to Ling Qi as possible, but he was too strong-willed and would never give in. In fact, as a woman, you should show your weakness appropriately. That way, Ling Qi will have some desire to protect you, the leader. Let's go now. Ye Youluo continued waving. Yes. The two nodded, then boarded a boat and left the demon island. Ye Youluo took a deep breath. Then he smiled faintly. Beg him? Of course not. Now he's begging me. The boat sailed across the sea, with only Xinyue and Wanner on board. The leader is really something. He's obviously attracted to Ling Qi, but he refuses to show it. The two chatted on the boat. There's nothing we can do about it, the leader is just like this. Besides, Ling Qi already has a wife and children. How can the leader interfere? So what if I have a wife and children? It doesn't mean I have no chance. Hey, how about this, the two of us help the leader? How can I help? Let's just say, the leader encountered danger and almost died. It is said that the Snow Clan's ancestor wanted to seize the leader, and the leader fought desperately to escape. The leader needs his company now. Let him come and help the leader. I don't believe that guy doesn't care about the leader at all. He said before that he is our leader's husband. Ye Youluo refused to show weakness, nor did he want to reveal his true feelings. It's very simple. They just add fuel to the fire behind the scenes, right? They say what the leader is unwilling to say, and they convey the feelings that the leader is unwilling to express. In a word, they do what the leader tells them to do, and they also do what the leader doesn't tell them to do. Anyway, we just have to try our best to bring the leader and Ling Qi together. Both of them nodded heavily. That's decided then. When I meet Ling Qi, I'll say as much as I can. The westernmost border wall of the Dian dynasty. A great wall hundreds of feet high stretches across the north and south, with no end in sight, majestic and magnificent. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like a line dividing the entire earth into two. On one side are humans, on the other side are monsters. This is the border wall that Jiang Ling has been rapidly building with almost all the strength of the country since he learned about the 1,000-year catastrophe. It is the strongest first line of defense for mankind. The military strength of the entire border Great Wall is far greater than the total military strength of all other parties in the entire Dian dynasty. It can be seen how much Jiang Ling values this border wall. After all, this concerns the future of the entire human race. Standing on the 100-foot-high Great Wall, you can see the opposite side, the Jedi demon realm. Outside the Great Wall is a wasteland. And at the end of the desolation is eternal darkness. In the darkness, dark clouds gathered and the evil spirit was overwhelming. Occasionally, lightning flashes, which is extremely magnificent. At this moment, a figure was standing on the edge of the Great Wall. She was a female general wearing silver white armor, holding a red tasseled spear in her hand. She is tall, with long hair tied into a high ponytail, and her body is plump and well proportioned under her armor. Under the heroic spirit, there is also a bit of charm. She is the daughter of the general of the Great Wall on the border, the number one female general on the border, and the Valkyrie in the eyes of all the soldiers, Xiao Qian. She stood there with a gun in her hand, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, at the edge of the Din Jedi demon realm. There was a hint of sadness and deep longing in his eyes. Still waiting? My dear, it's been 7 years. You've been waiting for him for 7 whole years. Just then, a voice rang out. A tall and strong middle-aged man wearing armor walked up from behind. The great general of the border Great Wall, Xiao Qian's father, Xiao Jiankong. You know there's no ending, or that this is the end, so why wait any longer? Xiao Jiankong's voice continued, Your Majesty once sent 100,000 troops into the Jedi demon territory, but they fell on deaf ears. How could he be any more capable than this one man? What Xiao Qian is waiting for now is a man. A man with whom he once had a romantic relationship. I still remember that day 7 years ago when Xiao Jiankong held a martial arts competition to find a husband for his daughter. It was quite lively. In that martial arts competition to win a bride, after that man came on stage, he crushed everyone with an overwhelming advantage. In the end, Xiao Qian went straight on stage. Because she didn't want to get married at that time, she just wanted to defeat the final winner. But in the end, she lost. Thus, that extremely complicated emotion began on the stage. Later, in just a few days, Xiao Qian fell in love with the cheerful and ruffian man. But she always refused to admit it, saying that her man must be the best in the world. So the man said that he wanted to go to the Jedi demon realm to prove his strength. He wanted to break into the Jedi demon realm, kill a big demon and bring it out to prove that he was the best in the world. Xiao Qian also agreed that she would marry him as long as he came out alive. So, he really went and said goodbye to Xiao Qian before leaving. But Xiao Qian didn't expect, that seemed to be the final farewell. Until that man entered the Jedi demon realm, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months. As time went by, she gradually realized the seriousness of the matter and how much she liked that man. So she waited and waited here, coming here every day, until now. Of course, she didn't know that the man who entered the Jedi demon realm for her had already come out. Because that man is Ling Qi. Ling Qi had just wanted to go to the Jedi demon realm for some fun, but he happened to come across Xiao Qian's martial arts competition to find a husband, so he joined in, just to tease the NPC Xiao Qian. Then he entered the Jedi demon realm, and he had actually forgotten about Xiao Qian long ago. He was afraid that he would never imagine that Xiao Qian was actually here, waiting for him day and night for 7 years, waiting for him to come back. Moreover, over the years, Xiao Qian not only missed him, but also felt very guilty. If I had agreed to marry him earlier, he wouldn't have gone to that Jedi demon realm. Xiao Qian's eyes flushed slightly. Why was I so self-righteous at that time? Why did I let him in? Knowing that it was impossible to go, why was I so stupid at that time? She clearly liked him and had even given him everything, but she just refused to marry him and insisted on taking the last step and refused to give in. This forced him to flee to the Jedi demon realm and never return. She stood here every day, thinking about the scene of Ling Qi and her separation. And Ling Qi said, I will definitely come back alive, wait for me. Alas, it's also my fault as a father. Xiao Jiankong sighed helplessly, blame me for raising you to be too tough and too proud since you were young. So much so that even when she met a man she liked, she refused to admit it. If it really doesn't work, just give up. Xiao Jiankong then raised his hand and gently patted his daughter's shoulder. If he is still alive, I'm afraid he wouldn't want to see you waiting so anxiously every day. No. I won't give up. Xiao Qian said with red eyes, if he is still alive, he will definitely come back. If he is dead, it is me who killed him. I am willing to live alone for him. Of course, she would never fall in love with another man again. In her heart, there will always be only Ling Qi. Even if Ling Qi is dead, she will remain a widow for the rest of her life for the man who should have been her husband. Hearing his daughter's words and looking at her eyes, Xiao Jiankong shook his head helplessly. Then I had no choice but to turn around and walk down the Great Wall. He had just walked down the Great Wall when a soldier suddenly came to report, General, people are coming from the imperial capital. Oh? So soon? Xiao Jiankong smiled and then asked, how many people are here? Just 2, the soldier replied. What? 2? Xiao Jiankong frowned immediately. Is it the messenger who delivered the letter? No. It doesn't look like that. They are holding your Majesty's Emperor's sword in their hands, said the soldier with his head down. Hearing this, Xiao Jiankong frowned immediately. Coming with His Majesty's sword, does that mean His Majesty is here in person? Is the other party here to make the decision on behalf of your Majesty? Who has such great ability to serve as the master of the border wall for your Majesty? You don't know him? Xiao Jiankong asked. General, I grew up on the border wall, so naturally I don't know people from outside. The soldier replied. Follow me to see who is worthy of such high regard from His Majesty. Xiao Jiankong then waved his hand. Then he came to the reception desk. However, when he arrived at the reception desk and saw Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue, his expression suddenly changed. Me. And I. Ma. Isn't this the man my daughter has been waiting for 7 years? He is actually still alive. Chapter 18. It is said that women are very vindictive, and this is indeed true. Xiao Jiankong didn't quite believe it. He rubbed his eyes hard and blinked a few times. That's right, he still remembered this face even though 7 years had passed. This face is exactly the same as it was 7 years ago, without any changes at all, and no traces of time have been left. Is it really him? But what's going on? How could he still be alive? It's been 7 years, a full 7 years. There has been no news for 7 years, and now he suddenly appears? And, if it was him, shouldn't he have come from outside the Jedi wall? Shouldn't he be coming from the direction of the Jedi demon realm? Why was the direction the other way around? Was he coming from the Imperial capital? If he came from the Imperial capital, it means he had actually come out of the Jedi demon realm a long time ago? But you have never been to this border wall? But this doesn't make sense. He should have come to find his daughter and marry her as soon as he came out of the Jedi demon realm. Why would he go to the Imperial capital first and even bring His Majesty's sword with him? What is going on? Or in other words, they just look the same, but they are not the same person? This possibility does exist. After all, it is a fantasy that a person can go deep into the Jedi demon realm and come back alive. Xiao Jiankong took a deep breath and suppressed all the emotional fluctuations in his heart. Then he politely bowed and said, I am Xiao Jiankong from the Border Great Wall. Welcome to both of you. Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue turned around and their eyes fell on Xiao Jiankong. Then Ling Qi smiled faintly, long time no see, I hope you are well. General Xiao. You. Xiao Jiankong was of course certain now. Did he recognize him? And there was no mistaking the voice and tone. It's him. Fuck you. Xiao Jiankong immediately strode over and grabbed the collar of the man's shirt. But when he saw the Emperor's sword in Ling Qi's hand, he quickly said, Put down your Majesty's sword, or I'll kill you today. 7 years, 7 years. Do you know how my daughter has lived these past 7 years? Do you know? Every day she stood on the Great Wall, gazing into the distance and waiting anxiously. For 7 whole years, not a single day was missed. She has been waiting for you, always waiting for you. Because of you, she gave up her future happiness and was willing to wait even if it meant she would live out her life alone. Because of you, she felt guilty for 7 years. She even knows that you can never come back. But what is the result? So you actually came out a long time ago? Now that you're out, why don't you come find my daughter? She is still standing on the top of the city wall, looking out and waiting. Let's talk it over nicely. By the way, how has Xiao Qian been doing lately? Ling Qi grinned. Speak nicely of your uncle, how dare you mention Xiao Qian to me? Xiao Jiankong gritted his teeth, as if the sandbag-sized fist was about to hit Ling Qi in the face in the next moment. Do you know how Xiao Qian has been through all these years? You bastard, have you completely forgotten about Xiao Qian? He then roared, Put down your sword, put down your sword. Holding the Emperor's sword, he could not be disrespectful to the Emperor. If Ling Qi puts down his sword now, he will definitely punch him hard. Chu Xinyue, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene and didn't seem surprised at all. It was obvious that Ling Qi had bullied someone else's girl before. No, it's not just bullying, but betrayal. It is understandable that people are so angry. General Xiao, please be patient and listen to my explanation. Ling Qi smiled and continued, I actually have my reasons. You have no reason at all, you just don't take Xiao Qian seriously. Xiao Jiankong gritted his teeth and said, if you didn't care about her, why did you go on stage to compete for a hand in marriage? Why did you get in touch with her? You bastard. I'm here on behalf of your majesty, and there are outsiders here. Can we talk about private matters later? Ling Qi continued with a smile. Xiao Jiankong gritted his teeth, looked at the sword in Ling Qi's hand, and then looked at Chu Xinyue. Then he reluctantly let go of Ling Qi. Well, it is true that private matters should be discussed privately, and now is the time to deal with official matters. Ha, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Miss Chu, but my daughter and this guy have a past that is hard to describe. Xiao Jiankong then resumed his demeanor as a general. It doesn't matter. I'm not surprised that some people hate him. Chu Xinyue smiled softly, then looked at Ling Qi, I just didn't expect. I'm an outsider? Logically speaking, she was the first person to understand Ling Qi, and also the person who knew Ling Qi best. But in Ling Qi's mouth, he was actually an outsider? Even if they are friends, they shouldn't be outsiders, right? Forehead. Ling Qi also laughed dryly, then returned to the main topic, General Xiao, let's talk about it first. What do the demon tribe mean? When talking about the demon clan, Xiao Jiankong's expression returned to seriousness. He took a deep breath and continued, we don't know either. Previously, a large demon army suddenly approached the Great Wall. We were already prepared to take action. But their leader said, they came to negotiate peace, hoping we could open the Great Wall and live in peace with the demon tribe. This is a matter concerning the survival of the empire, and I dare not make a conclusion on my own. Therefore, I can only report this matter to His Majesty. Since His Majesty has sent you here, I wonder what His Majesty's plans are. As he spoke, he looked at the sword in Ling Qi's hand. Being able to bring the Emperor's sword, Ling Qi can directly decide everything at the Great Wall. What is your Majesty's plan? She has no plans. I have full authority over the affairs of the demon tribe. She is now the boss. Ling Qi smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their eyes to him. What the hell? This guy actually said that about your Majesty? Isn't this a bit offensive? That is Her Majesty the Empress, who is above everyone else, the Son of Heaven. Ling Qi didn't even bother to call her Your Majesty? He just used the title She? Holding the Emperor's sword, how can he be so presumptuous? Shu, be quiet. Xiao Jiankong quickly whispered, although the Emperor's sword is in your hands now, it doesn't mean you are His Majesty. Don't get carried away. Ling Qi is so disrespectful to Her Majesty the Empress that he should be beheaded. If Ling Qi died, his daughter would really have to be a widow for the rest of her life. General Xiao, don't worry about it. He behaves like this in front of your Majesty. Chu Xinyue smiled faintly. Ah? Xiao Jiankong was suddenly confused. Is he also so arrogant and defiant in front of your Majesty? That doesn't make sense. Who would dare to be so presumptuous in front of His Majesty? Who is he, so arrogant, yet still valued by His Majesty? So now, you are not only special in front of everyone else, but also special in front of His Majesty? Xiao Jiankong frowned slightly. I guess so. Ling Qi smiled. I am special. I have always been special. Hiss. Xiao Jiankong's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly put his hand on Ling Qi's shoulder and whispered, don't tell me that His Majesty has taken a fancy to you, and the reason you didn't come to Xiao Qian is because you were already His Majesty's man? He could only think this way now, otherwise who would dare to offend His Majesty? This kid's strength is unfathomable. To be honest, Xiao Jiankong had never seen through his true strength 7 years ago. Plus, she's really pretty. Who knows, maybe His Majesty will really take a fancy to me. Damn. If that's the case, what will happen to my daughter? My daughter doesn't have the ability to compete with His Majesty for a man. Not at the moment. Ling Qi smiled. That's good, bullshit. Xiao Jiankong's eyes suddenly fixed. What do you mean by currently? Can you explain to me clearly what you mean by currently? If it is not the case now, will it be in the future? Let's talk about it later. Ling Qi smiled. Xiao Jiankong glared at him fiercely, then returned to the main topic. So, His Majesty hasn't made any decisions, and all decision-making power has been handed over to you? Ling Qi nodded lightly. Then what are your plans? Xiao Jiankong asked. I plan to go to the Jedi demon realm again to see what's going on. Ling Qi smiled faintly and said, see why they choose to negotiate peace with the human race at this juncture. You still want to go? Xiao Jiankong frowned immediately. The last time you were gone it was 7 years. How did you get out alive? I fought my way out. Ling Qi smiled. Kill them? Xiao Jiankong frowned. How is this possible? Once, 100,000 troops of the Great Yin dynasty attacked, but not a single one came out alive. As a result, you went in alone and managed to make it out? General Xiao doesn't know that he is originally at the Supreme Realm. Chu Xinyue spoke again at this time. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Jiankong was shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ling Qi changed a little, and there was an unprecedented bit of respect in it. Are you kidding me? The Supreme Realm? That legendary realm actually exists? And this is the man who almost married his daughter? If he is at the supreme level, it is not surprising that he has the strength to break out of the Jedi demon realm. Wait. Now the problem arises again. If he is at the supreme level, that means he actually came out of the Jedi demon realm alive 7 years ago? You are such a jerk. Since you got out 7 years ago, why haven't you come to see my daughter in the past 7 years? You made my daughter wait alone. You were such a heartless man. You don't have my daughter in your heart at all, right? You bastard. Xiao Jiankong gritted his teeth, but this time he had no intention of attacking Ling Qi. Firstly, Ling Qi has the Emperor's sword in his hand, and secondly, Ling Qi is at the supreme level. How could he possibly do it? Do you know that my daughter is still standing on the city wall, waiting anxiously? Xiao Jiankong gritted his teeth and continued, since you have such strength and have already come out, why don't you come find her? Even if you don't have her in your heart, you should still give her a result, right? If you like me, you should have told me earlier and married my daughter. If you don't like it, you should have said it earlier so that my daughter can give up sooner. She is still so young and has a future. She can find a new husband. But you never came back. You left a long time ago and didn't even say hello, leaving my daughter there. Damn it. Xiao Jiankong really wanted to curse and beat someone up now. It's a pity that I don't have that ability or that status. I really don't know that. Ling Qi smiled and said, after all, she was the one who said that she would only look down on me if I became the best in the world. Fuck, are you pretending? Don't you understand a girl's mind? Xiao Jiankong glared at Ling Qi and said, she's just a little arrogant and unwilling to admit it directly, that's all. Speaking of which, it is indeed my daughter's fault. If she had admitted earlier that she liked Ling Qi and wanted to marry him, Ling Qi wouldn't have really refused to come back to see her. The two of them were like this. Ling Qi thought she didn't like him that much. And what about her? She thought Ling Qi was dead. So what do you want now? Xiao Jiankong then said in a deep voice, if you no longer have her in your heart, then there is no need for you to meet her. I will convey your meaning directly. But if you still have her in your heart, you'd better go see her now. She is waiting alone on the city wall. If there is no possibility between his daughter and Ling Qi, then of course there is no need to meet. I will convey Ling Qi's intention to my daughter and ask her to give up. And if Ling Qi still wants to reconcile with his daughter, then of course he should go see his daughter now and have a good chat with her. I came all this way here just to see her. Ling Qi smiled. In the past, I just treated her as an NPC and played with her. Who cared what she became in the end? But now, thinking about it, my casual playing with her back then made a girl wait for 7 years. This is indeed a bit too much. So of course I have to meet with her, have a good chat, and make amends. Hearing this, Xiao Jiankong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as he still has his daughter in his heart, there is still a possibility for the two of them. This is definitely a great thing. Not only did his daughter get happiness, but he also got a son-in-law of supreme ability. A sure profit. Report. General, the young lady, she rushed into the Jedi demon territory alone. Just at this moment, when Xiao Jiankong was thinking about this, a soldier suddenly came to report. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression suddenly changed. What? Why was she going to the Jedi demon realm alone? Could she not wait any longer, so she wanted to go find Ling Qi directly? Or did she think that since Ling Qi would never come back, she would commit suicide for love? How could she be so stupid? Just now, a figure appeared outside the Jedi demon territory, and the young lady rushed over. The soldier continued. Ling Qi frowned slightly when he heard this. I'm afraid that the demon tribe impersonated me and deliberately lured her over there. General Xiao, does the demon tribe know about Xiao Qian and me? This. I didn't know it originally, but I found out by chance when the demon tribe came up to negotiate peace. Xiao Jiankong said in a deep voice. That's for sure. The demon wants to confirm whether I'm still alive. Ling Qi immediately waved his hand. Let's go and take a look. You must bring my daughter back safely. Don't forget that she has been waiting for you for 7 years, 7 whole years. Xiao Jiankong said hurriedly. Don't worry, I'm here to make it up to her, right? Ling Qi smiled, then quickly left with Chu Xinyue. Then I'll leave it to you too. Xiao Jiankong bowed directly. Only after Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue disappeared from his sight did he frown and quickly give an order. Armies on all sides, prepare to respond at any time. Yes. Immediately, all the armies along the border and the Great Wall blew their horns and began to prepare for war. Ling Qi took Chu Xinyue's hand and flew directly from the top of the city wall, flying quickly towards the Jedi demon realm. In the blink of an eye, he was immersed in the Jedi demon realm filled with demonic energy. As the surrounding vision became completely dim, a strong demonic aura pressed forward, causing Chu Xinyue's brows to furrow slightly. Is this the inside of the Jedi demon realm? Sure enough, the evil spirit was overwhelming. This is the demonic energy emitted by countless monsters of all sizes gathered together, and the countless demonic energy condensed into a ball. It is hard to imagine how many monsters are living inside this Jedi demon realm. You can't hide it now. Chu Xinyue then spoke softly, if something really happened to General Zhao's daughter, you would really become a bastard. So next, I should be able to see the full combat power of the so-called Supreme Realm, right? Ling Qi smiled bitterly. He was certainly well aware of this. He really couldn't let anything happen to Xiao Qian. He immediately took out a small medicine bottle, poured out a pill and swallowed it. Then, the energy in his body poured out without reservation. Sensor, full on. Buzz. In an instant, perception spread out, covering the heaven and earth. The demonic energy rising into the sky in the Jedi demon realm caused it to tremble slightly. This way. The next moment, Ling Qi determined the direction, and then pulled Chu Xinyue to catch up quickly. Can you please not hold my hand? I'm a stranger. Chu Xinyue suddenly laughed. Don't joke around at this time. I'm serious now. Ling Qi shook his head. If I were trapped in the Jedi demon realm, would you care so much and act so quickly? Chu Xinyue asked. Hearing this, Ling Qi turned his head slightly to look at her, then nodded lightly, of course. Am I, a stranger, worthy of your concern? Chu Xinyue continued with a smile. Ling Qi shook his head helplessly. They say women are very vindictive, and it's true. I just casually said outsider, but she kept holding on to it. On the other side, deeper in front of Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue, Xiao Qian held a spear in her hand and flew forward quickly in a suit of silver-white armor. Not far ahead of her, a figure could be seen in the fog moving at full speed. Stop right there. Xiao Qian frowned and shouted. Because that figure looks too much like Ling Qi. His clothes, his appearance, and his back were all exactly the same as the Ling Qi in his memory. It was as if it was really him. So if it was really him, why was he hiding from me? Why do I refuse to stop even though I can clearly see myself and hear my own voice? Xiao Qian didn't care about anything else at this moment, she just wanted to catch up at full speed. She has been waiting for 7 years, and now she finally sees a clue and a little hope. Of course, she will not let it go. 2 figures walked, one in front and one behind, and it was unknown how long they moved forward. Finally, the figure in front stopped. Xiao Qian also stopped. She just stood behind the man, looking at his back. The clothes she wore were still the same as they were 7 years ago, and her hair was still the same as it was 7 years ago. So, is it really him? Why are you running? Xiao Qian's eyes suddenly turned red. I finally waited for him, but he wanted to escape from me? Does he have any reason to escape from himself? I don't need you to prove anything. Come back with me, and we'll get married right away. We'll be husband and wife right now. Xiao Qian continued, choking with sobs, it was all my fault at the beginning. I thought. Her voice stopped abruptly. Because the next moment, the figure in front slowly turned around. When Xiao Qian saw the figure's face, her pupils trembled and she quickly tightened the red tasseled spear in her hand. Because that face is not a human face at all. Instead, it had a snake face, covered in scales, with a mouth drawn close to its throat. He is a snake demon. At this moment, the hair and clothes on the snake demon opposite fell off, revealing his original appearance. Half human, half snake. Xiao Qian, who had been overwhelmed by Ling Qi, suddenly came to her senses. I feel like I've fallen into some trap? Without saying a word, she turned around and planned to return the same way. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw a dense group of monsters behind her, blocking her retreat. At the same time, the surrounding fog dissipated, revealing densely packed grinning figures from all directions. There are countless monsters. Xiao Qian's expression suddenly darkened. Damn it, I lost my temper and rushed into the Jedi demon realm. Now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out alive. Hello again, Valkyrie. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded, and all the monsters scattered to both sides. Then a heavily made-up man walked up slowly. He had a pale face, wore makeup, and had 2 flowers in his hair, making him look like an opera singer. And of course Xiao Qian still remembered him. He was the leader of the demon tribe who went to the Great Wall to propose peace talks. We've only met before, but never really gotten to know each other. The enchanting and sinister man pinched his fingers together and smiled faintly. Let me introduce myself again. I am one of the 7 kings of the demon clan in the Jedi demon realm. Hua Duanyu. As you can see, I am a beautiful little flower. Xiao Qian felt nauseous. What little flowers? Where's your sister? But, he said the 7 kings of the demon race? So, his strength should definitely not be underestimated. What do you want to do? Xiao Qian immediately said coldly, want to kill me? There's no need to go to such great lengths, right? Her strength is only at the middle stage of the Zuantian realm, not very strong. Since he is the demon king, he must be far superior to me. If the demon king wanted to kill me, there would be no need for him to take action. Haha, what a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. Why would we kill you? What good would it do to kill you now? Hua Duanyu chuckled and continued, I just have some questions I want to ask the Valkyrie. Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned. What did the demon race need to ask her? I heard that the Valkyrie has been waiting for a man. That man entered the Jedi demon realm 7 years ago. Hua Duanyu continued, but that man still hasn't arrived. May I ask, is he the one we had someone impersonate? Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned, have you seen him? Of course I have seen it, more than just seen it. When Hua Duanyu mentioned Ling Qi, a strong murderous aura emerged from the depths of his eyes, and of course, there was also a bit of fear. Is he still alive? Xiao Qian asked. She herself felt that the question was a bit foolish. Ask the demon tribe whether a person who has gone deep into the demon tribe is still alive? Isn't this ridiculous? Ha, we were just about to confirm with you whether he is still alive. Hua Duanyu sneered. Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned. What does this mean? Don't you know whether Ling Qi died in your Jedi demon realm? Are you sure, Valkyrie, that you still haven't waited for that man? Hua Duanyu continued, 7 years. Ever since he entered the Jedi demon realm, has he really never returned? Nonsense. Xiao Qian said coldly. If he comes back, do I still need to wait? Ha, if that's the case, then he must have died and didn't make it out of the Jedi demon realm alive. Hua Duanyu then sneered, it's just that so far, we haven't found his body yet. Hearing this, Xiao Qian was a little confused. Could it be that in this Jedi demon realm, wasn't it you demons who killed him? Ha, of course. If he really died in the Jedi demon realm, he must have died at the hands of our demon race. Hua Duanyu sneered, he really deserved to die. What a pity, we didn't see him die, nor did we find his body. Now, since Xiao Qian didn't wait for Ling Qi to come back, then it is very likely. Ling Qi was seriously injured when he escaped, and died before he could escape from the Jedi demon realm. Good death, good death. The only supreme being among the human race, it would be better if he died. Hua Duanyu then took a deep breath, it can be confirmed that he is dead. This is really great news for my demon clan, he ha 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 ha. Seeing Hua Duanyu's abnormal and crazy laughter, Xiao Qian tightly gripped the spear in her hand. If Ling Qi really died, she would definitely avenge Ling Qi. Today, even if I die, I will take a few people with me. Oh my, Valkyrie, oh Valkyrie, you don't know how many members of my demon clan that man killed. Hua Duanyu continued with a sinister grin. He went deep into our demon clan's territory, deep into the core area, all by himself. My demon clan's collective army is attacking him alone at the same time. He killed an army that was once countless, but now it's countless. TSK, thinking back on it now still gives me chills. He is simply an unprecedented killing god, no one can stop him. The scene of the entire demon clan joining forces to encircle and suppress Ling Qi is still vivid in my mind. In the deepest part of the Din demon territory, a man stood in the air, facing the countless demon army that was like a vast ocean. The demon army was like cucumbers and cabbages in his hands, like foam, and could withstand no attack. Every time he attacked, thousands of demon soldiers were killed without a single intact body. He killed wave after wave of demons, and the corpses of the demons covered the ground. It was truly a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, a river of blood. That battle was simply a nightmare for the demon race. He is just one person, just one person. If it were a battle between two armies numbering in the billions, this would still be plausible. But he is really alone. How terrifying is it that one person can kill the demons and make their blood flow like a river? Later, the demon clan had no way to deal with him, so they had no choice but to use the sword, the demon clan's trump card. The sword pierced deeply into his chest, broke, and he ran away. Over the years, the demon clan has been unable to confirm whether he is still alive. Until now, it can finally be confirmed. The man who made the entire demon clan extremely fearful never walked out of the Jedi demon realm alive to reunite with his woman. He must have died on the road, his bones buried in the wilderness, no one knew about it, and no one collected the body. Okay. Hearing Hua Duanyu's words, he saw the fear in the depths of his eyes when he spoke. Xiao Qian frowned. Is he that powerful? The Supreme Realm, what do you think? Hua Duanyu snorted coldly. After hearing this, Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. Is he in the Supreme Realm? He is actually the legendary Supreme Realm? So, isn't he the best in the world? Invincible? But why does he need to enter the Jedi demon realm to prove something? Isn't this ridiculous? Anyone who has reached the peak of the Supreme Heaven realm does not need any proof, let alone the Supreme Realm? Is he stupid? It's great to know for sure that he's dead now. Hua Duanyu then sneered, in this case, my demon clan has nothing to fear. The human race, which has not reached the Supreme Realm, can only be compared with the demon race even if they join forces. What's more, the human race is divided into countless countries and forces, so it is impossible for them to join hands. Now that I know what I want to know, then. Hua Duanyu then slowly raised her orchid finger and made a light move, kill her. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the densely packed monsters around him swarmed toward Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's eyes focused, and she tightly grasped the spear in her hand. Her aura surged, and she stabbed forward. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a great battle broke out in this Jedi demon realm. Unfortunately, no one outside knows about it. Don't worry, Valkyrie. Your family will soon go down to accompany you, and the entire human race will go down to accompany you. Hua Duanyu sneered. Since the human race no longer has a supreme master in charge, once the sword of the demon race is reforged, they can of course launch a head-on massacre of the human race without restraint. The entire human race only has 3 years left to survive. Hearing Hua Duanyu's words, Xiao Qian frowned. So what the demon clan said before about peace talks was nonsense. No matter what, I have to find a way to go back alive and tell my father about this. Facing the dense army of demons, Xiao Qian's pretty face was solemn. She held the spear horizontally in her hand and soared into the air. 13 moves of absolute shadow. First move, 1,000 mountains birds fly. Boom boom boom. The next moment, a rain of bullets fell from the sky, and hundreds of demon soldiers died under her guns. After landing, Xiao Qian raised her gun again, her eyes fixed. 13 spears of absolute shadow, second style, no stopping 1,000 miles. Swish, swish, swish. After she finished speaking, her figure instantly transformed into dense afterimages and shot out. The spears in the hands of each afterimage pierced through a group of demon soldiers. 13 spears of absolute shadow, third style, empty mountain after the rain. Xiao Qian wore a silver-white battle armor and held a long spear with a red tassel, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Among the chaotic demon soldiers, blood spurted out and demons were killed one after another, looking heroic. Ah, you are worthy of being a Valkyrie. Hua Duanyu smiled faintly. Being called the #1 female general on the border, she must have some strength. It's just a bit fancy. Hua Duanyu continued, of course, I also like things that are fancy. I can do all the fancy stuff, too. After saying this, he spread his hands and said, wait until autumn, on September 8th, when my flower blooms, all other flowers will die. Boom! As he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a rain of flowers covered the sky and slowly fell from the sky. In the melee, Xiao Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, a petal lightly fell on the tip of her gun. And then, buzz! After the petals touched the tip of the gun, they instantly fell to the ground and bloomed. Each petal turned into a flower. Then, the petals of the flower trembled and shot out like pear blossom needles. Xiao Qian's expression changed, and she kept waving the spear in her hand and dodging. However, any petals that touched her gun or anything else would instantly turn into a flower, and each petal would become a killing weapon. When the petals that turned into killing weapons touched a real object, they bloomed again and turned into petals again and shot out. In this way, the original petals became more and more, and the speed of firing became faster and faster. Under the continuous attack of this rain of flowers, the more Xiao Qian tried to block, the more she became unable to block. In the blink of an eye, she was instantly wrapped in a tornado formed by countless petals. Moreover, the tornado became thicker and thicker, and the petals rotated faster and faster. She would soon be torn to pieces in this exponentially growing flower rain tornado, leaving no trace of her body. Asshole! Inside the tornado, Xiao Qian's spear suddenly fell to the ground, and all the energy in her body burst out, forming a barrier to protect herself. However, her barrier certainly couldn't hold up at all. Under the continuous cutting of the rain of flowers in the sky, the barrier was shattered in an instant, and with a bang, it completely turned into nothingness. Then, the deadly spinning petals swarmed towards her. The flower rain reflected in her beautiful eyes kept getting bigger and closer. Xiao Qian was helpless and ready to die. What awaits her is only death. The petals closest to her cut through her armor and her skin. There were shallow scars on her face. The next moment, Xiao Qian slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. It was a pity that he couldn't get out alive and couldn't tell everyone about the demon clan's false peace talks. But I think His Majesty and my father can see through the conspiracy of the demon clan. The rest can only be left to the remaining people. Xiao Qian closed her eyes, waiting for death to come, waiting for the petals to cut her into pieces. However, death did not come. Because even the god of death has to take a detour when he meets certain people. Buzz! Xiao Qian did not feel the expected feeling of being cut into pieces. Instead, she felt a strange chill that made her whole body cold. The next moment, she opened her eyes. Then she saw that the petals that were surrounding her and about to cut her into pieces suddenly slowed down. Then, each petal solidified into ice bit by bit. What is going on? Xiao Qian looked confused. What happened? Miss Xiao, long time no see. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. This voice struck Xiao Qian's soul directly. The next moment she quickly raised her head, and then her pupils trembled suddenly. At the same time, outside, after Hua Duanyu used the 100 flowers killing move, he planned to turn around and leave. But at this moment, a strange chill made his eyes narrow slightly. Then he slowly turned around and looked towards the flower rain tornado. Under his gaze, the originally rapidly spinning flower rain tornado slowed down little by little. Finally solidified directly. Every petal has turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 19. The entire sword merged into Ling Qi's body. The original flying flower tornado turned into an entire ice sculpture pillar in the blink of an eye. Hua Duanyu's so-called 100 flowers killing move was completely dissolved and completely imprisoned. Who? Hua Duanyu and all the monsters under his command looked slightly fixed. And then, under their gaze, bang! With a loud bang, the ice sculpture and the petals inside it shattered and turned into empty light points and disappeared. Hua Duanyu and all the other monsters were staring straight ahead. As the ice flowers dissipated, Xiao Qian was still standing there. There were some damages on her armor, and a shallow blood mark was left on her face. But he was fine and still alive and well. At this moment, she just looked up at the sky. There were two figures standing in the air. A man and a woman. It was Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue. Xiao Qian couldn't think of anything at this moment, as if the whole world had completely disappeared. In her eyes, there was only Ling Qi left. It's him. This time, it's really him. The appearance, voice, and expression were all correct. he really is still alive. He really is in this Jedi demon realm and is still alive and well. Xiao Qian was very happy and surprised at this moment, but for a moment, she couldn't say a word. She had thought about talking to this man a lot when she met him. But when we really meet, I don't know where to start. The next moment, Ling Qi slowly descended with Chu Xinyue and landed in front of her. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so many years. Ling Qi smiled softly, then raised his hand and gently wiped away the faint trace of blood on her cheek. Feeling Ling Qi's touch, Xiao Qian was of course certain it was him, and she didn't have any hallucinations. The next moment, Xiao Qian's eyes turned red and her breathing became choked. Looking at Ling Qi, who was smiling in front of her, she raised her hand and slapped him suddenly. But this slap was not directed at Ling Qi, but at herself. Ling Qi grabbed her wrist and sighed helplessly. What are you doing? No matter what, you wouldn't hit yourself, right? Xiao Qian choked and sobbed, and the next moment she threw herself into Ling Qi's arms, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. She hugged Ling Qi tightly, her voice choked with sobs. If it weren't for her words, because she refused to admit her love for Ling Qi would not have come to this Jedi demon realm. It wouldn't be until now that we meet. In her opinion, everything is her fault. However, Ling Qi knew very well that it was not her fault at all. I had originally wanted to come to the Jedi demon realm, but I just found an excuse and forgot about her. After all, I was a real scumbag at that time. Ling Qi then raised his hand and gently held her in his arms. This is not your problem. Feeling Ling Qi's embrace, Xiao Qian sobbed and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Looking at the two people hugging each other, Chu Xinyue shook her head and looked away. This guy's damn love debt, as if a reunion can completely resolve it? He got a really good deal. At this time, Hua Duanyu was staring at Ling Qi blankly, and all the monsters were looking at Ling Qi. Deep in those eyes, there was a hint of horror and fear. It's him, he isn't dead yet? That sword strike at that time was not able to take his life at all. This guy who was at the supreme level is still alive. Now, we are in trouble. Let's deal with the current situation first. Ling Qi then smiled faintly and gently let Xiao Qian go. Xiao Qian nodded heavily, then gripped the spear again, and looked at Hua Duanyu opposite her with Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue. Hua Duanyu took a half step back. If he faced Ling Qi alone, he would of course know that he would have no power to fight back. The only way to deal with Ling Qi is for the entire demon clan to unite. The demon tribe's peace talks are all fake. Xiao Qian then whispered, they led me into the Jedi demon realm just to confirm whether you were still alive. I know. Ling Qi smiled, then walked forward, raised his hand and gently patted Chu Xinyue's shoulder. The guy across from you is one of the 7 demon kings. Do you want to try it one-on-one? What about you? Chu Xinyue frowned slightly. With you here, do I still need to take action? Wouldn't it be easy for you, who are at the supreme realm, to kill someone at the peak of the heavenly realm? I'm going to the deepest part of the demon clan to take a look. Ling Qi raised his lips and said, you are one of the strongest people in the human race. I believe in you. Chu Xinyue is also at the peak of the Zuantian realm, and is no less capable than Hua Duanyu on the opposite side. Even if I can't kill Hua Duanyu, at most we can be on par with him. So, leave it to her with confidence. I have to go and see how the demon clan's sword is being forged now. Chu Xinyue looked at Hua Duanyu opposite her, then nodded slightly. Well, let us try and see who is stronger, the strongest human or the strongest demon. Then I'll leave this place to you. Ling Qi then looked at Xiao Qian and said, I'll be back soon. You guys, be careful. Xiao Qian nodded heavily again and said, if you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. Let us deal with the demon clan first and go back alive. Since Ling Qi is still alive, it means that everything he has is certain. He is at the supreme level, so why should he be afraid of the demon clan? Ling Qi didn't stay any longer and turned around and flew towards the deepest part of the demon clan. Seeing Ling Qi leave, Hua Duanyu frowned immediately. What does this guy mean? He just left like that? Just leave 2 women like that? I don't know you, but I think you demons should have investigated the details of our human race. You should know me? At this time, Chu Xinyue spoke slowly, looking at Hua Duanyu opposite her. The #1 female hero in the martial arts world today, Fairy Chu, of course I know her. Hua Duanyu smiled coldly. Regarding the overall strength of the human race, the demon race has indeed made ranking statistics. Chu Xinyue is ranked in the first tier in the statistics. He is one of the strongest people in the human race. Then there's no need to introduce yourself. Chu Xinyue slowly raised her hands and formed a seal. Come and fight. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, a snow-white lightsaber suddenly condensed above her head. A faint chill emanated from the lightsaber, and 9 white dragons were slowly wandering around with overwhelming momentum. Just what I want. On the opposite side, Hua Duanyu spread out his hands, and a rain of flowers burst out from the sky. Swish. Swish. The next moment, the two of them shot towards each other at the same time. The 9-dragon sword Qi, carrying with it a tremendous chill, suddenly collided with the rain of flowers in the sky. A showdown between the peak masters of the Xuantian realm broke out instantly. At the same time, all the surrounding demon soldiers pounced on Xiao Qian at the same time. Xiao Qian held the spear and stabbed away. With Chu Xinyue holding Hua Duanyu back, she was completely fearless in dealing with the remaining minnows and crab generals. At the same time, Ling Qi flew across the dark Jedi sky. Then, we came to the deepest part of the Demon Clan, the Demon Clan headquarters. Here, the demonic energy that rises into the sky is even more intense. Under the earth, it is like purgatory. Each mountain peak looks like a fang-bearing claw, and looks particularly eerie and terrifying. Above the sky and the earth, there are countless monsters of all sizes. Looking around, the devastation caused by the war 7 years ago is still vivid in our minds. Ling Qi looked at the place where he had been seriously injured, and a smile appeared on his lips, revisiting the old place. The next moment, he didn't waste any time and rushed directly towards the center area. Suddenly, among the dense army of monsters, some monsters noticed his arrival. Someone. Accompanied by a loud roar, countless eyes looked towards Ling Qi at the same time. Looking at Ling Qi, he was like a meteor, streaking across the dark red sky of the Demon Clan. It's him. He's here again, he's here again. When they saw that the person coming was Ling Qi, the entire Demon Clan headquarters was instantly in an uproar. It was here that this man once killed countless armies of their Demon Clan. As a result, he came again today? How come he is still alive after being hit by that sword? And you dare to come again? In the demon lair below, the remaining 5 demon kings rushed out at the same time. When they saw that it was Ling Qi, their faces became solemn. They wanted to confirm whether Ling Qi was still alive, but this guy actually came to their door? Still alive and well? Stop him. The 5 demon kings immediately gave an order. Suddenly, in the sky and on the ground, dense crowds of monsters of all sizes swarmed towards Ling Qi at the same time. Ling Qi's tiny body, like a drop in the ocean, was being besieged and drowned by the countless overwhelming demon soldiers. Facing the demonic tide that was like the sea about to swallow him up, Ling Qi drew out the Emperor's sword. Then the aura of the Supreme Realm burst out wildly, and a sword suddenly fell forward. Wow! The dazzling sword light cut through the dark red sky and earth, tearing open a vast road in front. Countless demon soldiers were killed, with no trace left. However, the road he tore open was soon closed again because the number of demon soldiers was too great. After all, this is the headquarters of the Demon Clan, and it is the place with the most demons in the world. Ling Qi continued to swing his sword, and with every strike, countless monsters were killed by the monstrous sword energy. Relying on this unstoppable tearing force, he continued to approach the innermost territory of the Demon Clan. What does this guy want to do? Is he just here to start a fight, just like he did back then? The 5 demon kings were staring at Ling Qi, who was fighting frantically in the sea of demons. That's what happened back then. Ling Qi broke in here alone and started fighting without saying a word, causing all the monsters in the countless monster nests in the entire Jedi demon realm to come out. He didn't have any special purpose, it was just pure fighting. Is it the same now as it was back then? No, the sword in his hand, that is the Emperor's sword of the Great Yan dynasty. Just then, a demon king discovered the problem. In other words, Ling Qi is now from the Dian dynasty? He actually left the Jedi demon realm alive a long time ago, and has been hanging around outside all these years? It's just that no one knew about this until now. Let's not worry about what he wants to do. Everyone, take action. A demon king said coldly, we were able to repel him back then, and we can do the same today. Defend the demon race to the death. Kill. The 5 demon kings brought all the great demons in the realm of heaven and attacked at the same time. It was as if they were all innocent people, and Ling Qi was a demon who came to kill them. Boom! In the melee, a huge monster revealed its true form and its body suddenly grew to more than 1,000 feet in size. That huge body, huge fists, and slaps rushed towards Ling Qi. Ling Qi remained calm, gripped the golden sword tightly in his hand, and swung it out suddenly. Wow! Countless demon soldiers were reduced to ashes, and the palm and fingers of the big demon that came down were cut off by a sword. The Supreme Realm is still the Supreme Realm after all, but this guy's strength doesn't seem as strong as before? A demon king discovered that Ling Qi was indeed slightly weaker than before. Although he is still at the supreme level and still invincible, he is indeed a little weaker. I guess he hasn't fully recovered from the wound from that sword attack. A demon king snorted coldly and continued, "Don't let him go. Today, kill him right here." Since Ling Qi's strength has been weakened, there is a chance to kill Ling Qi. Killing this supreme being is worth it even if it means exchanging half of the demon clan's military strength. Immediately, several demon kings and all the great demons in the realm of Zuantian took the brunt of the attack and launched an unreserved attack on Ling Qi. Ling Qi sneered. He couldn't kill all the monsters here, nor could he kill several monster kings at the same time. But of course it was impossible for the demon clan to kill him. If the fight continues, the countless monsters will indeed consume him to death. But how could he possibly waste time fighting with so many monsters? He can leave at any time. But he didn't leave now. He wanted to see what the situation was with the demon clan sword. Ling Qi immediately locked onto a direction. Then he raised the golden sword in his hand, and the sword energy burst out wildly. Wow! The next moment, a tremendous sword energy burst out, tearing a crack in the dense army. After the rift was torn open, countless monsters seemed to be about to close the rift immediately. Wow! But Ling Qi's second sword shot out right after. The second sword was followed by the third sword, the fourth sword. After slashing with the sword for more than 10 times, the torn wound was difficult to close. Finally seeing the opportunity, Ling Qi shot out. Then, he fell in front of a huge bottomless abyss. He turned around and looked at the overwhelming army of monsters in the sky and on the ground, then smiled coldly. If I remember correctly, the sword flew out from below? As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the 5 demon kings trembled. Oh no, his target is the magic sword, stop him quickly. However, it was too late. Ling Qi suddenly dived down into the abyss. In the rear, a dense army of monsters swarmed down at the same time, like billions of bees returning to their nest at the same time. Ling Qi was extremely fast and rushed ahead. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Below this is a pool of blood. The dark red liquid in the blood pool was wriggling like a living thing, looking extremely bloody and terrifying. And in the middle of the blood pool, stuck out was the sword that had severely injured Ling Qi, that broken sword. The hilt is dark red, the blade is dark red, and the blade is covered with ancient and dark runes. Sure enough, the reforging hasn't been completed yet. Ling Qi raised the corner of his mouth, then he flew over and stood in front of the broken sword. If I take this broken sword away now, won't the demon clan be left with no trump card? Then how can we launch a catastrophe that will last for thousands of years? Ling Qi immediately raised his hand and grabbed the broken sword. However, just as his hand touched the blade, plop! Ling Qi only felt his heart tremble suddenly, as if there was suddenly some connection between him and the sword. It was as if the moment he touched the sword, all the cells in his body began to vibrate violently. What's going on? Ling Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowed tightly. Buzz! Boom! At this moment, the broken sword suddenly trembled and shot up, piercing Ling Qi's chest with a bang. Before Ling Qi could react, the sword was aimed at the wound on his chest and penetrated into his body bit by bit. At that moment, a tremendous aura burst out from Ling Qi's body, causing the army of monsters swooping down from above to stop in shock. What is going on? All the monsters' expressions changed drastically and they stared at the ground below. At this moment, Ling Qi spread out his hands, and the sword was sinking into his chest little by little. The broken sword seems to be fusing? The broken part of the sword is inside Ling Qi's body. Now that Ling Qi touches the broken sword, it is of course equivalent to stimulating the induction between the broken sword. Ling Qi was completely unable to move at this moment, but as the broken sword sank into his body, suddenly a series of images from the future flashed wildly through his mind. Faintly, he seemed to see 3 years later, he seemed to see a 1,000-year catastrophe. He saw wailing and a sea of blood and corpses throughout the world. He also saw a man holding a magic sword, standing between heaven and earth, slaughtering all things, unstoppable. That person was himself. Ling Qi's pupils trembled suddenly. What does this mean? Why do I see this picture? Could it be that the so-called eternal catastrophe was initiated by myself? Was it me who brought eternal catastrophe to the human race? No. It can't be like this. Buzz. The next moment, the entire broken sword had completely merged into Ling Qi's body. Boom! Another strange aura burst out from Ling Qi's body, and Ling Qi couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Puff! Blood spurted out of his mouth and spilled into the pool of blood below. His blood in the blood pool instantly merged, and began to wriggle in the blood pool like a living thing. Ling Qi almost fell down. He quickly took out the medicine bottle and poured all the medicine Ye Youluo gave him into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, the body recovered a little. He raised his hand and touched his chest, his face solemn. Originally, only half of the sword was in his body, but now, the entire sword was in his body. Ling Qi only felt that his health seemed to be getting worse. He raised his head and looked at the dense army of demons above. Something is not right now, let us go out first. Above, the 5 demon kings watched helplessly as the broken sword merged into Ling Qi's body. He actually, completely devoured the demon sword? Of course they didn't know that all this was not what Ling Qi wanted at all. The magic sword itself was going to run into his body. Leave him, kill him, cut his body into pieces and melt it into the blood pool, then I will be able to reforge the magic sword. A demon king roared, and then swooped down towards Ling Qi with a dense group of demon soldiers. Ling Qi clenched the emperor's sword in his hand. With the help of the medicine, his aura burst out crazily, and he attacked head-on. Outside, looking down from the sky, more and more demon armies were converging towards the abyss like a vast ocean. And beneath the abyss, loud noises accompanied by light and shockwaves continued to erupt. After a long time, suddenly, boom! With a deafening roar, a huge lightsaber thousands of feet long suddenly shot out from the abyss, and countless demon soldiers were reduced to ashes under the sword energy. As the sword energy dissipated, Ling Qi's figure appeared above the sky. Without saying a word, he quickly rushed back the way he came. He didn't know why the sword had run into his body on its own, nor did he know what the images he saw meant. Anyway, now is the time to leave here while the medicine is still effective. Chase! Don't let him get away. In the rear, several demon kings gave an order in a hurry, and the vast and overwhelming demon army swarmed over at the same time, chasing Ling Qi at full speed. Outside, Chu Xinyue and Hua Duanyu were completely engaged in a battle. Chu Xinyue was able to gain a certain advantage for the time being thanks to the 9-dragon sword technique she had just learned in the Ice Yuan Pearl given to her by Ling Qi. Although she looked a little dusty at this moment, Hua Duanyu on the opposite side was much more embarrassed than her. One of the flowers on Hua Duanyu's head had fallen off, and bloody sword marks appeared on her powdered face and body. Of course, it is not a problem for Xiao Qian to deal with the remaining demon soldiers. Both of them now have the advantage. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor between heaven and earth, as if something was approaching here, causing the earth to shake. What's going on? Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian both stopped and looked back into the distance. Then they saw a dark mass of unknown thing approaching rapidly in the fog. Walk! At this moment, Ling Qi first flew out of the fog, then grabbed Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian, and flew out of the Jedi demon realm at full speed. What happened? Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian were both a little confused at this time, and they turned around while talking. Then his expression suddenly changed. Because only then could they see clearly what that dark mass was. There were countless monster armies of all sizes. Some fly in the sky, and some run on the ground. Anyway, it is so vast and overwhelming that you can't see the end up, down, left or right at a glance. It's like a huge wave in the deep sea, about to swallow everything. Oh my god! Xiao Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the number of demon armies inside the Jedi demon realm? How terrifying is this? What did Ling Qi do? How did he attract so many monsters? Ling Qi didn't say anything at this time. He just grabbed Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian and flew away from the Jedi demon realm at full speed. What did you do? Why are you so panicked all of a sudden? Chu Xinyue frowned and continued, also, your pulse doesn't seem right. Chapter 20 Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue are sisters? Chu Xinyue could now clearly feel that Ling Qi's pulse was very violent. Manic to the point of being totally abnormal. What exactly happened? He just went to the deepest part of the Jedi demon realm. What happened? It's hard to put it into words. Ling Qi smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to take the broken sword away. Who knew that the broken sword would actually merge directly into his body? Now, the entire sword is in my body. God knows what the condition of my body is like now. Anyway, the situation is not optimistic, so we should leave the Jedi demon realm first. Then hurry up and go check on Ye Youluo. And the most important thing is, the 1,000-year catastrophe. The afterimages he saw seemed to be from the future. Why would I be the one to slaughter the world? Why was it me who brought disaster to the whole world? These problems have now become Ling Qi's troubles. Ling Qi took Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian and flew at full speed towards the outside of the Jedi demon realm. Behind them, the 6 demon kings of the demon clan led their overwhelming army and chased at full speed. That magic sword is the biggest trump card of their demon clan. Without that trump card, their demon clan will have no way to deal with the supreme realm. So no matter what, Ling Qi must be kept. Ling Qi just vomited blood and should be very weak now. This is the best time to kill him. Rumble. The 3 of them were fleeing frantically in front, and the dense swarms of demon soldiers behind them caused the earth and the sky to emit a rumbling sound. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Qi finally took Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian and flew out of the foggy Jedi demon realm. At the same time, in the direction of the vast Great Wall, Xiao Jiankong held a big knife and looked into the distance. Here I come. When he saw Ling Qi and the other 2 coming out, he shouted, "Beat the drums, fight!" Boom! 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 Suddenly, the entire border wall was filled with the sound of drums and thunder. The huge army was lined up in dense formations. Everyone's eyes were looking at the barren land ahead. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Qi flew over quickly with Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian. And behind them, the overwhelming demon army swarmed out. When they saw the terrifying number of the demon army, everyone on the Great Wall suddenly changed their expressions. Is this the true size of the demon clan's army? How terrifying is this? The number of troops far exceeds that of the Great Wall on the border. Can you really beat him? Why are you panicking? We are stationed at the border wall to resist the demons and defend the empire to the death. Xiao Jian raised his broadsword in his empty hands. Even if I fight with all my strength today and die on the battlefield, it is my duty. Shoot! Following Xiao Jiankong's order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a rain of arrows burst out from the Great Wall. A rain of arrows flew over Ling Qi and the other 2, landing on the demon army behind them. Suddenly, large numbers of the demon army fell to the ground in chaos. Ling Qi and the other 2 also quickly flew to the top of the Great Wall. When they saw Ling Qi already on the Great Wall and the army on the other side of the Great Wall preparing for battle, the 6 demon kings waved at the same time. The mighty demon army slowly stopped. The army was like a huge wave, and it stopped in front of the fog of the Jedi demon realm. The 6 demon kings were all frowning at this time. If a war breaks out now, with Ling Qi alone and nearly 1 million troops on the border wall, the demon clan will have to pay a heavy price even if they can win. So, don't be impulsive. Although the magic sword has been taken away, they are very unwilling to accept it. But we can't completely ruin the future of the demon race just for a sword. The real and final decisive battle between the demon race and the human race should not be started casually under such circumstances. It seems, there's a change of plan. The 6 demon kings looked at each other for a few seconds. Now that the magic sword is gone, of course we can only use another method. This Ling Qi is truly a scourge to my demon race. They all clenched their fists, their eyes filled with murderous hatred. In that case, then activate the 2 demon nests in the human realm. The 6 demon kings then waved their hands, and then led all their armies back to the Jedi demon realm in a mighty force. The demon clan, actually there are 9 demon kings. Among them, 7 demon kings are in the Jedi demon realm, while the 2 demon nests led by the other 2 demon kings are in the human realm. The original plan was to use internal and external forces to launch a large-scale encirclement and suppression of the human race. Now that a head-on fight will not bring any benefits, of course the only option is to use soft and hard tactics. Let us first create internal conflicts among the human race before taking action. The vast demon army turned around and disappeared into the dark fog in the blink of an eye. When they saw the demon army retreat, everyone on the border wall breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are not afraid of fighting, if possible, of course no one wants to start a war now. After all, who doesn't want to live one more day? As the demon army retreated, Ling Qi leaned against the city wall, sat down, and rubbed his head. Girls, are you all okay? Xiao Jiankong hurried over. Xiao Qian just nodded. She and Chu Xinyue were fine, but Ling Qi looked abnormal. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qian immediately squatted down, and Chu Xinyue also looked confused. Have no idea. Ling Qi rubbed his head. He didn't understand what was happening to his body right now, nor did he understand what those afterimages he saw meant. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue frowned slightly. Don't you know what your situation is? Ling Qi then suddenly raised his hand and tore open the collar of his shirt. Chu Xinyue looked over and was shocked. Is your injury healed? That's right, there is no wound on Ling Qi's chest now. The wound is completely gone. But the strange thing is, the void pattern has spread a lot. It had spread from the center of his chest to his shoulders. The wound disappeared, but the strange void pattern spread. What happened? Injured? What's wrong with you? And what's going on here? Xiao Qian also frowned, and while speaking, she raised her hand and gently touched the void patterns that spread across Ling Qi's body. What is this? The void lines were just beneath his skin, emitting a faint glow. It's pretty nice, but it's also very weird. What did you do? Chu Xinyue asked with a frown. How come a trip to the deepest part of the Jedi demon realm made his injuries disappear, but his condition seemed to have gotten worse? The sword of the demon clan is now completely in my body. Ling Qi raised his head and gave Chu Xinyue a bitter smile. After hearing this, Chu Xinyue frowned even more. Originally it was just a broken sword spreading in his body, but now it is a complete sword? This is not a good thing. This means that his condition will be more serious than before. His life will also be shorter than before. What sword? What's inside your body? Xiao Qian's pretty face suddenly showed panic. Are you kidding me? There's a sword inside Ling Qi? If there is a sword inside him, how is he alive? It's okay, don't worry. Ling Qi smiled gently, raised his hand and gently stroked Xiao Qian's face. What do you mean don't worry? Tell me what's going on. What's going on? Xiao Qian's eyes were red. There is a sword in your body. How could I not be worried? I finally got to meet you again. If something happens to you, how can I live? I'm a little tired, I'll take a nap first. Ling Qi shook his head, and then his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and actually closed little by little. He was only able to survive with the help of Ye Youluo's medicine. Even if it was just one bottle of medicine, the effect would have basically worn off by now. So he is really tired now and wants to take a nap. Ling Qi, Ling Qi. Chu Xinyue also squatted down and grabbed Ling Qi's hand. His pulse is still very chaotic, but it's okay for now. Let him rest for a while. Xiao Qian nodded slightly with red eyes. Then they took Ling Qi to Xiao Qian's room and let Ling Qi rest for a while. In the courtyard room, Ling Qi was lying on the bed, Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian were standing beside him, and a white-bearded doctor was taking Ling Qi's pulse. Doctor, how is it? Seeing the doctor's frown, Xiao Qian asked hurriedly. The doctor shook his head, then gently put down Ling Qi's hand. I have been practicing medicine for many years, and I have never encountered such a pulse condition. He appears to be fine on the surface, but his body is in turmoil and extremely chaotic. After all, there is a sword in Ling Qi's body now, so of course his heart is boiling. Then, what should we do? Xiao Qian frowned. Now she just hopes Ling Qi is okay, nothing else matters. The doctor shook his head. In this situation, I don't know what to do. This. Xiao Qian's face suddenly darkened. You're a doctor, can you at least do something? Just prescribe some medicine or something. At this time, Chu Xinyue gave Xiao Qian a look and then shook her head. She was relatively familiar with Ling Qi's situation. Even the medical genius of the Dian dynasty couldn't help him, let alone ordinary doctors? Don't make things difficult for others. Xiao Qian could only nod slightly. Then the doctor stood up and left. Xiao Jiankong, who had been sitting at the table, finally spoke up. What's going on with him? What happened to you in that Jedi demon realm? Chu Xinyue let out a light breath without explaining. Instead, he slowly said to Xiao Jiankong, General Xiao, regarding Ling Qi's matter. I hope General Xiao can keep it confidential. The demon tribe is afraid of Ling Qi, so his situation must not be known to the demon tribe. If the demon tribe had not known about Xiao Qian and Ling Qi, this would not have happened. So, anything related to Ling Qi should not be revealed to the demon clan. Clear. Xiao Jiankong stood up. So what should he do now? This guy has just been reunited with his daughter, so nothing can go wrong. It's okay. I will take him to find someone who can save him later. Chu Xinyue said. Oh well. Xiao Jiankong nodded, then I'll leave him to you. I'll go and tell the people below to keep this matter secret. Chu Xinyue nodded slightly, and then Xiao Jiankong turned and left. As Xiao Jiankong left, only Chu Xinyue, Xiao Qian, and Ling Qi lying on the bed were left in the room. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Chu Xinyue let out a breath. Originally, in her impression, Ling Qi was an invincible existence, omnipotent. Any problem can be easily solved. But this time, Ling Qi was so weak that he fell asleep. She had indeed seen it for the first time. What is the relationship between Miss Chu and him? Xiao Qian asked curiously. Friend. Chu Xinyue smiled and said, let's go out and talk. Let him have a good rest. Xiao Qian nodded, and then the two of them came to the small courtyard outside. Although I'm just his friend, my relationship with him isn't as close as yours. Chu Xinyue walked to the stone table and sat down, then slowly said, but I know him better than you do. Hearing this, Xiao Qian turned around and looked in the direction of the room. Of course, she knew very well that although she had had a relationship with Ling Qi, she did not actually understand Ling Qi. For example, she had no idea that Ling Qi was at the Supreme Realm before. He probably has something to say to you, but since he's unconscious now, let me tell you. Chu Xinyue continued, after listening to this, the choice of whether to go or stay is yours. Of course, she knew very well that Ling Qi would tell Xiao Qian everything about Su Qingshui and others. But now that Ling Qi is unconscious, I will tell the story myself. I can also speak a little better. Hearing Chu Xinyue's words, Xiao Qian immediately frowned. What's the point of staying or leaving? Of course I want to stay with him. Is there any need to choose? Please speak, Miss Chu. Xiao Qian then said with a fist salute. Regardless of what she has to say, listen to it first. Chu Xinyue nodded gently. You may not know that his previous views of the world were different from everyone else's. Then, she told Xiao Qian everything about Ling Qi. This also includes the fact that Ling Qi now has a daughter. Of course, she was being rather euphemistic. They all tried their best to stand on Ling Qi's side and make excuses for him. At the same time, Ling Qi, who was lying on Xiao Qian's bed in the room, fell into a dream. In the dream, the sky and the earth were dark red and filled with wailing. The sky is dark red, the earth is dark red, and even the air is dark red. It was like a layer of blood mist formed by the death of countless people, covering the sky and the earth. During this bloody fog, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. He was in this dark red world, holding a complete demon sword in his hand, with an expressionless face, and his eyes had turned a cold dark red. Ling Qi, you devil, you demon. At this moment, in this bleak world of blood mist, someone let out a hysterical roar. Ling Qi, holding the magic sword, turned around and looked at the person who was howling at him. Then, he raised his sword and cut the man in two from head to toe. Devil, you will not die well, you will not die well. Someone roared again. Ling Qi turned around and swung his sword again. Between heaven and earth, there was only complaints and curses. And once anyone appears, they will be killed by Ling Qi with one sword. Ling Qi couldn't figure out what he was doing? Why do I kill so indiscriminately? Is this an illusion or a dream? Or, the real future? Daddy? At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Ling Qi, holding the magic sword, turned around and his eyes fell on a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, and was his own daughter. Ling Qi, holding the magic sword, still said nothing, raised the magic sword in his hand and slashed down. No, July. Ling Qi shouted and suddenly jumped up from Xiao Qian's bed. At this time, he was sweating profusely and his face was full of panic. What are you doing? A nightmare? Why is it the same as what I saw in the demon blood pool before? What on earth are those pictures about? How could he possibly do those things? Even bring himself to kill Qiyue? No, the one holding the magic sword is definitely not me. But, why am I in the first-person perspective in the dream? And July will be about 3 years later, around 8 years old. Are those really pictures of the future? Is this something that actually happens in the future? Just then, the door opened and Xiao Qian and Chu Xinyue ran in at the same time. What's wrong? Are you okay? As soon as they heard Ling Qi shouting July's name, they rushed in. It's okay, I just had a nightmare. Ling Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have to find a way to figure out what this dream means. If this is really the future, we must never let it happen. How could he do that? How could he harm his own daughter? Are you really okay? Xiao Qian sat down on the edge of the bed, then raised her hand and ripped open Ling Qi's shirt. Still the same as before, no wounds. But the strange void pattern seemed to spread a little more. Xiao Qian immediately took off Ling Qi's clothes. What? Even though we haven't seen each other for 7 years, you shouldn't do this in front of others, right? Ling Qi smiled. This time he didn't use the word outsider because Chu Xinyue was really good at holding a grudge. Xiao Qian had no intention of joking with Ling Qi. After she stripped off Ling Qi's shirt, her pretty face suddenly became more solemn. Ling Qi lowered his head slightly, and only then realized that the strange void pattern had spread to his arms. Moreover, the void pattern was originally light blue, but now it is gradually developing towards dark red. Ling Qi recalled himself in the dream again. His body was covered with these dark red void lines. Could it be that was really me? Let's go find Ye Youluo now, let's go now. Xiao Qian then helped Ling Qi put on his clothes. The spread of the void patterns also means the spread of the magic sword. As the disease spreads, Ling Qi will not live long. So, without further ado, let us go find Ye Youluo to help Ling Qi with his treatment. Hearing Xiao Qian's words, Ling Qi smiled and said, "You know everything?" "I told her," Chu Xinyue said. Ling Qi smiled again, then grabbed Xiao Qian's hand that was tidying up his clothes. "So? Now, what are your plans?" Xiao Qian pulled her hand back and continued to tidy up Ling Qi's clothes. "What can I do? What else can I do?" As she spoke, her eyes were red and her face was full of jealousy. Now she knew everything about Ling Qi, including that he had many women and a daughter. There might even be other children besides that daughter. But, so what? What could she do now? Was she just going to break up with Ling Qi? After waiting for 7 years, the result was a complete break? These are not important. What's important now is your problem. Xiao Qian continued. Now the relationship between her and Ling Qi is certainly not as important as Ling Qi's life safety. The implication is naturally that it doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. Since it is not important, it is of course tantamount to tacit acceptance. Seeing Xiao Qian like this, Ling Qi smiled and said, "Sorry, before." "You have nothing to be sorry about. Blame me if you want to." Xiao Qian interrupted him. If she had acknowledged Ling Qi, accepted Ling Qi and kept Ling Qi by her side, then maybe Ling Qi belongs to her alone now. There would be no Su Xinyue later. After all, she actually knew Ling Qi before Su Xinyue, and Ling Qi met Su Xinyue after he came out of the Jedi demon realm. Ling Qi smiled, then raised his hand and pinched Xiao Qian's pretty face. "I don't blame you." Of course, he knew best that he was the culprit of all the sins. Xiao Qian was lucky that she could accept him as he is now and accept this reality. Xiao Qian just glared at him and said nothing more. Anyway, in a world like this, it's nothing big for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The more capable a man is, the more likely he is to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. "How do you feel now?" Chu Xinyue spoke at this time. "It's nothing serious, just a little tired." Ling Qi shook his head. "Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of icy sword energy suddenly shot towards him. Then, it stopped in front of his forehead. "You're not in serious trouble," Chu Xinyue said in a deep voice. "I attacked you and you didn't even react. Your condition now is very serious. That doesn't prove anything. I already knew you wouldn't kill me." Ling Qi smiled and continued, "If you don't believe me, try again." His voice stopped abruptly. Because he slowly turned his head, he saw that a ray of icy sword energy had appeared next to him at some point. He didn't even notice. 2 sword energies were released at the same time. "Is there any need to try?" Chu Xinyue said in a deep voice. Ling Qi smiled bitterly, raised his hand and clenched his fist slightly. "It seems, my condition is really serious now? Let's go now and find Ye Youluo." Xiao Qian then stood up. Since the only person in the world who can save Ling Qi is Ye Youluo, there is no time to lose. Ling Qi's condition is not optimistic now, and it seems to be getting worse. So go now. We'll go with you. Chu Xinyue continued, "By the way, let's go meet that so-called female devil. Is it appropriate for you to meet at this time?" Ling Qi smiled and said, "Don't forget that you plan to fight her demon sect together with Jiang Ling. If you go to her demon sect now, aren't you afraid that she will kill you?" Chu Xinyue smiled slightly. "Don't worry, she will never kill me." "Oh?" Ling Qi was a little curious. "You have seen my current situation. If she wants to kill you, I can't stop her. Think it through." "I have my own confidence," Chu Xinyue said. Ling Qi nodded and said, "Okay, let's set off now and go to the Demon Island again." So, after Ling Qi was ready, he took Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian and left the border wall and headed to the Demon Island. As for the Demon Clan's peace talks, there is of course only one word: refuse. Ling Qi also ordered that the people on the border wall should be as tough and arrogant as possible. Because the more arrogant they are, the more afraid the demons will be. After all, the demon race is very clear that the reason why the human race is so arrogant is definitely because of Ling Qi, who is at the supreme level. As long as Ling Qi is fine, they won't dare to act rashly. On the other side, the overseas magic island. Qinger and Wanner, whom Ye Youluo had sent out to look for Ling Qi, returned quickly. "Master, Ling Qi is not in the imperial capital. He's gone to the Great Wall at the border of the Great Yan dynasty." They told Ye Youluo all the details. After hearing this, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. She sneered, "Demon tribe? Talking about peace? Absurd! How could humans and demons possibly coexist peacefully? This was complete nonsense. Did the Queen of Dian cause you any trouble?" Ye Youluo asked. "We said we were here to look for Ling Qi, so she wasn't embarrassed." Qinger and Wanner both replied. Otherwise, as high-ranking members of the demonic cult, how could they have come back alive from the Great Yan capital? Ye Youluo nodded lightly. It seemed that Ling Qi and Jiang Ling had a pretty good relationship. Ling Qi's wife and daughter are also in the imperial capital? Ye Youluo asked. Yes, and they can get special care from the Empress. Qinger and Wanner replied. Ye Youluo nodded again. It seems that Ling Qi and Jiang Ling are indeed just friends? Go down. Ye Youluo waved his hand. Yes. The two nodded and then retreated at the same time. Originally, this time I planned to find Ling Qi and then try to bring him together with the leader. This is good, I didn't run into Ling Qi. We can only talk about it next time. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Demon Island, a small boat suddenly drifted in with the wind. Someone's coming to the Demon Island again? Why the hell are there always people daring to approach our Demon Island lately? The guard on the island's watchtower suddenly frowned. There are boats approaching every few days. Do they think their magic island is a vegetable market? Get ready and shoot them with arrows, the leading guard said immediately. This. Boss, it's a small boat, a small boat. A subordinate suddenly reminded. As soon as these words were spoken, the leading guard frowned slightly. Boat? Could it be Ling Qi? If it was Ling Qi, of course he could go to the island, and no one could stop him. Wait a minute, make sure before you act. He immediately waved his hand, and all the guards waited in place. As everyone waited, the boat slowly approached. You can also see clearly who is above. It's Ling Qi, collect the arrows, the leading guard shouted immediately. Since it was Ling Qi, there was no need to take action. But, why is there someone else? Is that Chu Xinyue? The leading guard then frowned. Xiao Qian and the others didn't know him, but Chu Xinyue and the others did. Why did Ling Qi bring Chu Xinyue with him? Chu Xinyue was planning to join forces with the Queen of Dian to encircle and suppress the Demon Island. He should be considered an enemy of the leader. Report to the leader immediately. The leading guard immediately gave the order. Yes. The guard behind him quickly reported the matter. When Ye Youluo learned that Ling Qi had come to the Demon Island again, he rushed out of his residence and went to the port. As she and the other members of the demon cult waited, the boat carrying Ling Qi and the other two slowly stopped at the port. Then, the three of them went to the island together. Xiao Qian clenched the spear in her hand at this time. After all, this was the headquarters of the demon cult, and as a member of the Dian dynasty, she had to be extremely alert. You're quite courageous. Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi and the other two with her blood-red, clear eyes and smiled coldly. Ling Qi was about to speak, but Chu Xinyue stepped forward first. If you are not brave enough, who knows when I will see you again. As she spoke, she walked straight to Ye Youluo and stretched out her hand. Nice to meet you, sister. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Qi frowned slightly. What the hell? Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue are actually sisters? Chapter 21. Don't you like to watch? Chu Xinyue's words, of course, made everyone in the demon cult and Xiao Qian look confused and shocked. Sister, what does that mean? Sister? Ha ha. Ye Youluo smiled faintly, then slowly said, Can I take this as a compliment? An attempt to get close to me? Call yourself sister? She is quite approachable. It is said that you should not hit a smiling person. She called me sister as soon as she came, which was of course very polite. Did she think that I would let her go just because she was so polite? I don't mean that as a compliment. Chu Xinyue smiled slightly and continued, You are my sister, my dear sister. Absurd. Ye Youluo sneered. She didn't know Chu Xinyue at all, so of course it was impossible for them to be sisters. And they are sisters? My surname is Chu, isn't that enough? Chu Xinyue said with a smile. Your surname is Chu. What is your relationship with me? Ye Youluo said expressionlessly. Of course it does, because your last name should also be Chu. Chu Xinyue smiled and continued, The emperor of the previous dynasty is our and my father. You are the child that the emperor father had with a commoner woman some time ago. You take your mother's surname. After your mother passed away, she handed you over to the poison doctor at the time, who was also your master. You never went to the palace from beginning to end, not even until the fall of the previous dynasty. Because you don't like father, and you don't like the Chu family's empire. And I grew up in the imperial palace, and my mother was the queen of the previous dynasty. So we are, actually, half-sisters. I shouldn't have said anything wrong, sister? Only Chu Xinyue knows these things. She investigated a lot of things about Ye Youluo and knew Ye Youluo's life experience. Unfortunately, I have never met Ye Youluo before. After all, the two of them have been from different worlds since childhood. Until I grew up, it was like two completely different worlds. One is the chivalrous Lady Chu who travels the world doing justice, and the other is the female devil who leads a cult. The two can be said to be one good and one evil, and they are incompatible. However, they are indeed half-sisters with the same father but different mothers, and are half-related by blood. Hearing Chu Xinyue's words, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. She had never told anyone about her life story. She never told anyone about it, including her own cult's close associates. She only knew that she was the leader of a demon cult. She doesn't care about her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. She didn't even care about the fall of the previous dynasty, let alone this mere identity. When Chu Xinyue said this, everyone present was shocked. Who would have thought that the notorious leader was actually a princess of the previous dynasty? Are she and Chu Xinyue both princesses of the previous dynasty? Ling Qi also smiled. This relationship is quite interesting. No wonder Chu Xinyue said before that she was sure Ye Youluo would not kill her. If they were really sisters, Ye Youluo would certainly not attack his own sister, right? Ha, I didn't expect you to have such a thorough investigation. I also didn't expect you to be a descendant of the previous dynasty? At this time, Ye Youluo's voice sounded again. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Xinyue's outstretched hand but did not hold it. But, so what? Ye Youluo then slowly said, Do you think I would care about this insignificant identity? Do you think that with such an identity, you can come to this demon island without restraint? You think that because you are my half-sister, I won't attack you? You think that I will let you, my good sister, who has joined hands with others to deal with me? That's right, so what if Chu Xinyue and I are sisters? She would never forget that Chu Xinyue and Jiang Ling had joined hands to attack her own demon sect. This was an unintentional act. Chu Xinyue reluctantly withdrew her hand. The reason why Jiang Ling and I joined forces is not because of you. Well, I can testify to this. She actually has no hostility towards you. Ling Qi spoke. At first, Chu Xinyue just wanted to obtain the Chu family's ancestral martial arts, and actually even planned to compete openly and secretly with Jiang Ling. Later, everything changed because of Ling Qi's appearance. Now he is only superficially leading everyone to join forces with Jiang Ling, but in fact he has no real intention of taking action against the demon cult. Anyway, she herself had no such plan. So you knew the relationship between her and me from the beginning? Ye Youluo frowned slightly and looked at Ling Qi. I just found out now. Ling Qi shook his head. Who would have thought that Chu Xinyue had such secrets? In this way, she won't actually take action on either side. He will not attack Jiang Ling, nor will he attack Ye Youluo. She is the truly neutral person. This is the same as Ling Qi. So now, if I want to kill her, will you help her? Ye Youluo suddenly asked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the demon sect looked solemn. If the leader really wants to take action, they will of course obey all his orders. And if Ling Qi were to take action, their demon sect would indeed be no match for him. This might be very troublesome. Can you really do this to your own sister? Ling Qi smiled. I have said that I don't care about this insignificant relationship. Ye Youluo said coldly. Then you do it. I'm very tired now and no one can help me. Ling Qi shrugged helplessly. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo frowned. You should at least try to stop her. With your strength, if you say you want to stop her, I will naturally have an excuse not to attack her. So you say you want to help anyone? Are you a pig? Sister, his condition is really serious now, no one can help. Chu Xinyue spoke again, the one who needs help the most now is him, not you or me. What do you mean? Ye Youluo frowned. He might be dying. Chu Xinyue continued, his injuries are more serious than before. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo immediately stepped forward. Then he grabbed Ling Qi's wrist and felt Ling Qi's pulse. That beautiful face suddenly became more solemn. What did you do? Why did you suddenly become like this? Logically speaking, Ling Qi's physical condition shouldn't have become so bad now. No matter what he does, it should take at least a few months or even years for this situation to happen. It's a long story. Anyway, if you didn't save me, I might really be dead. Ling Qi smiled bitterly. Can we find a place to sit down and talk first? Hearing Ling Qi's words, Ye Youluo let out a light breath and then let go of his wrist. Follow me. She then waved her hand and flew towards the demon island. Now we have to save Ling Qi's life, which is of course a reasonable excuse not to attack Chu Xinyue. Ling Qi and the other two followed. Everyone on the demon island breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no fighting, it's good that there is no fighting. If a fight really breaks out, the opponent is Chu Xinyue, who is as powerful as the leader, and there is also Ling Qi. God knows what it will turn out like. And, since Chu Xinyue is the leader's sister, the people of the demon cult certainly don't want the leader to really come to blows with his sister. On the demon island, Ye Youluo's residence. After Ye Youluo arrived with Ling Qi and the other two, he waved directly at Ling Qi, jump in. Forehead. Ling Qi looked at the bathing pool in the courtyard and asked, isn't this for your personal use? This is her personal bathtub, and now she is willing to let another man in? Stop talking nonsense. Ye Youluo glared at him fiercely and continued, if you want to live, you have to do whatever I tell you to do now. Originally, I had no obligation to save him. But considering that we know each other and that he is still useful, let's help him. Ling Qi smiled and nodded, then unbuttoned his shirt and rushed in. As his body soaked in the warm spring water, Ling Qi could suddenly feel a strange medicinal power surging into his body. It turns out that this is not just a bathing pool, but also a medicine pool? The kind that is very helpful for cultivation. No wonder Ye Youluo likes to soak in it. Looking at Ling Qi in the bathtub, and the void patterns that spread from his chest to his arms, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. What is the condition of this guy's body? Then she raised her hand and waved it casually. Buzz. Suddenly, the petals of various red flowers around floated up and spread into the bathtub. These flowers are actually a kind of medicine, a medicine that is very helpful for healing and cultivation. As the petals entered the bathtub, the medicinal power suddenly skyrocketed. For the next period of time, you will stay on the demon island. I will treat you well. Ye Youluo continued slowly. Ling Qi's case is very special and no medicine can cure him immediately. Just conditioning. Thank you. Ling Qi smiled and said, you are actually a kind person. Good for you. Ye Youluo glared at him fiercely, stay in there, and don't come out within 3 hours. Yes. Your Majesty. Ling Qi nodded with a smile. Then, Ye Youluo turned around and walked outside, come out. Now Ling Qi had to do whatever Ye Youluo said, and of course Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian had to do it as well. Both of them followed Ye Youluo out of the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Ye Youluo looked at Xiao Qian, who is she? I am Xiao Qian, the daughter of the general of the Great Wall on the border of the Dian dynasty. Nice to meet you, master. Xiao Qian did not hide her identity. After all, this time, I came here sincerely to ask for help. Someone from the Dian dynasty? Ye Youluo sneered immediately, you are all very brave. One is the leader of the martial arts world, and the other is a female general of the Dian dynasty. Logically speaking, they are all his enemies, but they actually dare to come to his demon island with Ling Qi? Because we all know that you are actually a good person, sister. Chu Xinyue said with a smile. Ye Youluo is certainly not a good person, but at least, she is not an unforgivable villain. She is the leader of a demonic cult and is indeed arrogant by nature. But this has nothing to do with whether it is good or not. Hearing Chu Xinyue's words, Ye Youluo just smiled coldly and didn't take it to heart. What happened to the injuries on his body? She then asked slowly. Of course, she actually didn't know anything about Ling Qi's situation. It was caused in the Jedi demon realm. Chu Xinyue then told Ye Youluo everything about Ling Qi. After hearing this, Ye Youluo was a little surprised. This guy's injuries are caused by this? Moreover, when he entered the Jedi demon realm again, his injuries became even more serious and his life would be coming to an end. Sister, in this whole world, you are the only one who can save him now. Chu Xinyue continued, except for you, no one else can help. Not even the medical immortal of the great Yin dynasty can save him. For the sake of this entire world and for the sake of the human race, I must cure him. However, Ye Youluo sneered, what does this world have to do with me? What does it matter whether others live or die, or what does it have to do with you? I don't intend to be a savior. If the demons truly invade human territory, my sister's demon island naturally won't escape. Chu Xinyue continued, just think of it as saving him for the sake of the demon island. Ye Youluo fell silent. This could barely be considered a reason. After a moment, she slowly said, this kind of injury is very special. I can only help him recuperate as much as possible and help him prolong his life, but I can't completely cure it. This kind of injury doesn't even fall into the category of injury. An ordinary person would have died long ago, but Ling Qichuan survived thanks to his cultivation. What she could do for Ling Qi was to strengthen Ling Qi's supportability. Let him live longer. As for whether she could completely help Ling Qi recover from the injury, she was not absolutely sure. This is at least enough, as long as he can survive. Chu Xinyue continued. Anyway, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. It is okay even if he is kept alive with low health. As long as he is well treated, he will be invincible even if he is low on health. It can also intimidate the demon clan. According to you, the demon race will unleash a catastrophe in 3 years? Ye Youluo continued slowly, so now the sword is completely within Ling Qi's body. They can't forge it. Will it cause another catastrophe in 3 years? This. Chu Xinyue thought for a moment and said, anyway, that's what the imperial master of the great Yin dynasty predicted. Whether it will come true in the end is uncertain. Anyway, the predictions have been accurate so far, but the imperial teacher died because he leaked the secret. So it should be correct. If it goes wrong, how can it still be considered a divine secret? How can it be punished by heaven? Ye Youluo took a deep breath. If there really was any catastrophe, she should indeed stop it. For myself, and for the entire demon sect. Immediately afterwards, Ye Youluo waved his hand, and then brought Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian to the Demon Island pharmacy. She took out a medicine book from the shelf in the pharmacy and handed it to Chu Xinyue. It contains a total of 18 kinds of extremely rare and hard to find medicinal herbs. They grow on this demon island, deep in the mountains and old forests, or on the cliffs. If you can find him within 10 days, I can help him recover from his injuries. By the way, let him recover and become stronger than before when half of the broken sword was inside his body. After 10 days, there's nothing I can do. The demon island itself is a medicinal island, but the demon island is so vast after all. It is certainly difficult to find those tiny herbs in such a vast area. But now Ling Qi really needs it and has to find it. Also, time is limited. During these 10 days, she has to do her best to help Ling Qi get it back. Chu Xinyue took the pharmacopoeia and nodded, let's go now. After saying that, she took Xiao Qian out of the pharmacy and headed towards the deep mountains of Demon Island. As they left, Ye Youluo took a deep breath. After a moment, she slowly called out, someone come. Master. Several guards walked in from outside the door. Arrange some people to go into the mountains to collect herbs, the more the better. Ye Youluo waved his hand. Things like finding medicine are of course easier when there are more people. If she could find him within 10 days, she would be able to help Ling Qi stabilize his injuries temporarily. So, time is running out, so let's help Ling Qi and find more people. Yes. Several people nodded, and then followed Ye Youluo's orders. Many people from Demon Island helped Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian find medicinal herbs. At dusk, at Ye Youluo's residence, Ling Qi had almost finished soaking in there. Ye Youluo was standing at the edge of the bathtub at this time, looking at Ling Qi, who was soaking in the bathtub with his eyes closed. Looking at Ling Qi's half-chest exposed above the water and his strong arms. Whispering sound. After a moment, Ye Youluo withdrew his gaze and did not continue reading. This guy, he has a good appearance. If you want to be a hero, you should overestimate your own abilities. Ye Youluo continued to murmur. A good person, a good supreme realm, should be invincible in the world. And he will always be invincible. It's a pity that he insisted on making himself look like this. It is a perfect interpretation of what it means to don't seek death or you won't die. The supreme realm is invincible, but it does not mean there is no solution. There is still power in this world that can kill the supreme realm and cause fatal damage to the supreme realm. What do you mean by being a hero? Do you think I want to? At this moment, Ling Qi slowly opened his eyes and locked gazes with Ye Youluo. You've been staring at me for half a minute, haven't you? Does it look good? As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo glared at him fiercely and looked away. You look good. I am observing your physical condition, she continued. Ling Qi slowly walked out of the bathtub and went straight to Ye Youluo. The curvy muscular outline of the upper body was immediately revealed in front of Ye Youluo. There is still some moisture on the chest and abdominal muscles. This is absolutely fatal for a woman. And Ye Youluo is of course also a woman after all. She immediately retreated a little more than ever before, then turned her head away. Put on your clothes. Don't you like watching? I'll show you enough. Ling Qi smiled jokingly. Ye Youluo was suddenly speechless. Are you teasing me? Get dressed. Ye Youluo continued, your life is in my hands now, so you'd better obey me. Ling Qi is unable to move now as his physical condition is very serious. To be honest, if a fight breaks out, Ling Qi might not be her match now. Hearing Ye Youluo's words, Ling Qi smiled bitterly, then nodded obediently. Yes, yes, your majesty. As he spoke, he put on his coat and asked with a smile, tell me the truth, is there any hope for me? Ye Youluo exhaled lightly, then continued, there's no hope. Just wait to die. Ling Qi laughed dryly, be serious. Ye Youluo glanced at him and continued, your condition is very serious now, and your health will only get worse day by day. If you fail to repair it within 10 days, you may face the situation of losing all your cultivation. As your cultivation fades, you will become even less able to suppress the demonic sword within your body. Then, you'll die even faster. So now, 10 days is the golden period for treating Ling Qi. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled bitterly again, so it's a good thing we came to you in a hurry, there should be a way, right? As long as you gather the herbs within 10 days, I can help you stabilize yourself temporarily and restore you to your previous state. Ye Youluo said slowly, although you are still injured in that state, at least you are invincible. In that state, Ling Qi could easily deal with demonic dragons and the like, and he was still invincible in the world. It's better than now anyway. Ling Qi smiled and continued, as long as you cure me, I will definitely help you if you have any problems in the future. Ye Youluo looked at him again and said, you'd better do what you say. I have a lot of troubles that require your help as a supreme being. By the way, where are the two of them? Ling Qi then glanced around and asked, you wouldn't really kill your own sister, would you? You guessed right. I killed them and threw them into the sea to feed the fish. Ye Youluo said lightly. As expected of a female devil. Ling Qi smiled, knowing that she was joking. Ye Youluo glared at him and continued, I want to ask you, what's the matter with your sword? As she spoke, her eyes turned towards the golden sword of the emperor standing beside the bathtub. Anyone who can obtain this sword is absolutely valued by Jiang Ling. The relationship between Ling Qi and Jiang Ling is really unusual. What else could it be? Jiang Ling can't deal with the demon clan, so leave it to me. Ling Qi spread his hands. So what are your plans now? The sword is inside you. Logically speaking, the demon race shouldn't pose any threat to the human race, and there shouldn't be any catastrophe. Ye Youluo continued. As long as Ling Qi is still alive, the demon clan will not dare to act rashly, because no one in the demon clan can be a match for the supreme realm. The only sword that can deal with the supreme realm is now in Ling Qi's body. Then how will the eternal catastrophe come? When this was mentioned, Ling Qi's expression suddenly became serious. This is the problem that he is most worried about and cannot understand. The demon race could not cause a catastrophe, but they saw the future and caused a catastrophe themselves. What will all this turn out to be? He doesn't know now and can't be sure. If it really was him, he would rather die than slaughter the whole world and his own daughter. What's wrong? This question seems to confuse you? Ye Youluo looked at Ling Qi, who looked worried. Ling Qi took a deep breath, then slowly said, "Queen, how about doing me a favor?" "What help?" Ye Youluo looked at him. "I give my life to you," Ling Qi said in a deep voice. Ye Youluo smiled suddenly. "Your life is in my hands now. I mean, I leave my life completely in your hands." Ling Qi looked at Ye Youluo and said seriously, "I want you to not only save me, but also kill me at any time. With your medical skills, you might be the only one in the world who can do this." "Yes, this is the only way." While Ye Youluo was healing himself, he also planted a deadly poison or something in his body to trigger the mechanism. "If I really become like what I saw in my dream, I will let Ye Youluo kill me." Chapter 22. There is only one bed, so we have to squeeze together. Anyway, no matter what, I can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. You must not kill your own daughter. Even if I die. I can't really swing my sword at July. When Ling Qi said this, Ye Youluo was immediately confused. What does this mean? Let me save him, and then, you can kill him at any time? Why? Ye Youluo then said in a deep voice, "Do you have any reason to die at my hands?" "Maybe there will be." Ling Qi took a deep breath. For this matter, all he could say now was, just in case. For the future of the whole world, for the sake of your own woman and children, you must be prepared. Ye Youluo didn't understand. "I have no grudge against you. I told you." "Maybe there will be." Ling Qi interrupted her in a deep voice, "Perhaps, if I don't die, everyone will die, including you, Chu Xinyue and the others, everyone." Ye Youluo stared at Ling Qi with her beautiful blood-red eyes, looking at Ling Qi's serious expression. After a moment, she guessed, is it related to the so-called 1,000 years of disaster? Maybe. Ling Qi smiled bitterly. Can you please stop saying maybe, maybe? Don't forget that you are at the highest level and invincible in the world. How can there be anything in this world that you are not sure of? Ye Youluo looked straight at Ling Qi. I don't want to either, but these are really maybes. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. Anyway, just help me. Didn't you want to control me and make me obey you in everything? Isn't this the chance now? As long as you can keep me alive while being able to take my life at any time, I will certainly be under your control. However, when Ye Youluo heard Ling Qi's words, he frowned. Yes, before, she really wanted to control everything about Ling Qi and use him for her own purposes. But now, when Ling Qi directly asked her to do so, she lost interest. With her proud nature, she always wants real conquest, not forced conquest. After a moment of silence, Ye Youluo took a deep breath and said, "Although I don't know what you are thinking, but, since you request this, I can plant a poison seed in your body. It will require special stimulation to take effect. But you are ultimately at the supreme realm, so it might be difficult to kill you in this way. So, this requires long-term preparation and long-term poisoning. I can't promise you anything, I can only say. I'll do my best." Ling Qi is very powerful. To be honest, even if she uses some powerful poison, she is not sure that she can take Ling Qi's life. After all, Ling Qi was still alive even with a sword melted into his body, so how could he be sure that he could kill him? So of course I can only say, try your best. As long as you try your best, I believe you can do it. Ling Qi smiled faintly. Anyway, she knows the most about medical skills and poison techniques. She can prescribe the right medicine, and only she can do it. Then from now on, you will live on the Demon Island for the time being, and I will make arrangements for you. Ye Youluo continued with a smile. Thank you. Ling Qi smiled faintly, looking at Ye Youluo's beautiful face while speaking. Then he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch her face. Ye Youluo grabbed his wrist and shook his hand away. Don't touch me. She snorted softly, then turned and left. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and stopped. By the way, did you know that the Snow Clan has another ancestor? After saying this, Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Ancestor of the Snow Clan? He really didn't know, and Chu Xinyue never said it, so she probably didn't know either. The so-called sacrifice of the Snow Clan was arranged by the Snow Clan's ancestor in order to break through the supreme realm. Ye Youluo continued, because of your appearance, his retreat was forced to end, so, he hates you now. He came to the island to look for me before, but I beat him back. His strength is not weak, no less than the demon dragon that we killed that day. Ye Youluo then told Ling Qi everything about the Snow Clan's ancestor. The ancestor of the Snow Clan is a trouble after all. Of course it has to be solved. Tell this to Ling Qi, and Ling Qi will naturally be able to deal with him. But Ling Qi is not in good condition now, so everything has to wait until he recovers. After hearing what Ye Youluo said, Ling Qi's face suddenly turned cold. So the reason why the Snow Clan has such a ridiculous sacrificial ritual is because the ancestor of the Snow Clan has deceived his descendants from the very beginning? And all the saints, including Chu Xinyue, sacrificed themselves in order to break through the supreme realm because of him. Chu Xinyue was his woman, and he almost killed his woman. Of course, there's no way I'll let him go. I didn't realize it that day. Ling Qi then sneered, I'll go back to the Snow Tribe and get rid of him, but I'm curious, what is he doing on your demon island? Logically speaking, the ancestor of the Snow Clan is not from the same era as everyone else. Why did you run to the demon island to find Ye Youluo as soon as you woke up? What does he want to do with Ye Youluo? Hearing Ling Qi's words, Ye Youluo's eyes turned slightly cold. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke out, he wants to practice dual cultivation with me. He needs a dual cultivation partner at the peak of the venerable heaven realm to help him break through to the supreme realm. Hearing this, Ling Qi immediately laughed. So that guy is interested in Ye Youluo? Of course, I have to kill him. Ye Youluo is mine. Then why don't you practice dual cultivation with him? Ling Qi continued with a smile, if you help him break through, wouldn't that mean you have a helper at the supreme realm? As soon as these words came out, Ye Youluo frowned, then why don't you just die? After saying that, she snorted coldly and turned away. How could this bastard ask such a question? Why don't I practice dual cultivation with him? Can't you see it? Why are you pretending? Seeing Ye Youluo looking so angry, Ling Qi quickly grabbed her hand and said, Don't be angry, it was just a joke. How could Her Majesty the Queen possibly look down on a scum who relies on women to improve his strength? Let me go. Ye Youluo wanted to shake off Ling Qi's hand, but Ling Qi did not let go. Instead, he pulled hard, and as the red skirt spun, Ye Youluo turned around and was held in his arms. What are you doing? Ye Youluo tried to break free. But at this moment, facing the obviously weak Ling Qi, she felt inexplicably powerless and weak. The queen already has me, so of course she can't fall in love with other men, right? Ling Qi put his arms around Ye Youluo's waist. You're so self-righteous. Let me go. Ye Youluo glared at him fiercely with her beautiful red eyes and continued to struggle. Don't forget that you already have a wife and children. Doesn't this further prove the queen's charm? She can even abduct other people's men. Ling Qi smiled jokingly. Boring. Ye Youluo glared at him again. Do you think I'm like you men? Do you like to steal other people's wives and take pride in it? Since I have to live on the demon island for the time being, you have to make arrangements for me, okay? Where should I sleep at night? Ling Qi continued with a smile. I don't care where you sleep. Ye Youluo's fair and delicate hands pushed Ling Qi's chest. But at this moment, I can't push it away. Then I'll sleep with you, but you only have one bed, so we'll have to squeeze in. Ling Qi smiled and said, You can't stay awake all the time. Don't even think about it. Ye Youluo snorted. At this moment, when the two were pulling each other, Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian suddenly walked in from the gate of the courtyard. At this time, Xiao Qian was holding a strange herb with only one flower and one purple petal. The two of them were stunned in their place for a moment, staring blankly at Ling Qi and Ye Youluo hugging each other in an extremely ambiguous manner. Damn! Has things between them already developed to this point? This female devil who is above everyone else, Her Majesty the Queen, is actually being embraced by a man? Ye Youluo was also panicked when he saw Chu Xinyue and the other one coming back. Let me go. She immediately pushed Ling Qi away. It's very strange. I couldn't push myself just now, but now I suddenly have strength. After Ye Youluo pushed Ling Qi away, he quickly took a few steps away from Ling Qi. A flash of unprecedented embarrassment and panic crossed that usually cold and beautiful face. Damn, this guy always gets into trouble. Now he is fine, right? Fortunately, he wasn't seen by anyone from his own sect, otherwise his image as a sect leader would be somewhat shattered. Although the entire demon cult actually hopes that Ling Qi and I can be a couple. Hee, it seems that we came back at, not the right time? At this moment, Chu Xinyue spoke first. She already knew what kind of person Ling Qi was, so this was nothing special. Although Xiao Qian pouted slightly and looked jealous at this time, she didn't say anything. Chu Xinyue had already told her everything about Ling Qi. No matter what he does, it's all reasonable. But then again, how could this guy do this to Ye Youluo? If Ye Youluo is unwilling, Ling Qi should not be her opponent now, right? Nonsense. At this time, Ye Youluo glared at Chu Xinyue. This was all a misunderstanding, and Ling Qi was the one who insisted on taking action. Don't exaggerate and make it into another matter. I am unwilling to do so. Yes. Chu Xinyue nodded with a smile. He continued, the herbs you're looking for are very difficult to find. We've only found one of them in half a day. As she spoke, Xiao Qian handed the single-petaled medicinal plant in her hand to Ye Youluo. As long as we can gather them within 10 days. Ye Youluo took the herbs and composed his expression. Anyway, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to him within the next 10 days. If he still hasn't gathered them after 10 days, I will be powerless to save him. After saying that, she turned and left with the herbs. When faced with an embarrassing situation, the best way to deal with it is to get out of here. After Ye Youluo left, Chu Xinyue came forward and stood in front of Ling Qi. Then he raised his hand, gave a playful smile and gave a thumbs up. Great. It seems that his relationship with his sister is developing quite well. Has he really dealt with this female devil? Otherwise, how could they hug each other? Sorry, we should have come back later. We're sorry to have disturbed you. I'm afraid if they hadn't come just now, Ling Qi would have hugged Ye Youluo and run to the bed, right? My life is in her hands now, so of course I have to coax her. Ling Qi smiled. Oh? So, you are still reluctant? Forced to use the beauty trap? Chu Xinyue covered her mouth and giggled. Was she the one who took the initiative, or were you the one who was passive? Then why did you force her into your arms? Flirty carrot. Xiao Qian muttered softly, but didn't say much else. We can only let him handle his own affairs. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head, then continued, I'll sleep here tonight. If you want to sleep in the same bed with me, that's fine. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, he turned and walked into Ye Youluo's room. Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian were both looking at Ling Qi's back. It can be seen that Ye Youluo is a queen who likes quietness very much and does not like the opposite sex. But Ling Qi just happens to be able to get special treatment. Not only can Ye Youluo save him, he can even sleep directly on Ye Youluo's bed. Normally, even men are not allowed to enter Ye Youluo. As Ling Qi entered the room, Chu Xinyue let out a sigh. I won't get involved and won't disturb you. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the yard. Xiao Qian pouted and frowned. Why not disturb us? I don't plan to do anything with him. Xiao Qian raised her head, looked at Ye Youluo's room, and then chose to turn around and leave. Although it was normal for her and Ling Qi to sleep together. But this is someone else's territory after all, Ye Youluo's territory. It's better not to do anything stupid with Ling Qi, otherwise Ye Youluo would see it. What if Ye Youluo ignores Ling Qi when he is unhappy? Besides, Ling Qi is weak now and not suitable for doing that kind of thing. So forget it. On the other side, the Tianshan Snow Clan. The Snow Clan lives in this world of ice and snow. And in the deepest part of this world of ice and snow, there is another unknown land. Here, the coldness of heaven and earth is even more violent. There are endless glaciers and snow all around. At first glance, there was no sign of life, only dead silence and coldness. It's like an icy hell. But at this moment, a figure appeared in this uninhabited icy hell. The man was dressed in white and had white hair. It was none other than the ancestor of the Snow Clan. The reason why he went deep into the deepest part of this icy world, which was not suitable for any living creature to survive, was because he knew from the beginning that there was a secret hidden here. A secret that no one knows. The ancestor of the Snow Clan braved the wind and snow and crossed layers of glaciers, and finally came to an extremely flat ice ground. Under my feet is translucent ice. It is obvious that this is an ice-covered sea. The Snow Clan's ancestor smiled coldly. then raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist. The black aura condensed wildly on the fist, and then he suddenly punched down towards the ice surface below. Bang! With a loud bang, the heaven and earth shook. With this punch, the entire ice surface exploded, and cracks continued to spread in all directions. Wherever he landed his fist, a huge downward hole was created. Immediately afterwards, the ancestor of the Snow Clan leaped down, using his fist as a drill, and drilled frantically under the ice surface. After an unknown amount of time, he finally broke through the thick layer of ice. Then, entered a deep blue and dark sea. He dived madly downwards, and finally, reached the bottom of the sea. The seabed is not dark at all, but bright. Because the corals and other things on the seabed all emit a faint glow. It's just that the shapes look very strange, with fangs and claws, unlike ordinary sea corals. It's a bit like the Jedi demon realm. And here is a demon's nest. Ice Siren's lair. There are two major demon nests of the demon race in the human world, and this is one of them. There is a demon king here, with millions of demon troops. There are nearly 100 powerful people in the Zuentian realm, and their overall strength is extremely terrifying. After the Snow Clan ancestor arrived at the bottom of the sea, he walked slowly forward. Immediately, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals under the deep sea noticed his arrival. People? All the monsters were slightly startled. Someone actually came to their demon clan's lair? What is going on? Logically speaking, it is impossible for anyone in the human race to know about the existence of the demon nest here. No matter who it is, kill him first. Immediately, a group of demon soldiers snorted coldly, and then swarmed forward together. Without saying anything, just start taking action. The ancestor of the Snow Clan just smiled coldly and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the group of demon soldiers were blasted back and died on the spot. His behavior was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, a large number of monsters of various shapes swarmed out from the monster nest, wandering densely in the depths of the sea, and surrounded the ancestor of the Snow Clan at the entrance of the monster nest. The Snow Clan's ancestor put his hands behind his back, his eyes showing no fear. Instead, he said calmly, "Tell your demon king to come out and see me." Ha, a person breaks into my demon nest territory and is so arrogant, he is looking for death. The dense and powerful demon army suddenly roared, and then the leading demon roared loudly. The vast demon army swarmed in at the same time, ready to completely devour the ancestor of the Snow Clan and tear him into pieces. Stop! But at this moment, an extremely charming voice suddenly sounded. Upon hearing this voice, the vast demon army immediately dispersed to both sides. Then, from the depths of the demon's nest, an enchanting figure slowly swam out. It was a half-human, half-snake woman. An extremely charming face with some scales on it. The gentle twisting of that truly slender waist carries with it a fatal temptation that no man can resist. This is what is meant by a natural beauty. It's so enchanting that it can be called coquettish. When this enchanting snake girl appeared, all the monsters around her scattered to both sides and bowed slightly. It is obvious that she is the demon king of this demon nest. Ha, you seem quite extraordinary to be able to come here alone and know about the demon nest of our demon clan. After she appeared, she slowly came to the front of the Snow Clan's ancestor and looked him up and down. The peak of the Zuentian realm, and an extraordinary peak of the Zuentian realm. He should have reached the half-step supreme realm. Already, completely as good as myself. You are quite brave. Although you have some strength, if I want you to die here, do you think you can go back? The Snake Demon Queen continued with a cold smile. Although this person's strength is no less than his own, this is her territory after all, a demon's nest. Of course, it is entirely possible to make this person never return. Hearing the words of the Demon King, the Snow Clan Patriarch smiled faintly. Besides killing me, Your Excellency has a more suitable option. Oh? The Snake Demon Queen looked at the Snow Clan's ancestor with charming eyes. We can make a deal, said the Snow Clan's ancestor. Trade? Ha, you are a human, you are making a deal with us demons? Snake sneered, don't you think this is ridiculous? The Snow Clan's ancestor did not explain, but continued slowly, I know that your demon race has always wanted to annex the human race. You have been planning and preparing for this for countless years. But there was never a suitable opportunity to do it. And now, a supreme being has appeared among the human race. You have even less of a chance. Now, you have a chance. I can help your demon race. As long as you help me catch someone. He now knew very well that he could not defeat Ye Youluo by relying on his own strength. But what if a demon king leads an entire demon nest to take action? Then naturally, we must be determined to take down a demon sect. Ah, interesting. The Snake Queen smiled coldly. A human being actually came to help the demons fight against humans? Who do you want to arrest? She asked. The demonic cult, Ye Youluo. The Snow Clan's ancestor replied indifferently. Then, what kind of help can you bring to our demon clan? The Snake Demon Queen continued to ask. The Snow Clan's ancestor looked at her, then smiled faintly. I can bring you a supreme realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the Snake Queen's pupils shrank slightly. The expressions of all the monster armies present also changed slightly. And, such a good thing? Demon Island. Ling Qi only has 10 days, which is very tight. Fortunately, with the help of Chu Xinyue and Ye Youluo and the entire Demon Island, the required 18 medicinal herbs were finally gathered on the 9th day. At this time, in Ye Youluo's small courtyard, Ling Qi took off his clothes again and soaked in Ye Youluo's special bathtub. The medicines were placed next to the bathtub. There are also many miscellaneous auxiliary medicines, a lot of them. Anyway, apart from Ye Youluo, no one recognizes these medicines, nor does anyone know how to use them or what effects they have. Hurry up, if you delay any longer I might really collapse completely. At this time, Ling Qi, who was soaking in the bathtub, looked a little pale. The lines on his body have basically turned dark red. And it has spread to the waist, arms, and other parts. His physical condition was getting worse day by day. Fortunately, Ye Youluo urged him to soak in the medicine pool for 3 hours every day, otherwise he might have really collapsed by now. Beside her, Ye Youluo nodded slightly, and then waved her jade hand. All the medicines floated up and then sank into the bathtub, mixing and merging madly in that bathtub. In the blink of an eye, all the medicines melted, turning the water in the bathtub into a strange scarlet color, like a pool of blood. As the effects of the medicine began to dissipate, Ling Qi could clearly feel some subtle changes taking place in his body. But such changes are obviously not enough. The medicine is not strong enough. It might be a little painful, but even if it hurts like hell, you have to hold on in there for 3 hours. Ye Youluo took a deep breath and suddenly took out an exquisite flute while speaking. Then, as she brought the flute to her red lips and blew gently. The sound of the flute was not beautiful, but rather sharp and piercing. And it was under such sharp and piercing flute sounds that all around the courtyard, under the ground, and above the sky, inside and outside, suddenly, dense swarms of various poisonous insects and ants surged out. Then, as if receiving some order, they all swarmed towards the bathing pool. Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian were both startled and took a step back. I almost forgot that this female deviless master was once a notorious poison doctor. Poison is what she is best at. But these things, can they really save Ling Qi? At this time, poisonous insects flying in the sky, poisonous snakes, poisonous ants, toads, centipedes crawling on the ground, and all kinds of strange and bizarre poisonous creatures all rushed into the bathing pool. Then he pushed Ling Qi's head hard into the bathtub. Then, all kinds of poisonous creatures, right under the bloody water in the bathtub, bit Ling Qi crazily. Hiss. Under the desperate bites of various types of poisonous creatures, Ling Qi only felt a piercing pain all over his body. But, it does work. As the poisonous creature bit him, all kinds of poisonous and medicinal powers crazily invaded his body and began to repair his severely damaged body. After a long time, Ye Youluo stopped. At this time, all the poisonous insects were submerged in the bathtub. At first glance, it looks like a pot of boiling blood. Is this really possible? Xiao Qian looked uncomfortable at this moment. It feels like all sorts of poisonous drugs mixed together to make a rotten soup. Ling Qi is the main course. Can this method really save Ling Qi? If that doesn't work, I'll have to leave it to you to treat. Ye Youluo glanced at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian pursed her lips and didn't dare to say anything more. This female devil is quite sarcastic. Then, Ye Youluo turned around and walked out of the courtyard, holding the flute. Next, Ling Qi will endure this excruciating pain for 3 hours. If nothing unexpected happens, the injuries in his body should be greatly suppressed and his strength will be restored a lot. It should be stronger than before when there was only half a broken sword in the body. Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian took a look at the bathtub with the pot of soup, and then waited quietly beside it. Next. I can only trust Ye Youluo. Outside, Ye Youluo had just walked out of his courtyard when a subordinate suddenly came to report, "Master, there's a situation. The entire Demon Island seems to be completely surrounded by something." As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. Completely surrounded? The demon island is so vast, what can completely surround the entire demon island? Are you kidding me? At this moment, if you look down from the sky, you can indeed see that the originally blue sea water around the entire demon island has turned into a large black mass. It was as if countless groups of things were gathering under the sea and completely surrounding the entire demon island. Those were actually demon soldiers of various sizes and shapes. The Snow Clan Patriarch and the Snake Demon Queen brought millions of demon soldiers. Chapter 23. This Ye Youluo is actually Ling Qi's woman? The demon island is blessed with unique advantages, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. If you want to lead a large army across the sea to attack the demon island, the price you have to pay will be very heavy. It is difficult for anyone or any force to do this, including the Dian dynasty. But what if you are a mermaid living at the bottom of the sea? If the siren wants to attack the demon island, then the demon island's inherent geographical advantages will turn into disadvantages. Therefore, the ancestor of the Snow Clan went to the ice sea monster's nest for help, which was the most suitable helper. At this time, the port guards on all sides of the entire demon island were all on high alert and ready for battle. What the hell are those down there? Sea monsters? Someone stood on the beach, overlooking the sea below. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what those densely packed things were under the deep sea. All I could see was a large black mass. And it seems to be increasing. It was as if the entire demon island had turned into a fallen whale, surrounded by dense schools of fish gnawing on the whale's corpse. Whatever it is, be prepared. Don't panic. So far, nothing has ever been able to break through our demon island. Didn't that demonic dragon, 1,000 feet in size, also die at the hands of our leader? And don't forget, Ling Qi is on our demon island right now. And Lady Chu is here too. Even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't do anything to our demon island. Although at this time the large dark mass brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the entire demon island. But everyone shouted in unison, cheering up and not fearing at all. Now, Ling Qi, who is at the supreme level, is in charge of the demon island. Even if a few more evil dragons come, we are not afraid. At all ports, all bows and weapons were ready, and everyone was on war alert. At this time, under the deep sea, a dense army of sirens were gathering madly, and more sirens were constantly shooting from afar. All the oceans in the world are basically connected to each other. So naturally, you can come directly to the demon island from the ice siren's lair. Silently, no one knew. When hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers gathered together, the Snake Demon King and the ancestor of the Snow Clan also arrived. You are actually willing to help my demon clan. Don't you feel like a traitor? The charming voice of the snake woman sounded. Ha, traitor? I'd rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. The Snow Clan's ancestor smiled faintly. What does the life and death of the world have to do with me? Whether the world's dead or alive, can it bring any benefits or harm to me? He doesn't care about what happens to others, because how others live really has no effect on him. He never had any belief in matters of race survival or right and wrong. If there were, he would not sacrifice his descendants and would also allow himself to break through the supreme realm. Come to think of it, there was once a traitor in my demon clan. The Snake Demon Queen sneered. She actually wants the human race and the demon race to live in peace instead of fighting each other to death. This is simply ridiculous. Of course, what she was talking about was Shao Chan. If the Demon King hadn't betrayed us, the demon race would have launched a complete attack on the human race, and maybe they would have won. The Snow Clan Patriarch didn't care about these things. He just looked up at the demon island and said calmly, "It's almost time to start." There are only about 30 powerful people in the Supreme Heaven Realm and 100 or 200 in the mysterious Earth Realm on the Demon Island. They are not a big threat. Okay. The Snake Queen sneered and was about to order an attack. But at this moment, as she approached the Demon Island, she suddenly realized something. Immediately, her charming eyes narrowed slightly. Then he turned his head slightly and looked towards the dark seabed below. The next moment, she dived down. The Snow Clan's ancestor frowned. What else did he want to do? Couldn't he just take over the Demon Island sooner rather than later? He immediately followed. Two figures, accompanied by a dense army of sirens, soon arrived at the bottom of the sea. Then they saw a huge corpse. It was the corpse of the demon dragon that had been sunk to the bottom of the sea by the demon cult. What is this? The ancestor of the Snow Clan stopped in front of the huge head of the demon dragon that was split open. Is this a Jiaolong? A mutated Jiaolong? And it looks like he died not long ago? Did he die at the hands of the evil cult? Ah, what a pity. The Snake Queen looked at the huge corpse of the demon dragon and smiled faintly. Of course, she could see that when this demon dragon was alive, its strength had reached a level comparable to hers. Logically speaking, if this demon dragon was in the demon clan, it would be fully qualified to become a new demon king. What a pity, he died just like that. It seems that the strength of this demon sect is quite impressive. The Snake Queen then sneered, "No wonder you didn't dare to fight the demon cult alone, and turn to us for help. If I were alone, naturally no one would be a match for this demonic sect." The Snow Clan patriarch said calmly, "But if all the millions of sirens in your demon nest are mobilized, how difficult would it be to swallow up a demon island? This demon dragon has similar strength to him and the Snake Demon Queen. They both barely surpass the peak of the Zuantian realm, but have not yet reached the supreme realm. However, it fought alone, so naturally it died at the hands of Ye Youluo. But the situation is different now. The entire demon nest has come out in full force, with millions of demon soldiers. Why should we fear the demon island?" The Snake Woman smiled coldly. She was certainly well aware of this. Moreover, after they come out in full force to capture Ye Youluo, they can make the Snow Clan's ancestors serve their demon clan. It's worth it. Then, the Snake Queen waved her hand and suddenly said, "Eat it." Wow, wow, wow. As soon as she finished speaking, the dense army of sea monsters behind her swarmed down, each of them opening their mouths full of fangs and gnawing at the corpse of the demon dragon. This dragon cultivated to such a level that it almost turned into a real dragon. Of course, eating it can enhance the strength of the demon soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-foot-long corpse of the demon dragon seemed to be completely covered by a colony of ants. The dense swarms of sea monsters gnawed away its corpse bit by bit. As they gnawed, the strength of the siren army improved significantly. Some sirens even directly improved to a small level. After a long time, the entire body of the demon dragon was eaten until not even a bone was left. Although it was dead, its overall strength, at the peak of the heavenly realm and half a step into the supreme realm, was integrated into the siren army, so it could be said that its death was somewhat worthwhile. Go ahead, capture Ye Youluo alive, and kill the rest without mercy. After devouring the demon dragon, the Snake Demon Queen gave a faint order. Wow! Suddenly, the vast and dense army of sea monsters swarmed towards the sea. Above the sea, on the edge of the demon island, Ye Youluo came from a distance and stood on the rocks on the shore. When she saw the dark shadow under the sea, her brows immediately furrowed. "Master, what are those things? A school of fish? How could there be such a huge school of fish?" Everyone behind him asked with a confused look on their faces. "It's a demon." Ye Youluo's heavy voice slowly sounded. What was going on? Why did such a terrifying number of monsters suddenly surround the entire demon island? Could it be that they are coming for Ling Qi? But there is no reason. No one should know that Ling Qi is on the demon island. Moreover, these are obviously a type of sirens among monsters. What is going on? Where did such a terrifying number of sirens come from, and what is the purpose of besieging the demon island? Demon? Oh my god, are all those down there monsters? When everyone on the demon island heard Ye Youluo's words, their expressions suddenly changed. Such a huge dark circle completely surrounded the entire demon island. This terrifying number must be over 1,000,000, right? Such a terrifying number of sirens surrounded the entire demon island. What do they want to do? At this moment, Ye Youluo, who was standing on the shore, narrowed her beautiful red eyes slightly. Because she had already noticed that the seawater on the shore was rising little by little. At this moment, the entire sea level rose little by little. At the same time, a large dark mass under the sea was constantly emerging from the water. Don't panic, prepare to fight. Ye Youluo immediately gave an order, "Monster, what are you afraid of?" Hearing Ye Youluo's words, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. No matter what the other party wants to do, just fight back. There is no other choice except to fight. Also, Ling Qi is on the island now, so what is there to fear from millions of demon soldiers? From the entire demon island, powerful men and armies from all sides swarmed out at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rising sea level. At this time, the vast ocean was like a balloon, being blown bigger and bigger, and bulging high. Until it is higher than everyone's heads. Bang! The next moment, the seawater balloon suddenly exploded. Then, the densely packed army of sirens appeared inside. A large black mass, some of which are able to soar above the sky. A complete circle completely surrounded the entire demon island, truly overwhelming. In terms of the number of troops, it can be said that it has exceeded the demon island by nearly 10 times. With the appearance of the Siren army, Ye Youluo's gaze immediately fell on the front. It fell on the ancestor of the Snow Clan and the Snake Demon Queen. When he saw the ancestor of the Snow Clan, Ye Youluo's eyes suddenly became even colder. So, was it this guy who brought such a huge army of sirens here? It's not aimed at Ling Qi, but at himself. "Ha, master, how are you?" The ancestor of the Snow Clan stood in front of the army of sea monsters, standing on the waves. He looked straight at Ye Youluo with a smug sneer on his lips. This time, Ye Youluo is determined to win. She couldn't even run away. At the port, Ye Youluo's eyes were icy, associating with the demon tribe? Now it seems, you are even more rubbish than I expected. Everyone calls her the female devil. She does not deny the world's view of her, because she is indeed a cruel and ruthless person, and she never thinks of herself as a good person. But at least, she knows very well that she is a person. When it comes to major issues, she knows better than anyone else. And this ancestor of the Snow Clan lived in vain for countless years, and actually ran to the side of the Demon Clan? And they joined forces with the Demon tribe to deal with her Demon Island? This is indeed rubbish. Hearing Ye Youluo's words, the Snow Clan's ancestor frowned, sneering sinisterly. "I really don't understand why you can still be so strong and stubborn even now. Master, I still say what I said before. If possible, I don't want to use violence against you. I am a person who knows how to be gentle and considerate to women. Now, I can give you another chance. Throw yourself into my arms, or..." As he spoke, the Snow Tribe ancestor slowly spread his hands and said, "I will kill everyone on your demon island, and then force you to my bed." As soon as these words were spoken, murderous intent flowed from the depths of Ye Youluo's blood-red eyes. The next moment, she raised her hand and sucked. An exquisite long sword flew into his hand. Behind him, the many armies of the demon cult also gripped their weapons tightly. This white-haired old monster is still as rampant as ever. Still wanting our leader to throw himself into his arms? I must kill him today. Ah, very good. Seeing Ye Youluo leading the entire demon cult's army with weapons in hand and refusing to give in, the Snow Clan's ancestor smiled coldly. He continued, "You can of course make your own choice. If you are willing to help me capture your leader, you can be spared from death today." However, there was only murderous intent in everyone's eyes at this moment, and no fear. "Old monster, do you think everyone likes to be a traitor like you? Weak and incompetent coward." On Ye Youluo's left and right, Xinyue and Wanner pointed their swords at the Snow Clan's ancestor. "Spineless, no wonder you have to sacrifice women to break through the supreme realm." As soon as these words were spoken, veins popped up on the Snow Clan ancestor's forehead. It would have been fine if Ye Youluo had belittled him, but he didn't expect that even two of his subordinates would dare to be so presumptuous. Very good, it seems that today, except for Ye Youluo, there is really no need for anyone else to stay on the entire demon island. The Snow Clan's ancestor immediately looked towards the Snake Demon Queen. "In that case, let's take action, use force, to achieve our goal." However, at this moment, just when the Snake Demon King was about to take action, Xinyue and Wanner below suddenly shouted, "Want to snatch our leader? You better think carefully. Our leader is Ling Qi's woman." As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Youluo frowned and turned his head to look at Xinyue and Wanner. "What nonsense are you two talking about?" Xinyue and Wanner both laughed dryly and cast a look at Ye Youluo. "Master, we know we shouldn't say this. Afterwards, you can kill us, cut us into pieces, or punish us in any way you want. But now there are millions of demon soldiers on the opposite side, so of course we have to bring Ling Qi out to scare them." Ye Youluo didn't care about it for the time being. If Ling Qi could be used to scare away these monsters, a major war could indeed be avoided. A war of this scale is bound to cause unprecedented damage to the demon island, so it should be avoided if possible. Sure enough, as soon as Xinyue and Wanner said this, the millions of demon soldiers on the opposite side trembled slightly. As monsters from the monster nest, of course they knew everything about Ling Qi. Ling Qi is indeed a nightmare for the entire demon race. The eyes of the Snake Queen became increasingly cold at this moment. This Ye Youluo is actually Ling Qi's woman? But it makes sense when you think about it. With Ling Qi being so invincible, who would be qualified to be his woman? Of course, someone like Ye Youluo is the most qualified. The Snow Clan's ancestor also had a gloomy expression at this time. He continued slowly, that day in the Snow Clan, I didn't think you had such a relationship. Are these two subordinates bluffing? How could Ye Youluo be Ling Qi's woman? If she is Ling Qi's woman, how could she still be a virgin? That was that day. Our leader just recently established a relationship with Ling Qi. Xinyue and Wanner then shouted, do you still want to snatch our leader? Do you think you have the ability to be Ling Qi's opponent? Ling Qi is now. That's enough. Ye Youluo quickly interrupted them. Ling Qi is now on the island, but he is extremely weak and it will take some time for him to recover. Therefore, Ling Qi's existence cannot be exposed. Xinyue and Wanner also reacted and quickly shut their mouths. That's right, Ling Qi is indeed on the island now, but the situation is not optimistic and he cannot be exposed for the time being. Now, all we have to do is delay the time. That's really surprising. At this moment, the Snake Demon Queen smiled charmingly and slowly said, since you are Ling Qi's woman, then tell me, if we capture you, how can Ling Qi still compete with our demon clan? Isn't this an unexpected surprise? Since Ye Youluo is Ling Qi's woman, as long as Ye Youluo is captured, won't we have another trump card to deal with Ling Qi in the future? The Snake Queen immediately raised her hand and gave the order, capture her alive, and leave no one else alive. Wow! Following the Demon King's order, the overwhelming army of sea monsters swarmed towards the Demon Island. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge black ring that is constantly shrinking. Fight! At the port, Ye Youluo also swung the sword in his hand suddenly, and then took the lead and rushed forward with the sword. In the rear, although the demon cult army was far less numerous than the demon clan, they were all roaring and fighting head-on. Suddenly, an unprecedented large-scale encirclement and suppression was launched on the entire Demon Island. The Demon Island, which few foreign enemies had ever been able to reach, was now completely engulfed by the Siren army. Ye Youluo was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He locked his eyes on the ancestor of the Snow Clan and suddenly swung out with a sword. Above the sword energy, the blood-red sword energy carried that terrifying high temperature. Be careful, this woman has an extremely brutal burning power in her body. The Snow Clan ancestor smiled faintly and reminded her, if it's a one-on-one fight, perhaps you wouldn't be her match. This isn't a fair fight in the ring. Where's the one-on-one? The Snake Queen sneered, let's team up and take her down, quick and easy. Swish. Swish. After saying that, the Snake Demon Queen and the Snow Clan ancestor shot forward at the same time. The two besieged Ye Youluo. The originally clear sky became dark at this moment, and the sea water kept surging up and turned into rain. If the siren is in the sea, it will certainly have the advantage. Many members of the demon cult were dragged into the sea by the dense swarms of sea monsters and wiped out in the blink of an eye. In desperation, the people of the demon island could only retreat the battlefield to the shore. Ye Youluo saw that her demon island was no match for the enemy and that her own demon sect members were being slaughtered one after another. She held the long sword in her hand and unreservedly displayed her aura. The leader seems very angry? The Snow Clan patriarch sneered, who told you, the demon cult, to be so stubborn? Throughout history, which tough guy's final outcome wasn't a futile death at the hands of the enemy? Once you're dead, you're gone. Even if your bones are strong and your name is passed down through the ages, what good is that? Just now the demon cult said that he was a coward, so now of course he had to return those words to the demon cult exactly as they were. It seems this isn't the first time you've been a coward? Ye Youluo's eyes were icy cold. No wonder you managed to survive until now. Even now, you're still a useless, spineless dog. Ye Youluo, I really admire your strong spirit. The Snow Clan's ancestor gritted his teeth and said, you'd better always have this kind of backbone. After he finished speaking, the monstrous black energy in his body burst out without reservation, and the monstrous evil energy of the Snake Demon King also surged up. The two auras in Ye Youluo's fiery sword energy suddenly collided on the coast. It formed the most dazzling existence in the entire chaotic battlefield, and no one could get close to it. At the same time, on the island, at Ye Youluo's residence, Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian stayed here, watching the bathing pool gradually calm down. At this time, you could still barely see poisonous insects and snakes swimming around in the bathtub, which was quite creepy. Some of the poison was completely dead and melted into the bath. Some are still alive, but are gradually melting away. Xiao Qian, who knew nothing about medicine or poison, was really worried that Ling Qi had already died down there. These poisonous insects have all melted, could Ling Qi have been melted as well? That would really turn it into a pot of soup. Have you ever seen Ling Qi in his prime before? How strong is he? Chu Xinyue spoke slowly. 7 years ago, before Ling Qi entered the Jedi demon realm, he was in his prime. From then on, I was left with little blood. Although invincible, he is still low on health. Xiao Qian smiled bitterly and shook her head. He was just dealing with some ordinary people. How could he really use his full strength? It was just a martial arts competition to win a bride, and everyone who came on stage was ignored by Ling Qi. Even if she went on stage herself, she was no match for Ling Qi. At that time, Ling Qi probably didn't even use 1% of his strength. Where can we see him using his full strength? If my sister is right, maybe next, we'll be able to see him in his prime. Chu Xinyue smiled. You may not have seen it before, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, everyone will follow him to fight against the demon clan in the future. Just how powerful is the supreme realm at its peak? It's truly unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, the news of the battle between the demon army and the demon island outside reached here. What's going on? Chu Xinyue quickly raised her head and looked outside. Why is there such a strong demonic aura? It seems there's a fight going on? Xiao Qian was also confused. Could it be that the monsters who wanted to kill Ling Qi were catching up with them? But the three of them came here privately, and no one knew. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Chu Xinyue said something, and then her delicate body flew away. Xiao Qian quickly sucked in her palm, grasped her red tasseled spear, and then stood vigilantly in front of the bathtub. At this crucial moment, please don't let any accidents happen. Anyway, even if it costs his life, he will never let anyone hurt Ling Qi. At this moment, all the poisons and medicines in the bathtub were completely melted. The original pool of blood was solidifying bit by bit, turning into a huge dark red amber. Chapter 24 Ling Qi in full health is here. Dian Dynasty, the Imperial Capital Palace. A special place for cultivation under the ground. Jiang Ling was wearing a golden robe and sitting cross-legged. As the Thunder Yuan Pearl given to her by Ling Qi merged into her whole body suddenly became filled with faint golden lightning that kept flickering. And it was at this moment when she completely entered the state of cultivation. Suddenly, she opened her beautiful golden eyes and looked at the nothingness in front of her. At this moment, her sight seemed to penetrate the infinitely distant space and saw some scenes that did not belong to the present. She saw a vast sea area in the distance, where a dense and countless army of sea monsters were besieging an island. She saw countless people desperately resisting on the demon island, and witnessed an unprecedented encirclement and suppression battle. Jiang Ling's expression immediately changed slightly. Ye Youluo? At this moment, Ye Youluo, who was far away on the demon island, suddenly realized that there seemed to be some connection between him and Jiang Ling. She heard Jiang Ling's voice and also sensed that Jiang Ling was in the infinitely faraway Dian Dynasty palace, watching the situation on the entire demon island. Ye Youluo was of course a little confused. How did he suddenly get in touch with the Empress of the Dian Dynasty? What's going on? How come this kind of feeling suddenly arises between you and me? Jiang Ling's voice continued. Logically speaking, there is nothing to do between him and Ye Youluo. It has nothing to do with anything. But why was he suddenly able to connect with Ye Youluo? Can you see what is happening around Ye Youluo? Hearing Jiang Ling's words, Ye Youluo also said coldly in his heart, I want to ask you, how did you suddenly feel synchronized with me? Jiang Ling frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out for a while. She simply continued, what's going on with your demon island? Why are there so many sirens? Isn't it obvious? These millions of sirens are besieging the demon island. Ye Youluo said coldly. Why would they attack your demon island? And, where did such a terrifying number of siren troops come from? Jiang Ling continued to ask. Logically speaking, shouldn't all monsters be in the Jedi monster realm? If you want to enter the human territory, you must first cross the border wall built by her Dian Dynasty. Where do all these monsters on the demon island come from? How would I know where they came from? Ye Youluo replied. Jiang Ling's face was gloomy, and he continued, can I help you? He. Hearing this, Ye Youluo immediately laughed. Do you really have this intention? Ye Youluo, the demon race is facing a great enemy. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Jiang Ling's voice rang out again, the great catastrophe is imminent. Even if there is any grudge between you and me, it should be put aside. Besides, you and I actually have no grudges against each other. Ha, no grudges or hatred? Ye Youluo sneered, we have no grudges against each other, but you are teaming up with Chu Xinyue to deal with me? I believe that when your great Yin dynasty takes action, the scene will be similar to the current demon army attacking the demon island, right? If the Dian dynasty is ever truly prepared, it will launch a siege on the demon island. The scale of that war is probably no less than the current siren attack. Hearing this, Jiang Ling frowned. If you must say so, it is indeed so. As the ruler of a country, she does have the obligation to eradicate the evil cult that is wreaking havoc on the world. But the most important thing right now is not the rampant and tyrannical demon sect, but the demon clan. Don't worry, I don't need any help from you, and you can't help me with anything. Ye Youluo's voice continued, Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue are on the demon island now. Hearing this, Jiang Ling took a deep breath. That's good. Although Ye Youluo is a female devil in the eyes of the world who kills people without blinking an eye. But she is still a member of the human race after all. It is certainly a good thing to be able to preserve the overall strength of the human race as much as possible. If Ling Qi was there, he would have nothing to fear even if there were millions of demon soldiers. Although I don't know the reason, there seems to be some inexplicable connection between you and me. Jiang Ling's voice continued, Ye Youluo, if you are truly willing, you and I might be able to join forces to deal with the demon race. The overall strength of the demon cult is extremely powerful, no less than that of an empire. Ye Youluo's strength at the peak of the heavenly realm is enough to rank him in the top 10 in the world. It would certainly be a good thing if these forces could be united. Haha, fate? Ye Youluo's cold laugh was heard again. I guess this fate is just something Ling Qi did on purpose. What does this mean? Jiang Ling didn't understand. He should have given you a bead before? Ye Youluo asked. She suddenly thought that the reason why she was able to establish a connection with Jiang Ling must be because of that bead. Hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded immediately. He did give me a bead, named Thunder Yuan Pearl. That's right. Ye Youluo smiled and said, the three elements of energy, ice, fire, and thunder, are divided into 3 beads. I believe they can sense each other. The lightning Yuan Pearl is in your hand, and the fire Yuan Pearl is in my hand. Then there will naturally be a connection between you and me. Now that's all she can think. When he was activating the fire Yuan Pearl, Jiang Ling was also activating the thunder Yuan Pearl. As a result, the two of them developed a sense of connection, able to see each other's existence and what was happening to each other at the moment. The demon dragon was able to find the 3 Yuan Qi probably because there was an inherent connection between the 3 beads. I see. Jiang Ling nodded and continued, then I guess he gave the 3rd ice Yuan Pearl to Lady Chu. After all, these 3 are the ones Ling Qi favors the most. Ling Qi just happened to have 3 gifts, so of course he could give them to the 3 of them. Ye Youluo sneered again. That guy is really calculating. He, his sister, and Jiang Ling were originally 3 unrelated people, 3 people who were incompatible with each other. Now, a connection unique to them was established invisibly. He's such a peacemaker. No matter what, Ye Youluo. Jiang Ling's voice continued, when it comes to dealing with the demon race, you and I are on the same page. I hope that in the future, we can truly cooperate. Let's talk about it later. I don't feel like chatting with you right now. Ye Youluo neither refused nor agreed. Then, let's talk later. Jiang Ling replied, and then the connection between the two was severed. Jiang Ling exhaled lightly, then stood up and clenched his fists slightly. Looking at the golden lightning dancing on her white jade fingertips, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's quite interesting. That guy Ling Qi is really trying his best to bring together himself, Chu Xinyue, and Ye Youluo. Did he really intend to let the 3 of them live in peace and then take them down? It's a nice thought, but of course I can't do as he wishes. I will never be able to become one of his harem. But as for joining forces to deal with the demon race, I don't object. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, then slowly walked out of the place where he practiced. When she walked up from the long stone stairs, Jiang Yao was already waiting outside. Sister, look what I found. Seeing Jiang Ling coming out, Jiang Yao hurriedly ran up and handed a piece of paper in her hand to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took it and looked at it, and immediately frowned. Because there is a wanted warrant on it? And the wanted person is Ling Qi. The portrait is Ling Qi, and even the name is Ling Qi. Someone is actually wanting Ling Qi? A hint of interest suddenly appeared on Jiang Ling's beautiful face. She then looked at a special mark on the wanted poster. This mark is the Immortal Soul sect? As the Emperor of Dian, of course she recognized that pink and purple mark from an otherworldly immortal sect called the Immortal Soul sect. It was an extremely ancient and secretive sect with great strength. It is even touted by the people as a sect specializing in cultivating immortals. This ancient sect does not belong to any empire or force and is an independent entity. But even as an independent entity, its overall strength is almost as great as that of the Dian dynasty. Yes, I asked someone and it's the Immortal Soul sect. Jiang Yao nodded briefly. It's rumored that the immortals from the Immortal Soul sect come down the mountain every once in a while to search for women with extraordinary talents to bring up to practice in the mountains. There are only women in the entire sect, no men. It is a true gathering place for fairies, and its heritage is extremely ancient and rich, and its strength is extremely powerful. But why would that kind of immortal sect issue a warrant for Ling Qi's arrest? Anyway, she couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, that kind of immortal sect had nothing to do with Ling Qi, right? Immortal? Where is the immortal? Jiang Ling smiled faintly. It's nothing more than that the sect's disciples have slightly better cultivation talents, so they are touted as immortals by the world. In reality, of course, they are all mortals. As for why their Immortal Soul sect is wanted for Ling Qi, hee. Jiang Ling then smiled and shook his head. I guess he must have bullied the girls from the immortal sect before. Of course, there is no need to even think about this kind of thing. That was an immortal sect that only had female cultivators. Given Ling Qi's personality, he had of course been there before. Then he must have bullied the female disciples of other sects, or even bullied a special person in the immortal sect, and that's why he was wanted. Maybe he made her fall in love and broke some rules that she shouldn't have. Think about it, that is an immortal sect that prohibits any man from setting foot in it. If the people of the sect are bullied and let down by a man, can the sect swallow this? So of course Ling Qi is wanted all over the world. This wanted order must have been issued a long time ago. It's just that it has only now reached the Dian dynasty. Playboy, ugh. Jiang Yao immediately pouted and said pooh. How many debts of love does this bastard have? How come he even offended an immortal sect that didn't care about worldly affairs? His level of philandering in the past was far beyond your imagination. Jiang Ling smiled and shook her head. Yao, if you want to give up on him, it's not too late now. Jiang Yao was suddenly speechless. One thing is one thing, although she really doesn't want Ling Qi to have anything to do with other women, she is very jealous. But in the end, she just couldn't give up Ling Qi. Since you can't let go, you must learn to be tolerant. Jiang Ling then patted Jiang Yao's shoulder and said, Isn't Chu Xinyue very tolerant? In fact, many things, as long as you can accept them, are nothing more than a small hurdle in your heart. Once you get over it, everything will be fine. After saying that, she walked away slowly. Jiang Yao stood there alone and took a deep breath after a long time. Well, who made me meet him so late? If I had known him earlier, if I had been the first one to know him, I would never have let him get involved with another woman. Since I am the latecomer now, I can only accept the former. On the other side, the Demon Island. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the port of the Demon Island, which was full of demons and monsters, was accompanied by a shock wave, and blood-red flames and black gas collided wildly. The next moment, Ye Youluo flew backwards for more than hundreds of meters before slowly stopping. She looked a little embarrassed at this time. After all, he is 1 against 2, so of course he is no match. On the opposite side, the ancestor of the Snow Clan and the Snake Demon Queen both had sneers on their faces. In a one-on-one situation, Ye Youluo's strength is equivalent to that of one of them. But with 2 against 1, they are certainly sure to win. Give up struggling. Today, you have no chance. The Snow Clan ancestor sneered. Today, he will definitely capture Ye Youluo. And after defeating Ye Youluo, he will definitely reach the Supreme Realm. As for the so-called cooperation with the Demon Clan, he certainly didn't care at all. As long as he can reach the Supreme State first, he can do anything. Dignity? Integrity? Justice? Faith? These are all ridiculous lies. Only the ending is real. And he has always been a person who only cares about the ending. Across from him, Ye Youluo had a cold expression. Wait a little longer, Ling Qi's treatment will be almost completed. The most important thing now is to delay time. Why is the leader silent? Wasn't he quite tough before? Across from him, the Snow Clan ancestor sneered, clenched his black fist, and charged towards Ye Youluo once again. It's truly refreshing to see the word weak in the leader. It is undoubtedly a great pleasure to be able to make this arrogant woman who was born to be a king submit. It can bring him a great sense of conquest and pleasure. What he wants is for Ye Youluo to completely surrender. Not only did he want her to submit, but he also wanted her to bow her head, beg for mercy, and admit defeat. Ha 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 ha. The Snow Clan's ancestor grinned fiercely and charged towards Ye Youluo with the black aura filling the sky. Wow! At this moment, a snow-white ice dragon suddenly shot out from behind Ye Youluo. With a loud bang, a terrifying cold air swept through, and the ice dragon completely swallowed up the ancestor of the Snow Clan. In an instant, he turned into a huge ice sculpture, which slowly fell from mid-air. Crunch, bang! But the ice only lasted for a short while before it broke apart. The Snow Clan patriarch stopped and looked coldly at the back of Ye Youluo. Who is it? How come there is another person, whose strength is no less than mine? Is there anyone in this demonic sect who is as powerful as Ye Youluo? Swish! At this moment, a snow-white figure came from behind and slowly landed beside Ye Youluo. The white clothes are whiter than snow, and the fairy air is floating. The two sisters stood together, one red and one white, one ice and one fire, and instantly became the most dazzling scenery between heaven and earth. Chu Xinyue? Behind the Snow Clan's ancestor, the snake demon queen narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh? Another stunning woman at the peak of the supreme heaven realm? The Snow Clan's ancestor's gaze fell on Chu Xinyue and he immediately licked his lips. Wonderful, wonderful. Chu Xinyue's strength is almost the same as Ye Youluo's. Both are at the peak of the Zuantian realm and are closest to the supreme realm. Very good, this way my choice is not the only one. Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue, no matter which one of them he gets, it can help him reach the supreme realm. Haha, let's do it. We can capture either of these two alive. The ancestor of the Snow Clan immediately sneered at the snake demon queen. However, the snake woman did not rush to take action at this time. She twisted the lower half of the water snake's body and came to the side of the Snow Clan's ancestor. Then he stared at Chu Xinyue opposite him. Shouldn't you be, with Ling Qi? Although she was not in the Jedi Demon Realm, everything that happened in the Jedi Demon Realm was reported to her at the first opportunity. Didn't Chu Xinyue appear in the Jedi Demon Realm with Ling Qi just now? Shouldn't you be by Ling Qi's side? How come he appears here on Demon Island now? Could it be that Ling Qi is also on the Demon Island now? The snake girl narrowed her eyes slightly. Previously, Chu Xinyue, Ling Qi and Xiao Qian escaped from the Jedi Demon Realm. Now that Chu Xinyue appears here, can we be sure that Ling Qi is also here? Hearing the words of the snake demon queen, the Snow Clan's ancestor suddenly looked solemn and frowned slightly. If Ling Qi was also on this demon island, then today's attack would probably be a bit troublesome. Although he claims to be invincible below the supreme realm, Ling Qi is still at the true supreme realm after all. When Chu Xinyue heard the snake queen's question, she just smiled faintly, neither denying nor confirming. She continued calmly, if you have the guts, go check it out for yourself and you'll know. He might be sleeping right now. If he wakes up, I'll kill you all. The snake queen opposite frowned. If Ling Qi was really here, even with millions of demon soldiers, they would not be able to take over the demon island. On the contrary, I might fail here. If he is on this island, why hasn't he appeared yet? The snake queen then sneered, there are only two possibilities now. Either he's not on the island, or he is on the island, but very weak. Previously, Ling Qi had merged with the magic sword and escaped from the Jedi Demon Realm. The current situation is not optimistic either. So, if Ling Qi is on this island and is still in a weak state, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, Ling Qi can be killed. Kill the biggest hidden danger of the Demon Clan and wipe out the nightmare of the Demon Clan. Today, he has nowhere to escape. Just guess, whatever you want. Chu Xinyue smiled. Of course, it would be redundant to say anything now. The only thing you can do is to keep calm and buy time. As for whether the demon tribe wants to retreat or attack, the choice is theirs. Ha, then we won't be polite. On the opposite side, the Snake Queen smiled coldly. Anyway, the fact that Ling Qi didn't take action now definitely proved that there was a problem. No need to be afraid. Search the entire demon island to find Ling Qi. She gave an order immediately. The army of sea monsters that was originally fighting with many powerful members of the demon cult immediately set their sights on the headquarters of the demon cult. Then, a dense and overwhelming swarm of people swarmed in. Stop them! Stop as many as you can! Many powerful members of the demon cult shouted loudly and tried their best to stop the demon clan's attack. Ling Qi is now recovering from his injuries, and the survival of the entire demon island depends on Ling Qi alone. Ling Qi must not be interrupted. Otherwise, everyone will die. However, the number of the demon army was too terrifying. The demon cult was no match for them in a head-on battle, and of course it was impossible for them to stop the demon army. In the blink of an eye, countless demon armies poured into the demon cult's headquarters. At the port, Chu Xinyue frowned slightly, then said calmly, "Sister, he shouldn't need much time, right? It's almost there, just hold him off." Ye Youluo said in a deep voice. The demon tribe attacked at the right time, just when Ling Qi was recuperating from his injuries. However, as long as Ling Qi finishes healing, he will naturally have nothing to fear. Then hold them back. Chu Xinyue's eyes focused, and the next moment, 9 white dragon sword energies burst out from her body, carrying with them the might of the sword and a hint of deadly chill. Ye Youluo also held a long sword, and the blood-red aura burst out like a mad flame. The entire port suddenly became a world of ice and fire. Swish! Swish! The next moment, both of them shot out at the same time, and Chu Xinyue locked her eyes on the Snake Demon King. Ye Youluo, on the other hand, locked onto the ancestor of the Snow Clan. They are the only 2 strongest opponents who can stop them. The remaining demon army can only be handed over to the members of the demon cult. Leave Ling Qi to Xiao Qian. Wow, bang! The battle between 4 peak-level masters of the Supreme Heaven Realm broke out in this port in an instant. Under the ice and blazing fire, the black air and demonic energy, the entire port collapsed and cracked in the blink of an eye, and everything around it was reduced to ruins. At this time, inside the demon cult's headquarters, Ye Youluo's residence, Xiao Qian stood in front of the bathtub, holding a spear, her long hair flying. She could sense that a large number of demon armies had poured into the demon cult's headquarters and were approaching here. Next, she will risk her life to resist the demon army until Ling Qi comes out. Swish! At this moment, a flying monster sword passed from high above. They immediately discovered Xiao Qian in the unique courtyard and the Emperor's sword standing next to the bathing pool. Before in the Jedi demon realm, the sword of the Son of Heaven was in Ling Qi's hands. And now that the sword is here, it certainly proves that Ling Qi is indeed here. But Ling Qi did not take action here, so it can be confirmed that Ling Qi is indeed very weak and not suitable to take action. Ha, I found it. Immediately, the demon army in the sky passed on the information. Suddenly, the dense army of demons in the sky and on the ground swarmed towards Ye Youluo's independent courtyard like a spring. The first ones to rush up, of course, were the little demons that could fly in the sky. Xiao Qian raised her head and fixed her eyes. The next moment, holding the red tasseled spear, he suddenly slashed towards the sky. A blast of gun wind shot up like a crescent moon, splitting the group of monsters into 2. Then, she flew up and stood on the roof of the courtyard. From then on, unless he died, no monster could enter this courtyard and disturb Ling Qi. Swish, swish, swish. Above the sky, there are more and more monsters. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, held a spear in her hand, her aura flowing as she stood on the roof, stopping the demon soldiers flying down from the sky one by one. At this moment, the demon soldiers in the sky were like falling meteorites. Xiao Qian, with just one gun, caught all the countless meteorites, big and small, and blasted them away. The silver-white armor keeps flashing, the long hair is dancing, and the gun is like a dragon, so beautiful and heroic. Xiao Jinkong's daughter, Xiao Qian? Ha, she's all alone and overestimating her own abilities. At this moment, a demon commander of the Zuantian realm arrived from the demon army. Suddenly, the demonic energy of the Zuantian realm rose into the sky and shot towards Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian held a spear and blocked the attack head-on from high in the sky. With a loud clang, Xiao Qian fell from the sky and landed on the roof of the courtyard. The entire ceiling of the courtyard exploded instantly. Fortunately, Ling Qi was not affected at all. Xiao Qian looked back at the pool of blood that had completely solidified into amber, then gripped the spear tightly and shot forward again. Ding! Ding ding! A loud explosion came from the sky, and every time Xiao Qian soared up, she would quickly land on the ground and then soar up again. After all, she did not have the supreme cultivation, so she could only rely on jumping to deal with the monsters above the sky. Among those flying monsters, some great monsters in the realm of heaven arrived in a blink of an eye. So of course it became increasingly difficult for her to cope. In addition to the monsters in the sky, she also cannot ignore the demon soldiers who are constantly swarming on the ground. At this moment, all the powerful men from the entire demon cult were restrained by the demon army, and Xiao Qian was the only one guarding Ling Qi here. Although she was busy and alone, the energy in her body was constantly being consumed. But she gritted her teeth, willing to buy time for Ling Qi even if it meant burning herself out completely. The longer the better. You do have some skills. No wonder the people in the Jedi demon realm call you the Valkyrie of the Great Yin dynasty. A demon commander at the Zuantian realm snorted coldly. Xiao Qian's strength should have reached the late stage of the Zuantian realm, right? It is indeed very strong. Even in today's battle, looking at the entire scene, only the few leaders are stronger than her. Unfortunately, you are alone. How are you going to deal with my demon army? The demon leader sneered and shot forward again. At the same time, more and more demon armies arrived, and the number of those in the Zuantian realm among them was increasing. Although Xiao Qian is powerful, she is no match for the siege of multiple powerful masters in the Supreme Heaven realm. I don't know how long it lasted, but the number of people in the Zuantian realm and the demon army has exceeded 10. At this time, Xiao Qian's armor was somewhat damaged, and she looked a little disheveled with dust and dirt on her face. Ding, bang. At this moment, another huge flying monster slashed down from the sky with a fierce blow. Xiao Qian blocked the way with her spear, but was still knocked down by the shock, smashing Ye Youluo's small courtyard house into pieces. Broken wood chips and dirt splashed into the amber bath. Under the ruins, Xiao Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. But she gritted her teeth and stood up with the spear. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then shot out again with the spear in hand, repelling all the monsters that were swarming around him. Let's see how long you can hold on. Many of the demon clan's commanders at the heavenly realm all sneered, and then attacked again at the same time. Xiao Qian said nothing, shooting out again, and then falling down again and again. Under the siege of the demon army, she was covered with wounds in an instant. But no matter what kind of injury she suffered, she never gave up. She always held on to her severely injured body and tried her best to protect Ling Qi. The scene of him getting up again and falling down again and again looks a bit sad. It's over. When seeing that Xiao Qian was at the end of her strength, a great demon in the realm of Zuantian above the sky suddenly chopped down from the sky with a giant axe that could split mountains. Below, Xiao Qian, covered in blood, stood up in the ruins, holding up a spear. Then the blood in his body burned wildly and shot up again. Clang! A loud explosion erupted in the air, and visible shock-wave ripples spread in all directions. Then, Xiao Qian's completely powerless body fell from mid-air. She only felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and it was difficult to open them. I couldn't even move my body. Although she tried her best, there was nothing she could do. At this moment, she didn't even have the strength to hold the spear tightly, and the spear slowly fell from her hand. With a ding, it was nailed to the amber blood pool. It was at this moment that crackling sounds began to spread across the amber blood pool. Tear her into pieces, and then, tear Ling Qi into pieces too. A demon leader snorted coldly, if we kill Ling Qi, we will be the most heroic warriors of the demon tribe. Wow! After saying that, the densely packed demon soldiers in the sky and on the ground swarmed towards Xiao Qian, who was falling continuously. It seemed as if the next moment, it would completely devour Xiao Qian, and then cut her into pieces. Boom! And it was at this moment, when all the demon armies were about to touch Xiao Qian, who was about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a beam of light shot up from under the solidified blood pool and straight into the sky. The clouds in the vast sky were spreading out in all directions at this moment. And those demon soldiers who rushed forward and wanted to tear Xiao Qian into pieces were also reduced to ashes in an instant under the beam of light. All the monsters around who had not had time to rush forward quickly scattered around, forming a circle surrounding the surroundings. Then, all eyes looked towards the center of the light column. The pillar of light that shot up into the sky broke through the heaven and earth, and then dissipated bit by bit. Then, a figure appeared in the sight of all the monsters. The man was shirtless, his well-proportioned muscles were flawless. Her long hair was spread out behind her head, dancing in the wind. In his arms, he was holding Xiao Qian, who was seriously injured and dying. It was none other than Ling Qi. At this time, the void patterns on Ling Qi's body, which were about to spread all over his body, had completely retracted. It condensed into a palm-sized mark of emptiness, engraved in the middle of the chest. The originally dark red void light now completely turned into light blue, appearing and disappearing. When they saw Ling Qi, the pupils of all the monsters around them suddenly shrank. The next moment, he turned around and ran without saying a word. The original small encirclement continued to expand. In midair, Ling Qi held Xiao Qian in his arms with a cold look in his eyes. At this time, Xiao Qian's eyes were also looking at Ling Qi. When she saw Ling Qi successfully emerge from confinement, the corners of her blood-soaked mouth slowly curved up. I am not bad, am I? Am I qualified to be your woman? In fact, she had thought about it in her heart since she saw Ling Qi and Ye Youluo pulling each other. Perhaps I am not worthy of Ling Qi at all. The only women worthy of Ling Qi are women like Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue. Therefore, if you want to be worthy of Ling Qi, you have to become stronger and show your own value. And this time, she proved with her actions that she is indeed valuable. I never said I needed you to fight for me. Ling Qi's gentle voice rang out. I never need you to prove anything. From the very beginning, you have been my woman. I have never denied you. A real man never needs his woman to be strong. Because in a man's heart, a woman's unwavering choice is better than anything else. Xiao Qian chose him in the beginning, and she chose him now. All this is enough. She is his woman, and she is willing to give everything for him. And I am also willing to give everything for her. Seeing the gentleness in Ling Qi's eyes, Xiao Qian smiled again. She then raised her blood-stained hand and gently stroked Ling Qi's chest. Are you now back to your best form? That's about right. Ling Qi nodded slightly. Then let me see how powerful the Supreme Realm is in its prime. Xiao Qian continued, next. I'll leave it to you. Ling Qi nodded slightly, holding Xiao Qian and slowly landing on the ground, and then let her lean gently on the top of a broken house. The energy in her body flowed and formed a barrier that enveloped her. Protect her and heal her wounds at the same time. Then, Ling Qi slowly stood up and looked at the fleeing demon army around him, like a receding tide. Now that the tide has come, it has hurt his woman. Can you withdraw whenever you want now? I'm a little curious about where you monsters come from. Ling Qi's icy voice continued, since we're already here, then everyone should stay. After saying that, he suddenly kicked out into the air in front of him. Boom! The next moment, an invisible wave of pressure suddenly burst out between heaven and earth. Visible ripples spread out from where he landed. The ripples swept past, and the houses and buildings collapsed in an instant like bubbles. And the fleeing demon army also turned back with horror on their faces. The next moment, he was swept away by the ripples in an instant. Accompanied by screams, the countless and dense demon army was reduced to ashes. No ability to fight back. Xiao Qian had a smile on her face as she watched the demon army, which she had tried her best to stop, being annihilated into nothingness by Ling Qi's kick. He is worthy of being the supreme realm, worthy of being my man. This is his true strength. After Ling Qi kicked the surrounding demon soldiers into nothingness, he turned around and smiled gently at Xiao Qian. The latter nodded slightly, and then Ling Qi's figure shot towards the port with a bang. Looking at Ling Qi flying into the distance, Xiao Qian took a deep breath. Now, Ling Qi, who is in full health, is here. Port. Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue, who were in the middle of a melee, stopped and quickly retreated when they noticed the pillar of light rising into the sky from the center of the demon island. Time is up. The corners of Ye Youluo's red lips curved up. When the time came, Ling Qi successfully passed the tribulation. Next, the offense and defense will change. Across from them, the Snake Demon Queen and the Snow Clan Patriarch fixed their gazes, a hint of fear already surging in their eyes. Ling Qi is indeed on this island. Not only on this island, but also looking at the momentum, he doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble at all. Immediately, the Snake Demon Queen shouted, "Everyone retreat, retreat!" Following her order, the originally powerful demon army immediately rushed towards the sea. All of them are fleeing without regard for their lives. If it was Ling Qi who had no problems, even if all of them were added together, they would still not be his match. So, hurry up and go. After giving the order, the Snake Queen also planned to leave quickly. Swish! But the next moment, a figure appeared behind her. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she dared not move. Because at this moment, she had already felt an unprecedented sense of death, which completely enveloped her. She turned around mechanically and saw Ling Qi with his long hair flying and his upper body naked. You seem to be a demon king as well? I was in the Jedi demon realm before, why didn't I see you there? Ling Qi's cold voice slowly sounded. The Snake Queen couldn't utter a word at this moment, but deep in her charming eyes, a trace of deep fear was beating wildly. Bang! The next moment, Ling Qi suddenly kicked her in the waist. Suddenly, her whole body shot towards the demon island like a cannonball and slammed heavily into the island. Now that a demon king has come, of course he can't leave. As for you, you are the so-called old monster of the Snow Clan, right? Ling Qi then turned his gaze towards the Snow Clan ancestor. White hair, black aura, judging from Ye Youluo's description, it must be him. The ancestor of the Snow Clan also held his breath at this time. Although he always said that Ling Qi was nothing special. But when he really faced Ling Qi and looked into his eyes, only then did he realize how insignificant he was under such absolute pressure. The Supreme Realm is the Supreme Realm after all, and it is simply incomparable to a half-baked existence like him. The Snow Clan's ancestor immediately bowed and said, "Your Excellency." He wanted to gain a chance of survival by bowing and scraping. But before he could finish his words, Ling Qi suddenly kicked him again. Bang! Then, like the Snake Witch King, he fell backwards and slammed heavily onto the demon island. Of course he can't get away. Chapter 25. Kiss me and I'll give you a supreme experience card. How could someone team up with the demon race to turn against the human race? He's truly a scumbag. Ling Qi stood in the air, his eyes slightly cold. No matter what, there are conflicts between people. But when it comes to the real survival of the race, and when it comes to major issues of right and wrong, we must always understand which side we belong to. You should always understand what you should do. What's more, he is a grown man. If a man doesn't understand right from wrong, what kind of man is he? He actually colluded with other races to deal with the human race. This ancestor of the Snow Clan deserves to be killed. Swish. Then, Ling Qi came to Ye Youluo's side and said, "Thank you. This is really thanks to you. As expected, my life is in her hands. I hope that she can not only save me, but also kill me in the future and control my life and death." Ye Youluo looked at the mark of emptiness on Ling Qi's chest with her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, it was pretty much as I expected. Although the injury could not be completely eradicated, the magic sword could not be completely suppressed. But it can also allow him to recover greatly. He is probably not much different now than he was in his heyday. Take it easy. Even though your injuries have healed, the fact that you get worse every time you practice has not changed. Ye Youluo continued to remind. Although Ling Qi is now almost at full health, every time he exercises his skills, his lifespan will be consumed, which is still the same as before. It doesn't matter. With you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Ling Qi smiled slightly, she's such a lovable and helpful wife. Ye Youluo glared at him and said, "The ghost is your good wife." Ling Qi took a deep breath and looked at the chaos on the entire demon island. Then he said slowly, "I'm sorry for making such a mess here. This has nothing to do with you. They were not coming for you. They were brought by the ancestor of the Snow Clan, and their target is me." Ye Youluo said coldly. Oh? Ling Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this million-strong demon army was brought by the Snow Clan ancestor to snatch Ye Youluo? So, where did he bring it from? Outside the Jedi demon realm, in the human world, where do so many monsters come from? Then just ask the Snake Demon Queen and you will know. Ling Qi then turned his gaze towards Chu Xinyue, and suddenly raised his hand, gently placing it on her shoulder. "Here's a trial card for you." What card? Chu Xinyue didn't quite understand what this meant. Supreme Realm Experience Card, time, 1 minute. Ling Qi smiled faintly. Buzz. The next moment, Chu Xinyue felt an unprecedented power flowing into her body like a spring. This caused her strength to skyrocket in an instant. With a loud bang, they directly broke through the Supreme Realm that they had been unable to break through. A hint of horror suddenly surged out from the depths of Chu Xinyue's eyes. Is this the Supreme Realm? At this moment, she finally understood how huge the gap was between herself and the true Supreme Realm. When she truly felt the power of this realm, she realized that compared to Ling Qi, all the people in the world could be said to be just mortals. And the Supreme Realm can almost be called a god. Leave these monsters behind. Ling Qi then said lightly. Chu Xinyue nodded heavily, and then her figure flashed away. Wow! The snow-white figure flew towards the sea with the overwhelming cold air. Then, 9 white ice dragons, each nearly 1,000 feet in size, burst out from its body. The ice dragons surrounded the entire demon island, and then plunged into the sea headfirst. Wow! Suddenly, the entire sea area surrounding the demon island was frozen in an instant. At a glance, the entire vast ocean in all directions was frozen. It was like entering the Ice Age in an instant. Of course, all the sirens that had just dived into the sea were frozen. Those sirens who didn't have time to jump into the sea could only crash into the ice when they dived down. In an instant, the world was covered in ice and snow, and the army of sirens had no way to retreat. Their only escape route was to return the same way using the seawater. Now the entire sea as far as the eye can see is completely frozen. Where is the seawater? That's not bad. Chu Xinyue stood in the air, clenching her fist slightly. This is the power of the Supreme Realm, it is strong, really too strong. Unfortunately, I can only experience it briefly. I don't know when I will be able to make a real breakthrough. She didn't waste any time in the next moment. The white sword energy in his body burst out crazily, and above each sword energy, there was the roar of a dragon. Then, she brought the monstrous sword energy and slaughtered the demon army with unstoppable force. At the port, Ye Youluo watched Chu Xinyue flying across the sky with a tremendous cold sword energy to slay demons and monsters. She pursed her red lips slightly, glanced at Ling Qi, and blinked. That look seemed to say, I want it too. Envious, right? Noticing Ye Youluo's gaze, Ling Qi smiled and said, Kiss me, and I'll give you a Supreme Realm experience card. As soon as these words came out, Ye Youluo glared at him fiercely, Give it to me if you want. It's okay if you don't kiss me, but you can pout for me? Who can stand it if Her Majesty the Queen makes those expressions? Ling Qi continued with a smile. Damn you. Ye Youluo frowned suddenly. How could I possibly make those childish expressions? Isn't it boring? Ha ha ha. Ling Qi smiled and then raised his hand, Give me your hand. Ye Youluo frowned. Is this a necessary step? It seems like they didn't hold hands at all. But since she wanted to obtain the supreme power, she could only listen to Ling Qi now. So she slowly raised her jade hand and placed it in Ling Qi's palm. Ling Qi gently held her cold and delicate hand and kneaded it a few times on purpose. Ye Youluo took a deep breath, but was still angry but unable to speak. Never mind, it's not the first time he's taken advantage of me. Buzz. The next moment, Ling Qi did not waste any time, and a vast aura in his body surged towards Ye Youluo's palm. In an instant, the aura in Ye Youluo's body seemed to be ignited and surged wildly. The flow of breath made her long hair and red skirt dance. Afterwards, Ye Youluo felt that his strength had been improved unprecedentedly in an instant. In an instant, he reached the Supreme Realm. Of course, all her thoughts and feelings at this moment were the same as Chu Xinyue's. The Supreme Realm is truly an existence that crushes the world. 1 minute, hurry up. Ling Qi then said lightly. Ye Youluo nodded heavily, I want all the monsters here to be killed and never return. As for the life of the Snow Clan ancestor, I will end it. Today, the army of sea monsters trampled her entire magic island into pieces. And all of this originated from the ancestor of the Snow Clan. Therefore, she will not let these monsters go, and she will not let go of the Snow Clan ancestor who wants to seize her. Promise. Ling Qi nodded. Afterwards, Ye Youluo did not waste any time and locked his eyes on the overwhelming army of demons. Swish. Then, she flew up with a long sword in hand, carrying the blood-red flames. The red long skirt and red aura make her look like an elegant and noble phoenix. She charged directly into the sky, swung her sword, and flames shot up into the sky. The red flames burned the sky. Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue, the two sisters, are one red and one white, one fire and one ice. This time, the whole world is really like a world of ice and fire. So strong. How did the leader and Lady Chu suddenly become so strong? Is this a breakthrough to the Supreme Realm? Break through the Supreme Realm together? Is it that amazing? No, didn't you see it? Ling Qi just lent them his power. It should only be a short period of time to reach the Supreme Realm. Let's not just stand there and kill all these monsters together. Damn it, our wonderful demon island has suddenly been turned into this state by these monsters. Don't let any of them go today. Kill. At this moment, all the members of the demon sect were very motivated and rushed forward. Previously, the demon army surrounded the demon island, and the people of the demon cult couldn't even defend it. But now, it is the demon cult that is chasing the demon army, and the demon army has no chance of escaping. While Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue were leading the demon sect to clean up the demon soldiers and generals, Ling Qi locked onto the Snake Demon Queen and the Snow Clan ancestor. Under the ruins of the Big Pit, the Snake Demon Queen and the Snow Clan ancestor crawled up at the same time in a panic. Asshole, you're harming my demon clan, you're harming my demon clan. The Snake Queen got up and stared at the ancestor of the Snow Clan fiercely. He also said that if he helped him capture Ye Youluo, he would gain supreme combat power in return. But what is the result? Ling Qi is on this island, and now his injuries have recovered. Unless all the monsters and demon kings in the entire Jedi demon realm are added together, no one can be his opponent. This time, all the millions of demon soldiers in his Ice Sea demon nest were defeated. It's all because of the Snow Clan ancestor, because of him. Hee hee ha 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 ha. At this time, the ancestor of the Snow Clan suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. What are you laughing at? The Snake Queen frowned. What am I laughing at? Ha ha. The Snow Clan patriarch snorted coldly, then continued, from the beginning, my goal was to destroy your Ice Sea monster nest. That's why I devised a plan to deliberately lure you millions of sirens here. Eradicating your Ice Sea monster nest will eliminate a major hidden danger for the human race. I was born a human. You don't really think I'll join forces with you, do you? When he said these words, he raised his voice very loudly, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Upon hearing these words, the Snake Queen's expression suddenly darkened. Are you kidding me, you idiot? Why are you pretending? Swish. At this moment, Ling Qi came flying over and stood above the pit, looking down at them from above. Your demon race has a total of 9 demon kings. Following my plan, I was able to destroy one of them today, along with 1,000,000 sea monsters. Ha, my life has been worthwhile. The Snow Clan patriarch then sneered. The Snake Queen's eyes were gloomy at this time, and she couldn't say a word. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether what this guy said was true or false. Of course Ling Qi in midair knew very well that it was all bullshit. Your mightiness. At this moment, the Snow Clan's ancestor raised his head and bowed to Ling Qi. I think there are some misunderstandings between us that need to be clarified. I brought these millions of demon soldiers here so that I could use your help to eliminate them. The demon race has always wanted to annex the human race. This has been the case since ancient times. You may not know this yet. Besides the Jedi demon realm, the demon race also has 2 other demon nests. One is the Ice Sea monster's lair deep within my Tianshan Snow Clan. There's another one in the Wuji Tianyuan Grand Canyon. Your Excellency is in the Supreme Realm and is the best person in the world today. You are the first choice to lead the human race against the demon race. If you are willing, from now on, I will follow your lead and work with you to resist the demons and create a peaceful and prosperous world. As he spoke, he actually knelt down on one knee towards Ling Qi. This Ice Sea monster nest of 1,000,000 demon soldiers is my first gift to you. Hearing these words, the Snake Queen's face became even gloomier. This bastard, does he really think so? Did I really fall into the trap? But in midair, Ling Qi remained calm. After a moment, he uttered 2 words lightly, awesome. Ah. The Snow Clan patriarch was a little confused. What did this mean? Everyone, when they fart, will hide it or do some small movements to cover up the embarrassment. Ling Qi then said calmly, it's the first time I've seen someone fart so seriously like you do. Upon hearing this, the Snow Clan's ancestor's face darkened. Of course he knew very well that he was indeed farting. Don't you know? Ye Youluo is my woman? Ling Qi continued slowly. Upon hearing this, the Snow Clan's ancestor immediately knelt on both knees. I was truly unaware of this before. I hope you will forgive me for any offense I have caused. Sir, I am from the Snow Clan, and your wife and daughter also have Snow Clan blood. These actions are indeed my fault. If you can forgive me, from now on, I will be at your disposal. Anyway, now he doesn't want to think about anything else, as long as he can survive. Only by living can you have a future. However, Ling Qi smiled faintly, do you think I need a dog like you? After these words were spoken, the Snow Clan patriarch's face darkened. If Ling Qi refused to let him go, he knew very well that he would never be able to escape. It is a capital crime to cause my wife and daughter to suffer. Ling Qi's voice continued, coveting my woman is a capital crime. Betraying your clan is also a capital crime. I really can't find any reason to let you go. The Snow Clan patriarch knelt on the ground, his head hanging down. Sir, this was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea of your relationship with the leader. This is all a misunderstanding. I am at least considered the peak of human combat power. Sparing my life will make me more valuable when I fight against the demons one day, won't it? Since Ling Qi is unwilling to accept him as his younger brother, the only excuse he can find is, of course, that he has some strength and can be kept to deal with the demon clan. There are countless powerful people in this world. Your strength can indeed be ranked in the first echelon among the human race, comparable to the demon king. Ling Qi said calmly, one more of you doesn't make much, and one less of you doesn't make much either. He is at the peak of the Zuantian realm and does have some abilities, almost reaching the supreme realm. Unfortunately, such people have evil intentions and cannot be kept. If we keep him today, and he reaches the supreme realm in the future, will he still kneel on the ground and obey us like a dog? Of course not. Sometimes the more docile a dog is, the more ferocious it will be when it gets the chance to attack. This Snow Clan ancestor is obviously such a sinister and cunning person. Furthermore, he wanted to steal her woman, which was unforgivable in any way. Swish! The next moment, Ling Qi swooped down and stood in front of the Snow Clan's ancestor. The Snow Clan's ancestor raised his head, his face panicked and his heart beating rapidly. I kept thinking about how to save my life. After a moment, he quickly took out a black drawing from his arms. Sir, please spare my life. He quickly said tremblingly, This is a fragment of an ancient map. The map contains many unknown ancient treasures. The method I used to break through the Supreme Realm was discovered there. If you are willing to spare my life, I will offer you the map with both hands. This fragment of the map was something he had obtained by chance. The method he used to retreat and break through to the Supreme Realm was also found in an ancient site marked on the map. This was the most precious thing he had, and he had never shown it to anyone. Apart from this, he really has nothing else to use to beg for mercy. Confused. Looking at the black map in the Snow Clan Patriarch's hand, Ling Qi sneered, Won't you still be mine even if I kill you? The Snow Clan's ancestor was speechless for a moment. Bang! The next moment, Ling Qi raised his foot and stomped on his back. With a loud bang, the Snow Clan ancestor who was originally kneeling fell to the ground instantly, and his entire body sank deeply into the ground. He fell face down, spurting out a mouthful of blood and dirt choked into his nostrils. He could feel that Ling Qi's kick had almost shattered his internal organs, causing him to lose his fighting ability instantly. The Supreme Realm was enough to absolutely crush him, not to mention such a frontal kick when he had no intention of resisting? Ling Qi casually caught the black map. This thing indeed has some value, so I'll take it. After putting away the map fragments, Ling Qi turned his gaze towards the Snake Witch King. The Snow Clan ancestor had kicked him so hard that he couldn't get up, and even if he could get up, he couldn't run away. Keep him alive and let Ye Youluo take him away. As for this Snake Demon Queen, of course I will take her down myself. Sensing Ling Qi's gaze, the Snake Demon Queen immediately took a half step back, her enchanting eyes filled with fear. Ling Qi, You have something to say? Ling Qi walked up step by step and came in front of the Snake Witch King. The Snake Demon Queen didn't dare to move or escape, and could only be enveloped and covered by Ling Qi's shadow. Then tell me. If what you say is what I want to hear, maybe I can let you go. Ling Qi then smiled and said, You should know what I want to hear. The Snake Queen looked at Ling Qi with fear, then quickly said, Ling Qi, this attack on the Demon Island was all because of his instigation. He said that if I help him capture Ye Youluo alive, I can bring supreme combat power to my demon clan. Besides, we didn't even know Ye Youluo was your woman. As she spoke, she pointed at the ancestor of the Snow Clan. She really wanted to cut this bastard into pieces right now. He alone killed his entire demon nest. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled faintly. You look so mature, but your mind is so childish? As he spoke, he raised his hand to prop up the snake girl's snow-white chin and asked, Do you think that if he reaches the Supreme Realm, he will still allow you demons to order him around? Of course not. But our demon race has a heartbreaking spell. Once the curse is cast, once it is activated, it can damage the opponent's heart meridians and cause them to lose all their cultivation. The Snake Demon Queen quickly said, He has agreed to let me plant the heart-severing curse. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Heartbreaking mantra? Is there such a good thing? In this way, if I also plant this heart-severing mantra in my body, if I really become that 1,000-year catastrophe in the future, can I activate the heart-severing mantra and abolish my own cultivation? In this way, not only can the catastrophe be prevented, but one can also survive. Kill two birds with one stone. This heart-severing mantra, do you know it? Ling Qi continued. Yes, this is a divine spell that belongs exclusively to the demon kings of our demon clan. Every Demon King's heartbreaking spell is different. The Snake Demon King quickly said, this is also one of the reasons why the Demon King can control all the demon soldiers under his command. Moreover, any demon from the demon race will have the heart-severing curse already in their body when they are born, because this heart-severing curse can be directly inherited. From generation to generation, once a person is infected with the heart-severing curse, all his descendants, as long as they are related by blood, will have the heart-severing curse in their bodies. This heart-severing mantra is also useful for the Supreme Realm? Ling Qi asked. I'm not sure, but we can at least give it a try, replied the Snake Queen. After all, it was a supreme combat force, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. Therefore, even if it means taking risks, she is willing to join forces with the ancestor of the Snow Clan. It would be really interesting if it worked. Ling Qi had a smile on his face. Come to think of it, isn't Xiaochan a demon king? If she regained her memory, she would naturally know how to use her heart-severing spell. By then, I will have an extra layer of insurance. What he said just now, is it all true? Your demon race has 2 more demon nests outside the Jedi demon territory? Ling Qi continued to ask. It's true. The Snake Queen replied, my icy siren nest is the weakest among them, and I am also the weakest demon king. I can see that. Ling Qi smiled. Millions of demon soldiers, that sounds powerful. But in fact, which other demon king has only 1,000,000 demon soldiers under his command? So far, what you've said is just what I like to hear. Ling Qi then pinched her chin and smiled. Hearing this and looking at Ling Qi's eyes, the Snake Queen seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She hurriedly said, Ling Qi. No, Master Ling, as long as you are willing to spare my life, from now on, I will follow you forever. Charm is her innate ability and also her strongest weapon. Who knows, maybe my charm can make Ling Qi waver? Which man doesn't want to have a half-human, half-snake personal maid? However, after hearing this, the smile on Ling Qi's lips grew wider and wider, and became even colder. When she saw Ling Qi's increasingly cold smile, the Snake Queen's heart trembled slightly. I might be wrong this time. Chapter 26. She is pregnant with Ling Qi's child. Under the Snake Queen's tense nerves and her eyes full of fear, Ling Qi's palm moved down little by little and gently clasped her snow-white neck. At this moment, her heart suddenly trembled. She knew that the charm that she was proud of was completely dispensable in Ling Qi's eyes. What's your name? Ling Qi gently grabbed her neck without using any force. But every slight movement frightened her. Yunji, the Snake Demon Queen replied in a trembling voice. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Qi with a pleading and helpless look. She was really afraid that Ling Qi would strangle her neck the next moment. I'm not finished yet, you don't have to be afraid. Ling Qi smiled and continued, now, your demon clan's magic sword is gone. What are your plans next? This. Yunji didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully, without the magic sword, the demon race intends to infiltrate the human race and turn them against each other. Except for the Dian dynasty, basically other major forces in other empires have nothing to do with the demon clan. There is no hatred, nor is there any understanding of the demon clan's ambitions. Therefore, the demon race intends to take advantage of this and cause conflicts within the human race. Some people want to kill the monster, but some people want to protect it, which will naturally lead to conflicts. Throughout history, disasters caused by unacceptable relationships between people and demons are very common. That's a good idea. Ling Qi smiled and said, it's true that some people are very foolish. They would rather believe in aliens than themselves. Some people often get carried away by so-called love or something like that. And some people are simply obsessed with sex. What else do you want to know? I can tell you everything. Yunji then said tremblingly, as long as you spare my life, everything I have will be yours, and I will be yours too. As she spoke, she raised her head slightly, with fear in her eyes. But she still tried her best to show her unique charm. Can you teach me the heartbreaking mantra you just mentioned? Ling Qi asked. No, this can only be used by people with specific demon bloodlines. Yunji shook her head. That's such a pity. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head, then began to exert force with his palm little by little. Yunji's pupils trembled suddenly. No, don't kill me. Ling Qi, Master Ling, I swear, from now on, my icy monster nest will withdraw from the Monster Alliance and will never become an enemy of the human race. Yunji quickly begged for mercy. If you break your oath, I will be struck by lightning, Master Ling, please. Except for today's attack on the demon island, we, the icy demon nest, have never left the demon nest. In fact, we have never persecuted the human race. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly became a little misty. If Ling Qi was really willing to forgive her, she would never associate with other demon kings again. The human race has an existence like Ling Qi. How could the demon race possibly swallow up the human race? It's better to just hide in your own ice sea monster's nest, at least you can still survive. Her ice sea monster nest was originally indifferent to worldly affairs, but was dragged into this by other monster kings. It's also my fault. Why did I have to join forces with them? Why do you have to think about annexing the human race? As long as Master Ling spares my life, my entire ice sea monster nest will obey Master Ling's orders from now on, and I am willing to be his slave. She continued to plead. However, Ling Qi smiled faintly. Do you think I'm short of women? Yun Ji was speechless. Does he need women? With his strength and presence, even a beauty like Ye Youluo would be his woman. How could he lack women? What kind of woman in this world can't he get? Since you speak quite nicely, don't worry, it will be quick and won't hurt. Ling Qi had a smile on his face. Then I wanted to give her a quick death. Etc. But at this moment, Ye Youluo's voice suddenly rang out. She flew over from a distance and landed beside Ling Qi. Chu Xinyue followed closely behind. The two people's supreme extreme experience cards have expired. However, the army of sea monsters has been almost killed. The rest can be easily cleaned up by the people from Demon Island. Don't you think keeping her is more valuable than killing her? Ye Youluo looked at Yun Ji with her beautiful eyes and said lightly. Value? What value? Ling Qi smiled and said, shall I make you some snake wine? As soon as these words were spoken, the corner of Yun Ji's mouth twitched slightly. If you want to use me to make wine, you might as well kill me. From now on, not only are you not allowed to be an enemy of the human race, on the contrary, you have to help the human race deal with the demon race. Are you willing? Ye Youluo looked at Yun Ji and asked lightly. I do. Yun Ji nodded quickly. As long as she could survive and preserve the ice sea monster's nest, she was willing to do anything. Although almost all the sirens have been dispatched today, there are still many sirens inside the nest. At least the rest can survive. In that case, isn't she the same as your cat? Ye Youluo turned his gaze back to Ling Qi. Since she is willing to stand on the side of humans, then, wouldn't it be a good thing to let her be an undercover agent? How can a monster be so easy to believe? Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. Xiaochan is a demon king who advocates peace, so it's okay even if she recovers her memory. But this Yun Ji has always wanted to be an enemy of the human race. Of course it's easy. Ye Youluo smiled faintly, then took out a small medicine bottle and waved her jade hand. A black pill slowly floated out. Take this poison pill. She then said to Yun Ji, this poison pill will be with you forever. I will give you an antidote every once in a while. Each antidote can last for a month. Once there is no antidote, the poison pill will take effect completely. By then, your flesh and blood will decay and melt from the inside out, leaving you living a life worse than death. Using this poison, you can naturally control her. If she dared to lie, dared to deceive them, then she would definitely die miserably. If she is obedient, then everything will be fine. Hearing this, Yun Ji nodded slightly, then took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Ling Qi shook his head helplessly and then let go of his hand. Okay, then let us keep this snake demon for now. Let's see how she performs in the future. Anyway, if she doesn't behave well, I can kill her at any time. From now on, I will follow Master Ling. Yun Ji continued, if there is any movement in the Jedi demon realm, I will inform Master Ling immediately. The demon kings can communicate with each other remotely through special secret methods. Therefore, no matter what happens in the Jedi demon realm, she will be able to know it first. I haven't told the other demon kings about my demon nest's attack on the demon island today. Yun Ji continued, they don't know. Ye Youluo nodded slightly. After this incident, she was of course deeply aware of how difficult it was to deal with the demon race. Since this snake girl is an undercover agent, it would be best for her to stay with Ling Qi. Firstly, Ling Qi can control her at any time, and secondly, Ling Qi can be the first to know any movements of the demon clan. It's just, before that, I want to go back to the ice sea monster's lair and make some arrangements. Yun Ji then looked at Ling Qi, I hope Master Ling will allow it. Go ahead. Ling Qi waved his hand. Thank you. Yunji nodded heavily, and then quickly flew away. This time, she led nearly 1,000,000 demon soldiers out in full force, but only a small number managed to return alive with her. I didn't expect that the devil girl would be merciful sometimes. After Yunji left, Ling Qi smiled faintly and looked at Ye Youluo. What does this have to do with being soft-hearted? Ye Youluo looked at him. I am weighing the pros and cons. Anyway, we can kill Yunji at any time. Keeping her around, she can still play a role. Besides, isn't this giving you a bargain? You'll have another made by your side. Ye Youluo continued, glaring at Ling Qi. I didn't say I cared about her. Ling Qi smiled. Although the snake girl is very coquettish. But I really don't want it. There are plenty of women around me, so I don't need this one. Ye Youluo didn't say much, but turned his gaze to the Snow Clan ancestor who was still lying in the ruins. Then, she held the sword and walked in front of the ancestor of the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan's ancestor was lying face down in blood and mud. When he saw Ye Youluo, he quickly pleaded, Master. I was ignorant of my own limitations and offended you before. I hope. I suppose you won't feel ashamed to say more to you. Ye Youluo interrupted him directly, because you are a shameless and undignified coward. Dross. After saying that, Ye Youluo didn't waste any words and swung his sword suddenly. The Snow Clan ancestor's pupils shrank instantly, and then he felt his head and body completely separated. Then, deep within those eyes filled with fear and pain, life gradually faded away. I thought you were planning to torture him like a human pig, or poison him to make his life worse than death. Ling Qi smiled. I didn't expect Ye Youluo to just strike with the sword like this? So satisfying? He is not worthy of me wasting my time and energy. Ye Youluo said coldly. It's just a disgusting rotten fish or shrimp. Is it worth your time and effort to torture him? He doesn't deserve it. I just wanted to kill him myself and take revenge. Xianxian is injured, please help. Ling Qi continued. Ye Youluo nodded, and then the three of them flew towards the headquarters of the demon cult together. This battle ended here. Dusk. The sea surface around the demon island was slowly melting under Ye Youluo's scorching flames. And those densely packed corpses of sea monsters were all thrown into the sea. Then Ye Youluo used a large amount of medicine to melt the corpse as much as possible, integrate it into the ocean, and become food for fish and shrimp. It won't be long before the sea around the demon island returns to its former clear blue color. In this battle, the entire demon island headquarters was almost destroyed. Only ruins remain. Even Ye Youluo's residence was in ruins at this time. At dusk, the entire demon cult was cleaning up the mess and rebuilding the headquarters. In Ye Youluo's dilapidated courtyard, Ling Qi was helping Ye Youluo rebuild her cottage, brick by brick, tile by tile, and piece of wood, rebuilding it bit by bit. Xiao Qian was sitting cross-legged beside him at this time, with energy flowing around her body. It looks like she's about to break through to the peak of the Supreme Heaven Realm. Chu Xinyue threw a beam upwards and said calmly, she has gained something from this battle. In fact, Xiao Qian was not the only one who gained something. She and Ye Youluo also gained something. They have always been unable to reach the threshold of the Supreme Realm. But this time Ling Qi gave them a 1-minute experience card, allowing them to feel the existence of that realm. This will certainly help their cultivation. I believe that one day in the future, they will all be able to reach the Supreme Realm. This should also be what Ling Qi meant. Ling Qi caught the beam that Chu Xinyue threw up, and then placed it on the wooden frame. You two should work hard too. I believe that it won't be long, you will both reach the Supreme Realm. Chu Xinyue, Ye Youluo, and Jiang Ling are the people he is most optimistic about. It is inevitable that they will break through the Supreme Realm in the future. The Master leads you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. I have already brought them in, and I can't help them in any way from now on. They can only rely on themselves. How did you achieve the Supreme Realm before? At this time, Ye Youluo was stepping on the ground with her bare white jade feet, replanting her favorite red flowers. Just fight, kill, and run around randomly. Ling Qi replied perfunctorily. But in fact, this is indeed the case. His invincible state in the world was purely due to his recklessness. He dares to go anywhere, do anything, and ignore any danger. So, I ended up standing at the top of the world without knowing what was going on. I actually believe what you said. Chu Xinyue smiled. It is precisely because of Ling Qi's bravery and fearlessness throughout his journey that he has become what he is today. Buzz. At this moment, a strange sensation suddenly came into Chu Xinyue's mind. Then, a voice slowly sounded, "Miss Chu, how is the battle on Demon Island?" His Majesty? Chu Xinyue was a little surprised. Jiang Ling could actually establish a sensory connection with her remotely? It's the three elements of energy, namely the three beads of ice, fire and thunder. Ye Youluo said from the side. Chu Xinyue nodded, then quickly replied, "It's over, nothing serious has happened, the demon army is gone." "That's good." Jiang Ling's voice came again, "How is Ling Qi now?" "His injuries have recovered a lot. He can indeed be saved here on Demon Island." Chu Xinyue replied. "Then I have to thank you very much, Master." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. "Your thanks are unnecessary. I didn't do this for anyone else." Ye Youluo joined the group chat. The three of them can sense each other and of course can hear each other's inner conversations. Since Ling Qi is fine, let him come back early." Jiang Ling continued lightly. Ye Youluo can help save Ling Qi, and he can indeed save Ling Qi. She was really afraid that Ling Qi would stick with Ye Youluo for too long and would be snatched away by Ye Youluo. Although they are in the same boat when it comes to dealing with the demon race. But in personal relationships, they ultimately have their own stances. He still needs some time to recuperate, there's no rush. Ye Youluo said lightly. She seemed to be able to hear that Jiang Ling hoped that Ling Qi and her would keep a certain distance. Jiang Ling was also afraid that Ling Qi would completely stand on her side. "Then I would like to thank you on behalf of all the people in the world." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. "I said I don't need any thanks." Ye Youluo said coldly. At this time, Ling Qi, who was sitting on the beam, looked at Ye Youluo and Chu Xinyue with curiosity. "What are you three whispering about?" "Miss Chu, after you've done everything, please let him come back as soon as possible. Xinyue misses him very much." Jiang Ling continued, "Tell him to forget that, after all, this is his home." "Where is Ling Qi's home?" "In fact, the whole world is my home." But Jiang Ling insisted that the imperial capital was his home, which was equivalent to telling Ye Youluo that Ling Qi belonged to her empire. Also, that otherworldly immortal sect, the Immortal Soul Sect, is searching the world for Ling Qi. Jiang Ling continued, "Su Qingxue has already gone to the Immortal Soul Sect. Let him quickly deal with his debt of love." Hearing this, Chu Xinyue was slightly surprised. Immortal Soul Sect? I didn't expect Ling Qi to have connections with that secluded sect that doesn't care about worldly affairs. Yeah, I understand. Chu Xinyue nodded slightly, and then Jiang Ling cut off contact with them. "You three created a private chat group?" At this time, Ling Qi on the beam said with a smile. The 3 yuan energy just allows the three of them to connect with each other. In the long run, this is of course a good thing. His Majesty said that it's almost time for you to go back. Xinyue has been thinking about you all day long. Chu Xinyue said, also, your good wife has gone to the Immortal Soul Sect to deal with your debt of love. You'd better go there as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, Ling Qi's expression on the beam suddenly changed slightly. Immortal Soul Sect? Yes, you are quite capable. You can find debts of love everywhere. Chu Xinyue smiled and shook her head. You can't go to the Immortal Soul Sect. Ling Qi immediately swooped down from the beam. That so-called secluded immortal sect that only has female cultivators is full of a bunch of tigresses. If a good girl like Su Qingxue goes there, won't she be bullied? The Immortal Soul Sect is looking for you, and the news has reached His Majesty. Chu Xinyue continued. Ling Qi immediately laughed dryly. They should be putting him on the wanted list. Because not long ago, he had destroyed the virginity of their Immortal Soul Sect's young master. There are only female practitioners in the Xianhan sect, and the training is extremely strict and demanding. All disciples must keep themselves clean. You can't have romantic feelings between men and women. And you must always remain a virgin. As the young sect leader, the future head of the immortal sect, he should set an example. But Ling Qi ate her up inside and out. As a result, the Immortal Soul Sect would naturally hate him to the core and would of course be looking for him all over the world. Especially the leader of the Immortal Soul Sect, her perfect disciple, was taken advantage of. In her opinion, it was like letting the pigs eat the cabbages she had grown. Of course she was angry. If Qingxue goes to the Immortal Soul Sect, and if they know the relationship between Xinyue and me, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Ling Qi immediately said, I have to go there quickly. Now. Ye Youluo frowned and said, you have just recovered. Time waits for no one. Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. The time when he had a relationship with the young master of the Immortal Soul sect was actually about 3 months ago. In other words, the last woman he had before coming to the capital of the Dian dynasty was the young master of the Immortal Soul sect. The wanted order reached the Dian dynasty within 3 months, which shows the strength of the Xianhan sect. That's not something ordinary people can handle. To be honest, even if Empress Jiang Ling went there in person, the Immortal Soul sect might not give her face. What about Chu Xinyue? Although Chu Xinyue had good intentions and wanted to help him negotiate and make amends. But the Immortal Soul sect is unreasonable. Because they were right, and it was indeed all Ling Qi's fault. I'll go first, and you guys follow. Ling Qi didn't waste any time and jumped up directly, shooting towards the distant sky. This. Chu Xinyue raised her hand and shook her head helplessly. Aren't you afraid that if you leave us here, my sister will kill us? You seem to know him well? At this time, Ye Youluo spoke. Does he have a lot of debts of love? Too many to count. Chu Xinyue smiled and shook her head. Sister, honestly, what do you think of him? Just a boring bastard. Ye Youluo replied. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue shook her head again. My dear sister, the more you deny, the more it proves that there is a problem. Since even you, my sister, think so, then you should be able to imagine how many women have been charmed by a man like him. Chu Xinyue continued. Even Ye Youluo can be moved, let alone other women? Hearing this, Ye Youluo frowned slightly. So this guy really has a lot of debts of love? Bastard, you already have a wife and daughter, why are you still messing around with other women? So, shouldn't I be on guard to avoid becoming one of his debts? Immortal Soul Sect. Located in the deepest part of that fairy mountain, few people know about it and it is indifferent to worldly affairs. The entire sect is filled with abundant spiritual energy and purple mist. It really is like a fairyland. At this time, deep in the Immortal Soul sect, there was an independent courtyard. There were many graceful figures standing around the courtyard, and each of them was wearing a translucent veil on her face. Every disciple of the Immortal Soul sect is a beauty carefully selected from the human world. Not only does she have outstanding appearance and temperament, but she also has excellent talent for cultivation. It can be said that any disciple picked from here would be considered one in a million and stunningly beautiful in the outside world. It is a real gathering place for fairies. And now, the reason why these female disciples are guarding here with weapons. This is because their young master is under house arrest here. A young sect leader who seriously violated the rules of the Immortal Sect. At this moment, a female disciple in a white long dress came from the front, followed by an attendant who was holding a bowl of medicine in his hand. Big sister. When they saw this female disciple, all the disciples around her bowed slightly. The leader of the Xianhan sect has 2 direct disciples. One of them is the senior sister in front of him, Shirahoshi. The other one, of course, is the junior sister who broke the rules and was placed under house arrest, the heir to the position of the sect leader, Luoshi. Bai Xing nodded slightly, then walked into the courtyard with his followers. Pushing open the door, in the dim room, the young sect leader was standing by the window, not saying a word. She was wearing an apricot yellow dress, with a delicate and graceful figure. Exquisite profile, flawless. The entire Xianhan sect is a gathering place for fairies, and as the young sect leader, she is of course the most outstanding fairy among them. Honestly speaking, even if we look at the whole world, in terms of appearance and temperament alone, she is no less than the famous fairy Chu, the female hero Chu in the martial arts world. Ha, junior sister. After Bai Xing walked in, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come, drink this bowl of abortion medicine, maybe there is still room for you to turn back. No one knows when Luoshi met Ling Qi and when they had a relationship. Just recently, Bai Xing suddenly discovered that she was pregnant. So Bai Xing made this matter public in the Xianhan sect and told the sect leader. After some questioning, Luoshi finally told everything about herself and Ling Qi. And the child in her belly is of course Ling Qi's. Then she was placed under house arrest. The entire Xianhan sect also began to hunt for Ling Qi. Ha, junior sister, don't be sad or angry. Bai Xing had a smug smile on her face. I wanted to keep it a secret for you, but pregnancy is something you can't hide. I'm doing this for your own good. Your master's favorite disciple, and he's even given you the position of successor to the sect master. How could you disappoint master? You broke the sect's rules and you're pregnant with someone else's child. How can you be the heir to the position of sect leader? Now, as long as I get rid of the bastard in my belly, maybe master will show some mercy. Otherwise, if you can't be the heir, who will be? It can't be me, right? He. As Bai Xing spoke, he looked at Luo Shi's profile with a sneer. In the depths of his eyes, besides the sneer, there was of course a hint of jealousy that could not be concealed at all. But when Luo Shi heard Bai Xing's words, he remained calm. She still looked out the window, then parted her red lips and uttered a word coldly, "Get out." Chapter 27. Does Ling Qi know that you are pregnant? Luo Shi and Bai Xing are both direct disciples of the Immortal Soul Sect's leader. Bai Xing grew up in the Immortal Soul Sect and is about 10 years older than Luo Shi. Bai Xing has always been the focus of attention of the entire Xianhan sect. The sect leader's personal disciple, gifted with extraordinary talent and outstanding appearance. It is an existence that everyone looks up to. Everyone also believed that as the only disciple, she would definitely become the new leader of the Xianhan sect in the future. It is the hope of the Immortal Soul Sect, and there is even hope of reaching the Supreme Realm in the future. Until one day, the sect leader went out traveling and brought back a little girl, and accepted her as his personal disciple. That is Luo Shi. From then on, Bai Xing was no longer the sect leader's most beloved disciple. He was no longer the center of attention of everyone in the Immortal Soul Sect. Because Luo Shi is better than her. Although they were more than 10 years apart in age, his cultivation was almost equal to hers. Junior sister Luo Shi has become the most dazzling existence in the entire Xianhan sect. Everyone held her in their hands and praised her. The original white star was gradually ignored and its light dimmed. On that day, the sect leader publicly announced that Luo Shi would be the next sect leader's successor of the Immortal Soul Sect. From then on, everything Bai Xing had was completely taken away by Luo Shi. She hates her junior sister. She hated why such a little girl appeared in this world, trying to steal her limelight and everything from her. The Immortal Soul Sect is a place where the proud daughters of heaven gather. To be able to become the most dazzling existence in the Immortal Soul Sect can be said to be the most dazzling existence in the whole world. It used to be Shirahoshi, but since Luo Shi appeared, it became Luo Shi. In Bai Xing's view, Luo Shi took away everything from her. She wished that Luo Shi would die a miserable death, but Luo Shi was as strong as her and had a higher status than her. So, she has only been able to endure and avoid it. But she didn't expect that in an accident not long ago, she actually discovered Luo Shi secretly having a tryst with a man? She found an opportunity to take revenge on Luo Shi and take back everything that belonged to her. So now, of course, she is very proud. This junior sister of hers will completely lose her status as the successor to the sect leader and will become a despicable person despised by everyone in the Xianhan sect. Aya, junior sister, why are you so angry? Who made you so shameless as to make such a mistake? Bai Xing sneered and continued, Senior sister, I am also concerned about you and thinking about your future. If you can get rid of the evil in your belly, maybe junior sister still has a chance. Otherwise, no one can save you. You will become a complete disgrace to the Immortal Soul Sect and a disgrace in the eyes of everyone. I'm helping you. As she spoke, she personally picked up the bowl of medicine and walked in front of Luo Shi. Come, junior sister, is it time to drink the medicine? In fact, things have come to this point. No matter whether Luo Shi gets the baby out of her belly or not, nothing can be changed. Luo Shi had a cold face all the time, but when she saw the medicine that Bai Xing brought to her, she raised her hand and slapped the medicine to the ground. Get out! Can't you hear me? Oh! Junior sister, how could you do this? Bai Xing quickly stepped back. You really are being taken for granted. You're not reluctant to let me go, are you? Ha, the young master of the Immortal Soul Sect is pregnant with a bastard and refuses to abort it? It seems like you're really attracted to that guy called Ling Qi. Don't worry, he won't live long. Master will find him soon and kill him. Ha, after killing him, it will be the turn of the bastard in your belly. Junior sister, this child of yours, it's impossible to keep him alive no matter what, so why bother? As she spoke, a smug smile appeared on her face. The more miserable Luo Shi is now, the more proud she is. She will take back everything that belongs to her, and Luo Shi will fall off the cliff forever. And she not only wanted Luo Shi to fall into the cliff forever, but also wanted Luo Shi to never be able to get up. Shirahoshi, what you are doing now, has your master allowed it? Luo Shi's cold voice continued, who gave you the power to act arbitrarily? Who asked you to deliver the medicine to me? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Bai Xing's face instantly disappeared. This was certainly not the sect master's intention, but her own. Ha, junior sister, I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. Is there anything wrong with that? Bai Xing continued, the entire Immortal Soul sect's reputation has been completely damaged because of you alone. I'm trying to save the sect's reputation. Why do I need Master's permission? Master hasn't made a decision on the punishment yet. What gives you the right to act on your own? Luo Shi then said coldly, haven't you ever thought that Master might want to keep the child in my belly? Ha 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 ha, junior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Xing laughed out loud, you are pregnant with a man's bastard, breaking the rules of the Immortal Soul sect. How could Master keep the child in your belly? I was the one who broke the rules, what does this have to do with the baby in my belly? Luo Shi suddenly said, the child in my belly is innocent and clean. If it's a girl, what kind of girl do you think it would be? Do you think this girl is qualified to join the Immortal Soul sect, and is she qualified to become the new successor to the sect master? I broke the rules, and I can get the punishment I deserve, but the child should be able to stay in the Immortal Soul sect. My child, what do you think of the talent? Shirahoshi, I know you've always disliked me. But I can tell you very clearly that even without me, you will never become the heir of the Immortal Soul sect. Luo Shi was of course well aware of Bai Xing's jealousy since childhood. But she was not afraid. In terms of strength, she is not inferior to Shirahoshi, and in terms of wisdom, she is not inferior to Shirahoshi. In terms of status, Shirahoshi has to bow down before her. What's more, in addition to her apparent identity, she also has an unknown identity, an identity known only to her and the leader of the Immortal Soul sect. Hearing Luo Shi's words, Bai Xing's face turned gloomy. Luo Shi is naturally gifted, so Luo Shi's children will of course inherit her strengths. If the child is born safely and is a girl, I am afraid that the sect leader will indeed keep the child in the Immortal Soul sect. By then, he will become the second Luo Shi, the second successor to the Immortal Soul sect. The sect leader has not yet decided what to do with Luo Shi, perhaps this is really the reason. I just want to wait until the baby is born to see whether it is a boy or a girl before making a decision. If it really was a girl. Bai Xing knew very well that he would never be able to take back everything that belonged to him. So, no matter what, we must not let the bastard in Luo Shi's belly be born. Ha, junior sister, you'd better pray that Master really thinks so. Bai Xing immediately turned and left, you'd better pray that you can really give birth to this bastard, and it's a girl. Oh, by the way, I have a question I want to ask you, junior sister. When he reached the door, Bai Xing suddenly thought of something, why did that guy named Ling Qi leave you in the first place? As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shi frowned slightly, and clenched her fists slightly under her sleeves. Why? Of course she had no idea why. Ling Qi and she were originally in a good relationship, although they were doing it secretly, but they were very much in love with each other. But she never thought that suddenly Ling Qi was gone, disappeared. Disappeared from the face of the earth. After waiting for several days at the agreed location, she realized that she had been abandoned. That Ling Qi doesn't want himself anymore. But she still can't figure out why. Is there something I haven't done enough? I like him so much and love him so deeply. Why did he leave me suddenly? She gave him everything and even became pregnant with his child. Why would he abandon himself? Is there anything about me that makes me unworthy of him? Oh, I think I touched a sore spot in your heart, junior sister? Noticing the subtle change in Luo Shi's expression, Bai Xing immediately smiled smugly again, junior sister, could it be that you were lost after being played with by that man? Ah, that's really surprising. Junior sister, you are as beautiful as a fairy, and you are gifted with extraordinary strength. The young master of the Immortal Soul sect, and Master's most proud disciple. Such a perfect fairy. And yet, she was abandoned? TSK 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 TSK. That guy named Ling Qi is really wasting a gift from heaven. Junior sister, you are so devoted to him that you gave him everything, but what did you get in return? What a heartless man he is. Does he know you're pregnant? Ha, if someone knew you were pregnant and still abandoned you, then he would be an irresponsible bastard. It's like a wild dog, sowing seeds everywhere and then letting go. And you, junior sister, you are like a bitch that has been conceived. You can only bear the consequences of your pregnancy yourself. He. Bai Xing's laughter filled the room, making the anger in Luo Shi's eyes even more difficult to hide. But she could do nothing, could not refute anything. If she could find Ling Qi, she would really like to ask him why he abandoned her. But she also knew that it was most likely impossible to find it now. Even if they find it, the Immortal Soul sect will not let Ling Qi go. By then, what he would see would most likely be a dead Ling Qi. Junior sister, don't worry, you and Ling Qi will meet soon. Bai Xing continued, but what you saw might be his corpse, or even no corpse at all, just a head, ha 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 ha. After saying this, she laughed and left with a few followers behind her. As Bai Xing's triumphant laughter faded from his ears, Luo Shi was the only one left in the room. She took a deep breath and slowly walked to the bed. There was a flower in a vase beside her bed. That was given to her by Ling Qi before. Under the midsummer sun that day, Ling Qi gently pinned the flower in her hair, saying that he was poor and couldn't afford a hairpin, so he used this instead. She has kept this flower until now, and even used her own true energy to protect it so that it has not withered. Poor bastard? Ha ha. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Luo Shi's delicate little face. I have never disliked him for anything. He said he was an ordinary person with no money, power, or strength. But what I like is him, and I don't care about anything else. I gave him everything, but what was the result? What I got in return was his leaving without saying goodbye and cruelly abandoning me. She really couldn't figure out why. Could it be that Ling Qi is really just a heartless man? The kind you throw away after playing with it? Luo Shi took a deep breath. Now, she just hoped to see Ling Qi again. She just hoped that the people from the Immortal Soul sect would not kill Ling Qi after finding him. How could he, an ordinary person, be a match for the Immortal Soul sect? All disciples of the Immortal Soul sect are gifted, and those who fail to reach the Xuandi realm before the age of 18 will be expelled from the sect. Therefore, the overall strength of the entire Xianhan sect is very uniform and very powerful. The overall strength of many empires in the world is not as good as that of the Immortal Soul sect. Not to mention Ling Qi, an ordinary person, even those with a little strength and status are far from being a match for the Immortal Soul sect. What Luo Shi is most worried about now is her senior sister Bai Xing. Others might let Ling Qi go and save his life, but as his senior sister, I am afraid I will never let Ling Qi go if I have the chance. She would find ways to kill Ling Qi and make herself suffer. Now, Luo Shi can only pray in her heart. Pray that I can see Ling Qi alive again. Outside the courtyard. After leaving the room, Bai Xing asked, hasn't Ling Qi been found yet? Your Highness, we have already distributed as many bounties as possible from the Immortal Soul sect. I believe we will find him soon. Several followers behind him replied. Have you investigated Ling Qi's identity and background? Bai Xing asked. Well, there are no clues yet. No one around the Immortal Soul sect has heard of this person. The follower replied. Ling Qi seldom mentioned his name to others, and since he was so elusive, he was unknown to the public. So, it seems like he's really just an ordinary person, a common mortal? Bai Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, if you find him, notify me immediately. Yes. Several followers nodded obediently. They all knew that Luo Shi had violated the sect's rules and was no longer qualified to inherit the position of sect master of the Immortal Soul sect. The future of the entire Xianhan sect has the final say by the eldest sister. So now, of course, they have to obey the eldest sister in everything and stand on her side in everything. Bai Xing sneered, and when he found Ling Qi, he would never let him live and reunite with Luo Shi. I will cut off Ling Qi's head and send it to Luo Shi. She is now looking forward to it. What would Luo Shi's reaction be if she saw Ling Qi's head? I guess the excessive pain will lead to miscarriage, right? That would be fun. I will enjoy every step of torturing her. On the other side, the palace of the Dian dynasty was brightly lit. Chu Xinyue was standing in the square, holding a sword and a dagger. Fight in close combat and ranged combat, attack and defense appropriately. The 8th level of spiritual martial arts. At this time, Jiang Ling, Jiang Yao, and Xiao Chan were standing in front of the hall, looking at the little guy in the square. After half a month of training, July's strength has successfully broken through the 8th level of Lingwu. In this way, what is the difficulty in becoming a venerable heaven realm being before the age of 10? What's so difficult about becoming the same supreme being as her father in the future? Hey, master, am I awesome? At this time, July stopped, put away his sword and dagger, and walked in front of Jiang Ling. Well, it's July after all. Jiang Ling raised his hand with a doting look on his face and rubbed the little guy's head. So cute, if only I could have a daughter like this one. Jiang Ling quickly frowned and put away his damn idea. How could I have a daughter? If I had a daughter, who would be her father? I am the empress who is above everyone else, and there will never be any man for me. At this moment, Jiang Ling seemed to have noticed something. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and raised her head. In the dark night, a ray of starlight twinkled in the distant sky, and then quickly shot towards the imperial palace. Like a meteor streaking across the sky and falling to the earth. As the light spot approached, Jiang Ling's golden eyes suddenly condensed slightly. Because, it's a knife. Who is coming? Jiang Ling snorted coldly and flew up. Boom! Golden thunder suddenly burst out from the sky, blocking the big knife that was shooting towards it in mid-air. Boom! With a loud bang, the broadsword and thunder suddenly collided in mid-air. The shockwave exploded with thunder and strong wind, and then, the big knife fell with a clang and stuck into the ground. Jiang Yao, Xiao Chan, and Qi were all confused. Who was this person? How dare they attack directly in the Great Yan Dynasty Palace? Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, hidden figures emerged from every corner of the palace. The palace guards from all sides also gathered together. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Everyone's eyes were on the knife, wondering who it was. Only Jiang Ling landed slowly on the ground, then frowned slightly. Duan Tian Ching? As the emperor of the Dian dynasty, of course she recognized this knife. From a notorious and powerful master at the peak of the Zhuantian realm. This man's name is Duan Tianqing, and he is ranked number 1 among the countless killers in the world today. The world's number 1 killer. This person has always been elusive and appears and disappears like a ghost. Why did you come to the Dian dynasty palace so blatantly today? Swish. At this moment, a figure flashed from a distance and landed in front of the big knife with a bang. He was a middle-aged man wearing a tattered linen shirt and a bamboo hat on his head. Beneath the hat was a weathered face covered with stubble. After he landed on the ground, he drew out his sword and said coldly, "Leave this girl to me." As he spoke, he raised the big knife in his hand and pointed it at Chu Xinyue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed slightly. He actually came here for July? Why? How dare you? What do you think this place is? Behind Jiang Ling, several shadow guards snorted coldly. Although Duan Tiancheng is the world's number 1 killer with a great reputation. But this is the imperial palace of the Dian dynasty, and he cannot be presumptuous. Your Majesty, I have come here today not as an enemy of the Great Yan dynasty, nor as an enemy of your Majesty. Duan Tiancheng's voice continued, I'm only here to seek justice. Justice? Jiang Ling snorted coldly, what kind of justice do you want? You've actually come to my palace to ask for it? Although Duan Tiancheng is very powerful, she will not tolerate others being arrogant and presumptuous in front of the emperor of the Dian dynasty. In this whole world, except for Ling Qi, no one can be arrogant in front of her. Your Majesty, there is no need to ask any more questions. I must take this girl away today, even if it means the palace will be stained with blood. Duan Tianqing said coldly. She is my disciple, so you can take her if you want her? Golden lightning flickered in Jiang Ling's beautiful golden eyes. This is absolutely ridiculous. Someone actually came to her palace to ask for someone? And the one he wants is her disciple? This Duan Tiancheng is indeed too ignorant of his own life. Disciple? Duan Tiancheng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, so it seems that Ling Qi and your Majesty have a special relationship? He is my friend. Jiang Ling said coldly. Friends? Ha 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 ha. Duan Tiancheng laughed heartily, good Ling Qi, good an ordinary man. My poor daughter is so ignorant and foolish, she was completely deceived by him. An ordinary person? Even the empress of the Great Yan dynasty is his friend. What kind of ordinary person is he? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ling immediately understood. So, it's Ling Qi's debt of love again? He bullied someone else's daughter, so the other person came to settle the score with his daughter? Who is your daughter? Jiang Ling asked. Duan Tiancheng snorted coldly, Xianhun sect, young sect master, Luoshi. Immortal soul sect. Under the darkness. Outside Luoshi's courtyard, a beautiful middle-aged woman came towards them. She was wearing a black and gold long dress, which made her look elegant and graceful, and her figure was plump and enchanting, mature and charming. Metropolitan. When they saw this plump, elegant middle-aged woman, all the disciples around them bowed slightly. Because she is the leader of the Xianhan sect, Luo Qiuya. Everyone, step back. After Luo Qiuya arrived, she waved gently. Yes. Everyone nodded slightly and then retreated. Afterwards, Luo Qiuya walked into Luo Shi's cabin alone. In the room, Luo Shi was sitting on the bed, staring at the little flower in a daze. Luo Qiuya walked in slowly and closed the door. Master, master. Luo Shi stood up quickly. Luo Qiuya didn't say anything, but just glanced at Luo Shi, and then looked at the flowers she placed by the bed and was reluctant to let them wither. Then she turned around and looked at the medicine bowl that had just been knocked over on the ground not long ago. She shook her head helplessly. Is this the medicine your senior sister sent? Yes. She took the initiative to prepare abortion medicine for me. Luo Shi lowered her head. Hearing this, Luo Qiuya sighed helplessly. You really can't bear to give up the child in your belly? Even if it's the child of a heartless man? Hearing this, Luo Shi bit her lip lightly. Then she raised her little hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. Master, the child is innocent. In fact, she didn't know what to do. She always felt that she should not make any inappropriate decisions before meeting Ling Qi and talking everything out. Luo Qiuya walked up slowly and stood in front of her. Then he raised his hand and gently stroked her face. Silly child, why are you so stupid? Why, do you have to be as stupid as me? Hearing this and feeling Luo Qiuya's gentle touch, Luo Shi slowly raised her head. When she saw Luo Qiuya's gentle gaze, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Then he hugged Luo Qiuya in his arms and cried out in a choked voice, Mom. That's right, she is actually not only Luo Qiuya's direct disciple. She is Luo Qiuya's biological daughter. She was certainly not the first person to violate the sect's rules. The first person to violate the sect's rules was her mother, the leader of the Xianhan sect. Chapter 28. Come, lick my feet. During the years when Luo Qiuya was traveling outside, she actually gave birth to Luo Shi in private. She used to be the same as Luo Shi is now. It is her choice to keep the baby in her belly or not. But she chose to keep the child, so she had Luo Shi today. Luo Shi is now facing the same dilemma as she was back then. Of course, Luo Shi is now much younger than she was back then. After all, Luo Shi is only 19 years old now. She was almost 30 years old at that time. Silly child. Luo Qiuya also reached out and gently hugged Luo Shi. She was the sect leader. She had once broken the precepts, but gave birth to a child in secret without anyone knowing. The news that Luo Shi is pregnant has now spread throughout the sect. The two are not of the same nature. If you had told me earlier, I could have arranged it for you. Luo Qiuya then said helplessly, now that the entire sect knows about this, what can I do? If Luo Shi had told her earlier, she could have arranged for Luo Shi to travel like she did back then. Or let Luo Shi secretly leave the Immortal Soul sect and go wherever he wants in the future. Unfortunately, now, the first person to know about this was someone else, and then everyone knew about it. As the clan leader, she couldn't possibly be so blatantly partial and corrupt. My mother has always taught that those who practice the Immortal Soul technique must never indulge in romantic relationships. They must remain a virgin in order to reach the Supreme Realm. Luo Shi choked up, I don't want to disappoint my mother either. The Immortal Soul sect's secret method, the Immortal Soul technique, is a special way to reach the Supreme Realm. Practitioners must sever all sexual desires, always keep a distance from men, and always maintain their virginity. This is also the main reason why the Xianhan sect only has female disciples and no men. Unfortunately, Luo Shi couldn't help it. After meeting Ling Qi, her heart was shaken. When her heart wavered, she knew that her skills had been broken. But she certainly didn't want to disappoint her mother. After all, she had always been the most promising candidate to reach the Supreme Realm in the eyes of her mother and everyone else. So she kept it a secret. However, Bai Xing discovered all this first. Bai Xing has always been jealous of her, and of course he wishes she would fall off a cliff. So Bai Xing immediately told the entire Xianhan sect about this matter. Well. Luo Qiuya let out a long sigh. To cut off all emotions and desires, is this something that ordinary people can do? People are all made of flesh and blood, who can really cut off all emotions and desires? Of course she could understand why her daughter broke the rules. Although it is rumored that the first leader of our Immortal Soul sect was at the Supreme Realm, in reality, the younger generation has not been able to prove whether this immortal soul art is truly effective. Luo Qiuya then shook her head and said, maybe, everything is just nonsense. The first leader of the Immortal Soul sect and the founder of the Immortal Soul sect was rumored to have reached the supreme realm by practicing the Immortal Soul technique. But later, no one in the entire Xianhan sect ever really reached that level. In fact, sometimes even Luo Qiuya, the sect leader, has doubts about whether the rumors are true or not. Is the first leader of the Immortal Soul sect really a supreme being? If it is true, then how did she die in the first place? Logically speaking, shouldn't the supreme realm be immortal? Luo Shi hugged her mother's arms and sobbed softly. At this point, none of that matters anymore. The important thing is, what to do next. Do you really like the guy named Ling Qi? Luo Qiuya asked. Luo Shi sniffed lightly, then whispered, Mother, he may have his own reasons. He may not have abandoned me. Because Ling Qi disappeared suddenly, leaving without saying goodbye. Maybe Ling Qi has something urgent to do or some difficulties he has? Anyway, before she met Ling Qi and made things clear, deep down in her heart, there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, she did love that man deeply. Hearing her daughter's words, Luo Qiuya shook her head helplessly. Women are so stupid sometimes. People are often very persistent in love. Since you think he may not have abandoned you, then, go find him. Luo Qiuya continued. Mother? Luo Shi immediately looked up at her mother. What does this mean? Is my mother going to let me go? But if she lets herself go, how will she explain to the many disciples of the Immortal Soul sect? How to explain this to the elders of the Immortal Soul sect? 3 days from now, it will be the Immortal Soul sect's annual recruitment meeting. Luo Qiuya continued, by then, I will lead the Immortal Soul sect to hold a conference, and you can take the opportunity to escape. If Luo Shi had escaped, then the entire Xianhan sect, as well as the elders, naturally could not blame her. Go find Ling Qi. If he truly has his reasons, then spend the rest of his life with him. That's the happiness you deserve. Luo Qiuya continued, if he really is just a heartless man, then kill him. And then, go find your father. Who is my father? Luo Shi never knew who her father was. The world's #1 killer is Duan Tianqing. Luo Qiuya said softly, after you find him, go to the old place where we lived when we were children. Mother will come to visit you. Hearing this, Luo Shi nodded slightly. Now, this is the only thing we can do. Luo Qiuya took a deep breath and then slowly said, the supreme realm is certainly important, but everyone's life should have their own choices. Happiness is more important. The supreme realm, invincible in the world. If you can reach that level, it would be great. But if you really can't achieve it, there's no need to be obsessed with it. There are many choices in life, as long as you are happy. If his daughter is happy with Ling Qi, then everything is worth it. Luo Shi nodded slightly. In the room, the mother and daughter hugged each other gently and snuggled up to each other. What they didn't notice was that a tiny bee was perched by the window, eavesdropping on everything they did and watching everything they did. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little bee flapped its wings and buzzed all the way across the courtyard, across the pavilions and gardens, and across the bridge and flowing water. Finally, we arrived at another room. Flying in through the crack in the door. Then, it suddenly transformed into a human figure. A man's figure. After he transformed into a human, he knelt down on the spot and called out softly, Master. At this time, Bai Xing was bathing in a bathtub in the room. Bee slave, have you made any new discoveries? Bai Xing had a smile on his face at this time. This little bee was a little demon that she accidentally rescued a long time ago, the smallest of the little demons. Later, after being nursed and transformed by Bai Xing, it became a demon that was useless except for changing its shape, without even a trace of demonic energy on its body. As long as he turns into a little bee, no one will notice his existence and will just treat him as a real little bee. Bai Xing also gave him a name, Bee Slave. He has always been by Shirahoshi's side, acting as his monitor, watching over everything Shirahoshi wants to watch over. Luo Shi's secret meeting with Ling Qi was discovered by Bai Xing because of this Bee Slave. The Bee Slave lowered his head and continued, the sect leader went to Luo Shi's room just now, and then. He then told Shirahoshi everything he had seen and heard. After hearing this, Bai Xing was shocked. Then she burst into laughter, ha ha ha, this is really unexpected, really unexpected. Unexpectedly. Luo Qiuya and Luo Shi are not only master and disciple, but also mother and daughter? Who would have thought that the sect leader, who was admired by everyone and his own master, had actually broken the rules of the Immortal Soul sect many years ago? You can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. Bai Xing then slowly stood up from the bathtub. No wonder his master has liked Luo Shi so much since childhood, and no wonder Luo Shi has been treated far better than himself since childhood. No wonder Luo Shi became the heir to the position of sect leader. It's all because of her master, who favors her own daughter. It's great. I'm no less capable than Luo Shi in any way, but because they are mother and daughter, I have to endure different treatment. Master, if everyone knew about this, what would you do? Bai Xing then sneered, how are you going to explain this to the entire Immortal Soul sect? How are you going to explain this to all the elders? As the leader of the Immortal Soul sect, he not only failed to set a good example, but was the most unruly. Both mother and daughter are philandering bitches. This is simply a great shame and humiliation for the Immortal Soul sect. Very good, now. I want both you and your daughter to be completely ruined. A gloomy look flashed across Bai Xing's eyes. You want to let Luo Shi go during the recruitment meeting? Neither of you, mother or daughter, can escape. This is her only chance to take back everything that belongs to her. Without Luo Shi and Luo Choya, she is the future hope of the Immortal Soul sect. The position of the leader of the Immortal Soul sect belongs to her. After saying that, she lifted her legs, slowly walked out of the bathtub, and walked step by step to the bee slave. The bee slave kept his head down and didn't dare to look any further. He was grateful to Shirahoshi for saving his life, so he always respected Shirahoshi from the bottom of his heart. Bee slave, you did a good job this time, raise your head. Bai Xing continued. The bee slave slowly raised his head and looked up at the white star. Do I look good? Water droplets gently slid down Bai Xing's skin. Of course the master is beautiful. She is the most beautiful fairy in the world. The bee slave said hurriedly. I'm happy tonight and I'll reward you. Bai Xing slowly lifted her jade feet and stretched them out to the bee slave. Come, lick my feet. A fiery flash of heat surged in the bee slave's eyes, and then he pounced on her and hugged her white and tender jade feet. Then, lick it up little by little. Dian Dynasty, the Imperial Capital Palace. Supreme Realm? Ha 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 ha. Great. What a king ordinary person. He really deceived my daughter. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Duan Tianqing was laughing loudly towards the sky. It seems a little inexplicably crazy. Of course, he learned everything about Ling Qi from Luo Choya. Although he had never met Luo Choya openly before. But of course we keep in touch secretly from time to time. He only recently learned that his daughter had been let down by Ling Qi. Then he quickly found Ling Qi. But I didn't expect that Ling Qi was so extraordinary. When he was in front of his daughter, he pretended to be an ordinary person and told her that he had no money, no power, and no influence. Then he fell in love with his own daughter, had sex with her, and made her pregnant. Now it seems that the guy was just teasing his daughter on purpose. Or rather, he liked to use this method to test whether his daughter really liked him. What a piece of shit. She's a little girl who has given her body to me, how could it be fake? Is there still a need to test? Duan Tianqing certainly didn't know that Ling Qi liked to disguise himself when he was with every woman. He has used various identities. He has pretended to be an ordinary person or an extraordinary person. When facing an innocent girl like Luo Shi, he naturally likes to coax her by showing his most innocent side. So I pretended to be an ordinary person. This kind of relationship is undoubtedly the cleanest and purest. But he left after playing it a few times. After all, in his eyes, Luo Shi was also an NPC. He couldn't really be with an NPC for his whole life. So he has gone to the Immortal Soul sect now? Duan Tianqing asked. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, the Immortal Soul sect might be in chaos because of him. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Given Ling Qi's personality, if the Immortal Soul sect insists on confronting him head-on, the ending will naturally be the same as that of the Tianshan Snow Clan before. Even worse than the Tianshan Snow Clan before. Because the people of the Immortal Soul sect are very arrogant and think they are superior. To act superior in front of Ling Qi is to be courteous of one's own life. Of course the consequences will be serious. Okay. Duan Tianqing laughed loudly. He has the strength of the Supreme Realm, he will definitely be able to turn that damn immortal sect upside down. What I couldn't do and didn't dare to do back then, he dares to do, he can do it too. Ha 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 ha. Once upon a time, Duan Tianqing and Luo Qiuya were secretly in love. As the leader of the Xianhun sect, Luo Qiuya had to part with him and bring her daughter into the Xianhun sect. He once thought about attacking the Xianhun sect directly and telling them that this broken rule was bullshit. But Luo Qiuya stopped her. Because he is no match for the entire Xianhun sect, if he acts impulsively, the result will not be good. So, he endured it. And now, Ling Qi is gone. Ling Qi is at the supreme level, so of course he has the ability to make the almighty Xianhun sect bow their heads. This is certainly a good thing, of course it is a great thing. Your Majesty, I was reckless in causing this offense. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Duan Tianqing immediately clasped his fists and bowed to Jiang Ling. This time he broke into the palace in anger because of his daughter. For the sake of his daughter, he can be more impulsive than he was before. After all, he couldn't be with Luo Qiuya openly back then, so he just had to endure the affair secretly. But today his daughter was hurt, really hurt, and of course he couldn't bear it. Since your daughter has such a relationship with him, I, naturally don't have to bother with you. Jiang Ling said lightly. The relationship is clear. Duan Tianqing is Ling Qi's father-in-law after all. If I were to pursue the matter, it would indeed be inappropriate. For Ling Qi's sake, and also because Duan Tianqing didn't cause any damage. Forget it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Tianqing clasped his fists and bowed again. The great Yin dynasty is indeed worthy of being a great power in the world. It is much more reasonable than that damn immortal sect. It can be seen that although he is a killer, in fact, he is also a very reasonable and moral person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to break into the palace just for his daughter. Then, Duan Tianqing looked at Chu Xinyue behind Jiang Ling. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Don't be afraid, little kid. According to seniority, I should be your grandfather, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue pouted and frowned slightly. When did I say I was scared? Are you kidding me? Who is my father? Who is my master? The father of the supreme realm. One of the two masters is the Empress of the Dian dynasty, and the other is the leader of the martial arts world. In today's world, if we talk about background, I, Ling Qi, am number one. Do I need to be afraid of anyone? Baffling. Ha 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 ha, right, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Duan Tianqing laughed heartily, then clasped his fists and said, then I'll take my leave. Since Ling Qi has gone to the Immortal Soul sect, then of course I have to join in the fun. After saying this, he turned around and flew out of the palace. Looking at Duan Tianqing's departing back, Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. I don't know when Ling Qi will be able to pay off his debt of love. This time it was the young master of the Immortal Soul sect, who also brought out the world's #1 killer. Next time, I don't know who it will be. At the foot of the Xianhun sect mountain, there is a city called Taoyuanzu. The Xianhun sect holds a recruitment conference every year. Apart from the Immortal Soul sect's high-ranking members who occasionally traveled abroad and brought back some promising talents, the rest of the favored daughters of heaven entered the Immortal Soul sect through the annual recruitment conference. This year's recruitment conference is approaching, so Taoyuan Prefecture has been unusually lively in recent days. Talented girls from all over the world will gather in Taoyuan State. I hope that I can be noticed by the Immortal Soul sect and enter the place where fairies gather. Outside Taoyuan Prefecture, a large river stretches across hundreds of feet. At the source of the river, across a canyon, is the main gate of the Immortal Soul sect. At that time, the recruitment meeting will also be held on the Grand Canyon in front of the gate. Drive. At this time, a line of carriages and horses stopped at the city gate of Taoyuan Prefecture. Mrs. Ling, we've arrived at Taoyuan Prefecture. The leading attendant bowed slightly towards the sedan chair. Chu Xinyue lifted the curtain and got out of the car. Everyone knows about Ling Qi's relationship with her. Of course, everyone knows about Ling Qi's identity and strength. So, now everyone calls Chu Xinyue Madame Ling. Of course, Chu Xinyue also likes this name very much. Although she and Ling Qi have not held a wedding yet, this also proves that she is Ling Qi's first public woman. Let's find a place to stay first. Since the Immortal Soul sect's recruitment meeting is coming soon, we can wait until the recruitment meeting to meet with the Immortal Soul sect's people. Chu Xinyue then gave instructions. Since you are here to reason and apologize, of course you should be polite. After all, the truth lies with the Immortal Soul sect. All the faults are Ling Qi's. Everyone nodded, then entered Taoyuan State and found an inn. Just as the group was about to enter the inn, a figure dropped from the sky and landed in front of Chu Xinyue. It's Ling Qi. Ha! Fortunately, I made it in time. Ling Qi smiled lightly when he saw Chu Xinyue. Why are you here too? Chu Xinyue and others were slightly surprised. If I don't come, will you go to the Immortal Soul sect alone? Ling Qi raised his hand and pinched Chu Xinyue's pretty face. Do you think the Immortal Soul sect is a good place? The people there are so self-righteous. A place where a group of women gather seems to be a gathering place for fairies to outsiders. But Ling Qi knew very well that besides fairies, there were all kinds of demons and monsters in there. The women in that drama were extremely scheming, comparable to some harem dramas. Forming cliques and engaging in intrigue are everywhere. If Chu Xinyue goes in, she might not be able to come out. Who made you offend them? Chu Xinyue glared at Ling Qi and said, the reward has even reached the great Yan dynasty. Don't worry about anything outside the Yan dynasty. It might be dangerous. Ling Qi said with a smile. In the Yan dynasty, Jiang Ling has the final say on everything. With Jiang Ling as her backer, Chu Xinyue will not be in any danger wherever she goes. But it's different outside the Yan dynasty. Although the reputation of the Yan dynasty spread throughout the world, not everyone would necessarily give it face. Hearing Ling Qi's words, Chu Xinyue pouted. It seems like I'm meddling in other people's business. Hearing this and looking at Chu Xinyue's expression, Ling Qi smiled and shook his head. Chu Xinyue, Su Daiyu, where did you learn this tone? I'm thinking about your safety. You don't know how treacherous people are in the outside world. Ling Qi continued with a smile. As his wife, Chu Xinyue wanted to help him settle the debt of love. Of course it was out of good intentions, and he couldn't say anything bad about Chu Xinyue. It's just that the world outside some places and some people are indeed very dangerous and unreasonable. Yes, my husband is right. I will be careful next time. Chu Xinyue curled her lips. Since you are here, let's go. We will go to the Immortal Soul sect together. Ling Qi then took Chu Xinyue's hand. But Chu Xinyue shook her head. You're going now? Break in? Ling Qi nodded. The Immortal Soul sect already blames you. You've wronged their young sect master, yet you barged in so arrogantly. Do you think they'll ever forgive you? Chu Xinyue continued. Do you think you can still win back the young sect master who already hates you? Forehead. Ling Qi suddenly laughed dryly. Then what do you say we should do? To be honest, he didn't know whether Luo Shi would forgive him for abandoning him. In any case, it is highly unlikely. After all, she is the young master of the Immortal Soul sect. Now that the Immortal Soul sect is wanted for her, it means that her affairs have been exposed. I abandoned her and ruined her reputation. I'm afraid she hates herself to death now. If you don't want to win back the young sect master, but just want to completely break off all ties with her, then charge in now and beat them until they dare not put a bounty on you anymore. Chu Xinyue continued, but if you still want to win back the young sect master, then listen to me and let's be polite. If it can be salvaged, try to salvage it and make up for it as much as possible. If Ling Qi still has feelings, and the other party still has feelings, then this feeling cannot be destroyed. You are such a good wife. Ling Qi smiled and pinched Chu Xinyue's little face again. Is there any wife who would help her husband win back another woman? Which wife doesn't want her husband to completely draw a line between himself and other women? Who made you such a jerk before? You're the one who wronged others, so you have to take responsibility. Chu Xinyue glared at him and continued, the Immortal Soul sect's recruitment meeting is about to begin. Let's wait until then before going. Chapter 29, How to Deal with the Snake Girl. Where to deal with it? First, tell me when the conflict between you and Luo Shi happened. Be more specific, and then I'll see how I can help you find a way to resolve this conflict. Chu Xinyue continued softly. Ling Qi nodded, and then the group entered the inn together. Then Ling Qi told Chu Xinyue everything about himself and Luo Shi. After hearing this, Chu Xinyue immediately rolled her eyes at Ling Qi. Since the Immortal Soul sect prohibits relationships between men and women, why do you still want to lie to them? Are you pretending to be an ordinary person to deceive others? This means that you not only deceived her feelings, but also brought disgrace to her and the entire Xianhan sect. No wonder the entire Immortal Soul sect is so angry and is offering a bounty for you all over the world. In this case, Luo Shi might be punished. Chu Xinyue continued, once we catch you, the Immortal Soul sect will definitely not let you go. So, now there is only one way to restore the immortal soul sect's reputation as much as possible, and redeem your debt to her. That is, you come to propose marriage, the more grand the better. You came to propose marriage in the name of the great Yan dynasty, and the etiquette is solemn. Even the immortal soul sect should give you some respect. The punishment she will receive will most likely be expulsion from the sect. And after she was expelled from the sect, you married her. This way, it can be considered a happy ending. Give the immortal soul sect some compensation and save face for them. Tell her that you've been back to the great Yan dynasty to prepare for the wedding. That way, you might be able to get her forgiveness and kill two birds with one stone. Ling Qi of the Dian dynasty came to propose marriage openly, holding the emperor's sword. The immortal soul sect doesn't want Luoxi, but Ling Qi does. It was equivalent to the immortal soul sect handing over a young sect leader who was truly in love with a mortal man, thus making a beautiful thing happen. In this way, the immortal soul sect would not suffer any loss of face, and it would also have a reasonable excuse to deceive Luoxi. Perhaps the world will not only not laugh at them, but will praise the immortal soul sect's magnanimity instead. It's indeed a good idea. Ling Qi smiled. He said that he was returning to the Dian dynasty to prepare for the wedding and to give Luoxi a surprise. This was indeed a reason that could deceive Luoxi. To be honest, Ling Qi didn't care what the immortal soul sect was planning, nor did he care about the immortal soul sect's reputation. He only cared about whether Luoxi would forgive him. Bringing a generous gift and proposing marriage is a way to do justice to Luoxi, and it also saves some face for the immortal soul sect. Just consider it killing two birds with one stone. You are really something. You obviously have the invincible strength in the world, but you didn't know how to leave some reputation for yourself. Chu Xinyue glared at Ling Qi. If everyone in the world knew about the existence of Ling Qi, the supreme being, then why would they need to use the name of the Dian dynasty? The supreme realm is the highest name. Ling Qi laughed dryly. If I had left my name wherever I went. Now it is likely that it will be a bad reputation, and it will not be a good reputation. If this can be accomplished, you will give her a grand wedding as promised. Chu Xinyue continued, it's like making up for it. She is such a good young girl, and you have let her down like this. Of course you have to make it up to her. You really don't mind? Ling Qi reached out and gently held Chu Xinyue in his arms. Come to think of it, I haven't even had a grand wedding with her yet, but now she wants to hold a wedding with another woman first? Why should I mind? I'm not a child anymore. Chu Xinyue shook her head. In order to make a big thing as small as possible, it's no big deal for her to suffer a little injustice. Isn't it just a wedding? She doesn't care now. But a little girl like Luo, she might care very much. As for the relationship between her and me, you don't have to worry about it. I will slowly resolve it with her. Chu Xinyue continued. Getting Luoxi to forgive Ling Qi is one thing, but getting Luoxi to accept her and Qiyu is another. But she was absolutely sure that she could make Luoxi accept her. At worst, let Luoxi be the boss. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Qi gently hugged Chu Xinyue. Where can I find such a good wife? Why is it so hard for me? It's just that you don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Chu Xinyue said softly, you're still thinking about Her Majesty the Empress, Lady Chu, and Ye Youluo. Fortunately, you haven't let them down before. If you had, I wouldn't know how to reconcile. One is the Empress of the Dian dynasty, and the other is the leader of the Dian martial arts world. The other one is a cold-blooded and murderous female devil. Especially this female devil. If Ling Qi had let her down before, and then came back to negotiate peace with her, is it possible? Given Ye Youluo's temperament as both a queen and a female devil, is it possible for her to forgive Ling Qi? Absolutely impossible. She was afraid that she would find ways to kill Ling Qi and everyone around Ling Qi. Hearing this, Ling Qi smiled. So shouldn't I let them know what kind of person I am first, and then take it slow? Boil the frog in warm water, let them subconsciously accept who they are first, and then slowly accept themselves completely. For the next 2 days, Ling Qi and Chu Xinyue stayed in the inn. As for the betrothal gifts, Chu Xinyue asked his subordinates to prepare them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Xianhan sect's annual recruitment conference has officially arrived. Early morning. The port of Taoyuan State is bustling with ships of all sizes. After everyone boarded the boats one after another, boats of all sizes slowly sailed upstream of the river. At this time, there was a large ship in the port that looked a little strange. Because the big ship was decorated with red and colorful ribbons, it looked extremely festive. There is also the flag of the Dian dynasty standing on it. What's going on? Are people from the Great Yan dynasty also participating in the Immortal Soul Sect's assessment? Everyone around was a little confused. Come on, what's going on with this ship? Why do you act like you're here to propose marriage? I don't know, maybe it's some pervert who likes wedding colors. Everyone murmured. It was at this moment that someone noticed something was wrong. Wait, that guy standing on the boat looks a little familiar? Hiss, where have I seen you before? On. Oh, right, it's on the Immortal Soul Sect's bounty order. Him. He is Ling Qi. He is the Ling Qi for whom the Immortal Soul Sect has placed a huge bounty. Yes, it's him. This is the guy. Someone recognized Ling Qi, and the entire port was suddenly in an uproar. Who would have thought that the person who has been offered a huge bounty by the Immortal Soul Sect for a long time would now appear in Taoyuan province? And judging from the looks of it, he's planning to go to the Immortal Soul Sect? What's going on? They've put a bounty on him, and he still has the nerve to show up? For a moment, the entire port was filled with whispers. But no one stepped forward to do it. The reason is simple, because Ling Qi is standing on the ship of the Dian dynasty. And in his hand, he was holding the Emperor's sword of the Dian dynasty. Who is this guy? How come he has the Emperor's sword of the Great Yan dynasty? I don't know, but it's definitely not simple. We cannot afford to offend the Great Yan dynasty. Although his reward is very tempting, but forget it. It's not rational to offend the Great Yan dynasty for such a small reward. The Dian dynasty is a great country in the world, and it can even be said to be the largest country in the world. Ling Qi holds the Emperor's sword, just like the Empress herself. Who dares to offend him? No one would be stupid enough to offend the Dian dynasty for a small reward. At this time, Ling Qi, standing on the bow of the boat, looked at the strange looks from the people around him, smiled faintly and said nothing more. When we get to the Immortal Soul Sect, please be as polite as possible and leave the rest to me. Chu Xinyue whispered beside him, I'll be your matchmaker. This direct proposal of marriage in such a high-profile manner is considered to give enough face to the Immortal Soul Sect. If the Xianhan sect stubbornly rejected the marriage proposal in front of so many people, it would cause greater conflicts, which would naturally damage the reputation of the Xianhan sect. And if the Immortal Soul Sect agrees to the marriage proposal and makes a beautiful thing happen, everyone will naturally praise the Immortal Soul Sect for its helpfulness. Faced with such a problem, the Immortal Soul Sect must naturally know how to make a choice. Ling Qi nodded slightly. Okay, before getting Luo Shi's forgiveness, he would be a little more polite and courteous. If Luo Shi really refuses to forgive herself, then forget it. It would be great if Luo Shi could forgive me and be willing to go with me. And if Luo Shi is willing to go with me, but the Immortal Soul Sect doesn't agree, then I won't be polite. If you don't listen to reason, then I have to make you understand. I am the reason. Look, what is that? What the hell? Snake man? At this moment, there was another sound at the port. Everyone's eyes were looking towards the back, where three figures were slowly walking towards them. A fairy in white clothes with an ethereal air, and a female general in silver armor holding a spear. There is also a half-human, half-snake woman. It was Chu Xinyue, Xiao Qian, and Yun Ji. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yun Ji. Although Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian are both goddesses among goddesses, Yun Ji is more eye-catching at this moment. Because almost everyone present had never seen such stuff before. A real snake girl? That enchanting and charming face has an innate charm. The gentle twisting of her waist, which was truly like a water snake, had a fatal temptation to almost all the men present. Is there really such a snake woman in this world? She looks so fucking sexy. If I had a woman like this, I wonder what it would feel like to hold her in my arms at night. She's so charming, and speaking of this thing. Damn, how do I get a snake girl? Where do I get her? Who knows? I'm still curious about how you poop. Fuck, can you guys please think of something normal? You're ruining my fun. Everyone was talking about it. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Xinyue and the other two came towards them and then leaped to Ling Qi's side. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly shocked again. Are these three also from the Great Yan dynasty? Are they also in the same group as Ling Qi? Now it's interesting. What are they planning to do by going to the Immortal Soul Sect with Ling Qi? Could it be that they want to have a big fight with the Immortal Soul sect? No, looking at the situation, could it be that he is coming to propose marriage? Everyone only knew that the Immortal Soul sect offered a high reward for Ling Qi, but they didn't know why the Immortal Soul sect offered a reward for Ling Qi. Of course, no one could have imagined that Ling Qi went to the Immortal Soul sect to propose marriage. On the boat, Ling Qi looked at the three of them, his gaze fixed on Xiao Qian. Not bad, you've reached your peak. Today, Xiao Qian has reached the peak of the Zuantian realm and has become the top combat force of mankind. Thanks to you. Xiao Qian rolled her eyes at Ling Qi, then turned back to look at the large ship covered in red and colorful decorations. What does this mean? Why is it so festive? Proposing marriage? Xiao Qian is now of course very clear about the fact that Ling Qi has love debts everywhere. And now that Ling Qi is in such a state, she can of course basically guess what he is going to do? Whether it's a marriage proposal or a marriage kidnapping, we'll know soon. Ling Qi smiled faintly. What matters is not your own attitude, but the attitude of the Immortal Soul sect. Su Qinyue shook her head helplessly. I told you to be civilized and polite. Can you please stop thinking about solving problems with violence? Can violence bring back a woman you have hurt? What she needs is your care, your explanation, and your tenderness. It's not like you just go up and knock everyone down, then ask her if she wants to leave, and if she doesn't leave, knock her down too. Let's go and see how many fairies this so-called Immortal Soul sect has. Chu Xinyue smiled lightly. She was known as Fairy Chu by the world, so of course she was very curious about what this fairy gathering place looked like. What kind of fairy is that? There is no one in the entire sect who can compare to you. Ling Qi smiled. Then he waved. Then, the ship departed from the port and headed towards the upper Grand Canyon. Boats of all sizes crossed the river, constantly going upstream. Soon, they arrived at the so-called Grand Canyon. The entire Grand Canyon is more than 200 feet wide. Standing at the source of the river, it is like a gate to heaven, shrouded in clouds and mist, and extremely magnificent. From a distance, it does look like the entrance to a fairyland. After the ship enters the Grand Canyon, it will sail forward for a distance and reach the end of the Grand Canyon. At the end, the so-called gate of the Immortal Soul sect appeared in front of everyone. First, there is a wide platform, and behind the platform is a long stone staircase. Above the stone steps is the ancient gate of the Immortal Soul sect. At this time, on the wide platform, many senior leaders and disciples of the Immortal Soul sect had all arrived. There are fairy-like figures one after another, and each fairy wears a veil on her face. It does look very erotic. Sitting in the seat in the middle is the leader of the Xianhan sect, Luo Choya. Luo Choya was in deep thought at this moment. She only hoped that her daughter could take this opportunity to leave safely. Master, it's almost time. At this moment, a disciple stepped forward and bowed. Luo Choya nodded slightly and looked up at the Grand Canyon ahead. At this time, ships of all sizes have gathered here in dense crowds. Just waiting for the recruitment meeting to officially begin. But at this moment, Luo Choya suddenly noticed a problem. She turned her head slightly to look beside her. There are 5 seats on each side of her. There are 10 seats in total, prepared for the 10 elders of the Immortal Soul sect. But at this moment, there are 3 empty seats. What's going on? Why haven't the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder arrived yet? Luo Choya frowned slightly. How could the 3 elders suddenly be absent at such a crucial moment? At this moment, Luo Choya felt a little uneasy. Wait a little longer, until the 3 elders arrive. Luo Choya continued softly. Many disciples nodded. Luo Choya turned her head slightly and looked towards the gate of the Immortal Soul sect. Sheer, please don't let anything unexpected happen to you. At this moment, inside the Xianhan sect, Luo Shi's residence. With the start of the recruitment conference, the attention of almost everyone in the Xianhan sect was diverted. There were only 2 guards left in Luo Shi's room. Luo Shi looked at the direction where the sun rose. It's almost time. The annual recruitment meeting starts at this time in the morning. If you want to leave, now is your only chance. Luo Shi immediately took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. Then, she picked up the flower by the window and gently pinned it between her long hair as a hairpin. Then, she walked straight towards the door, opened it, and walked out. Junior sister? When the 2 guards at the door saw Luo Shi walk out of the room, they immediately wanted to speak. Swish! But the next moment, Luo Shi flashed over and instantly pressed their acupoints. Luo Shi's strength is the best among all the disciples of the Immortal Soul sect, and he is in the early stage of the supreme heaven realm. Ordinary disciples are, of course, no match for her. The two disciples' acupoints were pressed, and their faces suddenly changed, and they wanted to speak. But the next moment, Luo Shi's fingers pointed at their necks, and they didn't even have the chance to shout. Two senior sisters, goodbye. Luo Shi said softly, then snatched the sword from one of them and rushed out of the courtyard. Next, she will run to her freedom. She will find Ling Qi and ask him everything. And then, start a new life. She was like a bird that had finally flown out of its cage and was about to be free. Unfortunately, she was wrong. After she flew out of the cage, what she encountered was not freedom, but a giant net from which she could not escape. Luo Shi had just darted out of the courtyard, constantly moving between the palaces and houses, and had just darted a distance. Swish! Suddenly, a figure flashed up from the front and stood on the roof in front, blocking her way. Junior sister, where are you going? The person who came was Bai Xing. Of course Bai Xing would never let Luo Shi go. She wanted Luo Shi and Luo Qiuya to fall to the bottom at the same time and never get up again. Today, in front of everyone. When he saw Bai Xing, Luo Shi's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Why is she here? It looks like she is waiting for me? Logically speaking, as the eldest sister of the sect, she should go to the conference to establish her authority as the eldest sister during the sect's recruitment meeting. Why didn't you go this year? Did she know from the beginning that I was planning to escape today? Luo Shi immediately drew out his sword. Anyway, today is the best time for me to escape, I must not miss it. Although Bai Xing is the sect's eldest senior sister, if she wants to leave, she can't stay alone. Oh, what is this little junior sister doing? You're actually drawing your sword against your own senior sister? Across from him, Bai Xing had a smile on his face. If you do this, what will the elders think? As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shi's pretty face on the opposite side changed slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Sure enough, the next moment, three old women holding crutches rushed out and stood in front of Bai Xing. When Luo Shi saw these three old ladies, his heart sank slightly. Because these three are the top three among the 10 elders of the Immortal Soul sect. Shirahoshi, it seems, what you said is indeed true. After the three elders appeared, their eyes were locked on Luo Shi in front of them. Ha, I heard it with my own ears. Master and junior sister are mother and daughter. If this is false, I am willing to accept any punishment. Bai Xing said with a bow. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shi's pupils on the opposite side trembled suddenly. What? Bai Xing actually knew the relationship between him and his mother? Impossible, how could she hear it? With his mother's cultivation level, if Bai Xing was in the dark during the conversation, it would be impossible for her not to notice it. Humph. The top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. You and your mother, your daughter, and your master and your disciple are a disgrace to our Immortal Soul sect. The great elder snorted coldly, then rushed over with a swish, raised his hand and suddenly tapped Luo Shi's shoulder. Suddenly, all the energy in Luo Shi's body was trapped and could not be used. Lock her up and wait until after the recruitment meeting before taking any action, the great elder continued to order. Yes. Bai Xing curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. Wait until after the recruitment meeting? How could we let the mother and daughter lose face? I can't wait. Immediately afterwards, the three elders leaped away and headed towards the main gate to attend the conference. Bai Xing sneered and took Luo Shi into the forbidden area deep in the Immortal Soul sect. After throwing Luo Shi into the forbidden area, she hurriedly followed the three elders to the main gate for the recruitment meeting. The main gate of the Immortal Soul sect. After Luo Qiuya and everyone else waited for a while, the three elders finally rushed out from the back and sat down. Luo Qiuya looked at the three elders. They seemed very unhappy now? But please don't let any accidents happen. Let us get started. With the arrival of the three elders, Luo Qiuya waved. Several disciples nodded, and then rushed towards the canyon ahead. Swish, swish, swish. As several graceful figures glided across the water, strands of silk of various colors connected and spread out, spanning the canyon and forming a network of formations, blocking the way for all those who came to participate in the recruitment examination. This small water formation is the first stage of the recruitment assessment. Above the surface of the canyon, large and small boats were densely packed at this time, and everyone's eyes were looking at the colorful ribbon in front of them, finding it very novel. Only Ling Qi, who was on the Great Yan Dynasty ship, shook his head. What a gimmick. Of course it's just fancy stuff for you, but for the girls taking the test, it's a pretty big problem. Chu Xinyue said softly. This place is about 1,000 meters away from the Immortal Soul Sect's platform. If you want to cross the water formation and reach the Immortal Soul Sect's platform without a certain level of cultivation strength, it is not easy. At this moment, Luo Qiaoya slowly stood up from the top of the Immortal Soul Sect opposite her and said, those who have reached the profound Earth realm and below the age of 18 can enter the Immortal Soul Sect directly. The rest need to pass the 3 levels of the Immortal Soul Sect's assessment. The first step is to cross this water and reach the platform. Luo Qiaoya's voice, carrying a hint of rich flavor, resounded throughout the Grand Canyon. As she finished speaking, graceful figures emerged from the large and small boats on the water. They are all teenage girls. The youngest ones are 11 or 12 years old, and the oldest ones are 16 or 17 years old. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing, as if as long as they entered the gate of the Immortal Soul Sect, they would become real fairies. Luo Qiaoya's voice continued, now, I declare that the Immortal Soul Sect's annual recruitment meeting is officially. Wait a minute. At this moment, just when Luo Qiaoya was about to announce the official start of the recruitment meeting, a voice suddenly interrupted her. I saw Bai Xing slowly walking out from behind. When she saw Bai Xing, Luo Qiaoya's eyes suddenly changed slightly. What did she want to do? The first 3 of the 10 elders also frowned slightly. This girl, please don't do anything stupid. In front of so many people, the Immortal Soul Sect must save face first. Master, before the conference begins, I have a question that I would like to ask you for advice. After Bai Xing appeared, he clasped his fists and bowed to Luo Qiaoya. Luo Qiaoya frowned and said nothing. She didn't say anything, but Bai Xing opened his throat and continued, back then, it was Master who brought junior sister Luo Xi into the Immortal Soul Sect from outside. So, may I ask? Master, do you know who junior sister Luo Xi's biological father is? Chapter 30. I've long been fed up with you old virgins. Bai Xing's voice, also carrying a hint of energy, echoed throughout the Grand Canyon. Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Qiaoya and Bai Xing, and those who didn't know the situation looked confused. Why would Bai Xing ask such a question at this time? Only Luo Qiaoya and the 3 elders changed their expressions. Especially Luo Qiaoya. She stared at Shirahoshi with an expression more serious than ever before. What does it mean that Bai Xing asks himself this question at this time? What does she want to do? Why did she ask that? Shirahoshi. The 3 elders spoke almost simultaneously. If you have any questions, please wait until after the recruitment meeting. My Immortal Soul Sect's private affairs do not need to be discussed in front of outsiders. Do you understand? If the matter were to be made public in front of so many people, it would be a disgrace to the Immortal Soul Sect. 3 elders. Bai Xing, however, bowed slightly to the elders and said, the sect master dared to let Luo Xi escape without permission. Aren't you afraid that something might happen if you delay? Aren't you afraid that the sect master will turn around and personally take his daughter away from the Immortal Soul Sect? As soon as Bai Xing said this, the whole scene fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Luo Qiaoya. What? The clan leader's daughter? Are you kidding me? For everyone in the Immortal Soul Sect, love affairs are taboo. And as the sect leader, he actually has a daughter? What does this mean? Is he an existence that everyone admires and a role model that everyone emulates? She had actually already broken the taboos and rules of the Immortal Soul Sect? How is this possible? My fellow elders, this is truly a disgrace to our Immortal Soul Sect. Bai Xing's voice continued, but what our Immortal Soul Sect must do is not to avoid the shame, but to face the problem head-on, be brave enough to take responsibility, and resolve the shame from the root. Hearing Bai Xing's words, the 3 elders shook their heads helplessly. Come to think of it, it is indeed true. No matter how embarrassing something is, you should face it and deal with it calmly instead of just avoiding it. Shirahoshi, what exactly do you mean by these words? Speak clearly. The elders who were unaware of this situation immediately spoke up. What daughter? Luo Qiaoya actually has a daughter? When and with whom did she give birth to her daughter? As the leader of the Immortal Soul Sect, how could she lose her virginity? Even the elders like them, who have lived for who knows how many years, have never dared to have any romantic feelings between men and women. You all don't know that the leader of our Immortal Soul Sect, my beloved master, and her disciple Luo Xi, actually have not only a master-disciple relationship, but also a mother-daughter relationship. Shirahoshi opened his throat and spoke loudly. These words immediately stirred up a wave of uproar in everyone's heart. The whole scene was in an uproar. Mother-daughter relationship? The Immortal Soul sect forbids all romantic relationships between men and women and focuses solely on pure cultivation. The sect has even set a strict rule: those who enter the Immortal Soul sect are forbidden to have any romantic feelings or lose their virginity. As the leader of the Immortal Soul sect, you should set an example for everyone. As a result, she is no longer a virgin? She actually gave birth to a child without anyone knowing? And that child is her disciple Luo Shi? Is she the junior sister Luo Shi who was once admired and held in the palm of everyone's hand? Everyone felt that the impact of this information was too great. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? On the Grand Canyon ship, Ling Qi and others were watching this scene from afar and listening to Bai Xing's words. The leader of this Xianhan sect is actually your mother-in-law. Chu Xinyue turned her head slightly and looked at Ling Qi. This is quite interesting. The Immortal Soul sect forbids romantic relationships, yet the sect master has violated the rules? Chu Xinyue also said calmly, "It seems that someone has trampled on the reputation of the Immortal Soul sect before you?" Ling Qi also smiled and shook his head at this time. Of course, he had never thought of this before. Didn't he expect that Luo Shi and Luo Qiuya had such a relationship? Then why would Luo Qiuya, as the sect leader, be wanted all over the world for me? I think this should be the intention of the many elders of the Immortal Soul sect, right? But Ling Qi doesn't care much about these things now. What he cares about is, where is Luo Shi? Are you locked up? Just now Bai Xing said that Luo Qiuya was planning to let Luo Shi go, but now it seems that she was discovered and then locked up again. If you think about it this way, Luo Shi wants to escape from the Immortal Soul sect. Since she wants to escape from the Immortal Soul sect, then she must still have her own thoughts in her heart. Looking at the current situation, it's not suitable for us to propose marriage. Chu Xinyue continued. Since such a big thing has happened to the Xianhan sect right now, it is of course not easy for them to talk about proposing marriage. Let us wait and see. In front of the gate of the Immortal Soul sect, on the high platform, all the elders stood up immediately after hearing Bai Xing's words. Everyone stared at Luo Qiuya. Luo Qiuya, is what she said true? Luo Qiuya stood there motionless, staring straight at Bai Xing. She couldn't figure out how Bai Xing knew about this. When she and Luo Shi were talking privately, she never noticed any outsiders around them. How could Bai Xing know? What is going on? Luo Qiuya, answer our questions. Several elders shouted angrily. Luo Qiuya smiled bitterly and did not answer the elders' questions. Instead, she looked at Bai Xing and said, "I have truly taught a good disciple." Of course she understood that Bai Xing was deliberately trying to ruin the reputation of both her and her daughter. "Ha, master, in your eyes, your precious daughter is your good disciple, what am I?" Bai Xing sneered, "If it weren't for the mother-daughter relationship between you two, I might really be a good disciple of master." What a pity. Master, you abused your personal feelings and committed corruption for personal gain. You are simply not qualified to be the leader of the Immortal Soul sect. You two, mother and daughter, are both a disgrace to our Immortal Soul sect. Bai Xing's words reached everyone's ears. It also penetrated into Luo Qiuya's heart. Of course, she knew very well that her eldest disciple was taking revenge out of jealousy. Master, now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide. Why not face it frankly? Bai Xing continued, "Junior sister can't escape from the Immortal Soul sect, and neither can you. Why don't you tell everyone who the father of the little apprentice sister is? As long as you, master, are willing to tell us, our Immortal Soul sect will definitely capture him. Only then will you and your family of 3 have a chance to reunite? Come, tell everyone, what kind of man is it that could sleep with the high and mighty Immortal Soul sect master? What kind of man could bring such great shame to our Immortal Soul sect?" White Star's voice echoed throughout the Grand Canyon. Everyone looked confused and curious at this moment. Who is it? Who has the ability to take down the leader of this fairy gathering place? Who could make her break the rules? On the big ship, when Chu Xinyue heard Bai Xing's words, her gaze immediately turned to Ling Qi. Chu Xinyue and Xiao Qian also turned their gazes to Ling Qi. Ling Qi suddenly laughed dryly and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Am I Duan Zhangchun? I am related to Luo Shi, how could I be related to Luo Qiuya? Isn't this a mess? No matter what I do, I wouldn't be such a beast, right? Ha, master won't tell me? Fine, then I'll tell you." Bai Xing sneered and then said loudly, "My lords, the man who had a relationship with the sect master back then is the world's #1 assassin, Duan Tianqing. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene was in an uproar again. Most of the people present had never seen Duan Tianxing, but they had heard of his reputation. He was a real killer, best at assassination and tracking. His notoriety is known throughout the world. He is also a real villain. I didn't expect that the leader of the Immortal Soul sect would have a relationship with a top killer? Luo Qiuya said nothing at this time, just staring at Bai Xing. She only told Luo Shi about this matter recently. In other words, Bai Xing must have just overheard the conversation between her and Luo Shi. But I didn't notice anyone around me at that time. Does this disciple of mine have some secrets and methods that even I don't know about? Duan Tianxing, what a Duan Tianxing! The elders all had icy expressions, their eyes filled with rage. My Immortal Soul sect, Duan Tianxing, and that Ling Qi are sworn enemies. These two men, one destroyed their clan leader, and the other destroyed their young clan leader. Undoubtedly, these two are the biggest enemies of their Xianhan sect. It's not their fault. After all, like mother, like daughter. Bai Xing then said calmly, if you two, mother and daughter, hadn't been so shameless and indecent, how could we bring such shame upon our Immortal Soul sect? Anyway, she now wants to belittle Luo Qiuya and Luo Shi as much as possible. Let these mother and daughter never be able to stand up again. Above the surface of the canyon, the entire recruitment meeting had undoubtedly come to a complete halt before it even began. With such a thing happening in the Immortal Soul sect, who would still want to continue holding the recruitment meeting? By the way, isn't that guy called Ling Qi here right now? Just then, someone whispered. For a moment, everyone's eyes were directed towards the large ship covered in red and decorated with colorful ribbons. Then, his gaze fell on Ling Qi. This guy is really brave. The Immortal Soul sect is wanted for him, and now they have said they will never forgive him. How dare he stand there now? Why hasn't he left yet? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the people from the Immortal Soul sect? The Xianhan sect is very angry right now. Even if he represents the Dian dynasty, the Xianhan sect may not give him face. On the high platform, the 10 elders of the Immortal Soul sect all stood up at this time. Faced with such a problem, of course we need a result that is made public. There is no order without rules. Luo Qiuya, since you have violated the rules, you should be punished. Several elders continued, we, the elders, have now decided to remove you from your position as sect leader. Although Luo Qiuya is the leader of the Xianhan sect, if the 10 elders make the decision at the same time. As a sect leader, she certainly couldn't deny anything. Good. Luo Qiuya took a deep breath. At this point, she really had nothing to say. She can give up the position of the sect leader, and she can also give up the Immortal Soul sect. But her daughter, of course she wants it. Since the elders have relieved me of my duties, from now on, I will have nothing to do with the Immortal Soul sect. Luo Qiuya then turned around and looked at the 10 elders. From today on, Shir and I will leave the Immortal Soul sect and have nothing to do with each other from now on. Since your reputation has been lost, there is no need to care about it. As long as they are safe. Haha, leave? Master, oh master, you really don't take the rules of the Immortal Soul sect seriously, do you? Bai Xing quickly said, if the only punishment for anyone who breaks the Immortal Soul sect's rules is to leave the sect, then what's the point of these rules? That's right, Luo Qiuya, since you have damaged the reputation of the Immortal Soul sect, you should be punished. The 10 elders continued, we will abolish your mother and daughter's cultivation and imprison them forever as a warning to others. Hearing this, Bai Xing's mouth curled up slightly. That's good. If we abolish their cultivation, then, they will be nothing in the future. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want to them as prisoners. Luo Qiuya frowned tightly, then clenched her fist slightly and said coldly, what if I don't agree? At this point, she has no other choice. She knew very well that if her cultivation was destroyed, she and her daughter would face endless torture. She knew very well that without cultivation, she would not be able to protect her daughter. I can't even protect the baby in my daughter's belly. Presumptuous. The great elder suddenly pointed the scepter in his hand and said, Luo Qiuya, we can make you the sect leader, or we can make you immortal. Unfortunately, I have no other choice now. Luo Qiuya's aura gradually grew stronger. If the elders insist on doing this, I have no choice but to resist to the end. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Qiuya, I've been hoping you'd do this all along. At this moment, a roar of laughter echoed throughout the Grand Canyon. Fuck the Immortal Soul sect, fuck the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a swish sound, and a figure suddenly swept down from above the Grand Canyon and crashed onto the platform square of the Immortal Soul sect with a bang. He was wearing a tattered linen robe, a conical hat on his head, and holding a big knife in his hand. It was none other than Duan Tianqing. When they saw Duan Tianqing, everyone at the scene was shocked. This Duan Tianqing actually dared to come to the Immortal Soul sect? Luo Qiuya frowned at this time. What are you doing here? Of course. I'm here to save you. Duan Tianqing said coldly. Qiuya, how many years has this position of sect leader bound you? Now that it's freed, then, let's have a good fight. If it weren't for the position of sect leader, Luo Qiuya might have run away with him. Now that she has been removed from her position as clan leader, she will resist to the end. Today, a family of 3 broke out of the Immortal Soul sect together. Hearing this, Luo Qiuya took a deep breath and looked at Duan Tianqing. Then, he just nodded slightly. At this point, there is no other choice. If you want to take Luo Shi away, you can only use force. Good. What a pair of bastards. The Great Elder snorted coldly, then gave an order, go, take them all down. Duan Tianqing is at the peak of the Zuantian realm, and so is Luo Qiuya. But in the entire Xianhan sect, the chief elder is at the peak of the Zuantian realm, and the other elders are all at the late stage of the Zuantian realm. There are also dozens of disciples in the Zuantian realm, and their overall strength is of course far greater than that of Duan Tianqing and Luo Qiuya. Since Duan Tianqing dared to come to the Immortal Soul sect today, he will definitely not return. Bastards? Humph. Duan Tianqing slowly raised the sword in his hand. You bunch of old, stinking virgins, I've been fed up with you for a long time. Wow. After saying this, the big knife in his hand suddenly fell down. A 1,000-foot-long blade of light descended from the sky, fiercely slashing towards the Great Elder and the gate of the Immortal Soul sect. The Great Elder roared angrily, leaped up, and suddenly rushed forward with the scepter in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the scepter and the sword collided in mid-air. Suddenly, a violent shockwave spread throughout the entire Grand Canyon. The water surface churned instantly, and the silt formation that had just been opened was instantly shattered. The stone walls around the Grand Canyon collapsed. After one move, the Great Elder locked his eyes on Duan Tianqing, and then suddenly shot forward. The 2 peak-level Venerable Heaven Realm Masters collided with each other on the platform in an instant. With the surging aura, shock waves continued to spread, causing the water surface of the Grand Canyon to churn continuously. As Duan Tianqing and the Great Elder fought, Luo Qiuya's eyes also fixed. Then he flew towards the interior of the Immortal Soul sect. Swish, swish, swish. But just as she was about to move, the other elders came at the same time and blocked her way. Go! Leave this pair of bastards behind. All the elders shouted angrily, and then joined forces to besiege Luo Qiuya. At the same time, many powerful people in the entire Xianhan sect also took action at the same time. Use the entire sect to encircle and suppress Duan Tianqing and Luo Qiuya. The recruitment meeting has not yet begun, but a chaotic battle has completely broken out at the gate of the Immortal Soul sect. Those who came to participate in the assessment and those who came to watch the fun didn't know what to do at this time. How could a recruitment meeting like this suddenly turn out like this? On the big ship, Chu Xinyue shook her head helplessly again. In this case, proposing marriage is of course even more impossible. In the final analysis, most things still have to be solved by force. Should we take action? Chu Xinyue turned her head to look at Ling Qi. At this moment, Ling Qi closed his eyes and carefully sensed, strange, Luo Shi doesn't seem to be in the Immortal Soul sect? He had already opened up his full senses, but still couldn't detect Luo Shi's presence. Where did she go? Why wasn't she in the Immortal Soul sect? Just ask and you'll know, Chu Xinyue continued. Ling Qi nodded slightly and opened his eyes, with exactly this in mind. At the same time, in the midst of the chaos, Duan Tianqing suddenly opened his throat and shouted loudly, Ling Qi. Since you have arrived at the scene, if you don't take action now, when will you take action? Of course, he also knew very well that it was impossible for him and Luo Qiuya to compete with the Immortal Soul sect. But Ling Qi, who is at the supreme level, is here. Today, he has nothing to fear. Swish! As soon as Duan Tianqing finished speaking, Ling Qi rushed out from the bow of the ship, crossed the water, and landed in the center of the chaotic battlefield with a bang. A vast aura instantly dissipated, shocking everyone around and sending them flying in all directions. With the appearance of Ling Qi, everyone stopped immediately. Luo Qiuya came over quickly and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Tianqing. On the opposite side, all the people from the Immortal Soul sect gathered at the gate, forming a huge protective net. Ling Qi was standing among the people from the Immortal Soul sect, Duan Tianqing, and Luo Qiuya. When they saw Ling Qi appear, everyone in the Immortal Soul sect's expressions turned slightly colder. Great, you're all here today. The two great enemies of the Immortal Soul sect have arrived. Today, we must make them bleed to death in the Immortal Soul sect. But when she saw Ling Qi appear, Luo Qiuya frowned, then walked towards Ling Qi angrily with her fists raised. She seemed to be planning to go up and slap Ling Qi first to vent her anger on her daughter. But Duan Tianqing saw through it and quickly grabbed Luo Qiuya. What are you doing? You can't offend him. This made Luo Qiuya a little confused. What's so great about him? Just because of the emperor's sword of the Dian dynasty in his hand? But what does it matter? He let his daughter down, so he deserves to be beaten. Duan Tianqing had a smile on his face at this time. The reason why Ling Qi cannot be offended is not because of the emperor's sword, but it's because of his strength. The true, supreme realm. The sword was in his hand, not for his honor, but for the sword's honor. At this time, Ling Qi slowly turned around and smiled at Luo Qiuya and the others. Luo Qiuya frowned tightly and said, "Fuck you. You made my daughter pregnant, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Do you know me?" Ling Qi then looked at Duan Tianqing. He had never had any contact with Duan Tianqing, but he had fought with Duan Tianqing's colleagues before. She was a cold and beautiful female killer who ranked second on the killer list. "I just came from the palace of the Dian dynasty, so now I do know you." Duan Tianqing smiled faintly. Ling Qi nodded. In this case, he should know everything about him. No wonder he called for action. Now it seems, it's you two who want to leave. Sierre also wants to leave, but the Immortal Soul sect won't allow it. Ling Qi's voice continued. That's obviously the case. Duan Tianqing laughed. In this way, it means that the Immortal Soul sect will become the enemy of Ling Qi. Of course, there is no need to explain any reason. Because Ling Qi, who is at the supreme level, is the truth. Does she hate me? Ling Qi then looked at Luo Qiuya. Hearing this, Luo Qiuya sneered, "Do you think, should she hate you? How could she not hate you when you abandoned her? But even though she hates you, she still holds on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that you are doing this for a reason. There was actually a reason why I left without saying goodbye." Ling Qi continued, "I've been preparing for my wedding these days, so I'm here to propose marriage. I originally wanted to give her a surprise." Hearing this, Luo Qiuya took a deep breath. Fortunately, this guy is not a heartless person. Then, just go and explain it to her. Luo Qiuya's voice became less cold. If possible, she certainly hopes that her daughter can be happy. She also always believed that you were there for a reason. Luo Qiuya then whispered, "So, she has been keeping the baby in her belly, your baby." As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Qi's expression suddenly changed. "Child? Luo, she has her own child in her belly? She's pregnant too."